Qin Chen. A sound like thunder exploded in my ears. I woke up suddenly from my desk, sweat pouring down my face, and fear still lingered in my eyes. But soon, looking at the familiar classmates around me and the middle-aged female head teacher on the podium, the fear turned into confusion. There are less than 100 days left before the college entrance examination. I usually don't bother to care about you, but from now on, no one is allowed to sleep in my class, the head teacher said sternly. At this moment, I didn't listen to her at all. It took me a long time to come back to my senses. I traveled through time. I was shocked. This is a parallel world. The people around me are the same as in my previous life. They are all my classmates, and my class teacher has not changed. But the background of this world is different. 300 years ago, terrifying monsters appeared, thermal weapons were ineffective, and humans began the era of martial arts training. There are 9 levels of warriors, from 1 star to 9 stars. Becoming a warrior will make you respected, have wealth and power. To become a warrior, you need to have a talent for cultivation and pass the body training period. As far as I can remember, I have no talent for cultivation. My sensitivity to the fire element is only 0.9, and I only need 0.1 to cultivate. This is really annoying. Ding, the host's presence is detected, the God-level warrior system is being activated. Ding, the system is activated successfully, and the system panel is generated. You'd better take care of yourself. Seeing that I was in a daze, the head teacher shook his head helplessly. My deskmate, the fat boy Wang Hai, asked me quietly, "What's wrong with you?" "It's okay." I shook my head. Seeing that I was fine, Wang Hai picked up his phone and started playing. I looked at the system panel. Name, Qin Chen. Fire sensitivity, 0.9. Power, 5. Ding, it is detected that the host has not reached the cultivation talent, and a novice gift package is awarded. Do you want to give up? I was stunned when I heard the system prompt. Give up. I cursed inwardly. This system doesn't follow the routine. It directly asks whether to give up. If I don't pay attention, I might miss it. I want to use it. I became nervous. I didn't know what the novice gift package was worth. If it didn't allow me to reach the level of cultivation talent, I would be finished. If I couldn't cultivate, I could only be an ordinary person in this world, and life would be difficult. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a fire sensitivity enhancement pill. Instantly, a fiery red pill appeared in the system space. I moved my mind, and the pill melted in my mouth. A warm current flowed through my body, transforming my body. I clearly felt that my sensitivity to the fire element was increasing rapidly. Ding, your fire sensitivity increases to 9. Ding, your fire elemental talent is upgraded to SSS level. I couldn't wait to open the panel. Name, Qin Chen. Fire elemental talent, SSS. Power, 5. Sure enough. I was overjoyed. This was a huge improvement. I went from a loser to a genius. Talents are divided into 9 levels, from F to SSS. The higher the level, the faster you can practice. I quickly practiced the elemental perception method, and my understanding speed was super fast. Just as I was about to continue my comprehension, the system voice sounded again. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the innate skill, Devour. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a wind element sensitivity enhancement pill. There's more. I was overjoyed because there was something else in the novice gift package. Don't innate skills awaken after becoming a warrior? I wondered. The earliest a human can awaken innate skills is after becoming a 1-star warrior. I have never heard of anyone awakening before starting to practice physical training. I looked at the system panel and saw an extra line of information. Talented skills, Devour. The host can devour corresponding energy objects and convert them into its own abilities. When I saw energy objects, I first thought of beast crystals. Some monsters have beast crystals in their bodies, and humans take them out after killing them and make them into weapons and equipment to increase their strength. But as far as I can remember, swallowing beast crystals has a huge impact on human cultivation, and humans have a consensus that they cannot be swallowed. Whatever, I'll give it a try when I get a chance. I swallowed the wind element sensitivity enhancement pill while no one was paying attention. The familiar feeling reappeared, and soon my sensitivity to the wind element increased rapidly. Ding, your wind sensitivity increases to 7. Ding, your wind element talent has been upgraded to S level. Only S rank. I frowned. The original value of the host's wind sensitivity is only 0.7, so it can only be upgraded to S level. The host can subsequently improve it in other ways. The system explained, but did not specify the specific method. I see. I nodded secretly. S level is pretty good. As far as I can remember, no one has S level talent. Those who can achieve it are definitely one in a million geniuses. After school, I walked out of the classroom and hurried out of the school. Chin Chen, I know a hot pot restaurant that's really delicious. Do you want to go? I'll treat you. Let's have a drink together, brothers. Wang Hai caught up with me and put his hand on my shoulder. I'm not going. I have to go back. I shook my head. Wang Hai is one of my few friends. We used to drink together. He has a rich family and lacks the talent for cultivation, so he wants to enjoy life. I used to give up on myself because I felt hopeless in life, but now it's different. With the system, I have to improve myself as soon as possible. Half an hour later, I opened the door and saw my father Qin Dai watching TV on the sofa and my mother Li Xiufan bringing out freshly boiled medicine from the kitchen. Xiaoqin is back. Mom was surprised and said, "Are you hungry? I'll go cook for you." I shook my head, "Don't bother." What's going on? I looked at my dad. My father was injured a year ago and needs to take medicine every 3 days. His health is getting worse and worse. Same old as always, I would say, this disease cannot be cured, it's useless. Dad shook his head. My mother disagreed. What nonsense. I won't treat you. I'm just going to watch you die. If you die, then die. The sooner you die, the sooner you will be reborn. Then before you die, go find the Zhao family and ask them to pay you back. I shook my head helplessly and walked towards my room. I accidentally looked up at the calendar and was stunned. March 18th. I remembered that I died on March 25th in my previous life. Although the background of this life is different, the characters and events have not changed much. In other words, I may still die on March 25th. In my previous life, I was murdered, and so was my father. My father was hit by a car after get off work, and the driver was Zhao Quan, the son of the Zhao family in Rongcheng. In this life, my father was also murdered by Zhao Quan. In this life, my father was a soldier on the front line. In the battle with monsters, the captain died and gave the top-grade beast crystal to my father. This beast crystal was from a peak beast and was a treasure. It attracted the attention of Zhao Quan. Zhao Quan wanted to buy it at a low price, but my father refused to sell it, which offended him. Later, my father was hit by a car. Although there was no evidence, I knew that it was Zhao Quan who instructed him to do it, and he also admitted it privately. In the last life, he personally hit my father, and in this life, he instigated others to do it. He was the murderer. So, I will definitely be killed by him in this life. The reason is not important. Of course, the world may change because of my time travel, but I can't rely on this for my life. Dad's revenge must be avenged. 7 more days. I looked at the calendar. If you want revenge, you must first survive past the 25th and be able to protect yourself. In 7 days, I have to protect myself and my family. I felt a huge pressure. It was not enough for me to be able to protect myself. I was afraid that Zhao Quan would harm my family if he could not harm me. If you want to make Zhao Quan afraid to take action, the only way is to become a warrior. I said with determination in my eyes. In this world, a 1-star warrior is as noble as a noble, and every warrior is of great significance to human safety. Once a warrior becomes a warrior, no matter how powerful the Zhao family is, they will not dare to act rashly, and their relatives will be protected. If a warrior's relatives get into trouble, they will be strictly investigated. If they are harmed by others, the warriors will regard them as enemies, and the city lord is no exception, unless they are so powerful that they ignore all warriors or cannot be found. Thinking of this, I walked out of the room and asked, "Dad, where is your beast crystal?" "That beast crystal is of the fire element, and I want to try to see if my innate skill can make me stronger by devouring it." "Beast crystal?" Dad was stunned and pointed to the bedroom. "It's in the closet." "It's not safe there, put it in my bedroom." I walked towards my dad's bedroom. "You bastard," my mother scolded. The family's financial situation has deteriorated due to my father's injury, and my mother often suggests selling the beast crystals, but my father disagrees. I want the beast crystals, and she thinks I'm preventing her from selling them. I took the wooden box into the room and closed the door. The old man smiled and said, "My son still understands me." In the bedroom, I opened the wooden box and saw the red beast crystal emitting the breath of fire. I reached out and picked it up, and information appeared in my eyes. Fierce beast crystal, fire, top grade, can be devoured. I was delighted when I saw the message. I was originally worried that swallowing the beast crystal would affect my cultivation, but when the system prompted me to swallow it, I felt relieved. Without any more hesitation, I swallowed the beast crystal. The innate skill of devouring and operating on its own, the beast crystal melts in the body, the strength is enhanced, and the 5 senses are improved. Ding, the fire beast crystal is swallowed successfully, and your body's fire energy tempering reaches 60%. This is the middle stage of body refining. I was overjoyed. The body refining realm is the stage of tempering the body before becoming a warrior. Use the element perception mental method to perceive the elements and then temper the body. I can temper the body by swallowing directly, which is much faster than perception. I estimate that it takes at least 3 days for SSS level talents to reach 60% of the body tempering, but I don't even need 3 minutes. Ding, congratulations to the host for entering the threshold of cultivation, the mission begins. I was startled and checked quickly. Task 1, within 7 days, reach the peak of physical training and be rewarded with a low-level wind-type beast crystal, normal mode. Task 2, within 3 days, if you reach the peak of physical training, you will be rewarded with a low-level wind beast crystal and a mid-level wind beast crystal, difficult mode. Task 3, within 1 day, reach the peak of physical training, a top-grade wind-type beast crystal, and an ice sensitivity enhancement pill, hell mode. Ding, choose one of the tasks. You will get a reward if you complete the task. If you fail the task, there will be no reward. I looked at the mission carefully and found that the hell mode was the best, as it could temper the body with wind element again and also obtain the qualification to practice ice element. But 1 day was too tight. To reach the pinnacle of physical training, I need a high-level fire beast crystal. I thought to myself, body tempering is 100% the pinnacle of body refining. The market price of high-level beast crystals of fierce beasts is about 50,000. For my family, let alone 50,000, even 5,000 is difficult to come by. All the money is used for necessary expenses. Should we choose the difficult mode? I frowned. 3 days in difficult mode is enough time to find a solution, but I am unwilling to give up. It is too difficult to reach the peak of physical training in 3 days and become a warrior in 7 days. That's right. I suddenly thought of a solution and smiled. Without further hesitation, I chose Task 3. Ding, mission selection successful. I opened the door and walked out. I'm going to go out for a while. You kid. Mom shook her head helplessly. Let him be. Dad sighed. I went out and took a taxi to the city center. The Martial Arts Association specializes in certifying martial artists. You can get certification as soon as you step into the practice threshold. There are generous rewards for successful certification under the age of 18. Half an hour later, I arrived at the gate of the Martial Arts Association, registered and entered the certification hall. There were quite a few people in the hall, and they were all older. "Sir, are you here to get certified as a warrior?" a female staff member asked me enthusiastically. She gets commissions from the business, and I'm young, so if the certification is successful, she'll get a lot of commissions. Of course. I nodded. She was delighted and said, "Sir, let me see your ID card." I took out my ID card and she was even happier after seeing it. "Sir, this way please." She took me to a window. "He doesn't have to queue," someone was dissatisfied. "Keep your voice down," someone reminded, Those under 18 don't need to queue up for certification. These are geniuses. That man, shut up. We can't afford to offend a genius. After reaching the window, the staff took out the instrument and said, "Sir, put your hand on it and use the power of the elements you have comprehended." I placed my palm on it as requested, and a flame symbol appeared on the instrument. The initial stage of fire body training. The staff was overjoyed. "Congratulations, sir, you have passed the certification. You will receive a certification reward of 20,000 yuan. Sir, give me your bank card. The money will be in your account in a few minutes." I took out my bank card. When everyone in the hall saw that I had successfully passed the certification, their expressions varied, ranging from surprise, envy, to jealousy. The staff member was about to report it, so I stopped her. "I'll authenticate again." Ah. She was stunned. I didn't explain and pressed my hand towards the instrument again. 20,000 yuan is not enough to buy high-level beast crystals. I want more rewards. This time I used all my strength and 2 flame symbols appeared on the instrument. Mid to mid-term. The staff members widened their eyes. There was also a change in the eyes of everyone in the hall, and many people showed awe. The reward should be greater this way, right? I asked the staff with a smile. She reacted, "Yes." "No, sir, there is a rule that those who are under 18 years old and certified to be in the middle stage of body refining can receive a reward of 50,000 yuan. I smiled with satisfaction. 50,000 yuan was just enough. "Go ahead, I need money urgently," I said with a smile. She turned and trotted away. A few minutes later, the phone received a text message informing it of the arrival of the money. I took my bank card back and prepared to leave. "Sir, I'll take you there." The staff followed. I didn't refuse, and after leaving the hall I asked her, "Is there anyone selling beast crystals around here?" Beast crystals? She was curious but didn't dare to ask. "If you want to buy beast crystals, our martial arts association has them." Oh. I was surprised. I had never heard of the martial arts association selling beast crystals before. She explained, "There are fake beast crystals on the market, and many people have been fooled." Later, in addition to official channels, the Martial Arts Association also sells them. The prices are reasonable, there are no fakes, and you can buy them with confidence. I nodded, "Take me to see it." The Martial Arts Association sells beast crystals in another building, and we arrived there 10 minutes later. "Sir, the first floor is the area where the beast crystals of vicious beasts are sold, and the second floor and above are the areas where the beast crystals of demon beasts are sold," she explained. I nodded and walked over to the fire beast crystal sales area. The price and quality of the beast crystals were clearly marked. I looked at the high-level beast crystal, which was priced at 50,000. "Sir, do you want to buy this beast crystal?" the salesperson asked with a smile. At this time, the staff behind me came forward and said, "Xiao Zhou, the master has just been certified as a warrior, so you can get a 20% discount." The salesman Xiao Zhou was surprised. Those who were successfully certified under 18 years old could get a discount on the beast crystals. A 10% discount was offered if the certification was in the early stage of body refining, and an 80% discount was offered if the certification was in the middle stage of body refining. "Sir." She immediately changed her words, "You only need 40,000 yuan to buy this beast crystal." I was surprised and very satisfied with the price, which was lower than the market price. "Put it on for me." "Okay." Xiao Zhou agreed excitedly. After picking up the beast crystal, I walked out of the building and turned to ask the staff, "Where is the toilet?" "Sir, it's right in front." She pointed. "Wait for me here." I walked towards the toilet with the beast crystal. I didn't go to the toilet, I found a place where no one was around, took out the beast crystal and swallowed it. The familiar feeling reappeared. Ding, the fire beast crystal is swallowed successfully, and your body's fire energy tempering reaches 100%. The peak of physical training. I was delighted and directly jumped from the late stage to the peak. Ding, you have completed Mission 3, Hell Mode, the reward has been issued. I looked at the system space, and a wind beast crystal and an ice element sensitivity enhancement pill appeared. I took out the beast crystal and threw it into my mouth. Ding, swallowing is successful, your body's wind force tempering reaches 45%. Only 45%. It seems that the degree of body tempering is related to talent. My wind talent is S, which is 2 levels lower than the fire talent. This has affected the progress of body tempering, but it has also reached the midterm threshold. I swallowed another pill to enhance ice element sensitivity. Ding, your ice element sensitivity increases to 8. Ding, your ice talent is upgraded to SS level. Third element. I laughed. Although I haven't started practicing the ice element yet, it's only a matter of time before I'm qualified. I glanced at the information panel. Name, Qin Chen. Fire Realm, Peak of Body Refining. Wind Realm, Middle Stage of Body Refining, Body Tempering Progress 45%. Ice Realm, None. Talent Skill, Devour. Power, 150. The combat power exceeds the peak of single-system physical training. I was surprised and delighted. Generally, there are only one cultivator with 1 or 2 systems, and there is no record of 3 systems. The combat power of a single-system peak body refining is about 100, and the combat power of a mid-level body refining is about 25. I have 1 peak body refining and 1 mid-level body refining, which should be 125. Now it exceeds, which means that the superposition of 2 systems is not a simple addition. If the wind system reaches its peak, the combat power will be even more terrifying. I still have 3 systems. After practicing the ice system, my combat power is close to that of a 1-star warrior. The combat power threshold of a 1-star warrior is 300, which is entirely possible. As soon as I thought about it, the panel information turned into talent information. Fire talent, SSS. Wind talent, S. Ice talent, SS. Ice talent is better than wind talent. Next, I will try to make both realms reach the peak at the same time. I was full of confidence. Breaking through to a 1-star warrior can only be done slowly in the next 7 days. Breaking through requires condensing elemental imprints and cannot be achieved overnight. Sir. The staff saw me coming and said, "The exit is this way. I'll drive you back." "No, what's your name?" I asked. "My name is Wu Fang, you can call me Xiao Fang," she said happily. I asked her name, which proved that she left an impression on me. I nodded. "Xiao Fang, if you are under 18 years old and certified for the late stage of physical training, how much reward will you get, and how much will you get for the peak stage?" "Sir, the late stage of body refining is 100,000, and the peak is 200,000. Wu Fang said, "Sir, if you come for certification next time and you are not yet 18 years old, you can get another 100,000 yuan. She saw that I didn't look like a rich boy and was in urgent need of money. Although she didn't understand why I bought the beast crystals, she was sure there must be a reason. Chengdu City announcement. A voice resounded over the city. This city's young genius, Zhao Quan, has become a 1-star warrior. He is hereby rewarded with 1 million and a 2nd-grade martial arts. The people of Rongqing looked up with envy. The reward was not particularly good, but once the announcement was made, the reputation increased greatly. It was an honor to be rewarded personally by the city lord. Zhao Quan, it should be the Zhao Quan from the Zhao family. The Zhao family is really amazing. They had Zhao Liang and now Zhao Quan. Zhao Quan is only about 20 years old. Wu Fang exclaimed. "Do you know the Zhao family well?" I asked. "Zhao Quan is my enemy. I don't know the details about the Zhao family, but I know something about the 2 brothers of the Zhao family. Wu Fang has worked in the Warrior Association for many years and has met the 2 men. 3 years ago, Zhao Liang was certified as a 2-star warrior. He was 23 years old at that time. Zhao Quan reached the peak of physical training at the age of 19. It is extremely rare to reach the peak of physical training at the age of 19 in Rongqing. His training talent is at least A level. Having worked in certification for many years, she has a better understanding of the situation of geniuses in Chengdu. "Let's go to the certification hall," I said. A 1-star warrior at the age of 20, and a certified peak physical training at the age of 19, is that a genius? Wu Fang looked at my back in confusion, but still followed me. Take me to verify it again. Sir, if the certification fails, you have to pay the certification fee. Wu Fang reminded me. She felt that I was stimulated by the citywide notice. Get the instrument. I didn't explain. Wu Fang had no choice but to take the instrument from the window staff. Everyone in the hall was surprised to see me coming for authentication again. Here he comes again. How interesting. He wouldn't have achieved a breakthrough just by going out once. Someone laughed, but he himself didn't believe it. I put my palm on the instrument and everyone watched carefully. The first flame symbol appeared on the instrument instantly, followed by the second. The late stage of body refining. When the third flame symbol appeared, someone couldn't help but exclaimed in surprise. Qin Chen went out and came back, and he was certified to the late stage of body refining. Did he really achieve a breakthrough just by going out once? The men said in surprise. Nonsense, he must have hidden his strength before, said the person next to him. Wu Fang, who was beside Qin Chen, looked at the instrument in surprise, then looked at Qin Chen. Sir. No hurry. Qin Chen smiled, and then he used up all his firepower. A fourth flame symbol appeared above the instrument. At this moment, the entire hall was in an uproar, and everyone looked at Qin with disbelief in their eyes. He has reached the peak of physical training before he is 18 years old. Who is he? Is he the city lord's illegitimate son? All kinds of exclamations and discussions suddenly rang out in the hall. At this moment, a man in formal attire came over here, and when he came to Qin Chen, he extended his hand enthusiastically. Hello sir, I am the director here, Su Hua. Director Su. Qin Chen stretched out his hand and shook hands with him. Sir, can I have a word with you? Su Hua seemed very polite. With his status, he rarely shows up, let alone being polite, but Qin Chen's appearance made him more enthusiastic than ever before. Qin Chen nodded. Su Hua smiled. Sir, please come this way. Then he looked at Wu Fang and said, come on, too. Wu Fang has been receiving Qin Chen, and it doesn't seem abrupt to have her serving by his side. Soon, the three of them came to an empty VIP room. After sitting down, Su Hua said, Wu Fang, go make a cup of tea for Mr. Qin. Wu Fang quickly went to the side and started working. Qin Chen smiled. Director Su, you don't have to call me sir. Given his current status as a student, it would sound a bit awkward to call him sir. Besides, he could see that the person in front of him was already a warrior. Su Hua smiled and said, then I'll call you Brother Qin. I called you here, Brother Qin, for no other reason than that you just completed the certification process and received a reward of 300,000 yuan. This is not a small sum, so I need to do the operation. Of course, it will only take a few minutes. At this time, Wu Fang brought the tea to Qin Chen. When she heard Su Hua's words, she looked at him in surprise. There is a procedure for warriors to transfer rewards. Once confirmed, even if it is 300,000, there is no need for the director to do it personally. Su Hua glanced at Wu Fang and gave her a wink. Of course, he doesn't need to ask about it personally, but Qin Chen is worthy of his personal attention. Such a genius, he naturally wants to get to know him. Then I'll have to trouble Director Su. Qin Chen nodded. 300,000, beyond his expectation, this was the combination of the rewards for the late and peak certification stages. Su Hua smiled and quickly operated on the computer, and Qin Chen's mobile phone received a reminder of the arrival of the money. By the way, Brother Qin, you are still a senior high school student, right? Su Hua suddenly asked. Yes, Rongqing No. 1 Middle School. Qin Chen nodded. No. 1 Middle School, that's a coincidence, Brother Qin and I are schoolmates, and I also graduated from No. 1 Middle School. The two exchanged a few pleasantries. Qin Chen suddenly asked, Director Su, if a dual system person comes for certification, can he get extra rewards? Hearing this, Su Hua was stunned, while Wu Fang on the side was shocked and looked at Qin Chen in surprise. She was somewhat familiar with Qin Chen's routine. Generally speaking, asking like this would most likely indicate that Qin Chen himself was a dual system person. There is no extra reward for dual system. In fact, although dual system is rare, it is too difficult to practice and it takes a lot of time. Therefore, the official does not recommend practicing both systems at the same time. Su Hua shook his head. After all, dual systems require sensing of different elements, so it will take double the time and the speed of practice will be greatly reduced. Therefore, when dual systems appear, the official will generally recommend that you practice one system first, and then consider the other system after reaching a bottleneck. This is also the reason why the official does not set dual system certification rewards. Brother Qin, are you dual system? Su Hua suddenly reacted and asked in surprise. Qin Chen just picked up the teacup and took a sip without answering. Since there is no reward, there is no need for him to expose himself. Hiding it will also serve as a trump card when dealing with the Zhao family in the future. Seeing Qin Chen's look, Su Hua couldn't figure out whether he was bisystemic or not, but he didn't dwell on it and started looking for some common topics. Half an hour later, Qin Chen stood up and said, "Director Su, please don't let Xian Yang know about the certification I made today." Many people in the hall saw this certification, but those people didn't know him. Even if they told others about it, it would only be spread in a small circle. He didn't want everyone to know about it now. "No problem, but your information has been uploaded to the computer. The senior officials in Rongqing will notice it sooner or later. The information of all certifiers will eventually be summarized, which is equivalent to a person's file." "That's okay." Qin Chen waved his hand and left. Wu Fang was ready to send him off, but he refused. After Qin Chen left, Wu Fang couldn't help but say, "Master Qin is the most talented person I have ever seen. Compared to him, Zhao Quan is nothing." Su Hua nodded. He thought so too. There were probably not many people in the whole Rongqing who had reached the peak of physical training before the age of 18. But he said, "Don't say this outside." "I know, Director." Wu Fang nodded. "Master Qin asked us to keep it a secret, so I won't say anything. However, I think Master Qin and Zhao Quan seem to have a grudge against each other." "What do you mean?" Su Hua was surprised. He knew about the Zhao family, and even he didn't dare to offend them easily. He knew almost all the powerful families in Rongqing, and the Qin family was not one of them. And judging by the way Qin Chen was dressed, he felt that Qin Chen did not look like a kid from a wealthy family. In this situation, he was a little curious as to how they could have a grudge against the Zhao family. Just now, Lord Qin had just purchased the beast crystal and was about to leave, but the city announcement suddenly sounded. When Lord Qin heard that it was Zhao Quan in the announcement, he immediately changed his mind and came to verify again. "So, I think Lord Qin was exposed because of Zhao Quan. He didn't want to lose to Zhao Quan." She could feel that Qin Chen was a very low-key person. If it weren't for that announcement, Qin Chen probably wouldn't have come for certification. In that case, everyone would only think that he was in the middle stage of body refining. Of course, he was overthinking this. Qin Chen's main purpose was still money. After listening to this, Su Hua also felt that it made sense. His eyes flashed, "Do you have a grudge against the Zhao family?" If that was the case, he felt he could take the risk. "Xiaofeng, find someone to investigate what the grudge between Brother Qin and the Zhao family is. The more detailed the better. Remember, be subtle." Su Hua suddenly said. After Qin Chen left the Martial Arts Association, it was already late, so he took a taxi and returned home. As soon as he entered the room, he saw Qin Dai and Li Xiufen sitting on the sofa, and they seemed to be waiting for him to come back. "Xiaochen, I have something to discuss with you." Li Xiufen spoke first. Qin Chen sat down, looked at the two of them, and waited for them to continue speaking. "Xiaochen, where did you put the beast crystal?" "We decided to sell it. The top-grade beast crystal can probably be sold for 80,000 yuan. Then, I can buy you some supplements and try to get you to the standard of cultivation before the college entrance examination." They had originally planned to do this secretly, and then buy some supplements to give Qin Chen a surprise. As a result, when they went to Qin Chen's room, they only found an empty box and could not find the beast crystal at all. Qin Chen looked at Qin Dai, "Didn't you insist on not selling it?" "Alas." Qin Dai sighed, "I was too stubborn before and didn't consider my family's situation. When the captain gave me the beast crystal, he asked me to sell it for some money, but I couldn't get over it. But now I understand it. Life at home had become increasingly difficult over the past year. He also knew that Qin Chen's fire sensitivity had reached 0.9, just 0.1 short. Perhaps with some special supplements, he could make up for it. If Qin Chen could really qualify to practice, then everything would be worth it. There are still 3 months left before the college entrance examination, and the threshold to enter university is to have the qualification to practice. As long as the sensitivity reaches 1, you can enter university. Even if it is the worst university, it is still a university. After graduating, the worst is the initial stage of physical training. By then, you can also do well. Not for sale. Qin Chen waved his hand. Whatever you sell, you will eat it all up. How can you sell it? Selling yourself is probably the best option. Ah. The two looked at Qin Chen in confusion. When they argued about this matter before, Qin Chen did not support it but did not oppose it either. Why did he suddenly take this attitude? It's impossible to sell it. Don't worry about me. I can practice now. Qin Chen no longer concealed it. The two of them have been worrying about him for the past year. It's time for them to relax and be happy. Can we practice now? The two looked at Qin Chen and just stood there in a daze. After a moment, Li Xiufen stood up, walked to Qin Chen, raised her hand and touched his forehead. Xiaochen, what's wrong with you today? Qin Chen knew they didn't believe him, so he took out a certificate and said, take a look. Li Xiufen took the certificate and asked, certificate of the initial stage of physical training. Looking at the certificate, her hands couldn't help but tremble. Let me see, let me see. Qin Dai's body was not in good condition, so he could only shout on the sofa. Li Xiufen walked over and handed him the certificate. Looking at the certificate, he said excitedly, it's really the early stage of body refining. His expression was very complicated. There are still 3 months left before the college entrance examination. I have reached the initial stage of physical training, which can only be achieved by top students. Ordinary students will only succeed in physical training after entering university. Qin Chen looked at the expressions of the two and just smiled. He obtained 4 certificates this time. Fortunately, he did not take out the one that required him to reach the peak of physical training, otherwise he was afraid that the two would faint from excitement. He stood up and returned to the room without disturbing the two people's excitement. The next day. In the classroom, the head teacher came to the podium and looked at the people below. Today we will have a practical training, which will also be a test of your recent experience. The college entrance examination is not far away. I hope you can all show your true scores. The school will register some outstanding people based on the results of this training. In the following period of time, these outstanding students will receive some special training. Now is the sprint stage of the college entrance examination, and the school has also set some indicators. Therefore, how many outstanding students a school can produce is not only a personal issue for the students, but also a problem for the school. Okay, everyone gather at the practical training ground. This time, it's a training for the whole grade, don't embarrass me. The head teacher looked at everyone again. The training ground is less than 20 minutes away from the teaching building. When Qin Chen arrived, he saw that thousands of people had gathered here. Soon everyone was divided into 10 groups according to their classes, and Class 7, where Qin Chen was assigned to the second group. Each group has a teacher to guide them. My name is Fang Lei, and I'm your instructor. Now, who will be the first to step out? Teacher, are we going to fight against you? A classmate asked. Fang Lei smiled, fight with me. I'm at the peak of physical training, you can fight me if you want. This. Everyone's faces changed when they heard this. To reach the peak of physical training, even the number 1 genius in a middle school does not have that kind of strength. The first one to step out is equivalent to the champion. What? No one has the courage. Fang Lei glanced at everyone. At this moment, a classmate stood up and walked to the center of the venue. My name is Liao Yang. It's Liao Yang. The faces of the students around changed when they saw Liao Yang. Liao Yang, a senior at number 1 middle school, is ranked 5th among the top 10 geniuses. Liao Yang was actually assigned to our group. How can we fight? Someone said speechlessly. The first one to go up was Liao Yang. They would only be beaten if they went up. Fang Lei saw Liao Yang coming up and nodded with satisfaction. Then he looked at everyone and found that no one dared to come up, so he had to start counting people. There is no other way. This time, in order to record the practical abilities of some outstanding students, he must take action before he can make a rough judgment. Come here. He pointed at a student. The student's face changed and he had to go up fearfully. Bang. At the beginning, he was knocked to the ground. You. Fang Lei continued to point at people. As time passed, they were defeated one by Liao Yang, and the strongest one did not last more than 3 moves. You. Fang Lei continued to point at people. Come on, squad leader. Suddenly, the students in Class 7 shouted. The squad leader who was called shook his head with a wry smile. Liao Yang knew that he was definitely no match for his opponent. Sure enough, after he went up, he was defeated after holding out for 10 moves. The students in Class 7 were suddenly discouraged. This Liao Yang is too strong, he is simply bullying us. Someone shook his head and said helplessly. The eyes of some girls around looked at Liao Yang with colorful expressions. It's really good. Fang Lei also looked at Liao Yang and nodded with satisfaction. Liao Yang should have entered the initial stage of body training. After that, he glanced at the remaining people who had not yet fought. Come here. He pointed at Qin Chen. Qin Chen stood up, and Wang Hai beside him pulled him back. Fall down after you go up, don't let him hit you. Qin Chen nodded, walked onto the stage, and spoke directly, Qin Chen. His expression was very calm, which surprised the students around him. He doesn't seem nervous at all. I have no choice. I've been called upon and I have to go. I'm going to get beaten anyway, so be prepared. At this time on the field, Liao Yang was obviously feeling a little bored after defeating so many people. He looked at Qin Chen and said nonchalantly, Are you ready? Okay. Qin Chen nodded. The moment Qin Chen finished speaking, Liao Yang rushed over. He wanted to end this boring battle quickly. At this moment, he pounced like a cheetah, his speed was extremely fast. In just a blink of an eye, he was close to Qin Chen. Some of the girls around couldn't help but shout. Liao Yang. Liao Yang. For a moment, the scene reached its climax. Bang. A figure flew backwards. Liao Yang. Liao Yang. Liao. Just when some girls were shouting loudly, they suddenly saw the flying figure, and their voices were suddenly stuck as if they had eaten chicken shit. The whole audience fell silent instantly, and everyone looked at the field with an incredible expression. Liao Yang, who had just been praised by everyone, was now lying on the ground, his face pale and his expression extremely painful. At this time, Qin Chen was standing in the center of the field, still in the same position. Everyone's minds went blank. Liao Yang, the 5th-ranked genius, was killed instantly in one move, without Qin Chen even getting the chance to move a single step. Qin Chen. Qin Chen. Wang Hai was the first to react and suddenly shouted. Qin Chen. Qin Chen. At this moment, the students of Class 7 shouted out one after another. Fang Lei was also shocked. His pupils shrank. In just a moment, even he couldn't tell what realm Qin Chen was in. Quick, 2 people come and carry him to the infirmary. Fang Lei shouted hurriedly when he saw Liao Yang lying on the ground in more and more pain. When Liao Yang was carried away, Qin Chen looked at Fang Lei, and Fang Lei also looked at Qin Chen. Qin Chen said a little embarrassedly, Teacher, I didn't hold it back the first time I made a move. Fang Lei waved his hand and was about to speak. Qin Chen continued, Teacher, please click on the next one. This time, I must stop at the limit. As soon as he said this, the faces of the students around him changed drastically. Fang Lei was stunned. There was no point in clicking. Liao Yang had been knocked down with one move. There was no point in clicking on him again. Qin Chen, come with me. Fang Lei looked at the others again, you guys continue to spar by yourselves and wait for me to come back. After saying that, he took Qin Chen and walked towards a certain direction of the school. The students were left confused, and when he reacted, they couldn't help but start talking. What realm is Qin Chen in? He should be in the middle stage of physical training. In the whole number 1 middle school, only the monitor of that class, Wang Chang, reached the middle stage not long ago. This Qin Chen is such a shady old bastard, he only revealed himself at this moment. In the field, Wang Hai was surrounded by a lot of people, all of them were classmates from class 7. They all knew that he had a good relationship with Qin Chen, and they were all curious. Haha, actually I already knew my brother's strength a long time ago. Let me tell you, he is not in the middle stage of body refining, but in the late stage. The little fat boy looked very proud, but he was extremely confused at this moment. Damn, that kid actually hid it from me and secretly became a master. What? Late stage of physical training. When the people around heard Wang Hai's words, they exclaimed in surprise. Hiss. The sound of people gasping for air was heard, and people looked at Qin Chen's back as he walked away, their eyes full of disbelief. The school's martial arts training building is usually where students compete with each other and practice on their own. It is also a place for students to test their own fighting abilities. Qin Chen, what realm are you in? Fang Lei looked at Qin Chen and asked seriously. His expression was very serious. Don't hide anything. This is related to the school's arrangements for you in the future. During the sprint period of the college entrance examination, the school has different arrangements for different students. If you conceal it at this time, you will be the one who suffers. The peak of body training. Qin Chen nodded. He certainly wouldn't tell anyone about the 3 systems, but the peak of physical training was astonishing enough. Sure enough, it's the peak of physical training. Fang Lei was so excited that he grabbed Qin Chen's arms and said, "Do you mind testing your combat power?" "Teacher Fang, don't get excited." Qin Chen said helplessly, "Then let's test it." He was actually very curious whether the combat power measured by the instrument was the same as that on the system. Wait. Suddenly, Fang Lei took out his phone, dialed a number and called. Not long after, a man who looked to be in his 50s came over. "Fang Lei, what are you doing? Why are you asking me to come here quickly?" the man said with some dissatisfaction. "Principal, this is a big news. There is a student here who is about to test his combat power. Let me show you." Fang Lei said excitedly. The principal was about to get angry. What's so interesting about a student's test? Suddenly, there was a loud noise. He looked over and saw the combat power numbers on the instrument kept jumping and finally stopped. He stared at the number in amazement. 150. Even Fang Lei, who already knew that Qin Chen had reached the pinnacle of physical training, widened his eyes in disbelief. This data has far exceeded the peak of physical training. Although the peak of physical training may be over 100, after all, some people are born with strong physical fitness, but it is basically impossible to reach 150. Fang Lei, which school is this student from? The principal took a look at Qin Chen, and after confirming that he didn't know him, he shouted to Fang Lei. As the principal, he didn't know much about the students in the school, but he knew very well that there was no such person as Qin Chen among those outstanding students. "Principal, Qin Chen is from our school. He is a student in class 7 of grade 3. Otherwise, why would he come to our school for the test?" Fang Lei came back to his senses from the shock and was speechless. Why did he bring students from other schools? Only then did the principal look at Qin Chen seriously. The more he looked at this student from his school, the more he liked him. "Student Qin, come here." The principal pulled Qin Chen to the side and sat down. "Student Qin, are you a double major?" he suddenly asked. At the peak of physical training, with a combat power of 150, there are only 2 possibilities, one is super abnormal, and the other is dual system. The probabilities of both are terribly low, but comparing the two, he feels that the possibility of dual system is greater. After all, Qin Chen does not look like the kind of person with abnormal muscular physique. Qin Chen nodded and did not deny it. Although there were few dual system people, they did exist. "Haha, good," the principal laughed. "Dual system, 150, that proves that Qin Chen's other system has reached the middle stage of physical training. This speed of cultivation is simply terrifying. However, I suggest that you still focus on the department that reaches the pinnacle of body refining. The college entrance examination is approaching. If you can become a 1-star warrior in the exam, Dragon Country University will be your choice," the principal reminded seriously. He has worked in number 1 middle school for so long, and Qin Chen is the most talented person he has ever seen. He must be taken seriously. He will definitely be a killer in the college entrance examination. I understand. Qin Chen nodded without explaining anything. By the way, how do you want the school to train you? The principal suddenly asked. Although the school had previously prepared to train top students in a targeted manner, the appearance of Qin Chen no longer meant that it was no longer a matter of top students. The so-called geniuses in the school had been left far behind, and the training plans for them were not suitable for Qin Chen. Actually, there are no special requirements. Qin Chen shook his head slightly. The school's training program is definitely not as good as his system and is completely unnecessary. Principal, I heard that the school has special bonuses. Qin Chen asked. Hearing this, the principal looked at Qin Chen. This kid is really honest. He nodded. Indeed, there is, but the top prize isn't that much. How many? 100,000. That's great too. I hope to be able to apply for this scholarship. The principal may not know the situation of my family. We are very poor. Qin Chen said seriously. Good boy. The principal secretly sighed and said, I will apply for the bonus for you and try to get it for you within 3 days. Schools have a set process for applying for scholarships, and the shortest process is 3 days. Thank you very much, Principal. Qin Chen smiled. 100,000, plus the money in his card, totals to 420,000. This is an amount that many families cannot save in their lifetime. Any other requests? The principal continued. The bonus should be given to the best students, and this is what Qin Chen deserves. I hope to have more free time to study. My way of practicing is a little different. Qin Chen said after thinking for a while. There is actually not much point in coming to school now. He wants to make better use of his time to improve himself. No problem. The principal said without any hesitation. Since Qin Chen's strength has only been revealed now, he must have relied on his own training methods before. In this case, he certainly does not want to be held back by the school's learning methods. After Qin Chen left, he did not go to the practical class again, but left the school directly. He took a taxi and came to the largest energy mall in the city center. The so-called energy mall is a place that specializes in buying and selling monster crystals, skins, corpses, and various elixirs. This largest shopping mall is also officially owned, so he can get discounts here. 320,000 could elevate his wind realm to its peak, and he could also start formal cultivation of the ice realm. One top-grade beast crystal of the wind element has allowed me to reach 45% of my body tempering progress. So, if I want to reach 100%, I will need 2 more top-grade beast crystals. His wind talent is only S, so the effect of high-level beast crystals will be much worse, and 4 high-level beast crystals may not necessarily bring him to the peak. But 2 top-grade beast crystals will definitely do the trick. The discounted price of 2 top-grade beast crystals is 160,000, so he still has 160,000 left, and can buy 2 top-grade ice beast crystals. The second floor of the mall is an area dedicated to the sale of beast crystals, and he quickly found the place where wind-type beast crystals were sold. 120,000. Qin Chen frowned when he asked about the price. Yes, sir. The crystals of wind-type beasts are more expensive than those of fire-type beasts. After all, this type of beast is relatively rare, explained the salesperson. Qin Chen then understood that the beast crystals of different ferocious beasts have different prices. Give me 2. Qin Chen took out the certificate of peak physical training and said. The salesman took the certificate and looked at it, his face changed. Sir, you. What's wrong? Qin Chen frowned. No, it's okay. I just want to say, sir, you can enjoy a 40% discount. 60% off. Qin Chen was stunned, and then he remembered. When he was in the Martial Arts Association, he was certified at the middle stage of body refining and got a 20% discount. So, the late stage of body refining is 30% off, and the peak of body refining is 40% off. Pack it up for me. Qin Chen smiled. It was a 40% discount, so one piece only cost 72,000. This was a huge benefit. It's fine. The salesperson quickly wrapped it up for Qin Chen. After Qin Chen took the beast crystal, he glanced at the salesperson and said, "Keep it a secret." The salesperson immediately nodded continuously, like a chick pecking at rice. Afterwards, Qin Chen came to the Ice Beast Crystal sales point and also bought 2 Ice Beast Crystals of the best quality. All in all, he still had 32,000 yuan in the card. He kept 2,000 yuan for himself and used the rest for family expenses, which was enough for the time being. After the school bonus comes out in a few days, he will give it all to his family, so that the family's conditions will be much better. After everything was done, he went downstairs and walked out of the mall. As soon as he went downstairs, 2 people, a man and a woman, came in from the mall entrance. When the men saw Qin Chen, he was stunned at first. Then he saw what Qin Chen was holding in his hand and frowned. "Mr. Quan, what's wrong?" The dazzling woman next to him saw Zhao Quan's expression and asked in confusion. "I see an acquaintance." He looked carefully at Qin Chen who was walking over. At this moment, he remembered that this was the person who had looked for him some time ago. At that time, Qin Chen even questioned him whether he had ordered someone to kill Qin Dai, and he admitted it without hesitation. He knew Qin Chen's family and knew they didn't have much money, but when he saw what Qin Chen was holding, his expression changed. Did he record the video and go look for my family? His mind became active. Although it is impossible to see what quality of beast crystal Qin Chen is holding, buying 4 at once, even if they are the most basic ones, is impossible for Qin Chen's family to afford. The only possibility is that Qin Chen used the recording to threaten his family. Although Zhao Quan is strong, he is not strong enough to ignore the rules. This man must die. He suddenly became ruthless. If Qin Chen holds the recording, it will be a time bomb. Although it will not cause the Zhao family to collapse, it will be very uncomfortable, especially since Qin Dai is a retired soldier. How could young Master Quan have such a friend? The woman glanced at Qin Chen and said with disdain. Qin Chen is the kind of person who looks very ordinary at first glance, and his clothes have no temperament at all. At this time, Qin Chen naturally saw Zhao Quan in front of him, but he just glanced at him and ignored him. Qin Chen. When he approached, Zhao Quan took the initiative to greet him. "It's really you." He looked surprised. "Brother Qin, the last time you came to see me, I was in a bad mood." "Brother Qin, do you have time now? If you can, I will give you all the compensation I owe you." Qin Chen looked at him. "How do you want to compensate?" Hearing Qin Chen's words, Zhao Quan was delighted and said, "Let's talk in the car." Qin Chen smiled and did not refuse. He followed him out of the mall. "Brother Qin, I don't have any money in my card, but I have a villa in the suburbs. The money is there. Come with me and I'll give it to you. How about that?" After getting in the car, Zhao Quan said with a smile on his face. "Is that so?" Qin Chen hesitated. Zhao Quan was anxious. "Brother Qin, don't worry. When we get there, we can talk about how much you want." Qin Chen was embarrassed for a while, but finally gritted his teeth and nodded, "Okay, but come back early." "Haha, okay, my car runs very fast." Zhao Quan laughed. "Get out." He looked at the woman again, his face turning cold. The woman said reluctantly, "Master Quan, I don't know where your villa is. I want to go there too." "Not only you don't know about my villa, no one knows about it except me." Zhao Quan's face turned cold. "Why are you going there? We agreed that if we split up, we can't get entangled, so it's better for you not to know about the villa." The woman's face was furious. Just as she was about to speak, Qin Chen suddenly said, "It's okay, Master Quan. Let her go. It's ridiculous for 2 grown men to go." Zhao Quan was stunned. He wanted to refuse, but he was afraid that Qin Chen would not go either, so he nodded and said, "Okay." He didn't delay any longer, stepped on the accelerator, and the car drove quickly towards the suburbs. Half an hour later, the place the car arrived at became more and more remote, and finally it came to a deserted road. At a glance, there was no house to be seen around, let alone people. There was not even a ghost. Soon after, the car slowly stopped and Zhao Quan said, "The road ahead is impassable. Let's go down and walk." Having said that, he got out of the car, and the woman followed him out without noticing anything unusual. Qin Chen smiled slightly. He quickly took out the 4 beast crystals, swallowed them in one gulp, and then opened the car door slowly. Ding, swallowing is successful, your body wind element tempering progress reaches 100%. Ding, swallowing is successful, the progress of your body's ice element tempering reaches 100%. Qin Chen felt that at this moment, his physical strength had reached an unprecedented level. Name, Qin Chen. Fire Realm, peak of body refining. Wind Realm, peak of physical refining. Ice Realm, peak of physical refining. Power, 500. Ding, congratulations to the host, 3 series of practitioners, the physical body has reached the limit of the human body, and the God-level mission is starting. Exclamation point. Qin Chen was shocked when he saw this fighting power. The reason why he dared to follow Zhao Quan here was because he guessed that after swallowing 2 top-grade ice beast crystals, he would be able to reach the peak. After all, his ice talent was SS level. He also guessed that his combat power would definitely reach the threshold of 300 combat power for a 1-star warrior, or even exceed it by a lot. But he didn't expect that it was 200 points higher than the threshold for a 1-star warrior. As for Zhao Quan, he had just become a 1-star warrior, so his combat power was definitely not that high. Tremble, Zhao Quan. After getting off the car, Qin Chen looked at Zhao Quan in front of him and smiled. Ding, the God-level mission is successfully launched. Task 1, become a 1-star warrior within half a year and be rewarded with a fire mark fragment, normal mode. Task 2, become a 1-star warrior within 3 months, and be rewarded with a fire and wind mark fragment, difficult mode. Task 3, become a 1-star warrior within 1 month, and be rewarded with a fire, ice, or wind mark fragment, and a 2nd-grade martial art, hell mode. Task 4, become a 1-star warrior within 3 days, and be rewarded with 2 random mark fragments and a martial arts gift pack, God-level mode. Qin Chen looked directly at Task 4. The task that was opened was a God-level task. The only thing he cared about was the God-level task. Needless to say, the mark fragments are the fragments of elemental mark. To break through to become a 1-star warrior, he needed to condense the elemental imprint. He had the talent for devouring, so as long as he devoured enough imprint fragments, he could condense the elemental imprint. The most important thing is the martial arts gift package. He couldn't guess what kind of martial arts it was, but since it was a God-level task, it must be not simple. This God-level mission is too difficult. 3 days, this is simply too difficult to be true. Ding, the task acceptance time is 3 seconds. If the host does not accept it, he will passively receive a random task. The countdown begins. Qin Chen's face changed and he quickly accepted task 4. Brother Qin, hurry up and catch up, we'll be there soon. Zhao Quan turned and shouted to Qin Chen. Hurry up. The woman had an impatient expression and disgust in her eyes. It would be great if only she and Zhao Quan came together. Now Qin Chen is simply a light bulb to them. Coming. Qin Chen did not delay any longer and quickly followed. Soon after, an abandoned reservoir appeared in front of them, surrounded by barren forests. Mr. Quan. Where is your villa? The woman looked around and saw a dilapidated hut in front of her. That should be where the people who were responsible for guarding the reservoir lived when the reservoir was still in use. As for the villa, there was not even a trace of it. Zhao Quan suddenly turned around and grabbed the woman's neck. Villa. Such a big reservoir as your grave is much better than a villa. The woman's face turned pale and she tried to speak, but her neck was stuck and she couldn't shout at all. Zhao Quan had no mercy on the woman. He exerted force with his hands, and with a click, he broke the woman's neck and threw her away. With a bang, the woman's body was thrown into the reservoir by him. Qin Chen watched him kill the woman and throw her body away without any expression. He had agreed to let this woman come because he wanted this effect. This woman is related to Zhao Quan. If she doesn't come, it will be easy for the Zhao family to find out later. But this woman is dead, and he killed Zhao Quan. Even if the Zhao family wants to track him down, it will take some time. What he lacks most now is time. At this time, Zhao Quan looked at Qin Chen. You didn't run away. He thought Qin Chen would run away after seeing him kill someone, but at this moment Qin Chen just stood there without any reaction. Yeah, I was scared. He walked in front of Qin Chen. "Now it's your turn." As he said that, he punched forward, and at the same time, his fist turned fiery red. A one-star fire warrior. Qin Chen stared at the fist without dodging or evading, and the moment it came in front of him, he also punched out. Boom. A loud bang was heard, and Zhao Quan, who was originally feeling proud, suddenly screamed, and his body flew backwards and fell to the ground with a bang. You have broken through to become a warrior." His face was pale and he looked at Qin Chen in horror. After he broke through to become a one-star warrior, his combat power reached 320, but he was still seriously injured by a punch from Qin Chen. It took him at least quite some time to break through to become a warrior. Thinking of this, he showed a look of disbelief. Qin Chen came to him in a few steps and slapped his forehead with his palm. "Die." Feeling the approach of death, Zhao Quan's face changed drastically. "No, I am a member of the Zhao family. You can't kill me, otherwise the Zhao family will not let you go, and will not let your family go." Bang. Qin Chen's palm slapped him on the forehead without any hesitation. Zhao Quan's eyes widened with a look of horror, and his whole body went limp and he fell to the ground. Qin Chen grabbed his body and threw it into the reservoir. After watching the two bodies slowly sink to the bottom, he turned and left. Not long after, he drove Zhao Quan's car over and parked it in the reservoir. After that, he cleaned up the scene before turning around and leaving. Everything is neat and tidy. After returning home, it was already dark. Qin Chen went straight back to his room, then sat cross-legged on the bed and began to practice. Condense the fire element mark first. Buzz. A ball of fire appeared in his palm and then began to jump continuously. The so-called condensed mark is to completely transform the elemental power into your own mark, and then control the elemental power through the mark. A one-star warrior is one who condenses a divine mark. Qin Chen's talent for fire element is the highest SSS. At this moment, he feels that his closeness to the fire element has reached a terrifying level. It was not until the next morning that he opened his eyes and looked at the system. His fire element mark had condensed to 2%. Name: Qin Chen. Fire Realm, Peak of Body Refining, Elemental Mark Progress 2%. Wind Realm, Peak of Physical Refining. Ice Realm, Peak of Physical Refining. Power, 504. According to this progress, it will take 50 days to break through 1 star. Qin Chen shook his head. He still has an SSS level talent, and it would take years to change to a worse one. There is a place that can help me speed up the process of condensing the mark, but this place is too expensive. He remembered that there was an element training room in the Martial Arts Association. Inside, the elemental power was rich. As long as you enter to practice, you can speed up the condensation process. However, it costs a lot of money to get in. It is said that it costs hundreds of thousands for one night. Moreover, different element training rooms have different prices. The charges are based on the type of element and its concentration. Even if Qin Chen takes the shortest 3 days, he will have to spend over $1 million, and there is no guarantee that he can make a breakthrough within 3 days. Just then, his cell phone suddenly rang. "Qin Chen, come to school." The principal's voice came from the other end of the phone. Qin Chen was stunned. "Principal, I have the right to study freely." "I know, this matter is very important, come quickly." The principal did not explain, but his tone seemed very urgent. After hanging up the phone, Qin Chen went out and went straight to school. "Principal, what's the matter? Why are you so anxious?" After Qin Chen arrived at the school, he went straight to the principal's office. At this time, not only the principal but also the school director was in the office. Come. The principal saw Qin Chen and smiled and asked him to sit down. "Have you ever heard of talent camp?" After Qin Chen sat down, the principal began to ask. Qin Chen nodded. As far as he could remember, the Genius Training Camp was a special genius camp specifically for high school students. Before every college entrance examination, it will be established, and then one best student will be selected from each high school in the city to participate. Judging from the dates of previous years, now is about the right time. The person our school has chosen this time is you. The principal looked at Qin Chen with anticipation in his eyes. There are more than 150 high schools in Chengdu. After each genius training camp begins, each school will conduct a comparison. In the past, students from Chengdu No. 1 Middle School were not at the bottom, but they had never been in the top 10. And with Qin Chen in this class, he felt that it was a sure thing for him to enter the top 10. He could even compete for the top 3, or even the first place, to bring honor to Rongqing No. 1 Middle School. "How about it, are you interested?" asked the principal. The director at the side also looked at Qin Chen with complicated expressions. In the past, students had to go through fierce struggles to enter this genius training camp, but now, the principal seemed to be begging Qin Chen. The gap was really too big. "When does it begin?" "It starts at noon." "So fast?" Qin Chen frowned. He was quite interested in the genius training camp, but now he needed to think about how to break through to become a one-star warrior within 3 days and enter the training camp, so he would not be so free. The principal saw Qin Chen hesitate, and he became anxious, and hurriedly said, "Qin Chen, once you enter this genius training camp, the city will give you a genius bonus of 100,000. In addition, you will receive guidance from the instructors. Not only that, as long as you have the ability, you can also enter the element training room." Elemental training room. There is an elemental training room in the training camp. Qin Chen was stunned, and then showed excitement. What he needs most right now is an element training room. Of course, the principal smiled. Qin Chen was at the peak of physical training, and he knew that as soon as he mentioned the element training room, the other party would agree without hesitation. Without waiting for Qin Chen to ask, he continued, "And this element training room is newly developed. The training inside is 15 times better than the outside world." 15 times. Qin Chen was shocked. He remembered that the elemental training rooms currently created by humans had a training speed of only 13 times at most, and they were all in Kyoto, and their number was extremely small. 15 times, calculated as 2% a night, then it would be 30% a night. All in all, as long as he stayed in the training room for 2 consecutive days, he would be able to break through to the level of a one-star warrior in the fire realm. "How about it, are you interested in participating?" the principal asked again. "Of course." Qin Chen nodded. With the element training room, he naturally had no reason to refuse. "Haha, great." The principal laughed. "Qin Chen, I promise you again, as long as you can get first place in the genius camp this time, I will increase your bonus to 150,000. The maximum bonus stipulated in No. 1 Middle School is 100,000, but if Qin Chen can really get first place, he decides to break this rule. Even if he can't, he will pay 50,000 out of his own pocket." "Thank you very much, Principal," Qin Chen said with a smile. "As for money, of course the more the better, and I accept all that comes my way." The principal nodded and checked the time. "You can leave now." "Now?" Qin Chen looked confused. "Yes, now, the original time to go to the training camp is today, and noon is the latest time. I think the people selected by other schools have already set off," explained the principal. "Where is it?" Qin Chen asked puzzledly. The principal shook his head. "I don't know exactly where it is. You need to find it by yourselves and go there by yourself. You must arrive at the training camp before dark. If you are late, it will be considered as giving up automatically. You really know how to have fun." Qin Chen turned and left. Seeing Qin Chen leaving eagerly, the principal and the director both laughed. This is actually a test. It requires not only strength but also brains. If you haven't found a place in the training camp within 1 day, you are not qualified to become a member of the training camp. "Do you think Qin Chen can get first place?" the director suddenly asked. Judging from past experience, it is almost certain that Qin Chen will get first place. But they learned that this year, 2 geniuses had emerged, one from No. 7 Middle School and the other from No. 9 Middle School. Those 2 were Qin Chen's biggest competitors, and it was said that they had also reached the peak of their physical training. "I don't know. It's good to have pressure. If there's no pressure, I wouldn't recommend him to go." The principal shook his head. Qin Chen was able to reach such a high level quietly, he must have his own method of practice. If the genius training camp is still like those in the past, he would not bother to recommend it. At this time, Qin Chen had already walked out of the school. He did not leave immediately, but took out his mobile phone and opened the map. There are 3 places with elemental training rooms in Rongqing City. He looked at the 3 places on the map. One is the Martial Arts Association, one is the Municipal Sports Center, and the other is the Mingshan Training Ground. All 3 places are possible, because genius training camps in the past have been set up in these 3 places and there is no fixed location. 3 places, in 3 directions. Qin Chen looked at the map and frowned. The 3 directions are very far apart. If we go one by one, one day will not be enough. He zoomed in on the map, found the addresses of every high school in the city, and suddenly smiled. The city's high schools are distributed in various places. Some are very close to the Martial Arts Association, some are very close to the Municipal Sports Center, but Northwest School is close to the Mingshan Training Ground. Even the nearest one, to Mingshan Training Camp, takes more than 3 hours, and the farthest one, nearly 6 hours. If we want to be as fair as possible, Mingshan is the best choice. It's very likely the Mingshan Training Ground. Qin Chen looked directly at the Mingshan Training Ground on the map. He was the farthest away from there and it would take him an estimated 5 or 6 hours to get there. However, he did not decide to go to Mingshan Training Ground immediately, but headed towards the Martial Arts Association. The Martial Arts Association was only half an hour away from him, so it wouldn't take him long to go there first. "Young man, would you like a ride?" A taxi suddenly stopped next to Qin Chen, and the driver asked, sticking his head out. Qin Chen directly opened the passenger door. Martial Arts Association. "Okay." The driver stepped on the accelerator and sped away. "Young man, did you go to the Martial Arts Association for certification? It's not easy to get certification at such a young age." After getting in the car, the driver glanced at Qin Chen while driving and asked with a smile. "I guess so." Qin Chen nodded. "You really want to verify it? Does the young man have a girlfriend?" "I have a daughter at home." The driver kept talking, and Qin Chen answered intermittently. But soon, Qin Chen narrowed his eyes. "Master, isn't this the way to the Martial Arts Association?" He looked ahead and saw that the driver had changed directions twice without him noticing, and was now getting farther and farther away from the Martial Arts Association. "Young man, I have been driving a taxi for 3 years. Yes, this direction is martial arts." Bang. Qin Chen kicked the car door open without saying a word and jumped down. The driver's face changed, but he did not stop the car and continued driving. He glanced in the rearview mirror and was surprised to see Qin Chen standing steadily in the back. He kicked the car door away. He is at least in the middle stage of physical training. This year's genius is really better than the last one. As he said that, he took out his phone and dialed a number. Number 37 is out of control, and his cultivation is at least in the middle stage of physical training. After Qin Chen jumped out of the car, he looked at the taxi and saw that it did not stop at all. He smiled slightly and said, "It seems that the test of the genius training camp has begun." He turned and headed towards the Mingshan training camp. At this time, the taxi began to pull over. The driver got out of the car and was surprised to see that Qin Chen did not continue to go to the direction of the Martial Arts Association, but left directly. He is an instructor in the talent training camp. Although the genius training camp is for geniuses selected by each school, not everyone can enter. Only those who have found the location of the training camp and arrived within the specified time will be considered official members. He is one of the people who created difficulties for these geniuses this time, and he is responsible for Qin Chen. Qin Chen's number is 37. Originally, this number belonged to Wang Chang from number 1 middle school. It was a rough ranking given based on the usual performance of more than 150 people. Now that number 1 middle school has been replaced by Qin Chen, this number has also become Qin Chen's. Not playing by the rules. He stared at Qin Chen's receding back and was stunned. He was surprised that Qin Chen could kick the car door open, but he was even more surprised that Qin Chen did not go to the Martial Arts Association but went to the Mingshan training ground. According to common thinking, if he stopped Qin Chen from going to the Martial Arts Association, then Qin Chen would definitely find a way to go to the Martial Arts Association. The more he was stopped, the more he would go. This is normal thinking. But Qin Chen gave up going to the Martial Arts Association without hesitation. He did not expect such decisiveness. Not long after, Qin Chen took another taxi. This time he looked ahead carefully, and only after making sure that he was heading towards the Mingshan training ground did he relax. A few hours later, he arrived at the foot of Mingshan Mountain. Looking up, he could not see the top of the mountain. Just when Qin Chen reached the foot of the mountain, he saw a man and a woman climbing hard among the forests of Mingshan. This Mingshan mountain is really hard to climb. I haven't even completed 1/3 of it. If I can't reach the top before dark, I'll have failed. When I return to school, people will laugh at me to death. The girl stopped and said breathlessly. The school chose her to attend the talent training camp this time. She was full of confidence before, but now she can't help but worry. Mingshan is said to be inaccessible to ordinary people, so it's certainly not easy to climb. The boy said. It didn't look that difficult, but it wasn't easy either. His speed was much slower than when he first climbed the mountain. Xiaoyan, I won't wait for you anymore. I have to go up first. The higher I go, the harder it gets. I'm afraid I won't be able to reach my destination by then. The boy suddenly said. After hearing this, the girl named Xiaoyan was furious. Zhou Lei, are you going to abandon me? You still want to pursue me? Zhou Lei felt a little embarrassed. He had always liked Jin Xiaoyan, but losing this opportunity to enter the genius training camp was too much of a loss. What are you afraid of? Our schools are the closest to the Mingshan training ground, and we are the first to climb the mountain. If we can't get up, others will definitely not be able to get up. By then, there will be no one left in the genius training camp, and they will still let everyone in. They are the best students in their respective schools, and they arrived at Mingshan earlier than others. Even so, they cannot reach the top of the mountain within the specified time. People from other schools may not be able to reach it even more. If this training camp isn't here, then we're out of luck. But if you want to leave me, then don't talk to me again. The girl continued in a firm tone. Zhou Lei's face changed, he took a deep breath and was about to speak, but suddenly, he looked down the mountain with a shocked expression. Xiaoyan, look. Look. What are you looking at? The girl was a little dissatisfied, but still couldn't help turning her head to look down. I saw a figure coming up quickly, the speed was unbelievable. They had been walking for an hour since they started climbing the mountain, nearly 1/3 of the distance, but the distance was rapidly shortening under this man's feet. You know, Mingshan is not a tourist destination. Here, there is only a training ground on the top of the mountain, which is specially used to train some geniuses. Therefore, there is no well-maintained mountain road in Mingshan. There are forests all along the way, and most of the stones underfoot are very loose or muddy, making it very difficult to walk. However, all these were as flat as the ground under that person's feet. Those trees did not stop this man at all, and those loose stones would roll if most people stepped on them, but when he stepped on them, they were like a dragonfly skimming the water. This girl was completely shocked. Could it be the instructor? Zhou Lei looked confused, but this was the only explanation. Apart from the instructors, only students who need training will go up here. It's not the instructor, the girl suddenly screamed. Zhou Lei looked carefully, and when he saw Qin Chen's face clearly, his face changed. He was too young, just like them, a student. How is it possible? He is at least in the late stage of physical training. How could a student in the late stage of physical training enter the training camp with us this time? I heard before that there were a few perverts in this class. Is it true? Just as the two were shocked, the figure got closer and closer, and finally they could see Qin Chen's appearance clearly. Classmate, which school are you from? Zhou Lei couldn't help but ask when he saw Qin Chen approaching. Swish. The moment the boy asked the question, Qin Chen's figure quickly passed in front of the two of them. Number 1 Middle School. Qin Chen's voice rang out. When the two reacted and looked up, Qin Chen was already 100 meters away. Exclamation point. The boy couldn't help but swear. It was too fast. They were climbing the mountain with great difficulty, but Qin Chen was flying. Wind element, definitely the late stage of wind element body training, the girl murmured. When Qin Chen passed by them, he felt like a gust of wind. The physical training realm is for those who have not yet practiced martial arts. Only those who practice physical training with the wind element can reach this speed. At this time, Qin Chen was climbing the mountain while breathing evenly. It did not look like he was climbing a mountain but rather enjoying himself. It's worthy of being a mountain that is known to be inaccessible to ordinary people. Here, I feel that my cultivation will progress faster. Qin Chen was surprised. There seemed to be the legendary spiritual energy here, making him feel that every breath he took was a form of spiritual practice. If you practice here for a long time, the effect will definitely be much better than practicing at the foot of the mountain. I only saw 2 people along the way. It seems that I am the first one. He looked up and still couldn't see the top of the mountain, but he knew that he had reached the mountainside and climbed half the distance. The higher he went, the harder it felt, but his speed did not slow down at all. At the beginning, he only used the peak strength of the wind realm. When he felt tired, he activated the fire element. In the end, all 3 elements were activated. Boom. Finally, he took the last step and reached the top of Mingshan Mountain. At this moment, his blood seemed to be boiling, and after a moment, it slowly calmed down. Call. Qin Chen let out a long breath, and felt refreshed. I didn't expect that after climbing a mountain, my 3 marks would be more concentrated. He looked at the system, and at this time his 3 series mark had condensed another 2%. In this way, the fire mark has condensed to a total of 4%. Combat power has also increased to 516. Looking at his own changes, he was very satisfied. He had made some progress before the genius training camp even started. Although it was not big, it was a good start. The training camp should be ahead. He looked forward. At the top of Mingshan Mountain was a gigantic platform, but he couldn't tell how big it was at first glance. 200 meters ahead, there are several buildings and even a tall building. He walked towards it step by step, and just as he was about to get closer, 2 men in military uniforms came out. One of the men glanced at the time, then looked up at Qin Chen. Not bad, you're the first one to arrive, and it didn't take you long. Which school are you from? Number 1 Middle School. Qin Chen looked at the 2 of them. Number 1 Middle School. The 2 were surprised when they heard this. They looked Qin Chen up and down, and one of them asked, is it really number 1 Middle School? It's genuine, there's no need to pretend, right? Qin Chen spread his hands. The 2 looked at Qin Chen again, and one of them said, number 1 Middle School is at least 5 hours drive from here. That means it took less than 2 hours to climb the mountain, another person continued. There was surprise in their tone. Qin Chen did not react when he heard what the 2 said. He was arranged to come in temporarily and his starting time was later than others. In fact, he had been climbing the mountain for less than an hour. Yes, very good. Welcome to the talent training camp. We are the ones responsible for security here. The 2 began to explain themselves. Do you know your classmate's name? One of them stretched out his hand and spoke naturally. Qin Chen also stretched out his hand, Qin Chen. The 2 of them immediately held hands together. But soon, Qin Chen frowned, he felt the strength in the other party's hands was gradually increasing. Qin Chen, not bad. The men nodded, but he had no intention of letting go, and his strength was still slowly increasing. Qin Chen's expression was calm, and at the same time, he gradually increased the strength in his hands. The man's face changed slightly. He didn't expect Qin Chen to take the initiative to counterattack. He used force again without hesitation. In this way, the 2 of them competed secretly, and their strength became stronger and stronger. When Qin Chen used the power of the peak of body refining, the men stared at him in shock. The people next to him were also very surprised. He could see that the people on his side had already used up the power of the peak of body refining, but there was no trace of pain on Qin Chen's face. The peak of physical training. He was shocked. The men who shook hands with Qin Chen at this time was also shocked, but he was soon relieved. After all, Qin Chen was the first to arrive, and it was entirely possible for him to have reached the peak of physical training. He smiled slightly and increased the strength in his hands again. Their mission this time is very simple, which is to give these geniuses a warning so that they will let go of their arrogance after entering the training camp, and at the same time, they will eliminate some people at the same time. However, soon his expression changed, and he felt that the power coming from his hands was getting stronger and stronger, and was not weaker than his at all. I just don't believe it. Boom. He directly used the strength of a one-star warrior, and according to the combat power, it reached at least 350 in one go. But the next moment, just as he was about to be proud, his face suddenly changed, and the same force attacked his palm directly, and even increased in strength. A drop of sweat appeared on his head, making his scalp tingle. As the force continued to attack him, he could hardly bear it anymore. "Student Qin, welcome to the Genius Training Camp," he said quickly and began to retract his hand. Qin Chen smiled and let go. "Thank you for your help." "Haha, no trouble, no trouble." The man laughed loudly, his voice trembling a little, and then pointed to a place. "Go there first, and when others arrive, gather there. Your instructor is also there." "Thank you." Qin Chen walked straight over there. "What's wrong?" After Qin Chen left, another person asked in confusion. He had seen that Qin Chen and the other party were evenly matched, but later he was a little confused. "A one-star warrior, his strength has reached that of a one-star warrior, even stronger than me. It hurt me so much just now." The man shook his hands and said with lingering fear. "He has already broken through to become a one-star warrior, with a combat power of around 350, but the strength Qin Chen just used, if calculated in terms of combat power, has at least reached 380. With a combat power of 380, unless one has abnormal physical fitness, he will definitely break through to become a one-star warrior." Thinking of this, the two turned to look at Qin Chen's back, their hearts churning. One-star warriors who are not yet adults have rarely appeared in the history of Rongcheng. "Should we report the situation?" "No need. After all, we were just testing him secretly. We are still unsure whether this boy has achieved a breakthrough to become a one-star warrior." "You mean, maybe it's dual system?" "Yes, so it's better not to report it. With that person's temper, if he is wrong, none of us will be well off." He thought of his boss's dominance. If he reported it without being sure, and the information was wrong, he would be scolded at best, and punished in various ways at worst. It would not be worth it. After the two made their decision, they continued to wait for the arrival of other students. At this time, Qin Chen had already arrived at the designated place. It was a square. It looked like a training ground and there was nothing special about it. After a while, people came to the top of the mountain one after another. "Hold on for 5 seconds without making a sound and you'll pass." A voice came from the person who had shaken hands with Qin Chen before. Immediately afterwards, a student walked towards Qin Chen. "Ah!" Not long after, a scream rang out. "Disuse." In the following time, what Qin Chen heard most was elimination, and one person would be eliminated almost every few minutes. As the sky gradually began to darken, fewer and fewer people reached the top of the mountain. At this time, another man in military uniform walked towards the square from a distance. He looked carefully at the people standing in the square. There are still 72 people left, which is better than the last time. From now on, all those who have not arrived will be eliminated. At the same time, congratulations on officially entering the Genius Training Camp. My name is Ma Jun, and I'm one of your instructors. As soon as he finished speaking, the square exploded. There were more than 150 people, but only 72 were left. The elimination rate was more than half. In addition, Ma Jun suddenly said loudly, "Entering the training camp does not mean that you will stay forever. The training camp lasts for 2 months. In the following period, corresponding points will be given according to your usual performance. The person with the least points every day will be eliminated." After hearing this, everyone's faces changed. One person will be eliminated every day, and by the end of the training camp, about 60 people will be eliminated. Who arrived first? Stand up. Ma Jun suddenly asked loudly. Everyone was looking around and soon saw Qin Chen walking out of the crowd. They were all curious about which school he was from. Ma Jun saw Qin Chen coming. He took out a list and asked, "Which school are you from?" "Return to the instructor, number 1 middle school." Number 1 middle school. The instructor was slightly surprised. He was from number 1 middle school and was the first to arrive. It was a bit unexpected. At this time, the students were also looking at Qin Chen. Some were surprised, some were confused, and some were admiring. Number 1 Middle School can be said to be the farthest group from here, and the fact that it was the first to arrive also proves its strength. Ma Jun looked at the list in his hand and found the column for number 1. Your name is Wang Chang. Qin Chen was stunned for a moment, then he understood. He replaced Wang Chang, and the principal didn't know the reason. He hasn't called here to explain, and the information here has not been changed yet. My name is Qin Chen. Qin Chen corrected. Qin Chen. Did your number 1 middle school make a temporary substitution? Ma Jun frowned. This kind of temporary replacement has happened before. The reasons are complicated, but most of them are due to connections. Well, it's my turn temporarily. Qin Chen nodded. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of students from other schools changed immediately. Relationship. It seems to be correct. No wonder he was the first to arrive. It turns out he is related to someone. Maybe his elders helped him climb up. Everyone started talking. The only one who didn't speak was a boy. They were the man and woman that Qin Chen had met on the mountainside before. Obviously, the woman had been eliminated, and he entered the training camp. Hearing these people's discussions at this time, and thinking about Qin Chen's terrifying speed when climbing the mountain, he felt like he was listening to a joke. What a bunch of idiots. You will know how scary he is in the future, he said to himself. Shut up. Ma Jun's face turned grim and he shouted loudly. A group of people immediately shut up. Number 1 Middle School, Qin Chen. He crossed out Wang Chang's name on the list in his hand and changed it to Qin Chen. Then he took out a number plate and said, since you have replaced Wang Chang, the number is yours too. Take it and wait outside the gate of Area 4. He said, pointing into the distance. Qin Chen looked around and found that there were 10 areas there. Each area had a gate with numbers written on it. On the first gate are numbers 1 to 10. The second one is 11 to 20. And so on. Qin Chen walked over without hesitation, but he did not relax in his heart, because this was definitely not a place for them to rest. During the training camp, students use single rooms for rest periods, so as not to disturb each other's practice. Therefore, these 10 areas must have other purposes. Soon, everyone came to the corresponding rooms according to their numbers. Those with numbers exceeding 100 who have not been eliminated are automatically added. At this time, Ma Jun also came over and said loudly, you all just went through a day of camp entry assessment. You are all geniuses entering the training camp. Next, we will conduct the first points assessment. After entering the gate, those who come out within half an hour will be eliminated. At the end, those with the least points will be eliminated. What? After hearing this, some people couldn't help but shout. More than half of the people had just been eliminated, and before they could even catch their breath, another one came. Snap. Before everyone could calm down, the door in front opened directly. Looking inside, there were different rooms, and each room had a specific number. Looking at the dim lights inside, everyone didn't know what kind of assessment they would face next, and they felt a little nervous. The unknown is the most terrifying. Go in. Ma Jun shouted. No one dared to hesitate any longer and walked in cautiously. Qin Chen walked among the crowd, and as soon as he entered, a cold breath swept over him. He walked through each room and soon arrived at the door of room 37. At this time, many people had also found the rooms corresponding to their numbers, and some were even sticking to the door and listening carefully to the movements inside. The rule is to stay here for half an hour. I thought it would be no problem. There doesn't seem to be anything in the room. It's very quiet. A burly man listened for a while and found that the room was very quiet, without any abnormalities. It must be very complicated inside. Do you really think the test is that easy? Why don't we just stay here and wait for time to pass? Someone suddenly suggested. Everyone looked at him as if he was an idiot. How could the genius training camp give such a loophole? Besides, if no one enters the room, all their points will be 0, and they will probably be eliminated together. Don't underestimate the determination of the instructors in the training camp to eliminate people. They can definitely do it. Who will open the door first and see what's inside? Someone asked. At this time, everyone looked at Qin Chen at the same time. Brother Qin, you are the first one to enter the camp this time, and you should be the strongest. Open the door and take a look. If there is anything unusual inside, you have the best chance of finding it, said a tall, thin, and handsome young man. Haha, yes, classmate Qin, we are all counting on you. On the other side, a girl with a good figure but average look smiled and spoke as well. No one else said anything, but no one objected either. They all knew that Qin Chen came in temporarily through connections, and everyone was happy to see Qin Chen being pushed out as a pathfinder at this time. Qin Chen glanced at them calmly, then stepped forward and stretched out his hand to press the switch of the door. I will open the door, but I won't do it to explore the way for you. The strong are fearless, only the weak are timid. After he finished speaking, his finger had already pressed the switch next to him. The door opened slowly and he walked in without any hesitation. When everyone heard Qin Chen's words, they were stunned at first, and then they reacted. He said we are weak. Someone looked unhappy. Never mind, go and see what's inside. After Qin Chen walked in, the door began to close slowly. Everyone reacted and hurried over to look inside. Is that a mechanical puppet? Someone's face changed. There are various kinds of mechanical puppets, some in human form and some in the shape of monsters. They are specially made by humans to be used as sparring partners. As for the mechanical puppets, the weakest ones are usually those in the early stages of body training. The most important thing is that mechanical puppets are a combination of technology and martial arts. There is a chip installed in the mechanical puppet, and the chip contains the essence of human martial arts. A mechanical puppet in the early stage of body refining is definitely stronger than a human in the early stage of body refining. After all, a human cannot compare with the martial arts experience stored in the chip. Bang! There was a loud noise, and everyone saw that in the room. Qin Chen punched a mechanical puppet in front of him and knocked it away. At this moment, the door was completely closed. He knocked the mechanical puppet away, someone exclaimed. How is that possible? He is just a relative. He wouldn't really have come here on his own, would he? For a moment, some people's impression of Qin Chen changed. Perhaps Qin Chen was not what they thought from the beginning, but he really had the ability. Haha! Suddenly, a loud laugh rang out. The tall, thin, handsome young man laughed and said, "What real strength? I'm from number 2 middle school, which is not far from number 1 middle school. Don't I know their situation? The strongest one, Wang Chang, has always been number 1 from the first year to the 3rd year of high school. I know this very well. Number 2 middle school and number 1 middle school are the closest to each other, and he has indeed been paying attention to the strongest person in number 1 middle school because he is his opponent. So, he has always known Wang Chang. I guess that this mechanical puppet has not yet been equipped with a chip. It is just a semi-finished product at most." The young man was extremely confident. "Don't believe it. You are all the top students in your respective schools. Some of you should also know the top student in number 1 middle school. Have you heard of the name Qin Chen?" He sneered. No one spoke. They had indeed never heard of Qin Chen, but some people knew Wang Chang. "Forget it, I see there are still some people who don't believe it, so I'll prove it to you. Remember my name, number 2 middle school, Yang Shuai." Yang Shuai shook his hands and went straight back to the door of his room. Without any hesitation, he went up and pressed the door switch. Everyone hurriedly followed, and then saw Yang Shuai walk in. "The door is about to close, so hurry up and watch for me." Yang Shuai's voice came from the room. Then, everyone saw him rushing towards a mechanical puppet in the room. The moment he approached, a red light appeared on the mechanical puppet. Yang Shuai raised the corner of his mouth, knowing that the mechanical puppet had been triggered, and he punched it. At the same time, the mechanical puppet's reaction was not slow at all and it also punched out. Boom! A man and a puppet collided with each other in an instant. When everyone looked carefully, they saw a figure flying backwards. The person standing at the door changed his expression and quickly moved away. The figure flew out before the door closed. It's not a semi-finished product. Yang Shuai's head tilted and he fainted. Beep, beep, beep. Suddenly, an alarm sounded, and 2 people came in from outside. Seeing Yang Shui on the ground, they lifted him up and walked out. This is the second person to be eliminated in less than 5 minutes. I estimate that another half will be eliminated this time, one of them whispered. When everyone heard this, their faces changed. They looked towards room 37 again, their eyes turning into shock. Bang. In room 37, Qin Chen punched the mechanical puppet in front of him so hard that it started to smoke, completely depriving it of its ability to fight. The elimination of people has already begun. Qin Chen walked towards the broken mechanical puppet and smiled slightly. Of course, he also heard the alarm just now, and guessed that it was an alarm sounded after someone was eliminated. This mechanical puppet is not so easy to deal with. Among the students here, who are ranked after 30, very few have reached the middle stage of body refining. It is not easy to avoid being eliminated. After destroying one mechanical puppet, Qin Chen looked forward, where there were 9 more mechanical puppets. It's impossible that everyone is in the early stage of body refining, otherwise it would be too easy. Qin Chen analyzed secretly. The mechanical puppet will be activated as long as the attack reaches a distance of 2 meters from it. He guessed that as long as it was activated, whether it was injured or not, as long as it could survive half an hour, there would be points. If they were all in the early stages of body refining and only one was activated, it would be too easy to get through half an hour. And if we beat them one by one, many students may be disabled, and it should not be so easy to get points. He looked up, saw several cameras in the room, and smiled. Points are given by the instructors here based on performance. If you want to get more points, you must not only defeat more mechanical puppets, but also know how to defeat them. Thinking of this, he rushed directly to 2 meters away from one of the mechanical puppets without any hesitation. The mechanical puppet flashed a red light and was instantly activated, rushing towards Qin Chen. However, Qin Chen did not fight it, but rushed towards another one. Just like that, he rushed forward one by one, and soon, all 9 mechanical puppets were activated by him. For a moment, the whole room was in riot. At the same time, alarms kept sounding in other rooms. The staff from outside who were responsible for carrying people came in. When they heard the loud noise coming from Qin Chen's room, they couldn't help but look in surprise. What's going on? There's such a big noise, could it be that all the mechanical puppets have been activated? Thinking of this, he shook his head again. If all the mechanical puppets were activated, the students inside would have been unable to get up and would have been eliminated long ago. There would not have been such a big noise. Could it be that the mechanical puppets are out of control? And are they fighting each other? His face changed. However, he did not have the authority, and once there was someone in the room, he could not force the door open. He had to walk to the door and look through the peephole. Exclamation point. After seeing the situation in the room, he couldn't help but scream. There were 4 mechanical puppets lying on the floor in the room. A young man was moving freely despite being besieged by other mechanical puppets. At the same time, every time the boy punched, it was like a heavy hammer, and each punch destroyed one mechanical puppet. What kind of monster is this? He couldn't help but ask in surprise. What was more frightening than his surprise was that the boy was merciless. Mechanical puppets are very expensive, so their defense is stronger than their attack. During the assessment, as long as it is injured to a certain extent, it will stop attacking, which is also to prevent excessive losses. But with every punch from that young man, the mechanical puppet was almost blown up, and it was completely scrapped and impossible to repair. At the same time, a man in military uniform was walking towards a control room with a stack of documents. Instructor Yang, this is the information of the people entering the training camp this time. The man placed the information in front of a woman and spoke. Instructor Luo, have you read these materials? Yang Shui was not in a hurry to look at the materials, but glanced at the men. Luo Bin nodded and said, after a rough look, this year's class is indeed better than the previous one, but there are no particularly outstanding people. Aren't there 2 of them who have reached the peak of body refining? Yang Shui smiled. If one can reach the peak of physical training before the college entrance examination, then there is every chance that one can become a 1-star warrior during the college entrance examination. Such a genius is good enough. I know. If it were in the past, I would think it was great to have these 2 people, but now. Luo Bin shook his head. You mean the first selection of generals? Yang Shui asked. Luo Bin nodded. I found out that there are provinces in the Western War Zone that have already produced one-star warriors, but in Jiang Province, not only Rongqing doesn't have one, but other cities don't have one either. So, in this selection of generals, Jiang Province has no competitiveness. This is the first time, what a pity. There are several major war zones in the Dragon Kingdom, and each war zone includes multiple provinces. Jiang Province belongs to the Western War Zone. This time, each of the major war zones will select a general from their own zone. The selection criteria are that the candidates must be high school students who are under 18 years old and have not yet taken the college entrance examination. Because this is the first session, everyone from high-ranking officers in the war zone to instructors in training camps like theirs takes it very seriously. If a star general could come from their hands and go out, it would be a great honor. Moreover, if he can become a star general, the war zone will focus on training him, and his future achievements will be limitless. For them, being able to teach such a person is also a matter of pride. Yang Shui did not speak again, but picked up the information and looked through it. The first thing he looked at was the information of the two students who had reached the peak of body refining. Yu Yang, Su Fei. After taking a look at their profiles, she suddenly said, "Bring up the video of the room they are in." Good. Luo Bin nodded, walked to the big screen, and then zoomed in on the surveillance footage of Room 1 and Room 2. Room 1 is Yu Yang, a student from number 7 middle school. He reached the peak of physical training a month ago. Room 2, Su Fei, a student from number 9 middle school, went to get certified for his peak physical training half a month ago, which caused quite a stir at the time. Luo Bin looked at the big screen and began to explain. At this moment on the big screen, Yu Yang and Su Fei had knocked down 3 mechanical puppets and were fighting with the 4th one. Both of them had the upper hand and would probably win in a few minutes. These two people activated 3 mechanical puppets at the same time, including one in the late stage of body refining. This is already very good. It's pretty good. Yang Shui also nodded, but her expression didn't change much. For him, it was excellent but not amazing. Focus on training these 2 people. Also notify the training camps in several other cities in Jiang Province to focus on training 1 or 2 more people. Then, before the selection of the star generals, let them compete once. Whoever is stronger will be recommended to participate. Even if I can't get the title of general, I can't bring shame to Jiang Province. Yang Shui said after thinking for a while. She is the general director in charge of the talent selection in Jiang Province. If the people selected this time perform too poorly, it will be a loss of face for her. Understood. Luo Bin nodded, and suddenly asked, "Do you want to check the conditions in other rooms?" Yang Shui waved her hand. This time, the numbers were arranged according to their performance in school and their actual cultivation level. Even if there were some discrepancies, they would not be very big. As for the others, they were not even at the peak of physical training, she really had no interest in them. Report. Just then, a staff member ran over. "Aren't you responsible for taking those students who were eliminated and fainted out of the room? Why are you running here? Why are you in such a hurry?" Luo Bin looked at the person who came and asked sternly. The men didn't care about being scolded. He quickly said, "Two sirs, what happened?" Luo Bin and Yang Shui's faces changed. "Are there any problems with the students?" The two of them thought at the same time that in the genius training camps in the past, sometimes some people came in through connections, and actually had very low cultivation levels. Later, during the test of the mechanical puppets, they were disabled by the mechanical puppets, and one of them even died in one session. No, there's something wrong with the mechanical puppet. The staff member hurriedly explained. Yang Shui's face darkened. The mechanical puppets this time are all brand new. How could there be a problem? How did you check them when you bought them? The staff member became anxious when he heard this. He did not explain any more and said directly, "The 2 officers should check the surveillance camera, room 37. Luo Bin looked at him, shook his head, and then began to retrieve the surveillance footage from room 37. As soon as he called it up, his expression changed. "What's going on? Are all the mechanical puppets having problems?" Yang Shui stood up suddenly, stared at Qin Chen who was standing in the center of the room, and took a deep breath. Replay, she said lightly. Luobin also discovered something unusual. The mechanical puppet lying on the ground in the picture obviously did not lose power due to a problem, but was destroyed by someone. He quickly replayed the surveillance footage. Soon they saw Qin Chen's crazy operation, activating 9 mechanical puppets at once. What a strong power. Look at his punches, they have fire attributes. This is the fire element he has comprehended. In addition, he can launch attacks of this intensity. Has he broken through to the level of a warrior? Luobin looked at Qin Chen in surprise as he bombarded the mechanical puppet. And his movement sensitivity. Yang Shui reminded from the side. Luobin then realized that Qin Chen was not attacked at all at the beginning when he was besieged by 9 mechanical puppets. He cleverly dodged every attack of the mechanical puppets. Fire types shouldn't have such good sensitivity. Luobin frowned, turned to look at Yang Shui, and said, "Did he learn any martial arts related to body movements?" Martial arts can only be learned after breaking through to the level of a warrior. Qin Chen's strength has obviously broken through to the level of a warrior. Look more carefully. Yang Shui stared at the mechanical puppet that kept falling in front of Qin Chen on the screen with an extremely serious expression. Luobin turned his head to look, and gradually, shock appeared in his eyes again. Without the condensed element mark, he is still at the peak of physical training. This is the wind element. Yang Shui nodded. At the peak of dual elements, no wonder he has the strength of a 1-star warrior. Luobin understood. Cultivating both wind and fire, both his strength and agility surpassed the peak of physical training and reached the threshold of a 1-star warrior. The footage was played very quickly, with a total duration of no more than 10 minutes. If I had known earlier, I would have put a 1-star warrior's mechanical puppet in there. Luobin's tone was somewhat regretful. In the room, there are 3 early-stage mechanical puppets, 3 middle stage, 2 late stage, and 2 peak stage. Such a test is almost impossible for people in the body refining stage to pass. But for those who have reached the strength of a warrior, it is much easier. Colonel Yang Shui, it seems that we can compete for the position of the general star of this session. Luobin suddenly laughed. Yang Shui glanced at him and said, "Don't be happy too soon. Being at the peak of dual elements is powerful, but there is still a gap between you and a real warrior. Dual system cultivation is time-consuming. Even though Qin Chen's strength has reached the level of a 1-star warrior, if he wants to make further progress, the speed will be very slow. As for those in other provinces who have already broken through to become a warrior, they are still making progress, and at an even faster pace. By then, maybe some of them will even break through to become a 2-star warrior. You're right, but don't forget that one of his elements is the fire element, and we just happen to have a fire element training room here. He is able to reach the peak of physical training at this age. He has great talent. As long as he is allowed to enter the fire element training room, I believe it won't be long before he breaks through to the fire element warrior level. His strength will naturally improve as well. There will be opportunities then." Luobin looked at Qin Chen on the screen and had already started planning how to train Qin Chen. Everything must be done according to the rules. In addition, Yu Yang and Su Fei still need to be trained as the focus. Yang Shui began to look through the information in her hand again. "Do you want to use Su Fei and Yu Yang to put pressure on him?" Luobin immediately understood what Yang Shui meant. He understood Yang Shui. The more outstanding a person was, the more she would oppress him or her in order to fully unleash his or her potential. Yang Shui nodded. If jade is not polished, it will not become a useful tool. Although his hope of getting the star of a general is still slim, at least our Jiang province will not be ranked at the bottom this time, and we can strive for a good result. I'm afraid that if the pressure is not applied, it will break them. Luobin said with a smile. Yang Shui ignored him and turned to the information given by number 1 middle school. Wang Chang. You are only in the late stage of body refining. What kind of information can you give me? She said with some dissatisfaction. Is he teasing her? Captain Yang. At this time, the soldier said, his name is not Wang Chang. Number 1 middle school has temporarily replaced him this time. His name is Qin Chen. Number 1 middle school has replaced a player. He just called and said that he has reached the peak of physical training, but it still did not specify whether he has reached the peak of dual systems. Qin Chen has already walked out of room 37. Ma Jun already knew Qin Chen's battle record. He looked at Qin Chen with surprise in his eyes. Qin Chen, very good. Now your number is changed to 1. Here is the key. You can go back to Lounge 1 to rest. You will get your points tomorrow. Ma Jun handed a key to Qin Chen. After Qin Chen took the key, he went towards the rest area. Examination room. In room 1. After Yu Yang defeated 2 mechanical puppets in the late stage of body refining, his face had turned pale. I was careless. The mechanical puppet has a chip and much more combat experience than me. Now it has consumed a lot of energy. It is impossible for it to defeat the peak of physical training. However, the results of this battle are good enough. Those who I cannot defeat, others cannot defeat either. The one with the most points is none other than me. He thought about it and decided not to force himself to defeat the mechanical puppet at the peak of physical training. Instead, he simply opened the door and walked out. At the same time, in room 2, Su Fei was in the same situation. He did not insist any longer, but made the same decision as Yu Yang. He gave up on clearing the level completely and turned to walk out of the room. The two opened the door almost at the same time, then looked at each other with pride in their eyes. This time I still have 2 mechanical puppets at the peak of body refining that I haven't defeated yet. What about you? Yu Yang asked. Same. Interesting, but this time the lounge allocation will be calculated according to this battle record. Starting from number 1, it will depend on who among us is number 1. This way we can also roughly judge who among us is number 1 in the instructor's mind. Yu Yang smiled confidently. Su Fei had a blank expression on his face and ignored Yu Yang's pride. Soon the 2 men walked out of the gate and looked at the cavalry waiting for them. The 2 men came to Ma Jun and stood up straight, both showing expectant expressions. Ma Jun looked at the 2 of them and smiled. Not bad, you both defeated 7 mechanical puppets. It's normal that you couldn't defeat the remaining 2 who are at the peak of physical training. You are already very good. Thank you for the compliment, Instructor, they both shouted at the same time. You can see that they are all very excited. You 2 have the same record, so this lounge is a bit troublesome. Ma Jun suddenly said again. Instructor Ma, my number is already 1. Just give me number 1. There's no need to be so troublesome. Yu Yang spoke first. Ma Jun was about to say something, but Su Fei refused. He quickly said, Instructor Ma, although Yu Yang was number 1 from the beginning, the numbering of the lounge this time is related to the rest environment. I also want lounge number 1. Not all lounges are the same. Lounge number 1 is the best in terms of area, facilities, and sound insulation. Everyone wants this kind of rest environment. It would be fine if his strength was not as good as others, but in the assessment of the mechanical puppet, he felt that he was not inferior to Yu Yang. You want it, defeat me next time and I'll give it to you. No, I want it now. The 2 began to argue. Seeing this, Ma Jun raised his hand to interrupt the 2 of them. Are you done? The 2 of them shut up immediately. Looks like we're done. Ma Jun nodded. Now let me say a few words. Lounge number 1, which you want, is already occupied. Who wants it? I've decided now. Lounge number 2 will go to Yu Yang, and lounge number 3 will go to Su Fei. As soon as the words came out, the 2 people's faces froze instantly, and it took a long time for them to react. Lounge number 1 is gone. Instructor Ma, I want to know who got lounge number 1. They didn't care at all about the allocation of lounges 2 and 3. People have always only remembered the champions, no one cares about the 2nd and 3rd place. Number 1 middle school, Qin Chen. Ma Jun said lightly. The 2 were stunned for a moment, somewhat unable to believe it. Yu Yang was about to speak. Ma Jun suddenly said seriously, okay, take your keys and go to the lounge, now, immediately. The 2 of them had no choice but to take the key and walk towards the rest area, but there was a look of unwillingness in their eyes. After they walked away, Yu Yang asked, Qin Chen, is he the one who got in through connections? Yes, but what kind of relationship does he have? He can actually let the training camp directly arrange lounge number 1 for him. Su Fei was a little puzzled. Lounge number 1 not only provides a good resting environment, but is also a symbol of strength. The genius training camp attaches great importance to talents. You have to rely on connections to get in, and they also arrange for you to use the number 1 lounge. The background is really impressive. No matter what his connections are, he will have to rely on his own abilities in the days ahead in the training camp. When the time comes, I'll see how he can get first place in some tests that are under the watchful eyes of the public. Yu Yang said, unconvinced. In the current assessment, no one can see each other's performance, but there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. By then, it would be unreasonable to embarrass yourself and still get first place. Ma Jun looked at the backs of the two men and smiled. This was exactly the effect he wanted. The next day. I heard that 38 more people were eliminated last night. Now there are 34 people left in the training camp. From now on, one more person will be eliminated every day. This is too scary. Early in the morning, there was constant discussion in the training camp cafeteria. What's the big deal? I heard that more than half of the 34 people left behind were injured. I am one of them. I am still in pain all over. That mechanical puppet is really strong. Fortunately, I was smart and only activated the initial stage of body refining. As a result, I passed the test, haha. You're the only one who's smart. I dare say that almost everyone here activates the puppets according to their own strength. Is there anyone who can directly knock down 10 of them? Nonsense, in our assessment area, all the mechanical puppets in a room were blown up, a voice suddenly said. As soon as the words came out, everyone looked at him. Some people recognized that the man was from room 31 to 40, and their eyes suddenly changed, as if they were looking at a fool. They all knew that neither Yu Yang nor Su Fei had completely defeated the mechanical puppet, so how could it be possible for someone ranked below 30? If you don't believe it, forget it. The man wanted to argue, but finally gave up. In his area, only he and Qin Chen passed the assessment, and everyone else was eliminated. It was impossible for him to find someone to prove it. I believe you. Suddenly, a boy walked up to him and said firmly. Who are you? My name is Zhou Lei. The boy explained. Hello, my name is Huang Jian. Why do you believe me? Huang Jian was very surprised. If one person hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes. Are you talking about number 37, Qin Chen from number 1 middle school? Zhou Lei asked in a low voice. Huang Jian nodded in surprise. That's right. I saw it when I was climbing the mountain before. There is no difference between him climbing the mountain and walking on flat ground. When Zhou Lei thought of the time when Qin Chen climbed the mountain before, his heart couldn't help but be shaken again. He's here. Zhou Lei suddenly saw Qin Chen walking into the cafeteria. After watching Qin Chen prepare the meal and sit down, he stood up and said to Huang Jian, "Shall we go over?" Huang Jian's expression changed, no. He saw Qin Chen with some fear in his eyes. During the previous assessment, Chong Chong caught a glimpse of Qin Chen shooting down the puppet. Although he was surprised at the time, he didn't think it was a big deal. After all, it was just a mechanical puppet in the early stage of body refining. But later he passed the test and walked out of the room. He went to see the room where Qin Chen was and found that everything was blown up. He was a little scared of Qin Chen, who was too brutal. Hello, Qin Chen. Zhou Lei came to Qin Chen's side and greeted him politely. Who are you? Qin Chen looked at the other person and asked puzzledly. He hadn't spoken to any students since entering the training camp, so he was a little surprised when the other party suddenly called him. You may not remember, but when we were climbing the mountain before, I asked you which school you were from. Zhou Lei said with a smile. Qin Chen thought about it, nodded, picked up a piece of meat and put it in his mouth. What's the matter? Zhou Lei was a little embarrassed for a moment. He originally wanted to come and get to know Qin Chen, but now he didn't know what to say. After a moment of silence, he took a deep breath, looked at Qin Chen who was eating, and said, I want to be your little brother. After saying this, he lowered his head, not daring to look at Qin Chen. Qin Chen raised his head and smiled slightly, be my younger brother. I am considered a relative by others. If you become my younger brother, aren't you afraid of others gossiping about you? Now everyone in the training camp looked down on him. If he approached him at this time and was willing to be his younger brother, as long as the news spread, he would definitely be despised by everyone. Zhou Lei thought Qin Chen would ignore him, but he didn't expect Qin Chen to respond to him. He quickly looked up and said, "Others may not know, but I certainly know that you rely entirely on your own strength. Besides, I'm not afraid of what others think of me. Just like you, others think you are related to someone, but you never explain, and you don't bother to explain." Zhou Lei admired Qin Chen for this. If it were someone else, they would definitely lose their temper and explain, but Qin Chen didn't do that. It was as if he didn't take others seriously at all. What those people said was just a joke. You have a good attitude. Qin Chen put down his chopsticks and smiled. It's not impossible to have a younger brother, but what's the benefit for me? Zhou Lei was stunned. He felt that having someone as his younger brother was a benefit. But Qin Chen didn't seem to care, which made him feel a little helpless for a moment. I can always find out any information you need from now on. After thinking about it, he felt that this was all he could do. That's right. Now I'll give you a task. Find out which element training rooms there are in this training camp. What other special training rooms are there? And who is in charge of this training camp? Qin Chen said immediately. This is what he cares about after all. The element training room is related to his breakthrough as a warrior. The special training room was related to the increase of his strength, and as for the person in charge of this training camp, it was purely out of his curiosity. I know this. Zhou Lei said suddenly. Huh. Qin Chen looked at him in surprise. Well, I learned about it last night. Zhou Lei said a little embarrassedly, I have a distant relative who is in charge of trivial matters in this training camp. I asked him last night, and he told me everything he knew. At this point, he lowered his voice and whispered, there are 5 element training rooms in this training camp, one for each of the 5 elements. In fact, this is also the basic configuration. Elements other than the 5 elements are generally called special elements. This kind of training room is generally only available in Yangqing. Qin Chen nodded after hearing this. Yangqing is a science and technology city, and all the element training rooms in Jiang province are developed there. Special element training rooms are rare, and not only are their development slow, but their updates are also slow. The training camp has completely new requirements, so it is understandable that there is no special element training room in this training camp. In addition to the gravity room and infrared room that were available in previous training rooms, this time we also added a confrontation room, but its specific purpose is unclear. Zhou Lei said seriously. Both the gravity room and the infrared room are easy to understand. The gravity room is nothing more than a training room with increased gravity, and its purpose is to increase the pressure it can withstand. The infrared room, also known as the infrared training room, is used to train body movements and body sensitivity. The confrontation room was set up for the first time. From the name it seems to be a training room for fighting opponents, but it is hard to say what it is specifically about. As for the person in charge you asked about, her name is Yang Shui, and she's incredible. Speaking of Yang Shui, Zhou Lei was obviously more interested. He said excitedly as if he was talking about gossip, she was also from the genius training camp before, and she was the first in that genius training camp. After graduating from university, she joined the Western Theater Command. Now she is only in her 30s and has the rank of colonel. There was obvious admiration in Zhou Lei's eyes. To be promoted to the rank of colonel was not just a matter of talent, but also required great contributions on the front line. Not bad, not bad. Qin Chen nodded with satisfaction. He needed to understand these things, which would take some time, but now he could save time. Everyone, arrive at the training camp square within 10 minutes. Those who are late will be eliminated. Suddenly, the sound of a broadcast was heard in the cafeteria. Immediately, everyone put down their chopsticks and ran towards the square without stopping. Qin Chen also stood up, and Zhou Lei followed behind him. A few minutes later, everyone came to the square and stood in line. Soon after, a man and a woman in military uniforms walked up to the crowd from a distance. My name is Luo Bin. As soon as he arrived, Luo Bin spoke loudly. "This is the commander-in-chief of this training camp and your chief instructor, Yang Shui, Colonel Yang. Now, she will say a few words." Without any nonsense, everyone fell silent instantly. Yang Shui glanced at everyone and said, "First of all, congratulations to everyone for entering the training camp. Next, I will explain the rules of the training. First, you will earn points during training. Points can be used for many purposes, one of which is the use of various training rooms. As for other functions, please explore them on your own. The way to earn points is also very simple. There are only two ways. First, based on your usual performance, our Lieutenant Colonel Luo Bin will evaluate you. Second, you can also challenge someone who has points. If you win, the points belong to you. If you lose, the points belong to someone else. Each time you challenge someone, all your points are at stake. When your points reach 0, you will be eliminated from the training camp." After hearing this, everyone's faces changed. The first method was very mysterious. No one knew whether their performance would be acceptable to the two people because there was no standard. As for the second type, once you lose, you will be eliminated, which is extremely cruel. "Coach Yang, are there any restrictions on the challenge?" someone suddenly asked. Everyone had a serious expression. If there were no restrictions on this kind of challenge, and if those at the peak of physical training challenged those at the early stages of physical training and could not refuse, I am afraid that those with weaker cultivation among them would be eliminated quickly. Good question. Yang Shui smiled. For the sake of fairness, if a person with a higher level of cultivation wants to challenge a person with a lower level of cultivation, he must first challenge two opponents of the same level in succession. Only after he wins can he challenge again. Those with lower cultivation levels can challenge those with higher cultivation levels at will. The same goes for those with the same cultivation levels. Everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief, especially those with low cultivation. In this way, those with higher cultivation levels cannot challenge them at will. After all, no one dares to try to defeat two opponents of the same level easily. For example, Yu Yang and Su Fei, who are at the peak of physical training, have no chance of challenging others because they cannot find two opponents. Now, distribute your student cards to everyone. Yang Shui finally said. At this time, Ma Jun came over and looked at everyone. Instructor Yang and Instructor Luo have already given points based on your performance in the mechanical puppet room yesterday, and these points have been entered into your student cards. After you get your student card, you can go back to your room. There is a machine in the room to check your points. Also, yesterday's lounge number doesn't mean it's the same now. When you get your student card later, the number on the card will be your lounge number. So, the lounges that are occupied may change this time. Yesterday's lounge was only roughly arranged, but today, the two instructors gave a specific ranking after reviewing all the surveillance footage. After hearing this, some people showed their anticipation, especially Yu Yang and Su Fei. They felt that their chance to get lounge number 1 had come again. Who do you think will get number 1 this time? I guess it's Yu Yang. That's not certain. What if it's still Qin Chen? That's unlikely. It's not that easy to publicly issue student cards this time. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's expressions changed slightly. They were all smart people and reacted quickly. This time the cards are issued publicly, everyone knows each other's card numbers, and the card numbers represent points. Card number 1 definitely has the most points, and the points will definitely decrease as you go on. At the same time, this also represents everyone's strength. After all, those with the most points must be the strongest. Even if there are differences, they probably won't be too big. Moreover, Yang Shui had just announced the rules of the training camp, which allowed challenges to others. Knowing other people's score ranges and their approximate strengths is a way to encourage everyone to challenge each other. In this case, if Qin Chen is still the number 1 card, he will have the most points, but he got in through connections and does not have the corresponding strength. I am afraid he will be challenged by others. Someone said with interest. This time, everyone wanted to see whether Qin Chen dared to rely on his connections to get the most points. Number 34, Xiao Ming. Just then, Ma Jun started distributing student cards. Xiao Ming walked out of the crowd, stepped forward to take his student card, and felt relieved in his heart. Although he was ranked last, in the instructor's eyes, he was probably the worst performer yesterday. However, since he has the fewest points, the chance of others challenging him is also the smallest. After all, others may not look down upon such a small number of points. Besides, they are all geniuses, and it would be embarrassing to challenge him who is the last one. Number 33. Number 32. Ma Jun kept reading out numbers and names. As more and more people got their student cards, everyone's expressions began to change again. They all looked at Qin Chen in surprise, puzzled. He really dares to take first place. The top 5 have been called out, but Qin Chen's name is still not his. Number 4, Du Hui. Number 3, Su Fei. Humph. Su Fei snorted coldly. He quickly went to get his student card and returned to his seat with an unwilling look on his face. Losing to Yu Yang was fine, after all, Yu Yang was strong enough, but losing to Qin Chen made him feel very uncomfortable. Brother Fei. A student at the side whispered, "Do you want me to challenge him?" Su Fei turned his head and looked at him. This person had been trying to please him since he first entered the training camp yesterday. He remembered that the other person's name was Mo Qing. He was accustomed to others trying to please him and didn't care about it before, but now, he felt something in his heart. "Okay, if you beat him, I don't want the points, they are all yours. Also, in the training camp, if someone challenges you in the future, you can mention my name." Su Fei nodded. Originally he wanted to challenge Qin Chen on his own, but now someone took the initiative to show goodwill to him, which couldn't be better. Moreover, if everyone knew that the person who defeated Qin Chen was his younger brother, it would further prove his low-key and powerful nature. "Thank you, Brother Fei." Mo Qing was overjoyed. His current ranking is 17. This ranking, with neither too many points nor too few points, makes him the most dangerous. There are definitely many people who want to challenge him. With Su Fei's care, anyone who wants to challenge him in the future will probably have to consider the consequences. Number 2, Yu Yang. Number 1, Qin Chen. Ma Jun continued reading. After Yu Yang came back with the student card, Qin Chen walked up to Ma Jun. This training camp will be different from the previous ones. In the next period of time, try to become stronger. Ma Jun patted Qin Chen on the shoulder and said seriously. Qin Chen nodded without thinking much about it. "Next, how you spend the training camp is entirely up to you. If you don't understand something about cultivation, you can ask me. If I don't understand something, I can ask Instructor Luo and Instructor Yang. Of course, this is not unconditional guidance. Each time, corresponding points will be deducted." Ma Jun's voice rang out, causing the faces of those present to change. At this moment, they finally realized the importance of points. Even questions about cultivation would result in point deductions. "Okay, let's go." Ma Juanqin waved his hand. "Instructor." Suddenly, a voice attracted everyone's attention. Seeing everyone looking at him, Mo Qing raised his head and said, "Instructor, the previous challenge rules were not very specific. I want to know if he can refuse a challenge to someone, and how to issue his own challenge. Blame me for not making it clear before." Yang Shui stepped forward and smiled. "In addition to the rules I mentioned before, if you challenge someone, if the person being challenged is being challenged for the first time within a day, they cannot refuse." After hearing this, everyone understood that the meaning was very simple. Within 1 day, except for the first time, you cannot refuse. After that, it is up to you whether to accept it or not. Of course, if you lose the first time, no one will continue to challenge you, because all your points will be gone if you lose once. No one will challenge someone who has no points and is about to be eliminated. Also, I would like to remind you that once your points are reset to 0, you will not be eliminated until 8 o'clock the next morning. So, if you lose the challenge, it is best to find a way to gain points within the specified time. Even if it is just 1 point, you may be able to stay. As for how to issue a challenge, it's very simple. Do you see that over there? Yang Shui said, pointing to the distance. Everyone turned around and saw a ring. That arena is specially set up for you to challenge. There is a gong next to it. Strike the gong and tell us who you want to challenge. Then someone will bring the person over. Any questions? Everyone was silent. Yang Shui waited for 3 seconds, then left with Luo Bin. Ma Jun waved his hand and said, "Go away." Qin Chen turned around and walked towards his lounge. He wanted to check how many points he had, and then go to the fire element training room as soon as possible to condense the elemental imprint. But he hadn't taken a few steps when, with a thump, the sound of a gong being struck was heard. Suddenly, everyone who was about to leave stopped. Even Ma Jun, who had already walked far away, turned around and looked with interest. "I want to challenge Qin Chen from number 1 middle school." After Mo Qing struck the gong and shouted this sentence, he saw that everyone was looking at him and showed a hint of pride. The first person to issue a challenge would definitely attract the most attention. The most important thing is that he was challenging Qin Chen. This is called not fearing power. If he eliminates this person with connections, others will thank him in the future. Let's go and take a look. Someone became interested. In fact, many of them wanted to challenge Qin Chen, but they didn't make a decision so quickly. Now that someone has taken action, they are naturally willing to see how the person with connections is eliminated. Is he a fool? Ma Jun looked at the complacent Mo Qing and frowned. Of course he knew that many people thought Qin Chen was a relative of someone with connections, and that people with connections did exist in the past, so it was normal. However, Qin Chen entered the training camp and was first in everything. Could it be that Qin Chen's performance was really due to his strength? Besides, the commander-in-chief this time is Yang Shui. With a little inquiry, one will know that with Yang Shui here, there is no possibility of any connections. In the entire Rongqing, if anyone wants to use connections to get someone in, Yang Shui will never agree to it. Only talent, but no brains. He shook his head and left without even bothering to watch this challenge. There was no suspense at all. At this time, Qin Chen also looked at Mo Qing on the stage. He narrowed his eyes and walked over without waiting for someone to call him. "Are you sure you want to challenge me?" Arriving at the ring, he stared at Mo Qing and said seriously. "Of course, you don't have the right to refuse." Mo Qing smiled. Qin Chen nodded and walked directly onto the stage. Since everyone thinks that he has connections, then just take advantage of this opportunity to strike the first blow before 100 more follow-up blows come. At this time, a man in military uniform also walked onto the stage and said, "From now on, I will be the referee for all of your challenges. Go up on stage to challenge, there are no other rules except death. Now, you have 3 seconds to get ready. Start." The man announced loudly without any unnecessary nonsense. At this moment, everyone watching the fight below the stage was nervous. There were no rules except death. It was simple. The challenge was simple as long as no one died. Many people suddenly felt that it was a bit cruel. "Qin Chen, we have no grudges against each other, and we didn't even know each other before. However, the resources of the genius training camp should be reserved for geniuses, so you should go back." Mo Qing spoke calmly, and as soon as he finished speaking, he stepped down with a thud, and his whole body rushed out. Very strong. Seeing Mo Qing's speed and explosive power, some people's faces changed slightly. Why isn't Qin Chen moving? Someone noticed that Mo Qing was only about 5 meters away from Qin Chen, but Qin Chen was still standing there, motionless. "You haven't reacted yet." Someone shook his head. "What do you mean you didn't react? My boss can beat that kid down just by standing right here." Zhou Lei in the crowd heard everyone saying that Qin Chen was not good enough, and finally couldn't help but speak out loudly. "Haha, boss. You recognize him as the boss. You are interested in his background, right?" Everyone looked at Zhou Lei with disdain in their eyes. A genius was trying to curry favor with a person with connections. It would be fine if this person with connections was actually quite capable himself. But what does it matter if they have a background if they don't have the strength? They are geniuses and sooner or later they will be able to create a background on their own. If they curry favor with others, people will look down on them. Zhou Lei's face turned pale and he had no choice but to walk to Huang Jian's side. Among all the students now, Huang Jian was probably the only one who had the same idea as him. Don't pay attention to them. They will soon know how terrible he is. Huang Jian looked at Qin Chen on the stage with anticipation. Just when everyone wanted to see how Qin Chen was defeated, Mo Qin was only 2 meters away from Qin Chen. He raised his fist and said, "This punch will send you to the hospital. Don't worry, you will be discharged by the time of the college entrance examination." As he spoke, Mo Qin's fist had already punched out, heading straight for Qin Chen's chest. Qin Chen's expression was calm, and the moment the fist was about to arrive, he grabbed it. Bang! Fists and palms collided with each other. Mo Qin's body stopped instantly. He widened his eyes and was about to speak when his face suddenly changed drastically. Put. Snap. A crisp sound was heard, and then everyone was surprised to see that Qin Chen raised his arm, Mo Qin's body flew up, and then slammed onto the ring. Ah! A heart-wrenching scream rang out, and then everything returned to silence. When the people in the audience reacted, they saw Mo Qin fainted on the stage, and Qin Chen who looked calm. Qin Chen wins. The referee's voice rang out, breaking the silence at the scene. Qin Chen ignored everyone and walked off the stage. Your opponent's points will be entered into your student card within an hour. The referee on the stage said, looking at Qin Chen's back. He was also extremely shocked in his heart. He knew that Yang Shui was the commander-in-chief this time and it was impossible for him to have any connections. So, he thought that Qin Chen was the strongest in this session, but he didn't expect that he was so strong. Thank you. Qin Chen walked down the stage step by step. At this moment, everyone unconsciously made way for them. Qin Chen's expression was calm. When he walked out of the crowd, he said without turning his head, "The next person who wants to challenge me will do it tomorrow. I am very short on time and will not accept a second challenge within a day." After these words were spoken, everyone fell silent, each with a complicated expression. Challenge. What a joke, based on the performance just now, none of them could do it. Even Yu Yang and Su Fei stared at Qin Chen's back with a serious expression, without saying a word. After Qin Chen walked away, everyone started talking. Who said he was a relative? Stand up. That move he made just now was so scary, it hurts just looking at it. He was the first to arrive at the training camp, the first to pass the puppet organ, and the first to get the restroom. All of this was actually due to his strength. At this point, no one talked about connections anymore. Haha, a loud laugh suddenly rang out. Everyone turned around and saw an extremely proud face. I told you that my boss only needs to stand still to knock down his opponent. Now, does anyone still doubt it? Zhou Lei glanced at everyone with a condescending expression. However, no one spoke up to refute, and some even had a hint of envy in their eyes. Brother Zhou, can you introduce your eldest brother to me? Yes, Brother Zhou, I really want to meet classmate Qin. Some people began to get close to Zhou Lei. Although they are all geniuses, some people have just realized that the gap between themselves and Qin Chen is too big. Even though they are all practicing body training, at their age, the gap between the early or middle stage of body training and the peak stage cannot be explained by 2 or 3 small realms. This represents the size of talent and potential. Okay. Zhou Lei said with a happy smile. As a young master, I can even be a big brother in this genius training camp. Let's see if the old guy at home dares to say that I am useless in the future. He raised his head and thought proudly with his nose in the air. 10,000 points. Qin Chen returned to the lounge and checked his points and was very satisfied. The estimated points I could have gotten in the mechanical puppet room yesterday were no more than 10,000, which was equivalent to getting full marks. As for the points he had just gained from defeating Mo Qin, he had no expectations. After knowing his points, he did not delay and walked directly out of the lounge and headed towards the training room building. The training room building, whether it is the element training room or other special training rooms, are all in this building. 10 minutes later, he arrived at the first floor of the building. There was an office here. If he wanted to practice, he had to register in the office first. In the element training room, one training session requires 2,000 points. In other training rooms, one training session requires 1,000 points, a staff member explained to Qin Chen. Qin Chen was shocked. The points required for this training room were beyond his expectations. Even though 1,000 or 2,000 points may not be a lot for him, it is different for others. He is sure that among the more than 30 students, probably no more than half of them have points to practice here. I need a fire element training room. Chin took out his student card and said. The staff member took the student card directly and saw the number 1 on the card. She couldn't help but look up at Chin, then swiped the card on the machine, deducted 2,000 points, and returned it to Chin. The fire element training room is on the first floor. Go out and turn left. There are 5 rooms in total. You can choose any one. In addition, your student card already has the authority to enter the practice room, but you can only enter once. If you go in and then come out, the authority will be invalid. So after entering, try not to come out, otherwise you will have to come to me again and deduct 2,000 points before you can enter. The staff reminded. Thank you. Chin nodded, turned and left. Seeing Chin walk out of the office, the staff member immediately said to the others, Number 1 is here. Guess how long he can stay in there? Based on past experience, the longest one stayed in there was 3 hours. And for this number 1, I heard that all the mechanical puppets have been in there, so it is estimated that he also stayed in there for about 3 hours, guessed another staff member. In previous genius training camps, there have been people who have reached the pinnacle of physical training and have defeated all the mechanical puppets. I guess he can stay for 5 hours, someone said suddenly. Everyone looked at him in surprise. Lowly, 5 hours, isn't that an exaggeration? The men called Lowly smiled and said, the element training room not only tests your sensitivity to elements, but also your own perseverance. This boy gives me a very determined feeling. I believe in him. Several people shook their heads, still not believing that Chin could stay for 5 hours. At this time, Chin had already arrived outside an elemental training room. He swiped the student card on the access control, and with a click, the door opened. Suddenly, a wave of heat hit me in the face. Such a strong fire element. The cultivation speed is 15 times faster. This is not an exaggeration. Chin couldn't help but sigh as he felt the heat wave. When he walked into the room, his whole body was wrapped in the fire element. The heat disappeared unconsciously, and a cool feeling came over him. Without delay, he immediately sat down cross-legged, and then practiced the elemental perception method. Suddenly, the fire element that had been refined after the body was refined and the fire element in the outside world underwent a miraculous change. He placed his hands on his knees and tried to condense the mark again. Boom. 2 balls of flame appeared on his palms at the same time, began to jump continuously, and then became smaller and smaller. After continuous condensation, the flame turned into fire elemental force, flowing into his body from his palm. A mark was constantly taking shape in his body, and the speed was more than 10 times faster than when he was practicing in the outside world. Time passed little by little. An hour later, the mark in Chin's body had been completed by 8%. Minus the 4% he had previously condensed, it was equivalent to completing 4% in 1 hour. As time passed, beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, and the temperature in the training room became slightly higher than before. It seems that it is not easy to stay here for a long time. The temperature will get higher and higher until it is unbearable. Chin finally understood what the staff member meant when he told him to stay here as long as possible. This training room is not a place where you can stay forever once you enter. 2 hours later, Chin's head was covered with more and more sweat, and after 3 hours, the sweat began to drip down. But he did not feel any distress, instead he was pleasantly surprised, because at this time, the elemental imprint he had condensed was already 24% complete. As the temperature gets higher, the condensation speed gets faster and faster. The so-called 15 times speed is actually not accurate. It should be the initial speed. He was pleasantly surprised. What he didn't know at this moment was that more than 10 people had gathered outside the training room, including staff and students. They all came to see how long Chin could stay inside. It's been 3 hours, tying the previous record. That's amazing. Before, some staff members speculated that Chin could stay for 3 hours, and now he has really done it. Why rush? He hasn't come out yet. I said he can stay for 5 hours. He definitely can. Lowly said confidently. Everyone was talking about it. After 4 hours, some people were surprised, and when it came to the 5th hour, everyone became uneasy. Let me tell you, 5 hours, there will be no problem. This guy gives me such a stable feeling. Everyone, please make way and don't get stuck here. When he comes out, cool him down immediately. Lao Li pushed everyone around him out. It should be coming out soon. He stared at the door, waiting nervously. However, time still passed by little, the door was still blocking there, and there was no movement. Can he stay in there for 6 hours? Someone's face changed. 6 hours, that's twice the record. Don't worry, maybe it will come out soon. Lao Li said a little embarrassedly. Why are you panicking? My boss can stay in there for at least 10 hours. Suddenly, a proud voice sounded. Everyone looked over and saw Zhou Lei proudly saying, "What's wrong? Is 10 hours a long time?" When he said this, he felt a little guilty. He had never been into the element training room, but he just felt that Qin Chen would definitely be able to do it. Young man, do you know what the temperature inside will be in 10 hours? Old Li looked at Zhou Lei, 60 degrees. And it's like being exposed to the sun at 60 degrees, not like we can normally get some fresh air. Besides, he had previously experienced temperatures of 30 degrees, 40 degrees, 50 degrees, and higher and higher. It had been like this all the time. Do you think this is something a person at the peak of physical training can endure? Although he was optimistic about Qin Chen, he became nervous when he heard the time was 10 hours. Even for a novice warrior, it would be difficult to bear. These students were all surprised when they heard his words. So what? Zhou Lei looked up and said stubbornly. Everyone immediately looked at him as if he were a fool. It's reached its limit. In the training room, Qin Chen was soaked in sweat, his skin was red, and veins bulged on his forehead. An hour ago, he had almost reached his limit. This also made him realize that the limit of the peak of physical training was just 1 hour ago. But he persisted for another hour. 50%. He frowned as he looked at the mark he had condensed. He could go out now, and after recovering, he could spend another 2,000 points to come back in, which would almost allow him to completely condense the mark and break through to become a 1-star warrior. However, points were trivial and he didn't want to spend any more time on it. Thinking of this, he shouted softly, "Wind!" Suddenly, it was as if a breeze blew through his body, making his body, which had already reached its limit, feel refreshed. The redness of his skin began to fade, and the sweat began to decrease. This is also the advantage of being a multi-element warrior. Qin Chen smiled and began to condense the mark again. Outside world. Everyone was still discussing when Qin Chen would come out, but until 8 hours later, there was still no movement at the gate. Is he afraid he might have fainted in there? A student whispered. Impossible. Once the person inside faints, the room will sound an alarm. The staff shook his head. What if the alarm goes off? As soon as these words came out, the faces of several staff members changed. I told you, my boss can stay in there for 10 hours, so it's still early. Zhou Lei said proudly. Wait a little longer. Old Li stared at the door and said finally. It is unlikely that the alarm is broken. This is a newly upgraded elemental training room. It has never been used before and can be said to be brand new. After another 2 hours, Lao Li's face changed. It had been 10 hours. How do you know he can stay in there for 10 hours? Old Li turned and looked at Zhou Lei. Zhou Lei was confused. Of course he didn't know why. He just had an unconditional admiration for Qin Chen. I just know it, he said firmly. But why hasn't he come out yet? Old Li asked again. He believed Zhou Lei's words, but the door still did not move. Well, actually, 10 hours is just an estimate. My boss is really determined, so 1 more hour won't be a problem. Zhou Lei thought about it and decided that he couldn't let others see that he was talking nonsense, so he explained. Old Li nodded, looking shocked. He was able to persist for 11 hours. He had met so many geniuses here, but he had never even thought about seeing one. Others also believed Zhou Lei's words. After all, a genius who was willing to be someone else's younger brother must know Qin Chen. At this moment, everyone looked towards the gate. Although they couldn't see what was going on inside, they all couldn't help but show admiration. Seeing that no one asked any more questions, Zhou Lei secretly breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, he hoped that Qin Chen would come out soon, otherwise he would not know how to explain it. Practice room. Qin Chen's body reached its limit again, and his elemental imprint was already 90% complete. Ice. He let out a light cry, and immediately, the temperature inside and outside his body dropped rapidly. Even the temperature around his body dropped a few degrees. Cool. Qin Chen enjoyed it. After the extreme high temperature, there was a sudden coolness, which made him feel extremely comfortable. The mark in the body is also gradually taking shape. Although the mark is the most difficult to condense at the end, the speed at this moment is not much slower than before. Why haven't you come out yet? Outside, 11 hours had passed and there was still no movement at the gate, which once again aroused everyone's confusion. Could the alarm really be broken? Old Li's face suddenly changed. It's been more than 11 hours, and it's almost 12 hours. This is something that most one-star warriors cannot endure. At this time, he looked at Zhou Lei again, and Zhou Lei said, maybe the alarm is really broken. Hurry, quickly notify Commander Yang. Old Li shouted. Once there is someone in the elemental training room, no one else can enter except Yang Shui, who has the permission to enter. This is also to prevent the students from being disturbed during their training. Instructor Yang is here, a student suddenly shouted. Everyone saw that Yang Shui and Luobin were rushing towards this side in the distance. Commander Yang, hurry up and open the door. Number 1 has been in there for almost 12 hours. I suspect the alarm is broken. Old Li spoke quickly. Why didn't you notify me earlier? Yang Shui said coldly. 12 hours, this is the time that only a 2-star warrior can persist. Old Li trembled all over. He didn't know how to explain, and then looked at Zhou Lei. Zhou Lei was so scared that he didn't even dare to raise his head. Yang Shui was too lazy to pay attention to them, but took out a door card and walked towards the door. In the room. Boom. When Qin Chen's mark was 100% complete, a force grew in his body and surged instantly. 1-star warrior. Qin Chen stood up and felt the powerful force. Name, Qin Chen. Fire Realm, 1-star warrior, progress 0 of the 2nd divine rune. Wind Realm, peak of physical refining. Ice Realm, peak of physical refining. Power, 704. After becoming a warrior, elemental marks and divine patterns will appear. At this moment, there was a divine pattern on the mark of the fire element in Qin Chen's body. It was formed by itself when he broke through to become a 1-star warrior. In order to break through to become a 2-star warrior, one needs to form a divine pattern again. My combat power has directly broken through the threshold of a 2-star warrior. Qin Chen was extremely surprised when he looked at his combat power. The combat power standard for a 2-star warrior is 700, and he just broke this threshold. Now, he may not be able to defeat a 2-star warrior, but he is definitely invincible among 1-star warriors. Ding, you have completed mission 4, God-level mode, the reward has been issued. Qin Chen hurriedly looked towards the system space, and sure enough, there were 2 mark fragments lying inside, one was the wind element and the other was the ice element. The system says random rewards, obviously it is random according to his actual situation, either one of the same, or both of them are wind element or ice element. In addition, there is a special box, which should be the martial arts gift pack. Qin Chen would open the box as soon as he thought about it, but he did not open it immediately. Instead, he straightened his clothes and walked towards the door. It is obviously not appropriate to open it here. The temperature here is getting higher and higher, and it will soon reach the level of a 2-star warrior. Although the speed of condensing divine patterns can also be accelerated here, he discovered that condensing marks and condensing divine patterns are 2 completely different concepts. Even here, he felt that it would take at least half a month to condense the 2nd divine pattern. I don't know if it's because the elemental training room has limited improvement speed in condensing divine patterns, or if the divine patterns are too difficult to condense. In short, it's impossible for him to stay here for half a month. Putting aside whether they can withstand the increasingly high temperatures, a 1-star warrior is not yet at the stage of not eating for half a month. When he arrived at the door and was about to open it, suddenly, there was a click and the door opened by itself. He looked up in surprise and saw Yang Shui outside the door. "Instructor Yang, why are you here?" Qin Chen looked at Yang Shui and asked in surprise. At this moment, the people outside the door saw Qin Chen and they retreated involuntarily as if they saw a ghost. Yang Shui stared at Qin Chen, and she found that Qin Chen's eyes were flickering like two flames. Warrior. She was shocked. Qin Chen broke through to become a one-star warrior. With her experience, she would definitely not be wrong. "It's okay, I just came to see if you are dead," Yang Shui said expressionlessly. Without waiting for Qin Chen's response, she turned around and looked at everyone. "What are you all doing here? Disperse." Suddenly, everyone dispersed, not daring to stay for even a moment. As for herself, she glanced at Luo Bin and said, "Let's go." The two of them left without any hesitation. The place which was originally bustling was suddenly left with only Qin Chen. "It's incomprehensible." Qin Chen shook his head. Outside the building, Luo Bin followed behind Yang Shui and couldn't help asking. He broke through. He wanted to ask Qin Chen just now, but Yang Shui asked everyone to leave, so he didn't want to stay and ask. Yang Shui nodded. It should be a breakthrough. This kid is amazing. He stayed there for 12 hours. He's simply abnormal. Luo Bin was also surprised. However, he has dual elements, and the other one is wind element, so it should be able to offset some of the high temperature. 12 hours is still understandable. Maybe. None of them were fire type, much less dual type, so they had no way of guessing how Qin Chen had managed to last for 12 hours. "How is it? Are you still letting Yu Yang and Su Fei put pressure on him?" Luo Bin said with a smile. On the second day of entering the genius training camp, he broke through to become a one-star warrior. How could the people behind him catch up? This pressure would really crush those two people. Yang Shui glanced at him and didn't bother to pay attention. Luo Bin shook his head and whispered, "He must be very happy." This is Yang Shui's personality, but the colder she appears on the surface, the greater the shock she feels inside. "What did you say?" Yang Shui turned around and asked. "No." Luo Bin trembled all over and spoke quickly. In lounge number 1, Qin Chen put the 2 fragments of the mark into his mouth. There's no taste. The 2 pieces melted in the mouth, as if nothing had been swallowed. But after entering his body, one can feel that his wind element mark and ice element mark are beginning to form. Ding, the wind element mark fragment is swallowed successfully. Ding, successfully swallowed the ice element mark fragment. After a moment, Qin Chen looked at the system again, and the information panel showed changes in 2 elements of information. Wind realm, peak of body refining, element imprint progress 25%. Ice realm, peak of body refining, element imprint progress 35%. Looking at the information, Qin Chen was not surprised. With a low talent for the wind element, it was not surprising that he lagged behind in every aspect. Open the blind box. Looking at the martial arts gift package, he showed anticipation. God-level mission, don't let me down. With a thought, the box disappeared on its own. Then, several rays of light appeared in his eyes. Before he could react, these rays of light and shadows poured into his mind and turned into pieces of information that he quickly received. Breathing of fire. Martial arts introduction, 7th grade technique, advanced, only usable by fire warriors. Wind breathing technique. Martial arts introduction, 7th grade martial arts, advanced, only available to wind warriors. Ice breathing. Martial arts introduction, 7th grade martial arts, advanced, only usable by ice warriors. In an instant, information about 3 techniques appeared in Qin Chen's mind. The introduction was simple, but the word 7th grade surprised Qin Chen. In martial arts, the level of skills is the same as the realm of martial artists, one is star level and the other is grade. The 7th level is also known as Grandmaster Martial Arts, because a 7-star warrior is called a Grandmaster. Grandmaster Martial Arts does not mean martial arts created by a Grandmaster, but among all martial arts, this martial art is very powerful and can be called the Grandmaster of Martial Arts. You know, in the previous announcement from Rongqing, Zhou Quan became a warrior as a genius, but he only received a 2nd grade martial arts reward. In addition, there are very few 7th grade martial arts techniques that can be practiced by 1-star warriors. These martial arts techniques are all known as the best among the same level martial arts techniques. If you want to practice cultivation, it is not enough to have good talent, you also have to make contributions to humanity. Generally, people with talents like Qin Chen have no chance to learn it. Only those who have made military achievements in the military camp are eligible, although their talents may not be called geniuses. Some of them even became warriors and entered the military camp after they were over 30 years old, but they exchanged their blood and lives for the opportunity to practice such martial arts. What surprised Qin Chen the most was the 3 words, "can be advanced," which proved that this technique could be upgraded to a higher level in the future. It was simply a perfect martial arts technique. Moreover, he paid special attention to the 2 breathing methods of wind and ice, and was pleasantly surprised to find that although he had not yet reached the level of a warrior with these 2 elements, he could still practice them. Fiery Sun Fist. Martial Arts Introduction, 7th grade martial arts, only available to fire warriors. This was another martial arts from a master, which surprised Qin Chen greatly. The Fiery Sun Fist can greatly increase his strength. Next, Qin Chen began to digest these martial arts techniques. Only after he had completely engraved them in his mind did he walk out of the lounge. After going out, he went straight to the office area where Yang Shui was. "Instructor Yang, I would like to ask for leave." After seeing Yang Shui, Qin Chen directly stated the purpose of his visit. "Ask for leave?" Yang Shui frowned. "Today is the 2nd day of the training camp. What do you want to ask for leave for?" "Instructor Yang, you don't know that the situation at my home is a bit complicated. I want to bring my parents to live in the warrior family area as soon as possible so that I can practice with peace of mind." Qin Chen did not explain too much. Although he is excellent, he is not good enough to let someone like Yang Shui take the initiative to solve the Zhao family's affairs for him. Therefore, everything still depends on him. As long as he moves his parents to a safe place to live, then even if the Zhao family finds out that he was the one who killed Zhao Quan, even if the Zhao family is in great trouble, he can still deal with it step by step. Yang Shui looked at Qin Chen seriously, and finally nodded. "How long do you want to be invited?" "Not sure, maybe about a week." Qin Chen gave a rough estimate. "This time when I go back, I have to get certified as a warrior and move house, so there will definitely be a lot of things to do. I'll give you 10 days to try to resolve your own issues." Yang Shui said without much thought. "Okay." Qin Chen didn't expect that the other party would be so generous. 10 days is definitely enough. After Qin Chen left, Yang Shui made a phone call and asked Luo Binhei to come over. Find someone to check Qin Chen's family background, including all the people related to his family. The more detailed the better. Yang Shui said as she sorted out the information. "What's wrong?" Luo Bin was a little surprised. It was the first time he saw Yang Shui care so much about a student. Yang Shui was silent for a moment, and without raising her head, she said, "Prepare for the selection of generals." After hearing this, Luo Bin was stunned. The selection of generals did require the student's background, and it had to be clean. In this world, not all human beings are united, so anyone who joins the army must have their background checked, especially this time when it is a selection of generals. However, there is still a lot of time before the selection of generals, and it only takes 2 days for them to find out a person's background. There is no need to do it so early, and it is not like Yang Shui's style. However, seeing that Yang Shui had no intention of explaining, he nodded. "Okay. Master, the Martial Arts Association." The next morning, after Qin Chen came down the mountain, he waited for almost half an hour before a taxi came. "Okay." The driver stepped on the accelerator and rushed out. "Young man, you look familiar to me." The driver glanced at Qin Chen. "Oh, now I remember that I was the one who took you to the Martial Arts Association a few days ago." Qin Chen also glanced at the driver, but he didn't have any impression of him. However, he still said, "The master's business is a bit far away." "Well, as for a sports car, we'll drive it no matter how far it goes as long as the customer needs it," the driver said with a smile. "Aware?" Qin Chen smiled. "By the way, young man, did you go to the Martial Arts Association for certification last time? Did you fail?" You're going again so soon? I guess so. Qin Chen nodded without explaining. The driver glanced at Qin Chen and found that he was in a bad mood, so he comforted him. Well, failure doesn't matter. The key is not to give up after failure. When I was young, I was just like you. I tried for certification the first time, but I still failed. Qin Chen looked at him in surprise. He didn't expect that he was able to practice cultivation. He asked curiously, what happened next? As a driver, most people talk a lot, and this driver is no exception. Seeing that Qin Chen was interested, he said, later, I just didn't give up. After failing, I practiced desperately, and then went for certification again and again. Speaking of this, he said with some pride, I believe that persistence is victory. Qin Chen was startled. He asked, what happened next? Why did you drive a sports car? Later, I failed all the certifications and had no other skills, so I could only drive sports cars. However, although I failed all the time, I persisted for a long time, so don't give up easily. Qin Chen was speechless. He thought it was a bowl of chicken soup, but it turned out to be poisonous. A few hours later, the car slowly drove to the entrance of the Martial Arts Association. Young man, this is your second certification. Remember what I said before. Even if you fail again, don't give up easily. The driver looked at the Warrior Association ahead and encouraged again. Soon, the car stopped in front of the Warrior Association, and at that moment, several staff members of the association walked quickly out, led by a man in a suit. Hey, I remember that was the director of the Martial Arts Association. What's his name? The driver asked in surprise when he saw the leading man. Su Hua. Qin Chen said. Yes, his name is Su Hua. He's the number 2 in the Warrior Association. Judging from his expression, he's here to welcome some important person. The driver looked shocked. The director of the Martial Arts Association rarely shows up. He has been driving a sports car for so many years and I have only seen him a few times, but I have heard about him a lot. At this time, Qin Chen also opened the car door. As soon as he got out of the car, Su Hua hurriedly came up to him, Brother Qin. Even if I'm almost there by this time, luckily I didn't come out late. Su's tone was very polite and his voice was quite loud, so the taxi driver could hear it clearly. He shuddered all over, stepped on the accelerator, and sped off with a whoosh, fearing that he would be even a minute slower. What kind of monster did I pull? The driver looked shocked. In Rongqing, it is impossible for the director of the Martial Arts Association to come out with a group of staff to greet him, even if he is the son of the city lord. There is only one possibility, that is, his talent has reached the level that the Martial Arts Association pays attention to him. Are taxis so powerful nowadays? Su Hua looked at the taillights of the taxi and said in surprise. Qin Chen smiled and changed the subject, saying, I'm sorry to bother Director Su this time, but I'm flattered that you came out in person. As soon as he came down the mountain, he called Su Hua and said that he was going to come to the Martial Arts Association. The reason was simple, he wanted to get certified quickly. Because the certification for warriors is different from the certification for body training, warrior certification requires an appointment. As there are many people getting certified every day and he doesn't have much time, he had to trouble Su Hua. Don't be polite. Su Hua said with a smile. Before Qin Chen came, he called him and said that he wanted to be certified as a warrior. Not to mention that he and Qin Chen already knew each other, and he was less than 18 years old, but he was already certified as a formal warrior. He had to greet such a genius in person. You know, there hasn't been such a genius in the entire Chengdu for a long time. Although Qin Chen has not been officially certified yet, if you are not sure about Qin Chen, you probably won't come. In the certification building, the certification hall on the first floor is specifically responsible for the certification of the body refining realm, and above the second floor is where formal warriors are certified. After entering the building, Su Hua asked the other staff to disperse and took Qin Chen to the second floor alone. The second floor is for certifying 1 to 3-star warriors. The third floor is for 4 to 6-star warriors. Above the fourth floor, it's 7 stars and above, but it's rarely used. After going up to the second floor, Su Hua introduced to Qin Chen. Qin Chen nodded. There are very few 7-star warriors in the whole Rongqing, so it is normal that they are seldom used. Coming to the second floor, Qin Chen saw that there were already several people waiting for certification. A person in charge of certification saw Su Hua appear and hurried over to greet him. "Director Su, why are you here in person?" In the Martial Arts Association, Su Hua is the second in command, and generally he would not come out in person for matters like certification. "Bring a friend over." Su Hua didn't explain much. However, when the men heard the word friend, he was shocked, and the certification officer's eyes changed when he looked at Qin Chen. He could tell at a glance that Qin Chen was very young, and Su Hua was talking about a friend, not a junior, nor any other title. "Then Director Su, do you want to cut in line?" To get warrior certification, one must first make an appointment and register, so those who register first will be certified first. But now that Su Hua has appeared, it seems inappropriate to let Qin Chen wait. But he did not ask Qin Chen directly, but asked Su Hua. After all, he didn't know Qin Chen's character. Some people like this kind of power that goes beyond their level, so they will cut in line directly, but some people are very low-key, or pay attention to rules, so they don't like to cut in line. "No need, come one by one." Qin Chen spoke directly. "Okay, there are 5 people ahead, it will be quick." The men nodded quickly. Soon, he got back to work. "Everyone, the authentication continues now. I will introduce the authentication method to you again. It's very simple. First, your cultivation is tested, and then your combat power is tested." The 5 people queuing looked at him in surprise. This authentication method had been mentioned before. Someone suddenly looked at Qin Chen, who was standing at the back, and realized that this was an explanation specifically for him. "I just heard the certification officer call the guy over there the director." "Is he the director's relative?" someone muttered. "The first one is Zhang Xing, certified level, first-level warrior." When the certification officer made the announcement, a man who looked to be in his 20s stood up from the first stool in the lounge area and walked up. "Put your hand on it and try to release the energy you have as much as possible." The certification officer pointed to an instrument next to him and reminded. The man walked to the instrument, took a deep breath, slowly raised his hand, and then put it on. "Don't be nervous, relax and give your best." The certification officer saw that the man was nervous and immediately spoke. The man looked serious, put his hand on it, and silently used his energy. Soon, an earth element mark appeared on the instrument, and on the mark, a divine pattern was faintly visible. "The level certification is successful," the certification officer announced after seeing the mark. The man then breathed a sigh of relief and put his hand down. The certification of cultivation is very simple. As long as you don't have any problems and don't come here deliberately to cause trouble, there will be no problem. A man who was queuing whispered. Cultivation certification is a certainty in the beginning. If a warrior has not broken through to 1 star, he will not come for certification, unless he really comes to cause trouble, in which case he will be arrested. Next, it's about combat power. Don't be nervous. As long as your combat power reaches the 300 threshold, you will be officially recognized as a first-level warrior. As long as you don't engage in business, you can receive a monthly allowance of 10,000. In order to encourage the men, the certification officer reiterated the benefits of becoming a warrior. This is also the official benefit of Dragon Country to warriors. Of course, there are prerequisites. Some people, after becoming warriors, will not join the army or official organizations, but choose to open a martial arts school or something like that. These people basically only care about their own interests, so they don't receive any allowances. In addition, there are some people who, after becoming warriors, will just live a life of idleness and wait for death after receiving subsidies. Therefore, the authorities will also conduct investigations, and if confirmed, the subsidies will also be cancelled. Hit the battle device with all your strength. The certification officer said to the men. The men prepared for 3 seconds and then punched forward. Bang. A number appeared on the combat device and then began to jump continuously. The men stared at the instrument nervously, and finally, the number stopped at 283. The certification officer frowned. Certification failed. "No, it's impossible. I have clearly already condensed the elemental mark and become a 1-star warrior." The man's face turned pale in an instant, with a look of unwillingness. Alas, this is a warrior who relies entirely on some special drugs. The Martial Arts Association will not recognize such a warrior. Someone shook his head. Some people, in order to become warriors, take drugs crazily, but these drugs actually have great side effects and their combat effectiveness is very weak, so the official will not recognize it. Allowances are not as easy to get as people think. The second one. Next, the certification officer called out the names one by one. And these people have successfully passed the certification. After all, there are only a few people like Zhang Xing who rely on drugs to build up their health, and even if many people rely on drugs, they know that they will not be officially recognized, so they will not come here to ask for trouble. The fifth one is Lu Yun, certified level, 2-star warrior. Finally, a 2-star warrior has arrived. Except for Zhang Xing, the first few people who passed the certification did not leave. Everyone is curious, especially after passing an assessment, they want to see how the next person did. Just like an ordinary person taking a driving test, once you pass it, you will feel relaxed and watch others taking the test with a comparative eye. There was no problem with Lu Yun's cultivation level certification, and then he punched the combat device. 710. Passed. Seeing this number, everyone took a breath. This also means that the man named Lu Yun is now an officially recognized 2-star warrior and can receive a monthly allowance of 20,000 yuan. 20,000. If you were an ordinary person, how much work would you have to do to earn this much? But as a warrior, as long as you don't just eat and wait to die, it's much easier. Those who had passed the 1-star warrior certification all looked at him with envy. They didn't know how long it would take for them to become 2-star warriors, and perhaps they would never become so in their entire lives. The certification officer also nodded at Lu Yun. A 2-star warrior was already worthy of his respect. Next, Qin Chen, certified level, 1-star warrior. The certification officer looked at Qin Chen with anticipation in his eyes. He was very curious about the person Su Hua brought personally and called him a friend. He knew their director well. He knew that the director would never take extra care of relatives, let alone bring them here in person. Not only the certification officer was curious, several other people were curious as well, but with different thoughts. They wanted to see if the director's relatives would embarrass themselves. Qin Chen looked calm. He stood up from the stool and walked step by step to the instrument. Without any nonsense, he put his hand on it. A fire element mark soon emerged. Cultivation certification successful. The certification officer glanced at Qin Chen and spoke seriously. Success. The other people also looked over and were surprised. Qin Chen, who looked to be only 17 or 18 years old, had actually succeeded. Qin Chen, why have I never heard of this name? Is there a Qin family in Rongqing? Someone couldn't help but ask. When they thought of such a talented person, the first person they thought of was a talented descendant of a big family. Isn't he taking medicine too? Someone whispered. It's not that there aren't warriors who are 17 or 18 years old, but they don't appear every year. It's already good to see one in 10 years. It's really hard for them to believe that they have encountered one. The most important thing is that after thinking about it, they found that there was no big family with the surname Qin, and they had never heard of the name Qin Chen before. Normally, such a genius should have been noticed a long time ago. At this time, Su Hua saw Qin Chen and smiled happily. Although he knew there would be no accidents, he was still a little excited when he really succeeded. It's indeed the right thing to do to establish a good relationship with him, Su Hua said to himself. While everyone was thinking about their own things, Qin Chen stood in front of the combat device. His breathing was extremely even. He used the breathing technique of fire, and then punched out. Boom. A loud noise woke everyone up, and then they stared at the jumping numbers. 780. Buzz. Everyone's mind suddenly went blank, and then the whole hall was in an uproar. Even Su Hua, who was a little further away, almost jumped up. 780, am I seeing right? Is he really Director Su's relative? Didn't you say you were certified as a 1-star warrior? Everyone stared at the number that shouldn't have appeared, with a look of disbelief on their faces. The machine is broken. Even the certification officer was confused. Su Hua walked over quickly at this time. He took a look at the machine and thought it was impossible for it to be broken. The Martial Arts Association would not make such a low-level mistake. He looked at Qin Chen, brother Qin, this. He didn't know what to say. It was the first time he had ever encountered a certified first-level warrior who could directly display the combat power of a second-level warrior. Qin Chen smiled and said, "It's just normal combat power." This is indeed normal combat power. He had previously swallowed the fragments of the marks of wind and ice elements. Although it did not allow him to break through, his combat power was increased. In addition, the warrior certification test tests normal combat power, not explosive power, so he cannot use martial arts. He can only use breathing techniques, and did not use the fiery sun fist. If used, his explosive power could probably soar to over 1,000. That's a master-level martial art. Normal combat power. After hearing what Qin Chen said, several people looked at him like a monster. This was not normal at all. "Examiner, please announce it." Seeing that the examiner was slow to speak, Qin Chen had no choice but to remind him. The certification officer finally recovered from his shock. Qin Chen, Certification 1. At this point, he suddenly remembered that Qin Chen was certified as a 1-star warrior, but his combat power directly reached that of a 2-star warrior. If he was directly called a 1-star warrior, it would seem that Qin Chen was at a disadvantage. After all, the allowance for a 2-star warrior was different, and he was brought here personally by Su Hua. If Qin Chen was dissatisfied, it would be terrifying to think about offending such a genius. However, if we directly say that he is a 2-star warrior, it seems that it does not comply with the regulations. He unconsciously looked at Su Hua with pleading eyes. Obviously, he couldn't make the decision on this matter, so he had to ask for help. Su Hua glared at him, thought for a moment, and then said to Qin Chen, "Brother Qin, the certification may take some time, tomorrow. The results will be out tomorrow. How about we notify you directly then?" He was also a little confused, but he still wanted to give Qin Chen a 2-star warrior directly. After all, he knew Qin Chen's family conditions. However, with his authority, he could not make the final decision and needed to report the matter to the president. The only thing he could do was to give advice to the president and try to allow Qin Chen to enjoy the treatment of a 2-star warrior. Then I'll have to trouble Director Su. Qin Chen was not in a hurry as it would only take 1 day. No trouble. Su Hua waved his hand quickly. "Director Su, I'll go back first. You go ahead and do your thing." After Qin Chen finished speaking, he did not stay for long and also rejected the other party's kindness in sending him off. Everyone looked at Qin Chen's back as he left. Those who had just passed the certification wanted to go up and get to know him, but they were a little hesitant. After all, such a talented person might not necessarily look up to them. In front of Qin Chen, they couldn't help but feel a little inferior in their hearts. After returning home, Qin Chen saw Li Xiufen giving Qin Dai a massage. "Xiaochen, why are you back? Is the training camp over so soon?" When the two saw Qin Chen, they were very confused. The genius training camp shouldn't end so soon. "I've asked for a leave." "Oh, and pack up the necessary things. We'll move the day after tomorrow at the latest." "Moving? What house do you want to move to?" Li Xiufen asked puzzledly. "You will know tomorrow." Qin Chen did not explain. At first, Qin Dai didn't understand, but soon, he looked at Qin Chen seriously and thought of something. "Go and pack your things," Qin Dai said hurriedly to Li Xiufen. Although he still had some doubts, seeing Qin Chen's serious look, he didn't think he was joking. "Warrior, it's so rare that my son has really become a warrior. For an ordinary family like theirs, with no money or power, there is only one possibility for them to move, that is, someone becomes a warrior and then moves to the city center." "You're going crazy too," Li Xiufen said to Qin Dai unhappily, ignoring the matter of moving. Qin Dai smiled bitterly. He probably would be scolded to death by Li Xiufen if he said now that his son had become a warrior. Qin Chen smiled and didn't say much. He said that there was no certificate now, but it would be done tomorrow and there was no need to explain anything. Condition the ice element mark now. At night, Qin Chen did not sleep, but sat on the bed, condensed ice flowers in his hands, and then began to concentrate on completing the ice element mark. Ice talent is better than wind talent, so it is not too late to practice wind talent after the ice talent breaks through 1 star. If you practice both at the same time, it will increase the time cost. In addition, the divine runes of the fire element also need to keep up with the progress. The wind and ice types need to break through to become 1-star warriors. At the same time, the fire type cannot stop and must strive for the 2-star level. No wonder the dual system is not as popular as imagined. Indeed, time is too tight. Qin Chen shook his head. Dual system is indeed a powerful talent, but in the eyes of those bigwigs, it is not as valued as a genius like him who became a warrior before the age of 18. This is because many dual system geniuses are very arrogant and will not practice one system first, but will do both at the same time, which results in these geniuses not being able to keep up with the progress in the end. Sister Xiaofan, why is today such a good day that you bought so many vegetables? Early in the morning, Li Xiaofan came back carrying a bunch of vegetables, which attracted the curiosity of the neighbor next door. Oh, it's such a trouble that my kid is back. Li Xiaofan said trouble, but her expression seemed very happy. Xiaochen is back. The man was stunned. Didn't I just hear you say yesterday that he went to that genius training camp? How come he's back so soon? Yesterday, Li Xiaofan and some neighbors mentioned Qin Chen, because after Qin Chen was certified in body refining, Li Xiaofan and Qin Dai had already spread the news. I didn't ask, but now that he's back, he should have finished his training there. Li Xiaofan said uncertainly. She didn't know what a genius training camp was. She only knew that there was the word genius, so her son was a genius. When a genius came back, he naturally had to have a good meal. I heard that the genius training camp will eliminate people. Suddenly, a man said. This man is another neighbor of Qin Chen's family and also the richest person in the neighborhood. His name is Zhou Yi and he usually wears a suit and tie. Zhou Yi, stop talking nonsense. Other neighbors saw Li Xiaofan's expression change and hurriedly stopped her. The Qin couple are usually nice people, but their life is difficult, especially since Qin Dai is in poor health. Recently, because Qin Chen was certified in body training, the couple were very happy and all the neighbors knew about it. If Qin Dai's already poor health develops any further problems because of Qin Chen's matter, it would be troublesome. What nonsense am I talking about? Zhou Yi said unhappily. In Yangqing, a classmate of the son of a friend of mine's eldest brother was selected into the talent training camp in previous years, but was eliminated on that day. Zhou Yi didn't care about Qin Dai and Li Xiaofan's feelings. He was the envy of several families nearby. However, some time ago, Qin Dai and Li Xiaofan took out Qin Chen's certification certificate for the initial stage of physical training, which made everyone start to get close to the couple, but they were not treating him the same as before, which made him feel a little uncomfortable these days. Even if Qin Chen is eliminated, he is still a genius. A neighbor spoke up for Li Xiaofan. I know, but Xiaochen may be feeling lost right now and doesn't want the adults to know. I just told Sister Xiaofan the truth so that she can counsel Xiaochen and not let him bear it alone. That's not good. Zhou Yi said with apparent concern. However, he was very happy in his heart. Although Qin Chen was expelled, he was still a genius. But in the eyes of his neighbors, this sudden gap made everyone certainly not as envious of Li Xiaofan and Qin Dai as before. Thank you, Zhou Yi. Li Xiaofan was simple-minded and didn't know what Zhou Yi was thinking. After thanking him, she hurriedly walked towards home. However, at this moment, a horn sounded, and everyone turned their heads in surprise and saw a luxury car slowly driving towards them. Who is this, driving the car here? This neighborhood is densely populated and cars are parked in the parking lot. No one is allowed to drive in, unless it is a special vehicle. This is the Martial Arts Association's car. Someone exclaimed when he saw the word martial arts written on the body of the car. Everyone looked over and were surprised. Even though they were ordinary people, they knew what the Martial Arts Association represented. This is a place in the city that specializes in serving and managing warriors. It can be said to be the most powerful institution in a city. Get out of the way. Zhou Yi shouted hurriedly when he saw the car approaching. He was the person who knew the Martial Arts Association best here, and he absolutely could not cause a conflict with these people, otherwise he would die without knowing how. When the car came in front of everyone, it suddenly stopped, leaving everyone confused. Soon, the car door opened, and then a person got out of the car. Director Su. Zhou Yi was shocked. But soon he was even more shocked. After Su Hua got out of the car, he quickly ran to the other side of the car and slowly opened the door. Su Hua opened the door himself, which stunned Zhou Yi. Then he saw an old man in a robe get off the car, while Su Hua stood respectfully beside him. "President, this is it," Su Hua said to the old man. When Zhou Yi heard Su Hua's voice, his eyes widened and he looked at the old man in disbelief. President of the Martial Arts Association. Why would he come to such a small place? Is it here? The old man raised his head and glanced at the building next to him. These are all old houses, with only 7 floors and no elevator. They also look very shabby from the outside. It's here, on the 3rd floor, Su Hua said. After Qin Chen was certified in body refining, he had already asked someone to check it out. Now he is very clear about the situation in Qin Chen's family. Are they going into the building? Zhou Yi saw Su Hua and the old man preparing to enter the building, and his heart moved. He hurriedly stepped forward to lead the way for the two. He lives here and knows the situation here very well. This is an opportunity to meet an important person. But before he could respond, Su Hua in front of him suddenly asked, "Ms. Li Xiufan?" Su Hua saw Li Xiufan in front of him and shouted loudly. Li Xiufan was also surprised that people from the Martial Arts Association came here, but Qin Chen's matter was the most important. After she saw Su Hua and the old man get off the car, she stopped watching and prepared to go upstairs. Now that she was suddenly called, she turned around and asked in confusion, "You called me? It's really Ms. Li?" Seeing Li Xiufan's expression, Su Hua hurried forward. When they were learning about Qin Chen's family situation, Li Xiufan and Qin Dai were all within their scope of knowledge, so they had naturally seen Li Xiufan's photo. "My name is Su Hua." Su Hua came to Li Xiufan. "This is our President Zhu." "Hello, Ms. Li, just call me Zhu Yuan." President Zhu came to Li Xiufan with a calm tone. Hello, President Zhu, do you have something to talk to me about?" Li Xiufan was very nervous. In her entire life, this was the first time she had spoken to such a person. "We are here to look for Qin Chen. He should be at home now, right?" Su Hua asked. "He asked Qin Chen to wait yesterday. Today, the certified warrior level will be determined and a certification certificate will be issued." Li Xiufan was even more nervous when she heard Qin Chen and thought about what Zhou Yi had just said. Did Xiaochen make a big mistake? He's still young. If there's anything, can you please not go to him? I'll take care of it. Qin Chen was eliminated from the genius training camp. It must be because he made some mistake. Now even the president of the Martial Arts Association has come in person. This mistake is too big. After hearing this, Zhu Yuan and Su Hua were both stunned. Zhu Yuan smiled and said, "You misunderstood. Qin Chen did not make any mistakes. If you must say he made a mistake, it's that he was too shocking." "Ah." Li Xiufan looked puzzled. Zhu Yuan smiled and said, "It seems that he didn't tell you. He is really a low-key little guy." Zhu Yuan did not explain immediately, but asked Li Xiufan to take him and Su Hua to his home to meet Qin Chen. In the back, all the neighbors were confused and couldn't understand why the president of the Martial Arts Association came to see Qin Chen. Could Qin Chen have gotten into big trouble in that genius training camp? Someone suddenly said. When everyone heard this, they immediately felt that it was very likely. After all, Qin Chen came back suddenly, so he must have been eliminated. Maybe he was eliminated because he got into trouble. And now, the president of the Martial Arts Association came in person to question him. "Let's go and have a listen," Zhou Yi suddenly shouted. So, driven by curiosity, many people came to Qin Chen's door to eavesdrop. In the living room. After hearing Su Hua's introduction, Qin Chen looked at Zhu Yuan in surprise. He did not expect that the other party would come in person. Zhu Yuan took out a certificate and said, "This is the certificate issued to you by the Martial Arts Association." Qin Chen took the certificate, opened it and saw that he was a 2-star warrior. Qin Dai and Li Xiufan couldn't wait to look at it and found that it was a certification for a 2-star warrior. They were so excited that they were speechless for a while. At the same time, he looked at Qin Chen, as if he was meeting his son for the first time. "Thank you, President." Qin Chen was also surprised. He asked for leave this time just to become a one-star warrior. The two-star warrior was a surprise given to him by the Martial Arts Association. "This is what you deserve." Zhu Yuan waved his hand. "By the way, you came back suddenly this time. In addition to becoming a certified warrior, the most important thing is to move, right?" he asked suddenly. Qin Chen nodded, "The sooner the better." The Zhao family might find out about Zhao Quan's death at any time and quickly determine that he was murdered. Once they find out, they will probably take action immediately. With the power of the Zhao family, it is too easy to make some ordinary families disappear silently. "I already know about your father's affairs." Zhu Yuan glanced at Qin Dai. At this time, the old couple were still discussing the certificate and didn't pay any attention to their conversation at all. "I have already prepared for you the moving matter. As for the other troubles, you need to handle them yourself." Zhu Yuan had thought about directly resolving the conflict between the Zhao family and Qin Chen, but he thought about it for a long time and felt that Qin Chen would not let it go so easily. And this is Qin Chen's private matter, so it is not convenient for him to interfere too much. "Are you ready?" Qin Chen was surprised. He had originally planned to handle the Zhao family's affairs on his own. He had no background, and the only person he knew who had some power was Su Hua. However, as a member of the Martial Arts Association, he could not interfere in matters at will. Besides, even if he could intervene, he could only mediate at most, and it would be impossible to solve the Zhao family's problem directly. "You should know soon." Zhu Yuan smiled. Outside the door, a group of neighbors were sticking their heads out and putting their ears against the door to eavesdrop. "Can you hear anything?" Zhou Yi asked. The noise in the room was too quiet, and he couldn't hear clearly what the president of the Martial Arts Association and Qin Chen were talking about. "I seem to hear something about a two-star warrior," someone suddenly asked. "Two-star warrior? Did Qin Chen offend a two-star warrior in the genius training camp this time? But even if I offended a two-star warrior, it wouldn't be necessary for the president of the Martial Arts Association to come and question me personally, right?" Everyone was puzzled. As for the fact that Qin Chen was a certified two-star warrior, they had never thought about it. After all, for a person under the age of 18, it was amazing to be certified at the pinnacle of physical training, let alone a two-star warrior. Chengdu announcement. This city's genius, Qin Chen from No. 1 Middle School, a certified two-star warrior, is hereby awarded a set of real estate in Qingheyuan, a bonus of 2 million, and a 4th-grade martial arts. A voice sounded over the city, causing many citizens to look up involuntarily, followed by discussions everywhere in the city. City announcements are issued by official departments throughout the city. They are so loud that almost everyone in the city can hear them. Qin Chen. Which Qin Chen? Outside Qin Chen's house, the neighbors were a little confused. Isn't he from No. 1 Middle School? Someone just heard the president say he is a two-star warrior. This. Everyone quickly realized that what the city announcement said was exactly what they were eavesdropping on. Who said he was eliminated because of a mistake? As soon as the words came out, everyone looked at Zhou Yi. Swish. Zhou Yi's face turned pale instantly, and he turned and left. Everyone saw that his body could not help shaking, and he walked unsteadily. Go, go. Everyone dispersed and no one dared to eavesdrop here anymore. A property in Qingheyuan. In the room, Qin Dai and Li Xiufen were excited after hearing the city announcement. In the center of Rongqing City, there are many residential areas built specifically for the families of warriors. These communities are all high-end communities, but they also have differences. Qingheyuan is the most upscale of all residential communities, whether in terms of environment or other aspects. There are even rumors that the security guards are all warriors. Thank you, President. Qin Chen said to Zhu Yuan. The other party just said that it had been arranged, and the announcement came immediately. It was obviously calculated on time. I said, this is what you deserve. Besides, I only told the city lord's mansion about your situation. The release of this announcement is not the business of the Warrior Association. Zhu Yuan said with a smile. Qin Chen smiled without being pretentious. How could he not understand that the Martial Arts Association must have informed the City Lord's mansion about the matter between him and the Zhao family? Therefore, this time the reward was a property so that he could move as quickly as possible. Otherwise, the reward would most likely just be a bonus and martial arts, and as for the house, he would have to buy it himself. Moreover, Qinghe Yuan is probably very difficult to buy. Also, I have something to tell you. Zhu Yuan suddenly looked serious and solemn. Qin Chen didn't say anything, just waited for his words. Do you know about the selection of generals? Zhu Yuan asked first. Selection of star generals. Qin Chen shook his head, but his heart moved. Just hearing the name, this selection seemed very impressive. It seems your instructor hasn't disclosed this yet. The term, Star General, is proposed by our Dragon Nation for the first time. Each of the 4 major war zones will select a Star General this year. If they enter the military in the future, they will be given intensive training. Don't you have a grudge against the Zhao family? Just being a certified warrior can only keep your family safe. But if you want to solve the problem completely, becoming a general may be an option. Zhu Yuan suggested. Qin Chen instantly became interested, but also confused. The Zhao family has a 4-star warrior. Just by becoming a general, he can completely solve the problem, which is beyond his expectation. Zhu Yuan smiled and explained, once you become a general star, the military will immediately grant you the rank of Major General. Of course, before you actually enter the military, the rank is just a title and will not really give you real power. However, with this title, there will always be a way to deal with the Zhao family. Qin Chen understood what he meant instantly. Even if he was just a military rank without real power, there would probably be countless people trying to please him. There were 100 ways to deal with the Zhao family. Is there any early process for selecting this general? Qin Chen became interested. Honestly speaking, he could take his time with the Zhao family and solve the problem once he was strong enough, but that would take time and he didn't want to wait any longer. If it could be solved sooner, he would do it right away. Seeing Qin Chen's interest, Zhu Yuan smiled. The main reason why he came here today was to tell Qin Chen that although Qin Chen might not be selected in the star selection, however, there is still a chance. If he is really elected, he will have many benefits as the president of the Rongqing Martial Arts Association. If you want to be selected as a general, you need to get first place in the Chengdu Talent Training Camp in your first show. Ding, the Star General Selection mission begins. The first stage of the mission, get first place in the Chengdu Talent Training Camp. Quest rewards, 1 Wind Element Mark Fragment, 1 Ice Element Mark Fragment, Martial Arts, Star Body Refining Art Volume 1. The sudden system task made Qin Chen stunned. Is this an easy task? Qin Chen looked at the task, confused. With his current strength, he can kill Yu Yang and Su Fei with 1 punch. He has no competitiveness at all. It's unlikely. Considering the difficulty of the previous tasks, the system won't give it away for free. But I can't figure it out for now, so I can only take on the task. Secondly, get first place in all the talent training camps in Jiang Province. Finally, among all the geniuses in the Western Theater, the one who won first place is the first batch of star generals. Zhu Yuan looked at Qin Chen in deep thought and said slowly. To obtain the star of a general, one has to overcome many obstacles, and all the competitors are geniuses. Qin Chen is sure to take first place in Chengdu, and even in Jiang Province. However, the entire Western Theater Command will be difficult, with more than a dozen provinces and hundreds of cities, and there are too many geniuses. After chatting for a few more minutes, Zhu Yuan stood up and said, I won't bother you anymore. Su Hua will arrange for a moving company to come, and you can move to Qinghe Yuan today. Xiaochen, quickly see the president off. Qin Dai said hurriedly when he saw Zhu Yuan was about to leave. Zhu Yuan waved his hand, no, just pack your things. Having said that, he left very decisively. 2 hours later, the moving company arrived downstairs. At this moment, Qin Chen received a call from the school principal, asking him to go over and say that the bonus had already been received. Not only was it the bonus from the school, but also the 2 million from the city lord's mansion. All of it had been transferred to the account of number 1 middle school and would be given to him together. Qin Chen thought about it and decided to go immediately. After all, moving now would hardly require him to do it himself. Director Su, please give it a ride. Qin Chen said to Su Hua. When we moved to Qinghe Yuan, we had to confirm our identity. With Su Hua, the director of the Martial Arts Association, there was no problem at all. It's not a problem. Just go and do your thing. Su Hua was happy to help. He would love to be able to get closer to a genius like Qin Chen. Qin Chen did not delay and arrived at school half an hour later. You kid, you didn't even say hello when you came back. If I hadn't heard the city announcement, I would have thought you were still studying hard in the genius training camp. Principal Luo Jianwei said to Qin Chen. The city announcement just now almost scared him. Qin Chen came back quietly and directly got a certification of a 2-star warrior. If the city lord's mansion hadn't called later, he would have thought he had misheard. I'm busy, but number 1 middle school is my alma mater. I will definitely come back, but you called me before I could even get there. If it weren't for the money, would you be so active? The principal didn't buy it and said unhappily. Okay, give me your card number and I'll ask the finance department to transfer the money to you. About 10 minutes later, Qin Chen heard the text message alert. 2,250,000. He looked at the principal, and the other party actually gave him a reward of 150,000. Of the 2.25 million, 2 million came from the city lord's mansion, which was equivalent to an official reward. Another 100,000 is for entering the genius training camp, which is also an official reward. The final 150,000 yuan was a bonus from number 1 middle school. Originally the maximum amount was 100,000 yuan, but now, the principal paid an extra 50,000 yuan out of his own pocket to Qin Chen. Although 50,000 is not a lot, but as the principal, he was very considerate of Qin Chen by being able to apply for the school bonus so quickly. He gave him 50,000, which shows how much he values Qin Chen. Don't be moved. The principal looked at Qin Chen's expression and waved his hand. I'm not touched, I just think it's a bit too little. Qin Chen smiled. The principal glared at him. 50,000 was only several months' salary for him. In addition, the 4th grade martial arts rewarded to you will be mailed directly to your home. Boy, you must practice well on the 4th grade martial arts. If you can master it to perfection, with your current strength, you will be a leader among the 2nd grade martial arts. The principal reminded. Qin Chen certified a 2-star warrior. Even if he was a 2-star warrior with the lowest combat power, after adding the 4th grade martial arts, he would surpass many 2-star warriors. The average 2-star warrior does not have 4th grade martial arts. However, it depends on how Qin Chen practices. Geniuses also need to keep working hard to grow. There are many geniuses who become arrogant and inflated from the beginning and become lost in the crowd. Principal, I want to have another class. Qin Chen said suddenly. Classes. Just go there directly. You haven't graduated yet, so you can go anytime. The principal waved his hand. Qin Chen shook his head. I want to take a class with my homeroom teacher. He remembered that today's class at this time was not the class taught by the head teacher. The principal looked at him in confusion. He knew that the head teacher of class 7 had a strange temper and was privately called the female king of hell by the students. Qin Chen smiled and didn't explain. The head teacher has always had a bad impression of him and has a weird temper, but Qin Chen feels that there is nothing wrong with him and he is very responsible. Although he has a strange temper, he treats everyone equally and will never target you just because you have poor grades. This is very rare. Qin Chen was actually quite grateful to this head teacher. Before, his father had an accident and the family was in great difficulty. The head teacher called on everyone to donate money and never asked for his tuition, otherwise he would have dropped out long ago. Moreover, he still did not study hard and slept in class, which was a common occurrence. The head teacher would often talk to him but never said anything excessive. Instead, he patiently advised him. Besides, this might be his last time to come to school. Regardless of whether he can participate in the selection of generals or not, after the training camp, it will be almost time for the college entrance examination. He had left the talent training camp in too much of a hurry before, and now he wanted to finish the last class and have a beginning and an end. Go ahead, I'll call your class teacher. The principal took out his cell phone. Qin Chen's head teacher was a middle-aged woman named Wang Su. She was not pretty and was even a little fat. She usually had a stern face and all her students were a little scared when they saw her. But now, as she walked out of the office, a hint of excitement appeared on her face. She walked quickly towards Class 7. It was just time for the bell to ring. The next class was physical education, and many students were preparing to go to the playground. At this time, Wang Su walked directly into the classroom. "Everyone, be quiet." Seeing Wang Su appear, all the students' faces changed. Even the class monitor became anxious. He was the first to speak. "Teacher Wang, is the physical education teacher sick again?" This excuse has been overused by schools. The physical education teacher always has the worst health among all the teachers. You guessed it right, I will be the one teaching the next class. Everyone get ready. All of a sudden, all the students felt disappointed. Wang Su looked at everyone's expressions. She smiled and didn't explain immediately. Teacher Wang smiled. Someone noticed Wang Su and said in surprise, "What happened today?" I suddenly realized that Teacher Wang is different from usual. If it was before, she would have asked us to be quiet. Wang Su heard everyone's discussion, and after everyone had finished their discussion, he spoke seriously. "It's not that I want to take up your physical education class, but because, in this class, someone is going to take it with you." After hearing this, the students were all stunned. Some of them suddenly thought of something, but they were a little unsure. Especially Wang Hai, there was great anticipation in his eyes. Wang Su didn't explain, but turned to look outside the classroom. Everyone was also very curious about who could make their head teacher so serious and excited. Soon, a young man appeared in everyone's sight, and the moment they saw him, some people jumped up from their seats. "Qin Chen, it's Qin Chen who's back. It's really Qin Chen, wow, my idol is back. A 2-star warrior. This is a newly certified 2-star warrior who is under the age of 18. He is from Class 7 and is my classmate. Sign, you must sign." Everyone in the classroom was in an uproar. Qin Chen had left quietly before, but they later found out that he had gone to the genius training camp. This made them very proud as classmates, and just recently, the city announcement said that Qin Chen was certified as a 2-star warrior, which made them even more excited. Even though they were not the first, as members of Class 7, they felt honored in the school. "He's back, my brother is back." The little fat boy Wang Hai was also very excited as he watched Qin Chen walking towards the classroom step by step. Qin Chen was away these days, and he wanted to call him many times, but he was afraid of disturbing him, so there was no contact. After Qin Chen walked into the classroom, he first looked at Wang Su on the podium. "Hello, Teacher Wang." Okay, I'm glad you're back." Wang Su showed a smile he had never had before. Qin Chen looked at everyone again. "Classmates, this class, I want to take Teacher Wang's class, so I'm taking up your physical education class. You won't blame me, right?" "Of course not." The squad leader was the first to speak. "Yes, no wonder, we like Mr. Wang's class the most. Haha, this is my first time to take classes with warriors. I'm afraid it will be the last time in my life. It's my honor. Tell others about it and they will be envious." The students started talking, and no one was thinking about physical education class anymore. In fact, everyone knew in their hearts that this might be the last lesson with Qin Chen, but no one pointed it out. "Attend class." Wang Su shouted as soon as the class bell rang. In an instant, she returned to being the cold, unsmiling head teacher. Qin Chen was listening below, occasionally looking at all his classmates. This is his last class, and similarly, for many people here, this is probably the last time they will see each other. After the college entrance examination, we all went our separate ways. The world is small, but if we want to meet again, it also depends on fate. For 45 minutes, everyone listened to the class more attentively than ever before, not because of Wang Su, but because of Qin Chen. Time passed quickly, and when the bell rang again, Wang Su reluctantly said the word, "Get out of class" is over. But no student below stood up immediately. They still sat quietly in their seats, with reluctance in their eyes. Wang Su took out his cell phone, took a picture of everyone, glanced at Qin Chen, and then walked out of the classroom. "Qin Chen, sign your name." The monitor took out a beautiful notepaper and walked towards Qin Chen first. I want an autograph, too. I want one too. The classmates came towards Qin Chen one after another. Both. Qin Chen smiled and said, he swore that this was the time when he had written the most words at one time in his life, and he wrote his own name repeatedly, but it was also the happiest time when he wrote. Goodbye, classmates. After signing, Qin Chen walked to the classroom door, said something, turned around and walked out of the classroom. At this moment, everyone rushed out of the classroom at the same time, and watched Qin Chen leave until his back disappeared. Qin Chen. After walking out of the school, Wang Hai chased after him. What's wrong? Are you still drinking? You've become so fat. Qin Chen looked at Wang Hai and said with a smile. What kind of alcohol is that? I've given it up a long time ago. Real. Really, I quit smoking after you punched Liao Tao away that day. Wang Hai said seriously. In the practical class that day, Qin Chen shocked all the students. As his best friend, he thought about it for a long time and finally made up his mind to quit his habit of eating and playing. I came to see you for something important. Wang Hai said suddenly. Qin Chen looked at his serious expression. Although he was surprised, he was happy for him. He nodded and said, go ahead. Wang Hai organized his words and said, you know my family runs a martial arts school. I couldn't practice before, so I was always playing around. But yesterday, I met the qualifications to practice. Good. Qin Chen nodded. It is indeed a good thing to reach the qualifications for cultivation before the college entrance examination. At least you can go to college. It's a good thing, but I don't plan to go to college. After my father knew that I could practice, he also let me not go to college and directly take over the martial arts school, and then he helped me behind the scenes. Wang Hai said. Qin Chen nodded, this is also good. Although I can practice now, the university I attend is just average. When I graduate, I may not be as good as the director of a martial arts school. Moreover, the educational resources of an ordinary university may not be comparable to those of my own martial arts school. After all, no matter how small the martial arts school is, it is yours, and all the resources will be used on you. I support you. Qin Chen patted his shoulder and encouraged. Really? Wang Hai was delighted and said immediately, well, since you sincerely support me, then you can register your name in my Shanghai martial arts school. Let me make it clear first, now you have money and skills, but no salary. After Wang Hai finished speaking, a cunning look appeared in his eyes. Qin Chen looked at him in surprise. He didn't expect that this kid would fall into his trap. How is it? Wang Hai stared at Qin Chen nervously. He knew that Qin Chen would definitely achieve great success in the future, and he got a great advantage by just being listed as a figurehead. The reason why he said this is that the relationship between the two is very good. But relationships are relationships, Qin Chen has the right to refuse, and it is not Qin Chen's responsibility. Qin Chen looked at Wang Hai. It was rare for this fat man to care about these things, so he naturally would not refuse. Just hang up. The reason why a martial arts school puts a name on someone else's work is simply to attract some business by leveraging the fame of the person being put on the name. Therefore, after being listed, he did not need to go to the martial arts gym to do anything. It was reasonable for him to refuse such help. Good brother. Wang Hai saw Qin Chen agreed and immediately took his hand. Let's go, I'll treat you. Well, I've given up. School isn't over yet. Next time you come to Shanghai Martial Arts School, I'll let Wang Shanghai treat you. Go to class. Qin Chen smiled and waved his hand. Not long after, he came to Qingheyuan. It has to be said that Su Hua was very efficient. After Qin Chen came back, he had already left, and his new home had been tidied up. The city lord's mansion not only gave him a house, but also all kinds of furniture. My parents' safety has been resolved. The next step is to become a general and completely resolve the Zhao family's issues. It's time to go back to the training camp early. Qin Chen thought to himself. I originally asked for 10 days off, thinking that moving and other things would take a lot of time, but it turned out that the City Lord's Mansion and the Martial Arts Association had everything arranged, so it only took 2 days. However, Qin Chen then accompanied his parents for another 3 days. So far, it took him a total of 5 days to go down the mountain. Early in the morning of the 6th day, he took a taxi and headed for the training camp. At the same time, the Zhao family. At this moment in the Zhao family lobby, a corpse was lying in the middle of the lobby. The corpse was none other than Zhao Quan, the son of the Zhao family, who was beaten to death by Qin Chen with a punch a few days ago. "Wanshi, you must avenge Quaner." A woman looked at the dead Zhao Quan with a sad face and tears in her eyes. "Have you found out?" Zhao Wanshi looked at the men in the lobby and spoke in a cold voice. "Master, we have found out. The surveillance shows that the last time young Master Quan appeared was at the energy market, and it was at that time that he got into a car and left with a woman and a teenager." Without waiting for Zhao Wanshi to ask, Xiaoshu continued, "That woman is now dead, but that boy is still alive." "Who?" a young man in the lobby asked hurriedly. He took a look at the young man and said respectfully, to reply to Master Liang, "The young man is called Qin Chen." Qin Chen. Zhao Liang and Zhao Wanshi frowned. This name sounded familiar. Is it the Qin Chen mentioned in the city announcement just now? Zhao Liang suddenly reacted and his face changed slightly. Yes. In addition, this Qin Chen actually has some grievances with my Zhao family. The man that Master Quan had someone hit before was Qin Chen's father. The servant told everything he had found out. Zhao Wanshi and Zhao Liang's faces changed. They knew that Zhao Quan had hired someone to hit Qin Dai. But at that time, no one cared. After all, Qin Dai was just an ordinary person. So it seems that the one who killed my brother was Qin Chen. Zhao Liang frowned. Qin Chen is now certified as a 2-star warrior and has the strength. Moreover, he has such a big grudge with Zhao Quan, so he also has the motive. They just didn't expect that an ordinary family that they didn't care about at the beginning would now produce such a genius that attracted the attention of the City Lord's Mansion. There is a huge difference between this city announcement and the one made by Zhao Quan. From the announcement, one can feel how much the City Lord's Mansion values Qin Chen. In addition, Qin Chen went to the Martial Arts Association for certification just yesterday, and an announcement was issued early this morning, which shows that the Martial Arts Association is also making efforts. "I don't care who he is, he must die. Not only him, but his whole family must die," the woman suddenly shouted. Womanly kindness. Zhao Wanshi stared at the woman and shouted coldly. "Zhao Wanshi, he was also your son. Now he has been killed. Won't you avenge him?" The woman looked at Zhao Wanshi with red eyes. "Who said I won't avenge him? How could my son, Zhao Wanshi, die in vain?" Zhao Wanshi said coldly. "When has the Zhao family ever suffered such a loss?" However, Qin Chen has just been taken seriously by the City Lord's Mansion and the Warrior Association. Taking action at this time would undoubtedly be the most risky. He believed that the City Lord's Mansion and the Martial Arts Association must have known about the feud between Qin Chen and his Zhao family. If Qin Chen was killed and it was discovered, his Zhao family would be uprooted. Therefore, now is not the best time to take action. We must wait for an opportunity that is foolproof and does not leave any evidence. "Dad, let me take care of this." Zhao Liang took the initiative to speak. "Come here." Zhao Wanshi frowned. Zhao Liang is now a 3-star warrior, but he is also his only son and the hope of the Zhao family. If an accident occurs, the Zhao family will really have no chance to grow stronger in the future and will only gradually decline. "Don't worry, I won't do it myself, but I have a way to kill him," Zhao Liang said confidently. Zhao Wanshi finally nodded. He was still very confident in Zhao Liang's work. Mingshan Training Ground. There were only 30 students left in the training ground at this time. Several more were eliminated during the few days when Qin Chen was away. But this is still good, as if everyone has a certain tacit understanding and will not challenge others at will, otherwise, more people will be eliminated. Nowadays, students tend to practice in the gravity room and infrared room. As for the confrontation room, there are some mechanical puppets in it. However, the mechanical puppets here can adjust their cultivation level. According to one's own situation, one can adjust the mechanical puppets to a level suitable for being one's opponent. This type of training focuses more on actual combat, but everyone feels that there is no need to use the points for it for the time being. After all, everyone has not taken the college entrance examination yet. Practical training only begins after entering university. Now, improving your skills is the most important thing. Have you heard that Yu Yang has broken through to 1 star? Everyone knows about this kind of thing. It's so sensational. I heard that he is now in the gravity room and can withstand 4 times the gravity. Su Fei has also made progress, but he has not yet become a warrior. Don't underestimate Su Fei. He has been practicing his body skills. He probably knows that he can't break through to the warrior level for the time being, but he doesn't want to admit defeat, so he has put a lot of effort into his body skills. I heard that now in the infrared room, he has raised the infrared level to level 3. I'm afraid he's about to pass level 3. After entering the training camp, everyone realized that they used to think they were geniuses, but now they understand what genius is. There are too many geniuses in this world. If you don't work hard, you will soon be left behind by others. So, these days, everyone has been practicing madly with all their might, especially Yu Yang and Su Fei. They are competing secretly. After Yu Yang broke through to 1 star, he still did not relax at all and stayed in the gravity room every day. What do you think happened to Qin Chen recently? I haven't seen him for a few days. Suddenly, someone asked curiously. No one has seen Qin Chen since the last time he came out of the element training room, which made everyone very confused at first. However, after Yu Yang broke through to become a 1-star warrior, he completely attracted everyone's attention. For a moment, everyone forgot about Qin Chen. Now, when they suddenly heard about it, everyone immediately became interested. No one knows what he is doing. He was so fierce before, working in the element training room for an unprecedented 12 hours, and now he suddenly disappeared. Do you think he dares to come out now? After all, Yu Yang has made a breakthrough, and Su Fei has also made great progress. He may make a breakthrough at any time. Speaking of Qin Chen, many people now feel that Qin Chen may have been surpassed by these 2 people. Hey, are you guys idiots? Is it so easy to surpass my boss? You guys are so useless. He doesn't feel any pressure at all. The boss is just waiting for someone to catch up. Have you ever heard a saying? I'll give you time to catch up until you can't see him anymore. That's the state the boss is in now. Zhou Lei heard the discussion of the crowd not far away, turned around and walked over, saying loudly. When everyone saw Zhou Lei, their faces changed slightly. Zhou Lei had been very high profile these days, and many people wanted to challenge him, but when they thought that this person was Qin Chen's younger brother, they gave up. However, this person is very annoying. He talks about Qin Chen all the time, and their ears are numb from hearing him talk. Don't worry, my elder brother will be back soon. When that time comes, you just wait and tremble. Zhou Lei smiled, then turned and left, as if he came here just to say these words to everyone. After leaving, Zhou Lei quickly returned to his room and breathed a sigh of relief. Boss, please show up soon, I can't take it anymore. These days, because of the progress of Yu Yang and Su Fei, everyone was about to forget about Qin Chen. When they talked about Qin Chen, they felt that he was not as good as those 2. And he, from time to time, would whisper in everyone's ears, saying how great Qin Chen was, in order to maintain Qin Chen's dignity. Of course, it was also for his own sake. If Qin Chen really fell from the altar, it would be a heavy blow to him. Gravity chamber. A young man stood inside, shirtless, his muscles looking extremely solid. At this moment, in the gravity room, with double the gravity, he felt extremely relaxed, and there was no sign of discomfort when he punched. He adjusted the gravity to twice as much, and still swung his punches freely and smoothly. When the gravity was triple, his body showed some incoordination, but he quickly adjusted and then slowly adapted. When the 4th time's gravity was activated, his body was pressed down slightly, but he was still able to move. I'm still a little far from being able to punch it well under 4 times gravity, but I'm confident that I can fully adapt within 3 days. The boy endured the quadruple gravity for a while, then opened the door. Young Master Yang, Instructor Yang is looking for you, a student said hurriedly when he saw Yu Yang walking out. He looked at Yu Yang with admiration. Yu Yang had just made a breakthrough for 2 days, but he was almost able to adapt to 4 times the gravity. This speed of progress was terrifying. He was worthy of being the top among all the geniuses. Instructor Yang is looking for me. Yu Yang nodded. In the past 2 days, Luo Bin and Yang Shui also looked for him several times, mainly to ask him if there was anything they needed advice on. He felt that after he broke through to become a 1-star warrior, the instructors paid more attention to him and treated him completely differently. A few minutes later, Yu Yang came to the command room, saw Yang Shui and Luo Bin, and whispered, "Instructor Yang, Instructor Luo. I asked you to come here this time to give you a task." Yang Shui went straight to the point without any extra words. "I will definitely complete the task." Yu Yang straightened his body and said immediately. Luo Bin smiled, "Don't agree so quickly. We don't ask you to actually complete the mission, we just ask you to execute it. As for the result, there will be no punishment or reward." Yu Yang showed a look of surprise. He was given a task but was not required to complete it. It was the first time he heard of such a strange task. Luo Bin didn't waste any words and said directly, "You have already broken through to become a 1-star warrior. Now you are qualified to know one thing. My Western Theater Command will hold a general selection in the near future." Luo Bin explained the selection of generals in detail. After listening to this, Yu Yang's face gradually showed excitement. He wanted to give it a try. "Instructor, is the mission to let me represent Jiang Province in the selection of generals?" he asked. To represent Jiang Province, one must become the #1 talent of this term in Jiang Province, and after becoming a warrior, he is fully qualified to do so. Luo Bin smiled, "Yes, and we are going to hold a competition in half a month. At that time, we will select the strongest students in this training camp and then participate in the talent competition of the entire Jiang Province." Half a month? Yu Yang was shocked. Half a month is enough. By that time, you will have been in the training camp for about a month. If you are not the first at this time, you will not be able to become the first in the following period of time. Therefore, after half a month, the places for the Chengdu Talent Training Camp will be determined. Luo Bin explained. "Instructor, I don't think half a month is too short." "Oh." Yu Yang said confidently, "I am already the #1 here. I think half a month is too long. Of course, it doesn't matter. In this half a month, I will only become stronger, and the distance between me and others will become wider and wider." He just thought that there was no need to hold the competition half a month later, but after thinking about it, he thought that this might be a good thing, as it would allow him to leave others far behind. Confidence is good. Luo Bin nodded, "Go down and get ready." After Yu Yang left, Luo Bin looked at Yang Shui and asked, "Will this work?" Yu Yang's cultivation speed is faster than Qin Chen's. Yang Shui said. Luo Bin was stunned. "Are you trying to use Yu Yang to force Qin Chen to temporarily give up his wind training?" He quickly understood. It could be seen that Qin Chen was very ambitious and wanted to practice 2 systems in parallel. However, doing so would probably delay his practice of the fire system. And Yang Shui wanted Yu Yang to put pressure on Qin Chen so that Qin Chen would concentrate on practicing the fire element. "I'm afraid that it will undermine Yu Yang's confidence," Luo Bin said worriedly. Qin Chen was able to cultivate both systems to the peak of physical training at the same time, and perhaps he could really break through the wind system in a short period of time. In that case, Yu Yang would have no chance at all. Yang Shui did not say anything. If a genius could not even withstand a single blow, she was too lazy to say anything. In the infrared room, as a figure dodged the last infrared ray, the infrared rays in the entire room completely disappeared. "Congratulations, you've passed the 3rd level physical test." A mechanical voice sounded, and Su Fei, who was sweating profusely, smiled. "Level 4 body movement. Once I recover, I'll come back and see how difficult it is." He walked directly to the door of the training room. The so-called levels of body skills are calculated according to the levels in the infrared room, and there is no unified term. Level 1 body skills, 3 infrared rays will appear in the infrared room. If you can persist for a certain period of time without being scanned, you will pass. The 4th level of body skills requires 15 infrared rays. He definitely cannot pass them now. He can only recover and then practice slowly. Congratulations, Brother Fei, you've passed the 3rd level physical test. You've tied the record. As soon as Su Fei came out, a student hurried forward and said. In the Chengdu talent training camp, there have only been 7 people who have passed the 3rd level in physical skills, and now, Su Fei is the 8th person to achieve this achievement. As for the 4th level of physical skills, no one has passed it so far. I'm a wind element, so I have the advantage. Su Fei shook his head. Brother Fei, you are too modest. Catching up means catching up. Wind is your natural talent, the student flattered him. There is no way. Although few people challenge others nowadays, there are still students who worry that they will be challenged suddenly. Therefore, some people deliberately try to please Yu Yang and Su Fei. As long as they can continue to stay in the genius training camp, they feel that it is not shameful for them. If they are eliminated, they will be ridiculed when they return to school. Su Fei smiled when he heard his words, and he felt very pleased. He also felt that this was the case. The wind element was his talent, and there was no such thing as taking advantage. Did anything major happen during my training? Su Fei suddenly asked. The flattering student quickly said, it's nothing serious, Yu Yang was just called over by the 2 instructors again. Call him again. Su Fei frowned. In the past 2 days, the 2 instructors called Yu Yang to the command room several times, which really made him a little jealous. Brother Fei, don't worry. With your current physical skills, even if you face Yu Yang, he may not be able to do anything to you, right? Once you break through to become a 1-star warrior, you will definitely be able to surpass him. The flattering student continued to flatter. Just when everyone was praising Yu Yang and Su Fei and almost forgot about Qin Chen, a figure was moving rapidly on the waist of Ming Mountain. His speed was not only fast, but also very constant, without any changes. His chest kept rising and falling, and his breathing was so natural. The breathing method, plus the special features of mountaineering, has made the effect of my training much faster than usual. Qin Chen kept switching between the wind-breathing method and the ice-breathing method with each breath. At the same time, the marks in his body condensed much faster, as if every breath was a practice. Boom. The moment he stepped onto the top of Ming Mountain, he stopped and looked at the system. The wind mark had condensed by 40%, and the ice mark had reached 45%. And his combat power has reached 830. If he uses the fiery sun fist, it is estimated that he can burst out a combat power of 1200. At this rate, once I complete the mission and devour the 2 seal fragments, I may be able to break through both the wind and ice elements. By then, I will be able to kill a 2-star warrior with 1 punch. It's too bullying. He smiled and looked towards the training camp. Now he didn't want to waste any time. After hesitating for 2 seconds, he decided not to report to Yang Shui. Anyway, the other party would know that he was back sooner or later. He walked directly towards the training room building. Every step he took seemed ordinary, but if someone with insight looked carefully, they would find that every step he took was extremely light, as if he was walking on the wind. The gravity room and infrared room are both on the 2nd floor of the training room building. Because Yu Yang just came out not long ago, many people are now queuing up here to enter. If Yu Yang is inside, they will have to wait for a long time, so now is the time when there are the most people here. Alas, Yu Yang has already reached 4 times the gravity. I don't know when I can reach his level of achievement. I'm a warrior now, so you should first learn to move freely in 1-time gravity. Everyone was discussing while queuing. Just then, a student turned around and was about to speak when he suddenly saw a figure appear at the stairs and was immediately surprised. Qin Chen. When everyone heard the voice, they all turned around, and when they saw Qin Chen's figure, their expressions changed. It's really him. Can't sit still anymore. He finally came out. I wonder if his strength has improved now. They discussed in a low voice. At this moment, the door of the gravity room opened with a click, but strangely, no one went in first, and everyone was looking at Qin Chen. The person who had just come out also saw Qin Chen coming and hurriedly took a few steps forward, fearing that he would be blocked there. Dear students, how about I go in first? Qin Chen said with a smile, appearing very harmonious. Everyone nodded quickly. Although everyone now thinks that Yu Yang and Su Fei have surpassed Qin Chen, they are still far behind and dare not disagree. Seeing everyone nodded in agreement, Qin Chen walked directly into the gravity room. After entering, he began to look around the room. It is basically the same as the element training room. The only difference is probably that one has gravity and the other is filled with elements. Without any delay, he looked directly at the regulator next to him. There are quite a few buttons on it, each with a different number written on it. Just start with double. He was not overconfident. It was his first time here, so naturally he had to adapt step by step. He also wanted to see how his body reacted to different gravity. Thinking of this, he pressed button 1 directly. Here we go. Outside, everyone saw a number 1 appear on the door, indicating that Qin Chen had turned on double the gravity. How many times do you think he can bear? 3 times. Instructor Yang said that the upper limit of the peak of physical training is 3 times. For a 1-star warrior who has not practiced physical training martial arts, the upper limit is 5 times. Double. Suddenly someone looked at the number on the door and shouted. So fast. Someone's face changed. Everyone who has been in a gravity room is shocked, they know how terrifying it is. Inside, it is an extreme test for the body and internal organs of the human body. Entering the gravity room and doubling the gravity requires time to adapt. Otherwise, the sudden increase in gravity will cause terrible harm to the body. Qin Chen is now adapting to double the gravity too quickly. This also shows that double the gravity has almost no effect on Qin Chen. He is still very strong. I wonder how much he needs to adapt to double the gravity. 3 times. Before the man could finish his words, he was interrupted by an exclamation. Is he crazy? He's really crazy. Even if he can withstand 3 times the gravity, he doesn't have to go so fast. Looking at the number 3 on the door, everyone was shocked, not because the number was large, but because it changed too quickly. 4 times more. Suddenly, they saw that the number 3 instantly turned into 4, and they were all shocked. Crazy, he's really, really crazy. Is it because he knew that Yu Yang had broken through to become a warrior, that he started to mess around? Go away, go away. At this moment, Zhou Lei ran over quickly, pushed a few people apart, and came to the front. I heard that my eldest brother is back. Sure enough, 4 times gravity is definitely not enough. My eldest brother can reach 6 or 7 times gravity. Zhou Lei originally wanted to say 6 times, but after thinking about it, he felt that he might be slapped in the face, so he immediately changed it to 7 times. Quick, call Yu Yang and let him know that someone has tied his record. Someone took out his phone and called Yu Yang on the spot, completely ignoring Zhou Lei's words. He regarded 7 times the gravity as a joke. You know, the gravity room is not like the element training room, where the temperature rises little by little, but it increases directly by multiples. It's a terrible test on the body. In a corner of the training ground, Yu Yang came here after he came out from Yangshui. This is also where he often rests after practicing. He didn't like resting in the lounge very much, because his lounge was number 2, while the lounge he had always been thinking about was number 1. At this time, there were 2 other students sitting next to Yu Yang. Young Master Yang, you should have no problem with this star general selection, right? Yes, young Master Yang, you are now the number 1 in the training camp. Moreover, in the entire Jiang province, my Rome city has always been good. I am afraid that now, other cities do not have students who have broken through to become warriors. The 2 students who had just heard about the selection of generals spoke up. Yu Yang shook his head. I am confident about Jiang province, but when it comes to the final selection of the entire Western theater, I am afraid it will not be so easy. There are so many geniuses in my dragon country. Forget it. I'm just telling you this because I'm bored. I'm just saying it casually. As he spoke, he stood up. Now he had almost recovered and was ready to continue practicing in the gravity room. He knew that after the selection of the star generals, he must use all his time to strengthen himself. At this moment, his cell phone suddenly rang. Explain. Seeing that the caller ID showed a student's name, he picked up the call and spoke directly. Mr. Yang, is there an accident? Come to the gravity room quickly. A nervous voice came from the other end of the phone. Yu Yang frowned. I was just about to go practice. What could have happened to the gravity room? Is there a malfunction? The gravity room is not like the element training room where there are several at the same time, but there is only one at all times. Even though practicing in the gravity room doesn't require as many points as practicing in the element room, that's because there are many types of element rooms, but in the gravity room, everyone can practice regardless of what element you have mastered. Therefore, in order to take care of everyone, the points collected are lower than those of the elemental training room, but its importance is much higher than that of the elemental training room. Once there is a problem with the gravity room, they may not be able to practice in it for a long time, which will affect his practice speed. It's not that something went wrong in the gravity room, but Qin Chen entered the training room and turned on 4 times the gravity, came the voice from the phone. Qin Chen. 4 times gravity. Yu Yang's face changed. He hung up the phone immediately and walked quickly towards the classroom building. The other 2 students were puzzled at first when they saw how anxious he was, but they suddenly discovered that Yu Yang actually started running as he walked. The 2 of them instantly realized that something big was happening and hurriedly ran over. Inside the gravity room. Qin Chen stood in the room, his body straight, and soon he began to swing his fists. 4 times the gravity, it has indeed surpassed the limit of the peak of single-system body training. Qin Chen felt the powerful gravity acting on his body, and kept evaluating it in his heart. However, with his current physical strength, the 4 times gravity only made him feel some impact at first, but he quickly adapted to it. Shaking his head, he pressed button 5 directly. Boom. Suddenly, a pressure came over him, acting on his entire body inside and out, causing his body to sink violently. As time goes by, the pressure will double, which is a terrible thing. Qin Chen bent his body slightly, and then he slowly straightened up. Then he began to try to raise his hands, then walked, and then slowly began to punch. Outside. When everyone saw the number on the door change from 4 to 5, they were shocked and some people almost jumped up. Instructor Yang said that 5 times is the limit for a 1-star warrior who has not practiced any physical training. How did Qin Chen do it? Could he have also broken through to become a 1-star warrior? Someone suddenly said. Everyone immediately remembered that perhaps Qin Chen had already broken through to the warrior level in the fire element training room last time. But even if he breaks through to become a 1-star warrior, it will only take a few days. It's impossible for him to reach his limit so quickly. Some people didn't believe it. Yes. Many people looked at Yu Yang. He had just broken through to become a 1-star warrior, but he could only withstand 4 times the gravity. He would have to work slowly to withstand 5 times the gravity. It was impossible for him to keep adding gravity like Qin Chen did. 5 times. Yu Yang looked at the number on the door and his expression changed. How is that possible? After he broke through to become a 1-star warrior, he always believed that he had surpassed Qin Chen. But now thinking about it, it was a joke. Maybe Qin Chen really had become a warrior, and the kind of warrior who became very scary after the breakthrough. Maybe Qin Chen has been suppressed now, a student suddenly said. Everyone was stunned, and Yu Yang was shocked. This situation is not impossible, because the room alarm will only sound after the person falls into a coma. Yes, he must have been crushed. If it were me, I could also activate the 5 times gravity, but it would still crush me and make me unable to move. He is not stronger than me. Yu Yang suddenly gained confidence. As long as Qin Chen doesn't surpass him, he will still be the number 1 in the training camp. 66 times. However, a trembling voice completely woke him up from his sweet dream. Everyone saw that the number on the door had changed to 6. Is he a monster? Someone couldn't help but ask. The change in numbers proves that Qin Chen can still move under 5 times the gravity and will not feel too uncomfortable. Otherwise, it would be impossible to increase the gravity. Ha ha. Suddenly there was a loud laugh. I told you that when my boss shows up, he'll make you tremble with fear. How about that? 6 times, 6 times. Do you believe me now? Zhou Lei laughed unscrupulously and looking at everyone's shocked expressions, he was extremely proud. This was the result he wanted to see. Some people looked at him and wanted to hit him. This kid was so annoying. Everyone was paying attention to how terrible Qin Chen was, but he was laughing at them. Qin Chen in the gravity room felt as if a mountain was pressing down on him, and his body was extremely heavy. He could even feel that his internal organs were bearing a heavy burden. This is not my limit. Qin Chen slowly raised his hand. He was still able to move, and although it was difficult, it was not overwhelming. I can still adapt slowly, and then try the real limit. Time passed little by little. Qin Chen kept moving, and then began to try to make a punching move. At this moment, under the powerful pressure, his 3 breathing methods were running at the same time unconsciously. Whoosh! 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 Every breath Qin Chen exhaled was clearly audible. At this time, the speed at which the ice element imprint and wind element imprint in his body were condensing was constantly accelerating. It was like this pressure was pushing him forward. Even the second divine pattern on the fire element mark is constantly taking shape. The gravity room has such an effect. No wonder Yu Yang broke through to become a 1-star warrior. Qin Chen looked at the mark that was condensing at an accelerated rate, feeling pleasantly surprised and shocked. He had always believed that the gravity chamber was a means of strengthening the body. However, the gravity chamber does not accelerate infinitely. As he gradually began to adapt, he found that the speed of condensation was gradually slowing down. An hour later, although he still had difficulty moving, the pressure was greatly reduced, and the speed of condensation also returned to normal. At this time, he looked at button 7 again, hesitated for 2 seconds, and then reached out and pressed it. Gravity outdoors. An hour has passed. Is he still human? How strong is he? At this time, the outside was already full of people. All the students had come here, and even the staff on the first floor had come. 6 times gravity, and persisting for so long, this can only be achieved when entering the threshold of 2-star warrior. Old Li looked at the number on the door, and was completely confused. He couldn't figure out how Qin Chen could have persisted in 6 times gravity until now. He would never believe that Qin Chen was a 2-star warrior even if he was beaten to death. If it were true that there was a 2-star warrior under the age of 18, it would have been known to everyone long ago. It is impossible for the people in their training camp not to know about it. 2-star warrior threshold. When Yu Yang heard what Lao Li said, his whole body trembled. He had just broken through to become a 1-star warrior and was full of confidence. But now, this confidence began to collapse in an instant. Chi-Chi, a student, suddenly pointed at the number on the door and couldn't speak clearly. Everyone looked up and there was a buzzing sound, and their minds went blank. He can actually still move and turn on the 7-fold button. Outrageous. Yu Yang, on the other hand, stepped back with a pale face. I lost. He was screaming in his heart, feeling unwilling, but he had to admit that if it were him, he would be crushed to death inside. Not to mention him, Qin Chen, who is now in the gravity room, has already fallen to the ground. 7 times gravity is so terrifying. Qin Chen was shocked. At this moment, his body could not move at all, only his fingers could move. Fortunately, we were prepared. When his finger pressed the button to turn off gravity just now, it instantly stopped on the button to turn off gravity. Now, as long as he moved his finger, he could turn it off completely. However, he did not press it immediately. Although the current pressure made his whole body numb, he found that the speed at which the mark in his body condensed had increased. We can hold on for another minute. He felt that if more than a minute passed, his internal organs would be completely crushed by this pressure. Soon, a minute passed, he moved his finger and pressed the button directly, and suddenly, his whole body relaxed. Comfortable. My body felt relaxed. What surprised him even more was that the progress of his elemental imprint condensation was that the wind element had reached 45% and the ice element had reached 52%. In addition, the second divine pattern of the fire element mark reached 5%. It seems that before the selection of general stars, I can not only make wind and ice break through to the warrior level, but the fire element may also break through to the 2-star level. Qin Chen's confidence increased greatly. Although now, under 6 times the gravity, the speed at which his marks and divine patterns condensed was no longer increasing. However, he can slowly adapt to 7 times the gravity, which can also bring him great progress. Are we coming out? Suddenly a student saw that the numbers on the door of the gravity room had disappeared. Everyone immediately began to step back and make room for Qin Chen. Snap. The door opened and everyone saw Qin Chen walking out step by step, his body covered in sweat and looking a little embarrassed. However, no one really felt that he was embarrassed, instead they showed awe. Being able to hold out for 1 minute under 7 times the gravity is something that only a 2-star warrior can do. Boss, this is for you. Zhou Lei was the first to react and handed the towel that he had prepared long ago to Qin Chen. Not bad. Qin Chen smiled. It was worthwhile to have this little brother. That's right. Being a younger brother requires one to have the awareness of a younger brother. By the way, this time I just happened to guess that you can activate 7 times gravity, but these people still don't believe it. Zhou Lei said this, looking at everyone with pride. Fortunately, he said twice as much this time and could finally hold his head high. When everyone heard Zhou Lei's words, they all wanted to hit him. Was it necessary to say it so directly? Besides, who would believe 7 times the gravity unless they saw it with their own eyes? Qin Chen smiled and didn't say much. He glanced at the other end of the corridor and then walked over. Is he going to the infrared room? Someone saw the direction Qin Chen was going and exclaimed in surprise. Quick, follow and see. Everyone immediately became excited and wanted to see if Qin Chen's body movements were also so terrifying. For a moment, only Yu Yang remained where he was. He looked at Qin Chen's back with a changing expression. 7 times gravity, 1 minute. He shouldn't be able to adapt to 7 times gravity immediately. I still have a chance to catch up with him, or even surpass him. Yu Yang's face gradually showed determination. Yang Shui said that there is still some time before the real selection. Thinking of this, he turned and walked into the gravity room. But this time, there were no audience to see how he performed. Qin Chen arrived at the infrared room and walked straight in. When everyone saw the door closed, they immediately looked up, expectantly waiting for the number to appear. And there was another person who had a rather ugly expression on his face, and that person was Su Fei. The infrared room can be said to be his exclusive territory. When someone entered it before, he didn't take it seriously at all. But now that Qin Chen entered, he couldn't help but feel nervous. Indoor. Qin Chen still took a look at the surroundings first. It was similar to the gravity room, but there were many infrared cameras on the surrounding walls. Qin Chen looked at button 1 and pressed it without hesitation. In an instant, 3 of the red heads moved, and then 3 red lines shot out. He moved his body and quickly dodged it, and then 3 infrared rays swept over as he moved. Level 1 body movement is not difficult. Qin Chen dodged the 3 infrared rays easily without any effort. Soon, his body moved towards the direction of the button, and when he arrived, he directly pressed the button for the second level body movement. Swish, swish. There are 3 more infrared rays, making it 6 in total. Qin Chen's feet flashed continuously, and red lines began to cross and sweep towards him. At this time, Qin Chen's body simply stretched horizontally and then flew into the air. 3 minutes later, all the red lines stopped. Congratulations, you've passed the second level of physical training. A mechanical sound was heard in the room. It seems that the test of physical skills lasts for 3 minutes. Qin Chen immediately understood. After that, he came to the button for the third level body movement and pressed it. Outside. When they saw the number on the door change from 2 to 3, everyone's face changed. I passed level 2, now it's level 3. If I pass level 3, I'll be on par with Su Fei. Do you think he will break Su Fei's record just like he broke Yu Yang's record? Everyone was talking about it. Hearing these words, Su Fei's heart tightened and he stared at the number on the door. Time passed little by little, and 3 minutes later, he opened his eyes wide and saw that the number 3 had turned into 4. Boom. His brain was blank in an instant, as if a heat wave had rushed through it. After he recovered, he murmured, "How is it possible? I am a wind element and he is a fire element. I should have the advantage over him." Moreover, he was most familiar with the levels of the infrared room's body movements. The third level of body movement was the limit of basic body movement. The fourth level of body movement had to be mastered to the subtle level. A warrior's training, whether it is physical movement or martial arts, has different levels of mastery. From the basics, to the details, and then to perfection, there is the mastery of martial arts, as well as the mastery of oneself. But no matter which one, every step of improvement is extremely difficult. He doesn't understand how Qin Chen did it. Indoor. The moment Qin activated the 4th level body skills, 15 infrared rays swept over him instantly, almost causing him to fail. At this point, he had already used the wind breathing technique, and his body became much more agile. However, every movement he made was on the verge of failure. The 4th level body movement not only increases the infrared rays, but also makes the speed much faster. Qin Chen finally understood the difficulty of the 4th level body movement. No wonder Su Fei couldn't pass. Even for him, it was very difficult now. If he wasn't careful, he would fail. However, to his surprise, under this high-intensity concentration and movement, his wind element mark actually began to condense at an accelerated rate. 41%, 42%. Boom. Suddenly, he felt that his physical skills had completely improved at this moment, and his body could actually naturally avoid these red lines. Intricate. Qin Chen was delighted, and his body movement broke through to the level of intricate. At this time, he saw that his wind element mark had reached 50%, directly exceeding the ice element. In terms of wind element alone, the effect is even better than that of the gravity chamber. Unfortunately, after reaching the level of subtlety, the 4th level body movement could no longer put pressure on him, causing the speed at which his mark condensed to slow down again. Thinking of this, he looked at the button for the 5th level body movement again. The 5th level of physical skills is still a test of subtlety, but it is an intermediate stage of subtlety. I can't pass it, but I'll try anyway. Without further hesitation, he pressed the button. The moment he pressed the button, he glanced at the red heads and found that more than a dozen of them moved at the same time. Swish. In an instant, 30 red lines shot out. Oh my God. Outside, someone screamed when they saw the number on the door turn into 5. What a pervert. Many people were numb. This Qin Chen was simply not a human being. He was crushed by gravity and body skills. They all doubted whether this was the same carbon-based creature. I lost. Su Fei's face was pale. Body movement is not cultivation. He clearly realized that even if he broke through to become a warrior, he would not be able to directly pass the 4th level of body movement. To pass level 4, you must first master the skills of the body. He roughly calculated that it would take him at least a month. In more than a month, Qin Chen has also been making progress, and the training camp is about to end, so it is impossible to surpass him. Indoor. Qin Chen was dodging at his maximum speed and was already sweating profusely. I've reached the limit, level 5, and I still can't pass it completely. He shook his head secretly. The wind element mark was now 52% condensed, but he could no longer hold on. But even if I can't pass, I'm going to finish it myself. His figure dodged and moved towards the switch. Bang. At the moment when one of the red lines was about to hit him, he pressed the close button. Snap. The door opened, and Qin Chen was slightly stunned when he looked at everyone's expressions. At this moment, when everyone saw Qin Chen, surprisingly no one spoke. The scene was eerily quiet, and everyone looked at him as if he were a monster. Boss. Zhou Lei was the first to react. He is usually carefree and has always regarded Qin Chen as an omnipotent person, so although the 5th level body skills are shocking, he thinks it is reasonable. Qin Chen, I admire you. Su Fei came to Qin Chen, stretched out his hand, and said sincerely. Even though Yu Yang had broken through to become a warrior before, he did not feel shaken. He felt that he was still not inferior to the other party. However, now facing Qin Chen, he really admires him and can't help but admire him. Qin Chen stretched out his hand and smiled, you are not bad either. After shaking hands, Su Fei spoke again, you are the most talented person I have ever met, but I, Su Fei, will definitely try my best to catch up with you. There will definitely be a day when I will catch up with you. He did not feel despair because of Qin Chen's strength, but instead felt a surge of fighting spirit. Qin Chen did not discourage him, but patted his shoulder and said, I believe in you, keep going. After saying that, he walked towards the stairs. There is only one gravity room and one infrared room, so the training camp stipulates that they can only be used once a day. In fact, this is not only a matter of fairness to everyone, but also to prevent some students from being too aggressive. Although the practice room is good, you cannot go in there continuously, otherwise it may cause physical discomfort and leave hidden dangers. Qin Chen. Suddenly, Su Fei turned around and looked at Qin Chen, who was leaving, and said loudly, "Are you a warrior now?" As soon as these words were spoken, everyone showed curiosity. Everyone has always believed that Qin Chen was only at the peak of physical training, but after this series of shocks, they had already suspected in their hearts that Qin Chen was already a warrior. Qin Chen stopped, then turned around and said, "I have already been a warrior. Also, I was away these days because I went down the mountain to get a warrior certification, and I already got a 2-star. Boom." After he said this, everyone was shocked. They thought that Qin Chen was already a warrior, but they never dared to imagine that he was a 2-star warrior. 7 times gravity, exquisite body movements, certified as a 2-star warrior. How much strength does this Qin Chen have hidden? In the command room, Luo Bin, who had just finished listening to the report, spoke in surprise. Yang Shui was on the phone at this time. After she put down the phone, she said, "It has just been confirmed that the 2-star warrior certification has been completed. The combat power is 780. 780. Luo Bin was shocked again. This is already beyond the level of most warriors who have just entered the 2-star level. In this case, can we be sure that the person who will participate in the selection of generals in this training camp is him?" Luo Bin continued. "With the strength of a 2-star warrior, even if Yu Yang and Su Fei chased after him, it would be impossible for them to catch up in the following time." Yang Shui thought for a moment and shook her head. "No rush, let's stick to the original plan. I've already asked the war zone to bring a group of exotic beasts over. I'm afraid they've already set off. It's not appropriate to cancel other people's selections at this time." After hearing this, Luo Bin nodded. If the strange beast was already on the way, it would be best to continue the selection. It would also be a chance for the students to practice in actual combat. In the following period of time, the students in the entire training camp, perhaps because of the stimulation from Qin Chen, began to practice very actively. Everyone used to think that they were geniuses, so it didn't matter if they relaxed a little. However, now, with the monster Qin Chen around, everyone realized how ridiculous their so-called geniuses were. So now, everyone seems to have a fire in their heart, making them burn themselves constantly and unleash their greatest potential. These days, Qin Chen has not been idle. He goes to the gravity room and infrared room every day. Although the gravity multipliers and body movements he had already gone through did not speed up the process of condensing the mark. However, adapting to 7 times the gravity and training in level 5 body skills still allowed him to make considerable progress. Lounge number 2. Yu Yang has been practicing madly recently, even to the point of being desperate. Now, he can stand steadily under 5 times the gravity, but he still cannot move freely. The more I experienced, the more I realized how terrifying Qin Chen was. As soon as he felt recovered, he stood up and prepared to go out again. And just then, the phone rang. Seeing the caller ID, he frowned slightly, but still picked up the phone. "Brother Yu Yang, congratulations on your breakthrough as a warrior." A voice immediately came from the other end of the phone. "Brother Zhao, just say what you want to say. I still have to hurry up to practice." Yu Yang didn't say any nonsense. He had no interest in such polite words. "Okay, I won't beat around the bush." The voice on the phone said, "When will your training camp end?" "This is very important to me," the voice on the phone added. Yu Yang didn't think much about it. "I don't know how long it will take, but there will be an assessment in 3 days. After that, it shouldn't take long for this training to end. Okay, there should be a guy named Qin Chen in your training camp. I want you to do me a favor. During the assessment, find a way to help me kill him. I will give you a corresponding reward. Don't worry, if someone finds out, I will use the Zhao family's connections to keep you out of any trouble." On the phone, Zhao Liang said everything he was thinking in one breath. Yu Yang's face changed, he took a deep breath, and then said calmly, "Brother Zhao, I'm sorry, I can't help you with this." He refused directly. Not to mention that he was no match for Qin Chen. Even if he could kill him, he would not do it. What Zhao Liang said sounded nice, and the relationship with the Zhao family was all bullshit at that time. Except for his own family, who would care about his life or death. There was silence for a moment on the other end of the phone before a voice came out. Brother Yu Yang, Qin Chen was certified as a 2-star warrior some time ago. I think you already know that. Now in the entire training camp, I'm afraid he is the one who is better than you. If he dies, you will be number 1. During this period, Zhao Liang has been investigating the situation in the training camp and has learned a lot about the students inside. He knows about the competition between Yu Yang and Qin Chen. To be precise, Qin Chen has been suppressing Yu Yang. A genius who has been suppressed all the time, he knows that this is an opportunity to make the other party agree to him. I want to make it clear that Qin Chen is my opponent, not my enemy. There is competition between us, but no hatred. I don't know what the grudge between you is, and I don't want to know. I can't help you with this matter. After Yu Yang finished speaking, he was ready to hang up the phone. Yu Yang. The voice on the other end of the phone suddenly became a little cold. I also want to tell you that if you refuse this, the Yu family will completely lose the business with the Zhao family. You can't afford the price. Yu Yang stared at the phone and his face turned ugly, but he still hung up without hesitation. After that, he found a number and called it. Dad. After the call was connected, Yu Yang told what had happened. Xiao Yang, just practice with peace of mind. My Yu family will not starve to death without the Zhao family. Yu Yang's father said on the other end of the phone. Dad, now we know that the Zhao family will take action against Qin Chen. Once Qin Chen is really in trouble, the Zhao family will definitely take action against us. You'd better be careful. Yu Yang reminded. He knew the Zhao family's style of doing things too well. After hanging up the phone, he flipped through Qin Chen's contact number, thought about it, and finally sent a message before leaving the training camp. In lounge number 1, Qin Chen's face changed slightly when he saw the message. Zhao family. He thought that the Zhao family would take action, but he didn't expect that the Zhao family would actually contact Yu Yang and prepare to take action in the training camp. It must be said that the other party was really brave. Zhao family. Master Liang, he refused. One of Zhao Liang's followers asked in surprise when he saw Zhao Liang's expression. Yu Yang rejected Zhao Liang's request, which was something he had never expected before. You know, the business dealings between the Yu family and the Zhao family are very deep. Once the Zhao family stops cooperating, the Yu family's business will plummet. Stop all cooperation with the Yu family, find someone to control Yu Liang, and wait until Qin Chen is dealt with before doing anything else. Also, check what form the assessment will be conducted in the genius training camp. Zhao Liang said calmly. After hearing this, the attendant nodded and said, Mr. Liang, if Yu Yang refuses, who should we ask for help? It is too difficult to find someone to deal with Qin Chen now. Firstly, with Qin Chen's talent, both the Martial Arts Association and the City Lord's Mansion have already paid attention to him. Secondly, Qin Chen's own strength has reached that of a 2-star warrior, and he would have to take action during the assessment in the genius training camp, which would be very risky, and no one was willing to take the risk. I will do it myself. Zhao Liang said calmly. Since Yu Yang rejected him and it was difficult to find someone else, he would do it himself. This. The henchman was shocked. Master Liang, I'm afraid Yu Yang has already told Qin Chen about your plan. By then, it might be difficult to kill him. If Qin Chen was prepared, Zhao Liang would probably be in trouble. What are you worried about? I'll see what the situation is. If I can't kill him this time, then I'll do it next time. I won't take any risks. Also, remember, if I really take action this time, I will also try to kill Yu Yang. Yu Liang will be handed over to you at that time. Zhao Liang reminded. He was not sure whether Yu Yang had recorded the conversation with him today. If he killed Qin Chen and then used the recording to threaten him, it would be very troublesome. Once he had the chance, he would not leave any trouble. Once Yu Yang died, his father Yu Liang would naturally have to die as well. 3 days later, there were only 25 students left in the Mingshan training ground square, all standing there. In front of them, there were dozens of special iron cages, each containing a different exotic animal. Among them, there are two strange beasts that have reached the first-level demon beasts, and the others are all ferocious beasts in the body refining period. The majority are in the early and middle stages, there are about 10 in the late stage, and 5 at the peak stage. Yang Shui and Luobin were standing next to the iron cage at this time, looking at everyone seriously. Everyone. Luobin suddenly shouted, "Today is your first large-scale collective assessment after entering the training camp. The purpose of the assessment is very simple, to select the most outstanding person to participate in the subsequent selection of generals." Everyone listened quietly. They had heard about the selection of generals, but they all knew that it had nothing to do with them. Seeing that no one was discussing anything, Luobin suddenly said seriously, "I know that many people are thinking that this assessment is to select the best people and has little to do with you. But I want to tell you that this assessment has a lot to do with all of you. See them." He suddenly pointed at a dozen iron cages and said, "For this assessment, all these strange beasts will be put into Mingshan, and all of you will go into the jungle of Mingshan. It will not end until the next day. I hope you all take it seriously, otherwise, someone will die." Luobin emphasized the word death. After hearing this, everyone's faces changed. They instantly understood that this assessment might be a survival game, and they had to survive until tomorrow in Mingshan, where there were dozens of exotic beasts. In this assessment, if you can kill the strange beasts, try your best. This is an opportunity for you to practice in actual combat, a practical combat opportunity before entering university. This will be your advantage after entering university. Luobin said. There are actual combat opportunities in college, but they are not many, and more than 99% of students have seen blood before entering college. Of course, don't force yourself. If you are clearly no match for the beast and insist on going to die, that's not bravery, it's stupidity. So, I allow you to run away after you encounter a strange beast. You can run to the top of the mountain or run down the mountain. At the foot of the mountain, we already have people guarding various places to prevent the monsters from coming down the mountain and harming civilians. If you encounter an invincible monster, you can run for help." At this moment, everyone looked extremely serious, and they no longer felt that this assessment had nothing to do with them. In addition, for this assessment, except for the first place, we will reward everyone based on their performance, so come on, young people. Luobin continued loudly. Next, everyone saw dozens of soldiers in military uniforms come out, lift all the iron cages, and walk towards the side of the mountain. Afterwards, the iron cages were opened one by one, and all the strange beasts were released. The moment the strange beast came out, it realized that there was danger on the top of the mountain, so it immediately ran down and dived into the jungle. After all the beasts were released, Luobin raised his wrist to check the time. A minute later, he looked up at everyone and said, "Good luck to you." All the students dispersed and walked towards the edges of the mountain tops. Then they descended from the mountain tops one by one and also went into the jungle. After watching all the students disappear, Yang Shui and Luobin came to the command room. At this time, the figures of various strange beasts appeared on the big screen in the command room. Before these strange beasts were brought from the war zone, a small camera was installed on each of them, and this camera also has a powerful explosion. Although Luobin had said before that people might die, they still took preventive measures. Once a student was about to be killed by the monster, they would control the corresponding camera switch and directly detonate the camera. After all, these are geniuses. They can be injured and face the cruel reality, but if they have to die, they should try to die on the battlefield. "Boss, I beg you, please let me follow you. I'll help you." Zhou Lei followed Qin Chen and said in a pleading tone. "No need." Qin Chen said while paying attention to the situation around him. Mingshan is neither big nor small. Even if dozens of exotic beasts are allowed in, it is not easy to encounter one. So their assessment this time is not really dangerous. If you are lucky, you may not encounter a single one until the end of the assessment. However, if he is unlucky and encounters those two one-star monsters, except for him and Yu Yang, I am afraid that everyone else will die. Even Su Fei will have no choice but to escape. No, boss. I'm still useful. We will stay here for 24 hours. I can keep watch for you at night and you can sleep well. How great is that? Zhou Lei did not give up and followed Qin Chen. Qin Chen stopped and turned to look at him. "Follow me, it's dangerous." Zhou Lei was stunned and naturally didn't believe what Qin Chen said. If he had to ask who was the safest person to follow, it would probably be Qin Chen. I will follow you even if it's dangerous. I'm your younger brother. If I don't follow you because of danger, then I would be too disloyal. Zhou Lei said seriously. It's up to you. Qin Chen shook his head and turned away. Zhou Lei was delighted and quickly followed. Zhao Liang, did you invite someone or do it yourself? Qin Chen always paid attention to the movements around him. He didn't care about those strange beasts, but he had to guard against the Zhao family's actions. If Zhao Liang came by himself, he could pose a huge threat to him. But it was just a threat. After this period of training, his wind element mark has reached 80%, and the ice element mark has reached 82%. The progress of the second divine rune of the fire element has reached 10%. The combat power has reached 1100. With the addition of the fiery sun fist, even if Zhao Liang is a 3-star warrior, there is no way he can be killed. As long as he can't kill him, he can use the training camp to let Yang Shui and Luo Bin kill Zhao Liang. You know, if Zhao Liang really came in, even if Yang Shui killed him on the spot, the Zhao family would never dare to fart. It depends on whether you have the courage. If you don't come, I will punch you to death next time. Once he breaks through both the ice and wind elements, he will be able to kill 3-star warriors who have just broken through. Roar. Suddenly, a strange beast jumped out in front of them, stopped in front of them, and stared at them fiercely. Bloody wolf. Zhou Lei was shocked. As for strange beasts, they usually talk about them in their cultural classes. The blood wolf is a strange beast that is known for its speed. It is covered with long blood-colored hair and looks similar to a normal wolf, but its body is much larger. Middle stage of body refining, boss, let me do it. He felt that if he wanted to follow Qin Chen, he had to show some value. Qin Chen nodded. Zhou Lei also broke through to the late stage of body refining during the training camp, so there shouldn't be any big problems. Swish. Zhou Lei immediately rushed forward with a menacing look. However, when the blood wolf roared and rushed out, he instantly let out a strange cry and actually went around behind a nearby tree. He relied on the tree for protection while looking for opportunities to attack, and his fight was quite despicable. Qin Chen watched for a while and found that this boy was extremely cautious. Sometimes, even if he had a 90% chance of hitting the blood wolf, he would give up. He would not really make a move until he was 100% sure. As a result, despite the suppression of realm, the battle lasted for half an hour before it ended. Boss, how did I perform? Zhou Lei dragged the blood wolf's body, walked in front of Qin Chen, and asked. Qin Chen nodded, not bad, but a little vulgar. Is it obscene? Zhou Lei was stunned. Isn't it disgusting? If you are 90% sure, why don't you take action? Qin Chen asked. Well, when you talk about this, I feel that being 90% sure is no different from committing suicide. Zhou Lei said seriously. Qin Chen was stunned and looked at him carefully. He found that the boy looked serious and he really thought so. He patted her on the shoulder and said, "Good, keep it up." This kind of personality also has its advantages, at least it has a very strong ability to save one's life. What a pity. This blood wolf has no beast crystal. Zhou Lei cut open the blood wolf's head, but did not find any beast crystal inside. This made him a little disappointed. After dealing with the blood wolf's body, the two continued walking in the jungle. At the same time, just on the hillside in the direction of Qin Chen, there is a simple tent. Zhao Liang was resting in the tent at this time. He had been waiting here for a day and a night. More than 20 hours ago, after finding out about the assessment method of the training camp, he came here early while there was no one guarding the foot of the mountain. Roar. Suddenly, a strange beast rushed into the tent and pounced directly at him. Zhao Liang's face turned cold and he punched forward. Bang. The monster's head was blown up by a punch, and blood mist filled the entire tent. It seems that the assessment has begun. Looking at the headless corpse of the alien beast, he took out a computer from his backpack. When I turned on the computer, countless small screens suddenly appeared on the screen, showing scenes of many places in Mingshan. It took me more than 10 hours to set up the wireless surveillance. I hope it will be of some use. He stared at every scene on the screen carefully. Although the clarity is not that high and the visible area in each scene is not large, if Qin Chen walks through these places, he can still discover them at the first time. Not long after, he saw some students appearing on the screens, but they were not Qin Chen's, so he didn't care. Even after seeing Yu Yang, he did not move. His goal was to kill Qin Chen first, and then kill Yu Yang if there was a chance. Time passed little by little. Zhao Liang stared at the screen without moving, appearing very patient. Finally, after a few hours, two figures appeared on one of the small screens at the same time. Looking carefully, one of them was Qin Chen he was looking for, and the other one was completely ignored by him. Soon, Qin Chen disappeared from the screen, but he was not in a hurry. Instead, he carefully observed the scenes and terrain, and then slowly recalled them in his mind. After a moment, he smiled in surprise, so close. When placing the surveillance cameras, he roughly noted down the special points of each place, and the place where Qin Chen just appeared was less than 1 kilometer away from him, and the direction Qin Chen was walking was towards him. Is it my luck, or is it you who deserves to die? He closed the computer, walked out of the tent, and without any hesitation, went straight to where Qin Chen was. At this time, Qin Chen and Zhou Lei had already stopped. Under their feet was a strange beast in the early stage of body refining. There's a beast crystal, Zhou Lei said in surprise as he cut open the strange beast's head. Boss, this is for you. Zhou Lei took out the beast crystal, tested it clean, and handed it to Qin Chen. Take it yourself. Qin Chen waved his hand. A primary beast crystal of a ferocious beast was of no use to him for the time being. Zhou Lei laughed and didn't refuse, he just put it away. Bang. Suddenly, a big tree in front shook violently, and then fell down with a loud bang. A fiery red, long-haired beast stared at Qin Chen and Zhou Lei, its eyes filled with strong murderous intent. Under its feet, there were a few dead leaves, and these dead leaves were burning little by little. Fire Cloud Tiger. Zhou Lei's face changed when he saw this strange beast. This is a first-level fire monster, and one of the 2 first-level monsters in this assessment. I'm so lucky. Zhou Lei couldn't help but say. If he were alone now, he would probably have no choice but to run for his life, but it is still a question whether he can escape. Boss, let me do this. Do you want to die? Qin Chen asked. Of course not. You are still here. If I can't do it, you can always save me. Boom. Before Zhou Lei could finish his words, the fire cloud tiger pounced towards him fiercely. Zhou Lei's face changed drastically and he instantly felt the threat of death. Save me. Zhou Lei turned around and ran behind Qin Chen. Qin Chen looked at Huiyun's body, and punched him the moment he pounced. The huge body of the fire cloud tiger was immediately knocked flying, and with a bang, it crashed into a big tree and broke it. The fire cloud tiger fell to the ground, motionless. In the command room of Mingshan training ground. A first-level monster poses no threat to him. Luobin shook his head when he saw the fire cloud tiger being killed with one punch. For Qin Chen, such an assessment is just child's play. His current punch should have a combat power close to 1,000. Yang Shui looked at Qin Chen on the screen and spoke slowly. 1,000. Dual systems, one at the peak of physical training, and one at a 1-star breakthrough. Can the combat power really reach 1,000? Luobin asked doubtfully. The 2-star threshold is 700, which is far beyond 2 stars. I'm not dual system, so I don't know. Yang Shui shook her head. Luobin was silent. Indeed, none of them were dual system, and there were no such dual system people around them, so they had no idea. But it is a fact that Qin Chen can reach this point. Who is that? Suddenly, Yang Shui looked at the screen where Qin Chen was and asked, her expression changing slightly. Seeing Yang Shui's expression, Luobin looked over quickly. Through the camera on the fire cloud tiger's body, he saw a strange face walking towards Qin Chen. He's not a student, nor is he one of ours. Luobin looked at the men with a frown. Enlarge the image and connect it to the computer. Yang Shui's voice was cold. Luobin quickly started to operate, and soon the image was retrieved and entered into the computer for comparison. In less than 2 seconds, another picture popped up on the screen. Zhao Liang. Luo Bin's face changed. Has the Zhao family gone crazy? They had previously investigated the feud between the Zhao family and Qin Chen, but they did not take it too seriously. After all, Qin Chen was now a warrior and his family was safe. Moreover, Qin Chen himself was in the training camp, but he didn't expect that Zhao Liang would be so crazy as to come here to kill people. Now even if Zhao Liang could kill Qin Chen, they have the video in hand and the Zhao family will definitely be doomed. Qin Chen cannot die, you go and kill him. Yang Shui's eyes were cold. Without saying a word, Luo Bin turned around and rushed out. With a bang, the door of the command room was smashed to pieces by him, and his figure rushed straight to the edge of the mountaintop without any pause. Zhao Liang's sudden appearance in the jungle scared Zhou Lei. Who are you? Zhou Lei's face changed drastically. Even if a first-level alien beast appeared, he would not have this expression. Zhao Liang gave him a very dangerous feeling, and it was obvious that he came with malicious intent. Zhao Liang ignored Zhou Lei and looked at Qin Chen. You killed a level 1 fire cloud tiger with one punch. Now, I am more certain that you killed Zhao Quan. The strength Qin Chen just demonstrated really surprised him. You have no evidence that I killed him, so why do you come here to kill me? Qin Chen looked at him and asked calmly. Zhao Liang shook his head. It doesn't matter whether there is evidence or not. As long as we know that you killed him, it's fine. It's very troublesome to find evidence, and what my Zhao family hates most is trouble. Although there is no direct evidence that Zhao Quan was killed by Qin Chen, the surveillance video, the grudges between them, and Qin Chen's strength are enough to explain everything, and that is enough. I'm very curious, when you killed Zhao Quan, did you ever think that this day would come? Zhao Liang looked at Qin Chen and asked condescendingly. Although the Zhao family is not a top family in Chengdu, there are not many people who dare to provoke them. Qin Chen's father had an accident a year ago. For a year, the Qin family had been enduring it. Now Qin Chen suddenly took action, which surprised him. How about I send you down and let you ask him, when he hired someone to hit my father, had he ever thought about the day when I would kill him? Qin Chen said with a smile. After hearing this, Zhao Liang did not get angry, but smiled. You are very tough, I wonder if your strength is also that tough. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, his body rushed towards Qin Chen like a ferocious beast. At the same time, the knife in his hand swept across after approaching Qin Chen. Qin Chen dodged it with a flash, and the big tree behind him was cut down by a knife. Boom. The big tree collapsed, and the broken end was as smooth as a mirror. When Zhou Lei, who had retreated to a distance, saw it, his face changed drastically. So strong, 2 stars or 3 stars? His heart tightened and he quickly took out his cell phone and started making a call. At this moment, Qin Chen dodged and punched out, directly hitting Zhao Liang's head. Zhao Liang's reaction was not slow either, he blocked it with his knife. When? With a loud bang, his body was shaken and gradually retreated. After he steadied himself, he looked at Qin Chen with surprise in his eyes. Have you been hiding your strength before? Qin Chen's strength was definitely not what he had investigated, as he was able to repel him with just one punch. It seems that you have found out my combat power when I was certified by the Martial Arts Association. Qin Chen immediately understood that Zhao Liang probably thought that his combat power was still 780. Or, the other party feels that even if they practice for a period of time, it won't add much. Unfortunately, the other party underestimated his progress. Your strength disappoints me. You are just a rubbish 3-star player who relies on drugs to get to where you are. Qin Chen suddenly said. Even though they had only fought twice just now, he instantly determined that Zhao Liang was not a normal 3-star. The threshold for a normal 3-star warrior is a combat power of 2000. According to his investigation of the Zhao family, Zhao Liang has been a 3-star warrior for some time. However, the other party's combat power is only close to 3 stars, which is very abnormal. When Zhao Liang heard Qin Chen's words, his expression changed. He did indeed build up his success through drugs, and even Zhao Quan did so through drugs, but during the certification process, they spent a huge amount of money to bribe the certification officer. If the Zhao family wants to maintain the image of a big family in Chengdu, his father alone is not enough. Therefore, both brothers relied on drugs to break through to become warriors. In this way, in the eyes of outsiders, the Zhao family not only has a 4-star Zhao Wanshi, but also has geniuses like Zhao Quan in him. The status of the Zhao family will be extremely stable. What does it matter if I rely on drugs? As long as I can kill you, it's fine. Zhao Liang held the knife and slashed towards Qin Chen again. Looking at Zhao Liang rushing towards him, Qin Chen stood still, not preparing to dodge, but said calmly, I thought you could be a huge threat to me, but you are such a waste, then die. At this moment, Qin Chen clenched his fists. Boom. A huge ball of fire appeared above his fist. But this flame does not look like a raging fire, but more like some invisible flames. Zhou Lei, who was far away, looked at Qin Chen and felt as if he was completely enveloped by this huge ball of fire. At one glance, his eyes felt a sharp pain. In the jungle, a figure was coming towards this side quickly. Suddenly, he looked up into the distance and seemed to see a sun. What is this? Luo Bin's face changed and his speed became faster. Command room. When Yang Shui saw Qin Chen repel Zhao Liang, she felt slightly relieved, but her expression was still not relaxed. She knew that Zhao Liang had only drawn his sword to block the attack in a desperate situation, and his true strength had not yet been revealed. When Zhao Liang attacked again, her heart tightened. However, the next moment, she saw Qin Chen clenching his fist. The entire screen was covered by a strong light and she couldn't see anything clearly. What kind of martial arts is this? She stood up suddenly. She was not surprised that Qin Chen could learn martial arts, but she could feel the powerful oppression of this martial arts even through the screen. Die. Zhao Liang swung his knife and chopped off Qin's head. However, when Qin Chen threw a punch, he couldn't open his eyes for a moment. The next second, he heard a cracking sound, and the knife in his hand shattered into pieces. The fist with terrible flames hit his chest directly without any pause. Boom. Zhao Liang felt an extremely powerful force entering his body. He even heard the sound of his heart bursting. His eyes bulged instantly and his face turned pale. Bang. His body flew backwards, breaking one tree after another, and finally fell down, unable to move. Qin Chen walked forward step by step. A rubbish third grade is a rubbish third grade. No matter how many medicines you take, you can't really reach the threshold of a normal third grade. Zhao Liang looked at Qin Chen who was walking towards him. He couldn't believe that he was defeated by just one punch. At the same time, there was hatred in his eyes, not because of Zhao Quan, but because of himself. He was unwilling to accept that he was no match for Qin Chen. Although he relied on drugs to become a third-grade cultivator, his real strength was only at the second-grade level, but he was also at the top of the second-grade level. How can a person who is under 18 years old and has no family background be better than him? You seem dissatisfied. Qin Chen came in front of Zhao Liang, squatted down, and said lightly. Zhao Liang wanted to speak, but found that his internal organs were all damaged and he could not make any sound. You can't even speak. I'll help you get rid of this. Qin Chen raised his hand and slapped him on the head. Qin Chen. At this moment, a loud shout rang out. Don't kill. However, Qin Chen's palm did not stop at all. Bang. Is this your true strength? In the command room, Yang Shui stood in front of the screen in shock, staring at Qin Chen on the screen motionlessly. At this time, after killing Zhao Liang, Qin Chen turned around and looked at Luo Bin who had arrived, revealing a hint of a smile. Coach Luo, you're here so fast. Luo Bin glanced at the corpse lying on the ground, then looked at Qin Chen's calm expression. His heart was already shaking with turmoil. Qin Chen actually killed the third-rank Zhao Liang, almost to death with one punch. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it even though Qin Chen had behaved so abnormally recently. Oh, forget it, just kill him. After calming down, Luo Bin waved his hand. After thinking for a while, he continued, originally, I wanted to keep him alive. If he confessed what the Zhao family did to your father and that Zhao Wanshi was also involved in killing you, then Zhao Wanshi could be convicted as well. Now that Zhao Liang is dead, Zhao Wanshi will definitely say he had no knowledge of the matter and distance himself from it. Thank you, Instructor. However, just conviction is not enough. Qin Chen shook his head. Convicted, who knows what crime? As long as he survives, he will be released one day, and he doesn't want to leave any trouble behind, even if this trouble will be nothing more than an ant in his eyes. As long as you have a plan. Luo Bin looked at Qin Chen seriously. He didn't expect that Qin Chen was not only decisive in killing people, but also ruthless to potential enemies. Your assessment ends here, Luo Bin said. Originally, they asked Qin Chen to take part in this assessment because they wanted him to experience actual combat, but he killed all the 3-star warriors without batting an eye. There was no point in continuing the assessment. Also, I declare you the first in this assessment. Luo Bin continued. Ding, congratulations on completing the first stage of the star selection task. Ding, the rewards have been issued, and the second phase of the task begins now. Task content, obtain the title of the first genius in Jiang Province. Task rewards, 1 Earth Sensitivity Enhancement Pill, 3 Talent Enhancement Pills, and a martial arts gift pack. The system voice sounded, and Qin Chen was delighted when he learned about the new task reward. The talent for cultivating the earth element is here. He was looking forward to it. Now among his 3 elements, the fire element is the main attack, the wind element can enhance his speed, and the ice element is not as good as the fire element in attack, and not as good as the earth element in defense. It is a type of element that has both offense and defense. Therefore, if he practices earth element, his defense will be taken to a higher level, which will greatly increase his strength. In addition, there are 3 talent enhancement pills, which can improve his cultivation talent of ice element and wind element, and his future cultivation speed will also be greatly accelerated. Okay, go back to the training camp. I'll take care of this. Zhao Liang's death was because he broke in here without permission. No one will cause trouble for you, Luo Bin said, then walked towards Zhao Liang's body. What about me? Zhou Lei reacted at this time and asked quickly. You continue. Luo Bin glanced at him and said casually. Zhou Lei originally wanted to not take part in the assessment, but when he saw that Luo Bin ignored him, he had to look around and leave cautiously. Qin Chen did not leave immediately, but walked to the body of the fire cloud tiger. After breaking open its head, he unexpectedly found a beast crystal. Monster crystal, fire, level 1, can be swallowed. The prompt message that appeared in the system made Qin Chen very happy. The beast crystals of fierce beasts can speed up the tempering of the body, while the beast crystals of demon beasts can most likely speed up the condensation of divine patterns. Instructor Luo, how much is this monster crystal? Qin Chen couldn't help but ask. Luo Bin turned his head and took a look at the fire-type first-level beast crystal, and said in surprise, this fire cloud tiger actually has a beast crystal. A first-level beast crystal costs about 500,000. You are really lucky. 500,000. Qin Chen was shocked. This price was not cheap. You know, a top-grade beast crystal of a ferocious beast was only about 100,000, which was 5 times higher. 500,000 is not expensive. Luo Bin suddenly said seriously, 10 monsters may not produce 1 beast crystal, and you have to understand that each beast crystal may be exchanged for the life of a frontline soldier. In the rear, all beast crystals officially sold are brought back from the front lines. After they are sold, the official will deduct the cost during the sales period, and the rest will be returned to the soldiers on the front lines. Therefore, a level 1 beast crystal actually costs less than 500,000 yuan for a warrior. Qin Chen nodded, I'll leave first. Without further delay, he headed straight for the top of the mountain. Half an hour later, he returned to his lounge. Only then did he look at the system space. With a flip of his palm, 2 fragments of the mark appeared in his hand. Without hesitation, he swallowed them in one gulp. Ding, the wind element mark fragments have been swallowed successfully, and the progress of your wind element mark condensation has reached perfection. Ding, the ice element mark fragments have been swallowed successfully, and the progress of your ice element mark condensation has reached perfection. Boom. At this moment, Qin Chen felt the wind and ice attributes in his body surging. The next second, he felt a wonderful change in himself. Double breakthrough. Now, I am a true 3-system warrior. Qin Chen clenched his fist, feeling his sudden increase in strength. After a moment, he looked at another reward in the space. There was a special booklet lying inside. He moved his mind, and suddenly, the booklet started to open automatically. Then, pieces of information poured into his mind. When he had received all of it, the booklet disappeared on its own. Star Body Refining Art Volume 1. Introduction to Martial Arts, Viewing the Human Body as the Universe, Volume 1, Stellar Body, 9th Rank Martial Arts. The introduction was very simple, but Qin Chen did not think it was simple no matter how he looked at it. Both the word universe and the word 9th grade shocked him. The universe is easy to understand. The space where he lives, this world, is part of the universe. However, the name of this martial art is Star Body Refining Technique, which is obviously related to the stars in the universe. According to the information he received, after completing the first volume of cultivation, he can cultivate into a star body, and his body will be like a star. Not to mention the 9th level. According to his understanding, the highest martial arts for the entire human race now is the 9th level. This is only the first volume. Will the second volume be even higher? Qin Chen's heart moved. Soon he stopped thinking about it and started practicing the first volume. This martial art can be said to be tailor-made for him, because if an ordinary martial artist practices it, his body will not be able to withstand the power it brings. As for him, as a practitioner of many disciplines and having been tempered by different elements, it was not a problem for him to practice. Finally, Qin Chen took out the first-level fire beast crystal and swallowed it in one gulp. The beast crystal entered the body and began to be digested quickly. He quickly sat cross-legged and began to condense his divine runes. Soon, he discovered that the energy of the beast crystal began to condense into fire divine patterns. Name, Qin Chen. Fire Realm, 1-star warrior, 20% progress of the second divine rune. Wind Realm, 1-star warrior, progress 0 of the second divine rune. Ice Realm, 1-star warrior, progress 0 of the second divine rune. Power, 2,100. 500,000, gone. Seeing that the second divine pattern of the fire element had condensed to 20%, Qin Chen felt both happy and worried. The good thing is that he can devour the beast crystals of monsters to condense divine patterns, but the bad thing is that he is too poor. A first-level beast crystal costs 500,000 each. He thought he was wealthy now that he had more than 2 million, but in the end he was still poor. Qin Chen practiced the star body refining technique in the lounge until the next morning, when someone knocked on the door. He stood up and ended his practice. After nearly 20 hours of practice, he felt that he had gained some basic knowledge of the star body refining technique, and his physical strength seemed to have increased a little. When he opened the door, a soldier stood outside. Qin Chen, Commander Yang, I want you to go to the command room. Let's go. Qin Chen nodded. Without any surprise, Luo Bin directly announced yesterday that he won first place, proving that his days in the training camp are over. Next, he will probably have to compete with talents from the entire Jiang province for the final qualification for the star selection. A few minutes later, Qin Chen walked into the command room. This was his first time in the command room, and it was very different from what he had imagined. He originally thought that as the chief instructor, the office environment must be very good, but he did not expect it to be very simple. There was only a desk, a few stools, a large screen on the wall, and almost nothing else. Instructor Yang. Qin Chen looked at Yang Shui in front of the desk. I have to say, when you get closer and take a closer look, Yang Shui is quite good-looking, the type that becomes more attractive the more you look at her. Sit down. Yang Shui pointed to the stool next to her. After Qin Chen sat down, she said, Luo Bin told you that you will be the first in this assessment. Qin Chen nodded. This time I asked you to come here mainly to talk to you about the selection of general stars. You should know the details. For the next 3 days, you can stay in the training camp and continue your training, or you can go down the mountain to accompany your parents. 3 days later, go to Yangcheng. This time, the Jiang province selection will be held in Yangcheng. Yang Shui said. Okay. Qin Chen nodded. Yang Shui was silent for a moment, then looked at Qin Chen. Do you mind testing your combat power? Explosive power. He had seen Qin Chen's punch on the screen before, but the whole process was obscured by the strong light and he could not see clearly. Later, he also knew that Zhao Liang had accumulated 3 stars by taking drugs, so he could not judge how strong the combat power unleashed by Qin Chen's punch was. There is no big problem in the selection of generals in Jiang province this time, but she is not sure whether there are any particularly abnormal people in the entire Western theater. If she can clearly understand Qin Chen's great strength and then inquire about the talents in other provinces, she will have a better idea. Instructor Yang, I will be ready to go down the mountain tomorrow. Qin Chen suddenly said seriously. Yang Shui was confused. What did going down the mountain tomorrow have to do with testing combat power? Besides, testing combat power would only take a few minutes and wouldn't waste any time. Qin Chen smiled. I haven't been to the confrontation room since I came to the training camp. How about going there before I go down the mountain? Only then did Yang Shui understand what Qin Chen meant. The mechanical puppets in the confrontation room range from body training to 3-star warriors. Qin Chen is preparing to have a real battle under extreme pressure with the 3-star warrior opponents to test his true strength. Okay. Yang Shui did not refuse, but still said, I remind you not to destroy the mechanical puppets. If you really want to destroy them, I will accept it if you can destroy the 3 stars. It is not difficult for Qin Chen to destroy the mechanical puppets below 3 stars, but she feels that Qin Chen cannot destroy the 3 stars. Instructor Yang, don't worry, I'm not that violent. Qin Chen said seriously. Yang Shui glanced at her and said nothing, but she sneered at his words in her heart. 10 people were useless just after entering the training camp. He killed Zhao Liang with an expressionless face yesterday. He is no longer a normal high school student. Haha, I'm back, and I passed the test. Just then, a loud laugh was heard outside. The first student returned to the top of the mountain. Next, students came back one after another. Qin Chen walked out of the command room and saw these students. Some of them were mentally exhausted, some were excited, and some had different injuries on their bodies. About an hour later, all the students had returned and no one died, so it was considered a successful assessment. Be quiet. Luo Bin appeared, looked at everyone and shouted loudly. After everyone quieted down, he continued, everyone performed well in this assessment. There were no major incidents, and no one fled down the mountain for rescue. This is your first assessment. Tomorrow, we will give you a ranking based on your performance. After the training camp is completely over, there will be another assessment. At that time, if you rank higher than this time, you will receive generous rewards. After hearing this, everyone was excited. Now, I have one thing to announce, the first place in this assessment. Qin Chen. Luo Bin looked at Qin Chen and announced solemnly. Everyone looked at Qin Chen at the same time. There was admiration in their eyes, not envy or jealousy, because when someone surpasses you by so much, you can no longer feel jealous. Yi Yang's gaze towards Qin was extremely complicated, and it was impossible to tell what he was thinking. Soon, when Luo Bin said to disband, everyone returned to their own lounges. After a day and night of assessment, everyone needed to clean themselves and have a good rest. Qin Chen walked towards the building of the training room, the target, the confrontation room. After entering the confrontation room, he found that it was larger than the gravity and infrared rooms, and several times larger. At the innermost part of the room, there is a row of mechanical puppets, and their corresponding cultivation levels are written on their bodies. Moreover, the cultivation levels of warrior-level mechanical puppets are divided into even more detailed categories. For example, for a 1-star warrior, there are 3 levels, 1-star warrior lower, 1-star warrior middle, and 1-star warrior upper. Among the row of mechanical puppets, the tallest one is a 3-star warrior. It's different from the original mechanical puppet. He found that on the left wall, there was a row of buttons, and each of these buttons corresponded to a mechanical puppet. When I first entered the training camp, the mechanical puppets I faced had to be activated by themselves when I approached within 2 meters, but here, they are activated by using a switch. Qin Chen walked directly to the switch and pressed the mechanical puppet on the 2nd star. Bang! As soon as it was pressed, a mechanical puppet was instantly activated and rushed directly towards Qin Chen. Qin Chen turned around and looked at him rushing towards him, and threw a punch the moment he arrived. The mechanical puppet suddenly emitted a burst of black smoke and was completely scrapped. A random punch now can surpass the threshold of a 3-star warrior. Qin Chen was very satisfied with such strength. The power of the 3 series practitioners was now fully demonstrated. A 1-star warrior was equivalent to 3 stars. This had never happened before in his memory. One is scrapped. It's none of my business. Qin Chen looked at the scrapped mechanical puppet on the ground and thought of what Yang Shui said to him. However, there was no other way. He wanted to see how far his random punch could go. If he went straight for 3 stars, he might not be able to test it out. Then he pressed the button that represented a 3-star warrior. In the command room. If you have anything to say, just tell me. Yang Shui glanced at Yu Yang, who was standing there, and spoke slowly. Instructor, I have made great progress recently, and in yesterday's assessment, I killed a level 1 monster. I think I can compete with Qin Chen again for the spot in this star general selection. Yu Yang expressed his thoughts directly without hesitation. Very confident. Yang Shui praised first, then said calmly, Are you dissatisfied with my decision? Yu Yang's face changed, and he quickly said, It's not that I'm dissatisfied. After saying this, he stopped talking. In his heart, he actually hadn't thought about Yang Shui and Luo Bin's decision. He just wanted to compete with Qin Chen again, and even if he lost, he would accept the defeat with honor. Yang Shui nodded and said, Watch a video. If you still insist on your idea after watching it, I will let you compete with Qin Chen again. As she spoke, Yang Shui turned on the big screen on the wall. Yu Yang looked at it with confusion. This assessment. Seeing the scenes on the screen, he discovered that these places were the Mingshan jungle. At this moment, Yang Shui called up one of the images and started playing it at an accelerated speed. Soon, he was surprised to see Qin Chen in the picture. Immediately afterwards, his pupils shrank and a familiar face appeared in front of Qin Chen. He's really here. Yu Yang was shocked. Zhao Liang actually entered their assessment site to kill Qin Chen. Suddenly, he thought of something and his expression changed. Zhao Liang was a 3-star warrior, and now that Qin Chen was back, this meant that Zhao Liang must have left or died. He glanced at Yang Shui and asked, Could it be Instructor Luo or Instructor Yang who rescued her? Just thinking about it. Suddenly, in the screen, Qin Chen and Zhao Liang exchanged 2 moves, and then he saw a scene that made him tremble all over and even unforgettable for the rest of his life. Qin Chen on the screen seemed to have turned into a sun, completely covering the entire screen. When the screen returned to normal, Zhao Liang was lying on the ground like a dead dog, motionless. When the scene ended, he still stared blankly. He was very familiar with Zhao Liang. The 2 families often dealt with each other because of business and often ate together. In fact, both of them were geniuses and often discussed matters of cultivation together. It was only this time that the other party's request was too excessive, so he refused, but this did not hinder the other party's strength. Is this his true strength? Yu Yang's mind was full of Qin Chen's last image, and his heart was trembling. Now, do you still want to compete with him? Yang Shui looked at him and asked. I lost. Yu Yang gradually came to his senses and murmured. After saying this, he seemed to become more relaxed. It's a good thing to let go of your obsession. Seeing that Yu Yang was not upset by this matter, Yang Shui nodded with satisfaction. He had not told Yu Yang before because he was afraid that his inner faith would collapse and he would become possessed by demons. On the path of a warrior, once the devil arises in one's heart, the future path will either be completely cut off or lead to an evil path. Yu Yang is also a pretty good talent. If it weren't for the monster Qin Chen, he would be number 1. So, Yang Shui doesn't want anything to go wrong with him. Coach Yang, I'm leaving first. Yu Yang turned and walked out of the command room. Qin Chen, being of the same generation as you is my luck, but also my misfortune. I look forward to the day when I can see you at the top of your game. He took a deep breath and felt the air become different. Suddenly, he saw a soldier running towards him hurriedly in the distance. Just as he was about to speak, the soldier ran past him and entered the command room. Qin Chen. Immediately afterwards, he heard Yang Shui's angry roar coming from the command room. What did he do again? Yu Yang's face changed. Master, Qinghe Yuan. At the foot of the mountain, Qin Chen hailed a taxi. With my current strength, I can use my fiery sun fist to blow up a 3-star enemy, but I am still no match for a 3-star enemy. Thinking about what happened in the confrontation room just now, he had a clear understanding of his current strength. The combat power threshold for a 3-star warrior is 2,000, and for a 4-star, it is 10,000. The combat power span in between is as much as 8,000. When he used the fiery sun fist, his explosive power was only at the level of a 3-star level. It was impossible for him to blow up a 3-star level mechanical puppet. However, even so, he blew up 2 mechanical puppets, and these mechanical puppets were much more valuable than the 10 he blew up when he entered the training camp, so he ran away early, otherwise he would be skinned alive by Yang Shui. Qing Yuan. After getting in the car, the driver looked at Qin Chen and suddenly asked in surprise, "Are you Qin Chen?" Qin Chen touched his face and asked, "Am I so famous?" "Haha, it's really you. I actually picked up the #1 genius in Rongcheng." The driver suddenly became excited when he saw that Qin Chen did not deny it. Without waiting for Qin Chen to speak, he continued, "Of course you are famous. After the city announcement, how many people in Rongcheng don't know you? I saw that you went to Qingheyuan at such a young age, and I heard that this year's genius training camp is in Mingshan, so I guessed that you are Qin Chen. You have to sign an autograph for me later." The driver was so excited that he even steered unsteadily, which made Qin Chen nervous. Along the way, the driver talked non-stop, and Qin Chen occasionally replied, mainly because he couldn't get a word in. After entering the city, Qin Chen kept staring out the window. Qingheyuan was the new address, and he didn't know which specific route he took. Soon after, Qin Chen felt the car slowing down. "Are we there yet?" "No, there is a martial arts street ahead. It has been a bit unstable recently. Drive slowly to avoid accidents," the driver explained hurriedly. "What's wrong?" Qin Chen asked curiously. "The street of martial arts schools is usually very peaceful. After all the people there are practicing martial arts and doing business. Once a conflict occurs, things often end badly. Recently, a man came from Yangqing and wanted to open a martial arts school here. He would have opened a martial arts school if he wanted to, but in order to build up his reputation and attract business, he actually went around challenging other schools. Now there are many people watching here every day, and it seems that he has injured someone in the past 2 days, and the injury was serious," the driver explained. Qin Chen frowned. He was surprised to see someone coming from Yangqing. The street of martial arts schools is full of private martial arts schools, which are usually located in their own cities. Few people will open branches in other cities. After all, you are an unfamiliar place, and if others unite to bully you, you will have no way to do anything. This guy is really good. He challenges everyone as soon as he arrives. I don't know if he is just a rookie or just very brave because of his skills. No one here can match him." Qin Chen asked doubtfully. The driver shook his head. For private martial arts schools like this, the directors are usually 1-star fighters, and the highest is 2-star. I heard that the men who came here seem to have broken through to 3 stars before, and then took over the business of the private martial arts school in Yangqing. Now he probably wants to take over the business in Rongqing as well. Qin Chen nodded. It was normal to grab business. By the way, just now someone said someone from a martial arts school was injured. Do you know which martial arts school it was? Qin Chen was very curious about which unlucky guy was injured. Generally speaking, challenging a gymnasium only resulted in defeating the opponent, and injuries rarely occurred. It seems to be Shanghai Martial Arts School. Qin Chen's face changed. At this time, the sign of Shanghai Martial Arts School had been taken down and crushed to pieces, leaving the school compound in a mess. In the hall of the martial arts school, there was a group of people gathered together, all wearing martial arts uniforms. Different words were written on the uniforms, each representing a different martial arts school. Qin Chen came into the crowd. No one paid attention to him, and he did not say anything. He just stood there and looked at the 2 groups of people surrounded in the middle. On one side, they were wearing martial arts uniforms with the words Shanghai on them. They were the staff of Shanghai Martial Arts School. And now, the leader of this group of people was not Wang Shanhai, the director of Shanghai Martial Arts School, but Qin's classmate and good friend, Wang Hai. At this moment, Wang Hai's face was ashen and his clothes were not clean. It seemed that he had just been beaten. On the other side, the words, dragon and tiger, were written on their martial arts uniforms. Qin Chen didn't remember any martial arts gyms related to dragon and tiger on this street. It was obvious that these people came from Yangcheng. Their leader was a middle-aged man with a big beard and a square face. At this moment, he had a dignified look on his face and looked down at Wang Hai. Shanghai Martial Arts School, are we letting you take charge today? Is this the only martial arts school with the best business in Rongqing? The square-faced man looked at Wang Hai and said coldly. Also, you have so many martial arts schools, but not a single one who can fight. I am really disappointed. He glanced at the onlookers again and said bluntly. Suddenly, the people from various martial arts schools who were watching were angry but dared not say anything. They had all been challenged before. They came here today to discuss things together, but after they arrived, the other party did not give them any face at all. They first attacked Wang Hai from Shanghai Martial Arts School to show their power, and then sat down. Tianhu, you kicked out the martial arts gym, and my father is still lying in bed because of you beating him. We didn't ask you to stop running the martial arts gym. What else do you want? Wang Hai looked at the square-faced man and asked with an unpleasant look on his face. Qin Chen looked at Wang Hai in the crowd and found that he had changed a lot. While he was talking, the disciples of Shanghai Martial Arts School still agreed with him. I've said it before, you call Qin Chen over, and then transfer your Shanghai Martial Arts School to my Longhu Martial Arts School, it's that simple. Tianhu said lightly. Wang Hai's face turned pale. Many people have already seen the other party's purpose. Ever since Qin Chen's name was added to the Shanghai Martial Arts School, business has been booming, with people signing up to learn almost every day. So the other party wanted to find Qin Chen and then defeat him to become famous. In addition, they also wanted to directly change the name of Shanghai Martial Arts School to Longhu Martial Arts School. This way, not only would it gain fame, but it would also be the original place, killing two birds with one stone. However, how could Wang Hai go to Qin Chen specifically for this matter? Not to mention that Qin Chen was still in the training camp, and he didn't want to affect Qin Chen because of this matter. Even if Qin Chen came, he couldn't solve the problem. After all, Tianhu was already a 3-star warrior. It seems that you still don't want to. Tianhu looked at Wang Hai, it's okay. As long as you don't want to, I won't stop challenging him until he comes. In addition, all the martial arts schools on this street will also be challenged every day because he doesn't come. Tianhu, you're going too far. Hearing Tianhu's words, the people from other martial arts schools around couldn't help but roar in anger. Tianhu glanced at them and said, since you have opened a martial arts school, you must be prepared to be kicked out. How did I go too far? If you are not strong enough, then don't open a martial arts school. It's that simple. Everyone looked grim. What? You want to attack us together? Do you dare? Tianhu smiled, not caring about the anger of the crowd. If these people rushed forward, he might not be their match, but they would never be able to open a martial arts school again. Each martial arts school has its own rules. It is normal to be kicked out of the school, but if people from different martial arts schools besiege the person who is challenging the school, then that is against the rules. I'm shouting. At this moment, Wang Hai took out his mobile phone. Xiao Hai. Suddenly, a voice came from the room at the back of the hall, and then a disciple from Shanghai Martial Arts School came out supporting a man. Dad. Wang Hai saw the man and hurried forward to support him. At this moment, Wang Shanhai's face was pale. Xiao Hai, don't call. If you call Xiao Chen, you will be fooled by him. At worst, we will close this martial arts school. Wang Shanhai coughed a few times and said weakly. Dad, my name is Qin Chen. I'm not asking him to solve the problem. I want to tell him that we don't use his name. At this point, it doesn't matter whether Shanghai Martial Arts School can continue to operate. He doesn't want to drag down all the martial arts schools on this street. Since the martial arts school is closed, his name will naturally not be used anymore. Wang Shanhai shook his head and said. How can that be possible? Suddenly, a voice rang out. Wang Hai's face changed, then what do you want? Before he finished speaking, he felt something was wrong. He turned around and saw Qin Chen walking out of the crowd. Qin Chen. He was suddenly shocked. Everyone looked at Qin Chen in surprise. He is Qin Chen, a two-star warrior under the age of 18, the #1 talent in our Rongqing. Qin Chen's sudden appearance surprised everyone. Why are you here? Wang Hai asked in a low voice with anxiety on his face. Qin Chen suddenly appeared at this time, and today's incident would probably not be easy to let go. Qin Chen smiled, you are the one who said to put my name on it, and you are also the one who said not to put my name on it. Have you ever considered the thoughts of me, the client? Stop making trouble. Wang Hai said seriously. Are you Qin Chen? At this time, Tian Hu spoke. What? Not like him. Qin Chen turned his head and took a look at the personnel information of Shanghai Martial Arts School on the wall of the hall. His profile picture, like Wang Shanhai's, was in the first row and could be seen at a glance. Tian Hu also took a look and nodded, yes, he is indeed a handsome man. However, such a genius is actually affiliated with such a rubbish martial arts school. As he said this, he shook his head. Tian Hu, what do you want? Wang Hai asked angrily when he saw that Tian Hu was not giving up. Tian Hu ignored him and continued to look at Qin Chen. Originally, I came here to open a martial arts school. I wanted to recruit you into my martial arts school, but after thinking about it, I decided to defeat you. It's more exciting. Recruiting Qin Chen would naturally bring business to his martial arts school, but if Qin Chen was defeated and the news spread, I'm afraid even more people would come. How are you going to defeat me? Qin Chen asked with a relaxed look. Tian Hu smiled, I know you are valued by some big shots in Rongqing, but now, as the owner of a martial arts school, I challenge you as a nominal martial artist. I think no one will say anything even if I hurt you. Are you ready? Before he could finish his words, suddenly, his pupils shrank and he saw Qin Chen disappear from the spot and rush towards him. Looking for death. Tian Hu snorted coldly, took a sudden step forward, and punched Qin Chen in the chest. However, the next moment, a hand grabbed his fist tightly. A powerful force was transmitted through his arm, and he quickly clenched his other hand into a fist. However, before he could punch out, there was a crisp sound, and the sound of the wrist bone breaking was heard. Ah! Tian Hu screamed, one of his hands was held by Qin Chen, and he couldn't help but kneel on the ground. Master of the Dragon and Tiger Martial Arts School, how do you plan to defeat me? Qin Chen asked this question again. Tian Hu's face turned pale and he couldn't speak at all. Qin Chen continued, I heard that Longhu Martial Arts School is the only one in Yangqing. It's just right. I will go to Yangqing in 2 days. When I go, I will also go to ask for advice. You will regret it if you go. Tian Hu said with difficulty. It seems there is a master here, I wonder how master is he. After saying that, Qin Chen kicked him out. Bang. Tian Hu's body flew out of the hall and fell to the ground like a dead dog. Get out of here. Qin Chen looked coldly at the other disciples of the Dragon and Tiger Martial Arts School. Several people trembled all over and hurriedly ran out of the hall. After lifting Tian Hu, they ran out of the martial arts hall without daring to stop for a moment. When everyone saw the people from the Dragon and Tiger Martial Arts School leave in disgrace, they finally realized what was happening. Everyone looked at Qin Chen in shock, expressing disbelief. Didn't they say that he is a 2-star warrior? The city announcement cannot be wrong, but it is also true that Tian Hu is a 3-star warrior. Everyone here has been challenged by Tian Hu, and they know exactly how strong Tian Hu is. Although the opponent has just broken through to become a 3-star warrior, 3 stars is still 3 stars, and his combat power has reached the 2000 threshold. However, now, they were killed in seconds by Qin Chen, and they still couldn't figure out what was going on. Wang Hai stared at Qin Chen blankly. There was confusion in his eyes at first, but he quickly recovered. My brother, no matter how strong you are not too strong. He thought of Qin Chen's recent changes. 3 stars is not invincible. Qin Chen looked at Wang Hai and asked, the martial arts school doesn't need to be closed now, right? Of course, with you here, Who dares to ask me to close the door? Wang Hai's voice suddenly rose. It was worth it to be able to meet Qin Chen again in this life. Everyone, the fun is over, can everyone go home now? Qin Chen looked at the people from other martial arts schools again. Thank you, Master Qin. Thank you, Master Qin. The curators bowed to Qin Chen one by one. If Qin Chen wasn't here today, I'm afraid it wouldn't just be the Shanghai Martial Arts School that wouldn't be able to open. Given the domineering nature of the Dragon and Tiger Martial Arts School, it won't be long before all the martial arts schools on this street will be renamed the Dragon and Tiger Martial Arts School. Qin Chen looked at everyone and nodded. After everyone left, he looked at Wang Shanhai. Uncle Wang, is the injury serious? Fortunately, there is no big problem, but he needs a few months of rest. Actually, this is a good thing, as it allows Xiaohai to try to manage the martial arts school alone. Wang Shanhai said with a smile. During this period of time, he has witnessed Wang Hai's growth. Although Wang Hai has just entered the threshold of cultivation, it does not prevent him from learning management first. I have entered the initial stage of body refining. Actually, I have a pretty good talent. Wang Hai said with a smile. By the way, stay here for dinner today. I said I would treat you last time, but I didn't. Today is a good day. Qin Chen waved his hand and glanced at the martial arts hall. You should ask someone to take care of it first. You can eat in the morning or evening. The most important thing is to keep the martial arts hall open. I just happened to pass by here this time, and I have to go back quickly. Wang Shanhai and Wang Hai had no choice but to nod. Next time, you must have a good drink. Wang Hai shouted loudly as he watched Qin Chen walk out of the martial arts hall. After Qin Chen returned home, Qin Dai and Li Xiufen were delighted. Qin Dai's injuries are now gradually improving with the supplement of a large amount of nutrition. Qin Chen was very happy about this. He transferred another 2 million from the card and only kept a small amount for himself. Supplements and medicines that can heal old injuries are not cheap, but they are money well spent. As for the beast crystal that could allow him to condense divine patterns, he temporarily gave up on purchasing it. 2 million, even if he spent it all, would not be enough for him to upgrade by half a level. For the next 3 days, Qin Chen stayed at home and didn't even go out once. 3 days later. On the train from Rongqing to Yangcheng, Qin Chen was sitting by the window. Opposite her were 2 girls. One was pretty with a dignified and beautiful face, while the other was a little plump with a few freckles on her face. Next to him was a boy who was dressed in Western clothes and had long hair. When he sat down, he deliberately kept a few feet away from Qin Chen, as if he was somewhat disgusted with him. Did you hear about it yesterday? The director of Yangqing Longhu Martial Arts School was beaten, the boy whispered to the 2 girls. I know. I heard that he was beaten by the genius Qin Chen. The freckled girl also became interested and nodded quickly, her tone somewhat excited, as if she was enjoying watching the show. The other girl did not reply. From time to time, she glanced at Qin Chen who was looking out the window. Qin Chen gave her the impression that he was not handsome, but he always gave her a special temperament. His eyes seemed to have magical power, gradually attracting her. Although she didn't know him, she inexplicably felt a sense of confidence and firm belief from Qin Chen, as if, when this boy sat there, she couldn't help but feel a sense of security. I obviously don't know him. Zhou Hui shook her head, trying to get rid of some messy thoughts. It's unlikely that Qin Chen fought against him. You don't usually pay attention to Yangqing, but I still know that Tian who just broke through to the 3-star warrior level before coming to Rongqing. You said that a high school student could defeat a 3-star warrior. And I heard that he was defeated in seconds. It must have been a strongman from Rongqing who took action. The boy shook his head and said with disdain in his voice. Qin Chen from Rongqing did surprise him, but he didn't believe that he could defeat Tian Hu. This must have been spread by someone in Chengdu. Rumors become more and more exaggerated the more they spread. Is that so? The freckled girl finally understood. Of course. The boy nodded, and then he looked at Zhou Hui. Hui, what do you think? Just call me by my name. Zhou Hui was interrupted when she looked at Qin Chen. She looked at the boy with some disgust, and her voice unconsciously rose a few notes. Qin Chen, who was originally looking at the scenery outside the window, suddenly turned around. "Sorry to bother you, classmate." Realizing that her voice was too loud, Zhou Hui looked at Qin Chen and apologized quickly, but there was a hint of nervousness in her eyes. Qin Chen took the initiative to look at her. "It's okay," Qin Chen said lightly and turned his head away again. When the boy saw Zhou Hui take the initiative to apologize to Qin Chen and showed that expression, he frowned. What they didn't know was that a few people from the Dragon and Tiger martial arts school were sitting not far from them, and they heard everything they said clearly. "Go and keep them quiet," Tian Hu said with a grim expression. At this time, his whole body was still in pain. After 3 days of treatment in Chengdu, he felt better. He had almost stopped thinking about the beating that day, but now he heard someone talking about it, which made him unhappy instantly. Several disciples immediately stood up and walked towards Zhou Hui. Several of them were tall and were all cultivators. They looked very imposing, and as soon as they stood up, they attracted a lot of attention. The freckled girl was the first to see them walking towards this side. The boy was about to continue speaking when she stopped him. When the boy turned around, his expression changed. "How could I meet them? Did they hear what I said just now?" The boy thought nervously and lowered his head quickly. The disciple of the Dragon Tiger martial arts school came to the seats of the few people and stopped. "Weren't you just discussing the affairs of my Dragon Tiger martial arts school? What? You don't want to discuss it anymore?" The freckled girl turned pale with fear. They had also entered the threshold of cultivation, but compared with these martial arts disciples, they were no match at all. Not all of them are geniuses, they are only in the initial stage of body refining, while these martial arts school disciples are all in their 20s or 30s, and their cultivation is at least in the middle stage of body refining. Seeing that several people dared not speak, one of them said, "I won't make it difficult for you. The 4 of you go and apologize to our curator, and we'll let this matter go." "Okay, we apologize." The boys breathed a sigh of relief. There was nothing wrong with an apology. They were all from Yangcheng. If they offended the director of the Longhu Martial Arts School, perhaps nothing could be done to them on the train, but once they got off the train, they would be in trouble. He was well aware of the strength of the Longhu Martial Arts School. The Longhu Martial Arts School had not only Tian Hu as its director, but also Tian Long, and Tian Long had already broken through to the 3-star level for quite some time. After the other party broke through to 3 stars, he almost no longer had to manage the Dragon and Tiger Martial Arts School. However, no matter whether the other party is in charge or not, he is still the founder of Longhu Martial Arts School. Most importantly, he and Tian Hu are brothers. Now Tian Hu asked them to apologize, which was the greatest tolerance he could show them. The freckled girl also stood up and prepared to go over and apologize. "Why should I apologize?" However, Zhou Hui was not ready to stand up. The man from the martial arts gym frowned and looked at her with fierceness in his eyes. Zhou Hui was not frightened by them, but just refused to accept it. Could it be that what they said was false? Besides, I didn't say anything. Just now, she was paying attention to Qin Chen and didn't say a word about the Dragon and Tiger Martial Arts School. If she apologized out of fear, it would be completely against the principle. "Hui." The boy quickly stopped her from saying something unpleasant. Zhou Hui ignored him and turned to look at Qin Chen. He found that Qin Chen did not speak a word from beginning to end, and did not even turn his head. He was still looking out the window calmly, as if he was immersed in his own world and did not hear anything. The boy looked unhappy when he saw Zhou Hui ignoring him. If he didn't have a good impression of her, he would have immediately drawn a line between them. The little girl has a temper. Seeing Zhou Hui's firm attitude, the people from the Dragon and Tiger Martial Arts School looked a little cold. "I hope you can keep it up." After they finished speaking, they looked at Qin Chen, who had never turned around, and asked, "Do you have a temper like her? Are you talking about me?" Qin Chen frowned and slowly turned his head. He originally didn't want to pay attention to it. One of his plans for going to Yangcheng this time was to go to the Longhu Martial Arts School, so he would meet them by then anyway. He didn't expect these people to be so arrogant. After seeing Qin Chen's appearance, the faces of several people from the Dragon and Tiger Martial Arts School changed drastically, and one person even tilted his body and almost fell down. The man who was so arrogant before we felt a tightness in his heart. What are you doing? Suddenly, a trained security guard saw several people gathered together with a strange atmosphere, and walked over from a distance. When the people from the Dragon and Tiger Martial Arts School saw him coming, they nodded quickly as if they had grabbed a life-saving straw and said, "Let's go, let's go." The few of them didn't dare to stay for a moment and turned around and left. Before leaving, they looked at Qin Chen in horror. The trained security officer turned around and left after seeing the few people leave. The boy and the freckled girl breathed a sigh of relief at this time. Luckily the security guard came, otherwise it would be too embarrassing to apologize in public, said the boy with lingering fear. Yes, but it's a bit surprising that these people in the martial arts gym are so afraid of the security guards. The freckled girl said in a low voice after looking at the people from the Dragon and Tiger Martial Arts gym who had returned to their seats. The boy smiled, it's normal. Although the security guards are not strong, they are all official personnel. If these people really don't listen to the security guards, they will report it. When they arrive at the station, there will definitely be strong official people who will arrest them. Maybe the business of the martial arts school will be affected. After hearing this, the freckled girl nodded, looking as if she understood. The boy looked at Zhou Hui at this time and said, "You were too impulsive just now. Am I wrong?" Zhou Hui had never had a good impression of boys in the first place, and her impression of them plummeted at this moment. "That's not what I meant." Seeing that Zhou Hui was unhappy, the boy hurriedly explained. Then he looked at Qin Chen again, wanting to push all the responsibility onto him. However, Qin Chen turned around and just stared at him coldly, which made him swallow his words in an instant. Zhou Hui also looked at Qin Chen. She always felt that the reason why those martial arts gym members left in such a panic was not because of the security guard, but because of him. "Hello, my name is Zhou Hui." Zhou Hui introduced herself to Qin Chen for some unknown reason. After she finished speaking, her face suddenly turned red. It was so embarrassing. Qin Chen turned to look at her. "Hello." Zhou Hui heaved a sigh of relief after hearing Qin Chen's response, and immediately mustered up the courage to ask, "Can you tell me your name?" "Qin Chen." "Qin Chen, are you Qin Chen?" Zhou Hui looked at Qin Chen in surprise. The freckled girl also widened her eyes. "You are really Qin Chen." They have heard Qin Chen's name too many times in Chengdu these days, and every time people talk about him, they are amazed. At this time, the boy was furious when he saw Zhou Hui taking the initiative to talk to Qin Chen. "Are you Qin Chen?" The boy suddenly looked at Qin Chen in surprise. "I heard that you injured Director Tian a few days ago. You didn't seem to recognize those people from the Dragon and Tiger Martial Arts School who came over just now." His tone was so sarcastic that Zhou Hui on the opposite side couldn't help but frown. "I really don't know him." Qin Chen nodded. They were just a few apprentices in the martial arts school, and he didn't even remember what they looked like before. "Ha." The boy smiled and said nothing. Of course he didn't believe such nonsense. He had beaten up the curator, so how could he not know him? More than 10 minutes later, accompanied by the station announcement, we finally arrived at Yangcheng, and the train slowly slowed down and stopped. A few minutes later, several people got off the train, and the people from the Dragon and Tiger Martial Arts School got off behind them. Qin Chen could feel Tianhu's murderous gaze without looking back. He walked towards the exit with a calm expression. The boy saw him leaving and followed him. "Qin Chen, wait a minute." When he called out the name Qin Chen, he deliberately made his voice heavier. Zhou Hui frowned, but she quickly followed, still thinking about asking for contact information. When the freckled girl saw that the two men were following, she had no choice but to follow as well. At the back, the people from the Dragon and Tiger Martial Arts School supported Tianhu and quickened their pace. "Did you make the call?" Tianhu said in a low voice. "Yes, Director Long should be at the exit now," a disciple said. On Qin Chen's side, the boy followed closely like a shadow, and they soon arrived at the exit. As soon as they came out, they saw a group of people standing not far away. The one leading them looked very similar to Tianhu. "Elder brother." At this moment, Tianhu in the back shouted, "It was him. He was the one who hurt me." Tianhu shouted and pointed at Qin Chen. Tianlong also stared at Qin Chen and walked towards him step by step. You are the one who injured Tian Hu. At this time, the boy who was following Qin Chen was already scared. He looked at Qin Chen in horror and dared not to get together with him. He kept moving away for fear of having anything to do with Qin Chen. The freckled girl looked at Qin Chen with curiosity and admiration as if she had discovered a new continent. Zhou Hui stared at Qin Chen in a daze. She was finally sure that her previous feeling was correct. The disciples of the martial arts school left in a hurry because of Qin Chen, not the security guard. I hit him. Qin Chen nodded. You are so brave. You beat someone up and dared to come to Yangqing and take a car with Tian Hu. Tianlong looked at Qin Chen coldly. Even he felt that Qin Chen was too unscrupulous. It's okay. Qin Chen continued to nod. Tianlong was furious when he saw Qin Chen's nonchalant expression. He waved his hand and said, "Control all his accomplices." After that, he approached Qin Chen and said, "Since you are here, just lie down for a few months first." Qin Chen looked at Tianlong approaching without any retreat. Just as the two were about to take action, a sharp brake sound was heard, and then an off-road vehicle slid over. When the two saw the off-road vehicle sliding towards them, their faces changed and they each stepped back. Tianlong was about to lose his temper, but when he noticed the license plate, he shut up instantly and his face showed shock. Military license plate. His heart sank. Then, the car door opened and a heroic figure in military uniform walked down. She first glanced at Tianlong, then looked at Qin Chen. "What are you doing here?" "Instructor Yang." Qin Chen smiled suddenly when he saw the person coming. "Nothing. I just met an acquaintance and was going to give him a hug and say hello. Unfortunately, you ruined it." Yang Shui showed an expression of disbelief, and was too lazy to care. "Then I'll say hello next time. Now, you follow me to where we should go." After saying that, she turned and got into the car. Qin Chen looked at Tianlong, spread his hands, and then followed obediently. As soon as he got in the car, he suddenly remembered something, looked at the other 3 people who were arrested, and said to Yang Shui, "I have 2 friends, can you take them with you?" Yang Shui frowned, but still nodded. Qin Chen waved at Zhou Hui, and Zhou Hui began to struggle when she saw this. When the staff at the martial arts gym saw that Yang Shui was also looking at them, they didn't dare to catch her anymore and let her go directly. After Zhou Hui was released, she pulled the freckled girl out again and ran towards the SUV. As soon as the 2 of them got on, Yang Shui stepped on the accelerator and rushed out. "What about me? I don't know him." Qin Chen's voice came from the off-road vehicle. The boy was horrified when he saw the SUV driving away. "Get him in the car!" Tianlong yelled. "No, I don't recognize him, I don't recognize him," the boy shouted. "I don't know him. I don't know that you sat with him on the train. And you got off the train together and came all the way here." Tian Hu slapped him. Qin Chen, who was in the car, saw from the rearview mirror that the people from the Longhu martial arts school grabbed the boy, dragged him into a Jinbei car, and drove away. Zhou Hui and the freckled girl who were sitting in the back looked pale. Fortunately, they were not taken away, otherwise they would have been seriously injured and hospitalized. The SUV drove 2 kilometers and stopped on the side of the road. Qin Chen looked at Zhou Hui and the other person. "I'll just send you here." Zhou Hui nodded. She looked at Qin Chen, wanting to say something but stopping herself. After getting off the car, when the SUV started, she finally mustered up the courage and asked, "Can you give me your contact information?" She knew that there was a huge gap between her and Qin Chen. If she didn't ask, it would be difficult for her to see him again in the future. She didn't want to regret backing down. Qin Chen looked at him and said, "Maybe if we are destined to meet again, we will meet again." After saying that, the SUV drove out. He glanced at the rearview mirror and found that Zhou Hui was still standing there staring at the car with a lost expression, but he just shook his head and smiled. "You are quite straightforward," Yang Shui suddenly said. Qin Chen smiled. "It's not good to not do it. For someone as outstanding as me, I will definitely encounter this kind of thing frequently in the future. I have to make a decision when it's time to do it." Hearing this, Yang Shui didn't say anything but showed a disdainful expression. By the way, where are we going? Qin Chen asked puzzledly. Yangqing Sports Center, all those who are participating in the selection of generals will gather there. Are you ready to start the selection? Yang Shui nodded and said, originally it was supposed to start in 2 days, but there have been some abnormalities on the front line recently, so it was brought forward. After this selection is over, we will immediately participate in the final competition for the Star General. Qin Chen was shocked. Nothing is trivial on the front line. Is it serious? He asked. Yang Shui shook her head. It's not a big problem. Maybe in the near future, the alien beasts will have a level 4 riot. Although it's only level 4, we still need to make some preparations to be on the safe side, so we can only move the selection forward. Hearing about the level 4 riot, Qin Chen nodded. I learned in cultural classes that monster riots are divided into 10 levels, with level 10 being the highest, while level 4 is in the middle and lower levels and cannot be considered a disaster. However, every riot, no matter what level, must go all out, so the war zone decided to select in advance, otherwise you can only wait until after the college entrance examination. However, after the college entrance examination, each student's score will be clear at a glance. By then, the competition for talents will not just be in the war zone. In Longua, there is a rule that prohibits any force from snatching students before they take the college entrance examination, but the military is an exception. First of all, every year in the Genius Training Camp, the military sends people to serve as instructors. Secondly, the military is responsible for protecting national security, and they pay a lot, so they are given this advantage. However, even if the military has the power to recruit geniuses first, it is only a rough recruitment, and students still have to continue to go to college. Therefore, even if they are recruited, they may not really enter the military after graduation. There are advantages, but not absolute. About half an hour later, the two arrived at the sports center. At this time, more than a dozen students participating in the selection, both male and female, had gathered in the stadium. You're here so early. Qin Chen looked at these people. He was actually the last one to arrive. Do you think they are all like you? These people attach great importance to this selection and they all came to Yangqing a day in advance. Yang Shui glanced at Qin Chen unhappily. She had told Qin Chen that the selection would be in 3 days, and thought that he would come earlier, but he had to wait until the 4th day, so she had to go to the train station to pick him up. Pay attention. Is it useful? Qin Chen smiled. Are you confident? Just these bunch of ugly guys, I can kill each of them with one punch. Qin Chen looked at the group of people. Qin Chen is not arrogant. After training in the Genius Training Camp, some of these people may have become warriors, but there are definitely not many of them. Most of them are only at the peak of body refining. Taking the assessment with them really feels a bit like bullying. Don't be careless, this assessment is a little different. Yang Shui reminded. What's the difference? Qin Chen was stunned. You'll know soon. In short, don't capsize. Yang Shui didn't explain too much. He was well aware of Qin Chen's strength, and he almost killed Zhao Liang with one punch. But he later analyzed the video carefully, and found that Zhao Liang relied on drugs to build up his level, and Qin Chen relied on martial arts to reach the 3-star threshold. However, if he did not use martial arts, his level should be above 1000. If it was a normal situation, Qin Chen would have no problem in this assessment and could kill every kid with one punch. However, the method of this assessment was temporarily changed. Qin Chen glanced at Yang Shui and sensed a conspiracy. Soon, Qin Chen came to the court, and as soon as he arrived, he immediately attracted everyone's attention. Qin Chen looked at their expressions and was certain that there was definitely a conspiracy behind this assessment, and it was a conspiracy against him. Soon, more than a dozen people in military uniforms came over and stood in front of the crowd. These people are the instructors of every Genius Training Camp, and Yang Shui is among them. Qin Chen took a look at their military ranks. Yang Shui still had the highest rank, while the others were the same as Luo Bin. Everyone. Yang Shui was the first to stand up and looked at everyone. This time, we were planning to use a week to conduct various forms of assessments. However, due to some problems on the front line, we have to move forward, and the only way is to engage in a melee. As soon as these words came out, Qin Chen instantly understood why Yang Shui had told him not to take it too lightly. He glanced at the dozen or so people around him and found that none of them were surprised at all. Obviously, these people already knew the format of this assessment. At this moment, he discovered that everyone else was looking at him intentionally or unintentionally. "Are you preparing to beat me up?" He couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth. Siege. Qin Chen smiled slightly. He had already guessed that Yang Shui must have discussed the matter of beating Zhao Liang to death with all these instructors. In order to make it more difficult for themselves to get the first place in the selection, the instructors changed the assessment format to a free-for-all. When he killed Zhao Liang, his combat power was indeed only over 1,000. Although his combat power soared after using the Fiery Sun Fist, he couldn't use the Fiery Sun Fist during the assessment, as it wasn't a life-and-death battle. Therefore, with a combat power of over 1,000, the siege of these people could indeed cause him trouble. However, Qin Chen smiled confidently. "I am not as strong as before. Next, I will announce the rules of this assessment." Yang Shui continued. "First, it's a melee. In a fight, it's inevitable that someone will get hurt, but you can admit defeat. After you admit defeat, no one else can attack you anymore. Second, your arena is this lawn. If you step outside the lawn, you will be eliminated. Third, there is no time limit for this assessment, and it will last until the last person wins. Do you understand?" "Understood," everyone shouted. Yang Shui and many instructors looked at the enthusiasm of the crowd, smiled, then turned and walked out of the lawn and onto the runway. One of the instructors took out a starting pistol and pulled the trigger with a bang. The assessment officially begins. However, the people on the field did not take action immediately at this time, but looked at each other, and finally, they all looked at Qin Chen. Qin Chen smiled and punched someone next to him, knocking him unconscious. The only martial arts in the world that cannot be defeated is speed. What are you waiting for? He's found out. Let's attack together, someone suddenly shouted. Haha, Qin Chen laughed. Given the acting skills of this group of people, if he doesn't see through them, he would be a real loser. Looking at the dozen people rushing towards him, he still stood where he was without any dodging. Instructors. Qin Chen suddenly shouted. Huh. Many instructors heard Qin Chen's shout and looked at him in confusion. Qin Chen gradually smiled. You know me very well. This kind of assessment method is what I want. After saying that, he looked at the man who was in the front and suddenly punched out. The student who was running in front changed his face drastically after seeing Qin Chen's punch. Before the fist arrived, he felt a heat wave, as if carried by the wind, and a strong pressure coming towards him. He suppressed his fear and raised his hands to block the punch. However, while he was raising his hand, the fist seemed to become faster, and before it was fully raised, it had already broken through his defense and reached his chest. Bang! His body was instantly knocked backwards by the powerful force, knocking several people behind him to the ground, and he himself fainted. Boom! At this moment, Qin Chen took the initiative to step forward, took a few steps, and came in front of the crowd. The dozen or so people suddenly became a little timid, and after surrounding Qin Chen, they actually cowered in fear. Don't be afraid, it's just one punch. Qin Chen's figure flashed, and with the sound of wind whistling, he suddenly appeared in front of a man, and punched him in the man's frightened eyes. Bang! Another person fainted. Everyone, come together. Don't let him defeat you one by one. Seeing that Qin Chen had already knocked down 3 people and there were still 14 left, they could no longer sit still. Someone shouted loudly that if they continued to be timid, everyone would soon be knocked unconscious. Suddenly, everyone gritted their teeth and rushed towards Qin Chen. That's how it should be, it's interesting. At this moment, Qin Chen waved. Bang! The first one, fall down. Then, the second, the third. Every time he threw a punch, a student fell down and never got up again. Suddenly, with a bang, a fist hit Qin Chen on the back. Haha, I hit him, I hit him. A laughing voice came from behind Qin Chen. Qin Chen turned around and looked at the man who was feeling proud. Well, it's very good, but the strength is a little lacking. Come on. After saying that, he slapped the man on the head, and the man fainted with a smug look on his face. At this time, there were only 3 people left on the field besides Qin Chen, and they were in 3 positions respectively, surrounding Qin Chen. However, the bodies of the 3 of them seemed to be out of control, taking 1 step forward and 2 steps back. How horrible! The 3 of them were paralyzed. It was too scary. There were more than a dozen of them, but now, less than 10 minutes after the test began, there were only 3 of them left. Among those who fell, there were several 1-star warriors. The 3 of them were only at the peak of physical training. How could they fight? At this time, outside the lawn, more than a dozen instructors were also stunned. They stared with wide eyes, looking incredulous. Didn't they say that his combat power is just over 1,000? One of them looked at Yang Shui. Others also turned their heads, puzzled. If the combat power was really just over 1,000 points, the situation would definitely not be like this now. Even if Qin Chen would still win in the end, it would not be like this. He is simply unstoppable and overwhelming. He has become stronger again. This is all Yang Shui could say. She was also confused at this time. Qin Chen's combat performance just now, although not exceeding 3 stars, was at least close to 3 stars. Moreover, this is normal combat power, not the explosive power after using martial arts. Becoming stronger again. So fast, many instructors asked in surprise. It's only been 3 days. Yang Shui didn't say anything. She didn't know whether Qin Chen had hidden his strength before or had made a breakthrough in these 3 days. But no matter which one it is, it's perverted enough. In the field, Qin Chen looked at the 3 of them and said, "Come on together." But as soon as he said this, the 3 of them turned around and ran without hesitation. Qin Chen was stunned, then he spotted someone and chased after him. As a team, we should be neat and tidy. Bang. The man fell down in fear before he could run a few steps. Then, Qin Chen looked at another person. The man turned around and saw Qin Chen looking at him, then saw Qin Chen chasing after him, and his face changed drastically. "I give up," he yelled. "It's shameful to admit defeat." Qin Chen shouted as he chased. "No, it's not shameful to lose to you." The men ran desperately. "No, you can't admit defeat." The instructor said, "I can admit defeat." The man was going crazy. He had already admitted defeat, but Qin Chen was still chasing him. The instructor didn't say. "No," the instructor said, "Instructor, I give up." The man turned his head to look at the instructor's position and shouted loudly. He saw one of the instructors was about to speak, and he was suddenly delighted, but the next second, Qin Chen's attack came. As soon as he rolled his eyes, he felt his consciousness fall into darkness. "What a shame, you almost succeeded." Qin Chen shook his head and looked at the last person. The man was about to run out of the lawn. If he ran out, he would be automatically eliminated. The next moment, he immediately used his physical skills to chase after him at the fastest speed. "I succeeded, I succeeded." The last female student was pleasantly surprised when she saw the runway right in front of her. She had already sensed that the other 2 had been knocked unconscious. As long as she stepped out of the lawn and stood on the track, she would be eliminated and she would be the only one still awake this time. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but smile. "Classmate, what are you laughing at?" Suddenly, a voice came from her ear, making her tremble all over. "I." Bang. A huge force hit her, and her body softened and began to fall. During the process, she swore that at this moment, she had never felt so desperate. What happened next was very simple. Qin Chen naturally won first place. As for the others, they had been carried away for treatment. In a huge room, more than a dozen instructors looked at Qin Chen as if he were a monster. "Everyone, there's no need to look at me like that." Qin Chen felt a little embarrassed. "Tell me, what is your strength?" Yang Shui asked seriously. Now, she has no idea of Qin Chen's strength. Is dual system really that scary? "A 1-star warrior." Qin Chen replied. "Tell me the truth." Yang Shui glared. 1-star warrior, you are kidding me, I have never seen such a perverted one among the 1-star warriors. A dual system 1-star warrior. Qin Chen said helplessly when he saw that they didn't believe him. As for the three systems, he naturally did not mention them. Although there are few dual-system warriors, there are still some in Dragon Country. Moreover, there have been warriors who broke through in both systems at the same time before. Both systems have broken through. No wonder. Just then, one of the instructors, who looked to be the oldest, spoke. Everyone else looked at him. This man, named Xie Jun, was the oldest among them and the first to enter the military. He must know more than them. Seeing everyone's puzzled looks, Xie Jun did not explain immediately, but said, "This is a secret. You are all military elites, so it's okay for you to know. However, Qin Chen, if you want to listen, you can join the military in the future. If you don't join, you have to forget what I said today." Of course. Qin Chen nodded. He must join the military. Beast crystals can help him improve his strength quickly, and the only way to obtain a large amount of beast crystals is to join the military and go to the front line. Otherwise, it would require a lot of money to buy it, and he doesn't have that much money. Seeing that he agreed, Xie Jun nodded and continued, "You all know that my Dragon Country has 4 great martial saints." Everyone nodded. Warriors above the 9 stars are called martial saints. There are a total of 4 such people in Longhua. One of them is the founder of the military, who is also respected as the god of war by the military, Xia Nanshan. The military god Xia of our military department is actually not above 9 stars, but 9 stars, a double 9 stars. Xie Jun's words were like a depth charge, shaking everyone. None of them had ever seen Xia Nanshan, but in their impression, he was a martial saint, a powerful being above the 9 stars. However, the facts made them a little unbelievable. You know, above 9 stars is the martial saint. The word saint can reflect one's power. And a 9-star is also called a martial saint. It is hard to imagine. Dual system, so terrifying. Many instructors couldn't help but exclaim. So, I feel that it is not excessive at all when 2 systems break through at the same time. Xie Jun looked at Qin Chen. Qin Chen hurriedly said, "Instructor Xie really knows a lot." He didn't expect that the other party would take the initiative to explain it to him. But what the other party said was not right. He was a triple element, so that's why he was like this. A dual element person definitely doesn't have the strength he has now. This is also because Xie Jun is not a dual system person. The reason I say this is to compare him with Xia Nanshan. But he forgot that Xia Nanshan was a 9-star cultivator, and the more he cultivated in multiple systems, the more difficult it would be and it would take a lot of time, so he would become stronger as time went on. Okay, everyone already knows Qin Chen's true strength. However, when submitting Qin Chen's information next time, just say that Qin Chen is a 1-star warrior. Yang Shui suddenly smiled. The other instructors also smiled slyly and expressed their agreement. They were all from Jiang Province, so they naturally hoped that the new general would come from Jiang Province. By concealing Qin Chen's information, they could also catch others off guard. Soon, the other instructors left the room, leaving only Qin Chen and Yang Shui. Yang Shui looked at Qin Chen and said, "There are rewards for this assessment. If you want money, there are 4 million. If you want martial arts or something like that, you can get an equivalent amount." "So many?" Qin Chen asked in surprise. He was not surprised that there were rewards for the assessment. After all, there were always rewards every time, but a direct reward of 4 million was still unexpected. Yang Shui said calmly, 4 million is not too much. This is a reward for the first place in the entire Jiang province. Although our military is short of funds, we will never be stingy when it comes to cultivating geniuses. It can be said that the military is the department in the entire Dragon Kingdom that needs geniuses the most. Aren't you afraid that I won't join the military in the future? You can choose not to join, but you must pay back the money. Yang Shui smiled. The military is not a sucker and certainly won't be so generous. The reason why the reward is so huge now is that they want to make the recruited geniuses feel grateful to the military. In this way, they will be more likely to join the military in the future. Very reasonable. Qin Chen nodded. How about it, have you made up your mind? Do you want money, martial arts, or weapons? Yang Shui asked. Qin Chen shook his head. Neither. I want beast crystals, level 1 beast crystals. Yang Shui was stunned, and looked at Qin Chen seriously, and finally said, what do you want the beast crystal for? I suggest that you get something that can directly improve your strength. Beast crystals can only be used to create special equipment, which is very time-consuming. If you want equipment, you can ask for it directly. Qin Chen thought for a moment and said slowly, Instructor Yang, you may not know that the reason I have achieved this is actually because. What is it? Yang Shui asked quickly. In her heart, she had always been curious about why Qin Chen improved so quickly, but some things were personal secrets, and she didn't feel comfortable asking unless others told her. It was the first time that Qin Chen saw her so curious, so he smiled and said, Instructor Yang, don't tell anyone else. Don't worry. Yang Shui nodded quickly, feeling a little anxious, thinking that Qin Chen was too nagging. Qin Chen continued, actually, I have a master who has been teaching me, so I have improved so quickly. The reason why I need beast crystals is actually because my master needs them. He likes to study beast crystals very much. He said that he wants to use them to make the warriors themselves change and become stronger. Or, study some special martial arts to make warriors more powerful. After hearing this, Yang Shui was shocked and couldn't help but reveal a look of admiration. Your master? My master is just a warrior who wants to concentrate on research and doesn't want anyone to know about his existence. But he said that one day, once his research results are complete, he will make them public. Qin Chen quickly interrupted Yang Shui and took the initiative to speak. At this time, Yang Shui's expression also became complicated. After a long while, she said, Your master is great. She knew that there were some warriors in Long Country who devoted themselves to research. They were unknown, but they made great contributions to the entire country. Take the current warriors for example, many martial arts actually come from the hands of these people. In fact, if a warrior has dual abilities, it is not necessarily a natural gift. Several decades ago, there was a dual-element master warrior who used himself for research and eventually developed a special medicine. After taking it, it is possible for a person to have dual-element talents. This is the same principle as the sensitivity enhancement pill that Qin Chen obtained from the system. However, the probability of success of this drug is very small, so there are not many dual-system drugs now. But, someone finally succeeded. Yang Shui knew that the martial arts master and his successor were currently in some unknown place, researching drugs with a higher success rate. My master's main research direction is 3 systems. Qin Chen suddenly added. He felt that he could prepare for more exposure in the future. Yang Shui looked at Qin Chen in shock, and finally nodded. In this way, I will convert your reward into the corresponding first-level beast crystal. Yang Shui spoke and offered to help. Qin Chen was delighted and said quickly, Thank you very much, Instructor Yang. My master is also a fire element, so it's better to have a fire element. After returning to the arranged accommodation, Qin Chen looked at the system. The rewards for the second stage of the star selection have been distributed to the system space. In addition, the third phase of tasks has also begun. Mission content, obtain the title of General Star in the Western Theater. Task reward, Earthmark Fragment *3. Qin Chen was quite satisfied when he looked at the task reward. Although it was only Earth Element Mark fragments, there were 3 of them, which could directly raise his Earth Element realm to 1 star. This saved him a lot of time. Shaking his head, he flipped his palm and an Earth Sensitivity Enhancement pill appeared. After spitting it out, he instantly felt a sense of familiarity with the Earth element between heaven and earth. Ding, your Earth sensitivity has increased to 8. Ding, your Earth-related talent is upgraded to SS. Qin Chen did not stop. 3 pills appeared in his hand again. These were the talent-enhancing pills. Moreover, on these 3 talent-enhancing pills, Qin Chen could clearly feel the 3 elemental forces of wind, ice, and earth. He swallowed it without any hesitation. Ding, your wind element talent is upgraded to SSS. Ding, your ice elemental talent is upgraded to SSS. Ding, your earth element talent is upgraded to SSS. The 3 talents were instantly upgraded to the highest level, which made him delighted. Even though his cultivation level has improved and he can devour beast crystals, he still has to rely on himself to learn martial arts. Good talent can not only speed up the improvement of cultivation, but also greatly enhance the comprehension of various martial arts. Therefore, the improvement of talent is a huge benefit to him. It's time to open the blind box again. Looking at the martial arts box in the system space, Qin Chen's heart became excited again. With a thought, the box opened, and soon, a piece of information flooded into his mind. Ice Finger. Martial Arts Introduction, 7th Grade Martial Arts, destroying enemies with fingers, only available to Ice Warriors. It is still a simple introduction, but it is still a Grandmaster-level martial art. In addition, the difference is that the Ice Finger does not state that it is an upgradable martial art, so it is only a Grandmaster-level martial art. But even so, Qin Chen can use it for quite some time. At least before becoming a Grandmaster, it can also bring Qin Chen terrifying combat power. Except for the 4th grade martial arts I received from the City Lord's mansion, all the others are above the 7th grade. Qin Chen is very satisfied with his current practice. As for the martial arts given by the City Lord's mansion, it is also a fire-based martial art, but he has not practiced it at all because he has no use for it and there is no need to spend time learning it. As he has multiple martial arts, he must make use of every moment and cannot afford to waste it. In the following time, Qin Chen began to comprehend the Ice Finger, and time passed little by little. It was not until the next day that there was a knock on the door. After opening the door, he found that it was someone from Yang Xue's faction. He was holding a wooden box in his hand, which was the fire beast crystal he needed. "Thank Instructor Yang for me," Qin Chen said to the soldier who delivered the goods. Yang Xue was very quick. "He just told me yesterday that he would come early this morning. I have to say that he really cared about it, and his mysterious master was very useful." "I will." The soldier nodded and left. Qin Chen brought the wooden box into the house and slowly opened it. 9. Qin Chen was slightly surprised when he saw the number of beast crystals in the box. According to the 4 million reward, there should be 8. He carefully observed the 9 beast crystals, all of which were fire type, and there was no problem at all. However, the one in the middle caught his attention. This is a level 2 beast crystal. Qin Chen was a little surprised. He picked it up and found a small note under the beast crystal. After reading the contents of the note, Qin Chen showed a strange expression. This was kept by Yang Xue, and the meaning is very simple. Yang Xue bought this beast crystal with her own money and gave it to Qin Chen's master as a gift to show respect. Haha, Qin Chen couldn't help laughing out loud. Yang Xue usually looks cold, but surprisingly, she is actually quite silly. However, the system does not display any information about this second-level beast crystal. Is it because my fire element is currently a 1-star, so I cannot devour a 2-star? Qin Chen was a little confused. He quickly put down the beast crystal and picked up a level 1. The system immediately displayed information that could be swallowed. Without further delay, he swallowed it in one gulp. Soon, the familiar feeling reappeared. Ding, swallowing the first-level beast crystal successfully, your second fire divine rune progress has reached 30%. As the system voice sounded, Qin Chen felt the obvious changes in the mark in his body. Then, he began to swallow the second, the third. After all 8 beast crystals were swallowed. Ding, your progress on the second fire divine rune has reached perfection. Boom. At this moment, Qin Chen's clothes seemed to be blown up by a strong airflow. The entire room was filled with intense heat, and invisible fire elements were flying in the air. When he was completely stabilized, Qin Chen felt that his strength had improved significantly. Combat power, 3,800. Looking at the combat power information in the system, he was shocked. Although the fire element had the largest increase in combat power, the one-time increase of more than 1,000, nearly 2,000, still surprised him. According to this algorithm, when other systems are upgraded, even if their combat power is not as good as 4 stars, it is very close. Among them, the combat power added by the wind system may not be obvious, but the wind system has a bonus on his agility, which is also an invisible combat power. Then, he looked at the second-level beast crystal again. After holding it in my hand, this time, the system gave information. Level 2 Fire Beast Crystal, can be swallowed. Without hesitation, he swallowed it down. Soon, the third divine pattern began to condense on his fire element mark. After all the beast crystal energy was digested, the progress reached 10%. My combat power has increased again. I wonder if I can kill Tian Long directly without using any martial arts now. Qin Chen thought to himself. Tian Long is stronger than Tian Hu. He has been a 3-star warrior for almost a year. However, for a man like him who is almost 40 years old and has just become a 3-star warrior, his talent is not that strong. In 1 year, I am afraid that he can't even be considered a middle-level strongman among the 3 stars. I'm about to go to the military district to participate in the final selection. It's time to go to the Dragon and Tiger Martial Arts School. Qin Chen walked out of the room, came outside, took a taxi, and headed straight to Yangqing's Martial Arts Street. There is only one martial arts hall street and almost no other businesses, so the streets here are usually very quiet. When the taxi arrived at the intersection, Qin Chen got out of the car directly. He walked into the street and took a quick look. On both sides, there were signs of the Dragon and Tiger Martial Arts School. He did not go in immediately, but continued walking forward. The entire street was about 1 kilometer long, with a total of about 30 martial arts schools, but only one of them was not named Longhu. This one was at the end of the list and was still putting up its sign. It looked like it had just been kicked out and its previous sign had been smashed. Qin Chen walked up and looked at the changing sign, Miahu Martial Arts School. This is a good name. Qin Chen said. The man who was changing the sign turned around after hearing this. The man saw that it was a young boy and smiled. I just came up with this name. It wasn't this name before. Are you the curator? Qin Chen asked. As the man installed the sign, he nodded and said, yes, but now I am just a museum director without any money. His tone sounded normal, but Qin Chen could hear the helplessness in it. I understood it as soon as I thought about it. This street has been taken over by the Dragon and Tiger Martial Arts School, but this one has not. It will definitely be targeted by the Dragon and Tiger Martial Arts School. I see that other martial arts schools on this street have become Dragon and Tiger Martial Arts Schools. Why do you insist on doing this? Qin Chen asked curiously. Although the Longhu Martial Arts School is domineering, even if it forcibly changes other martial arts schools into its own, it will definitely need martial artists, and most of the original directors will still stay. So, even though he lost his position as the museum director, at least he could still be a martial artist. If one is unwilling to change, he will be like this man now. Although the martial arts school is still there are no students anymore and the signboard is often smashed, making it impossible to operate normally. Over time, his life may become a problem. After hearing what Qin Chen said, the man was silent for a while, as if he wanted to say what he had been holding back, so he said, this martial arts hall was left by my father. And I was adopted and raised by my father since I was a child. In fact, I have thought about giving up, but when I think about what he asked me to do before he left, I can't give up. Although my cultivation is not high, I still have some backbone. At this point, he finally reacted, are you here to learn martial arts? Yes. Qin Chen nodded. Do you really want to learn? The man asked in surprise. Learning martial arts is not strange, but he was surprised that he came to him instead of going to Longhu Martial Arts School. It's not that no one had come these days, but everyone who came, without exception, did not come the next day. He could easily guess that they were beaten by the people from the Dragon and Tiger Martial Arts School. Of course. Qin Chen said seriously. To challenge a martial arts school, one must have an identity. Although he now has the identity of a martial artist in Shanghai Martial Arts School, it is only in name only. A martial artist who is only a figurehead can usually fight back when others come to challenge him, but he cannot take the initiative to challenge them. Of course, he can also forcefully kick the gym, but in that case, it is equivalent to a challenge between warriors, and others do not have to accept it. And what he wants is that everyone in Longhu Martial Arts School has to accept his challenge. Therefore, he needs the identity of a martial arts gym member, even an ordinary student. When the martial arts gym is open, you won't stop doing business, right? Qin Chen asked. Of course. Seeing that Qin Chen was serious, the man quickly put the sign in place and walked down the ladder. My name is Shengang. Now I will take you to register. You will be my student from now on. As for the tuition fees. Tuition fees, I need to observe it for a day first, and then talk about it if possible. Qin Chen said quickly. Shen Gang nodded, okay. There was no way. It was no better than before. It was already good to have just one student. Regarding the tuition fee, he didn't dare to say that he would pay it right away. Soon he took Qin Chen into the martial arts gym, and then registered Qin Chen on the computer. In the future, if you really want to stay and learn martial arts, I will teach you my unique skill, Tiashanko. After registration, Shen Gang drew a big cake for Qin Chen. Qin Chen smiled and didn't care, but said, Master Shen, Director Shen, I think the name of our martial arts gym is not domineering enough. Oh. Shen Gang was stunned. He felt that, destroy the Tiger Martial Arts School, but he thought about it quickly before deciding. The implication was that being able to destroy the Dragon and Tiger Martial Arts School, and daring to take this name would already be a lot of courage. Moreover, the word, destroy the tiger, he felt, quite domineering. Then what do you think it should be called? Shen Gang asked. Kill the dragon, kill the tiger. Qin Chen said calmly. Shen Gang's expression suddenly changed slightly. Only now did he realize that Qin Chen seemed to want to destroy the Longhu Martial Arts School more than he did. Okay, then let's kill the dragon and the tiger, haha. Shen Gang laughed suddenly, and then said, I'll change the sign right now. Qin Chen quickly stopped him, I'll go. After saying that, he walked directly outside the martial arts hall. Shen Gang stared at his back, always feeling something was wrong. After Qin Chen left the martial arts gym, he did not go to make a sign. Instead, he found a martial arts studio that made martial arts uniforms, got a martial arts uniform, and then came to the gate of Longhu Martial Arts Gym. He looked up at the Dragon Tiger Martial Arts Hall sign, jumped up slightly, and instantly grabbed it in his hands. Then, he walked into the martial arts hall gate. As soon as he entered, the signboard in his hand was thrown away. Bang! The sign hit the front stage of the hall and was instantly shattered. Suddenly, everyone in the hall turned around and looked over. Students from the Dragon-Slaying Tiger Martial Arts School are here to challenge us. Quiet. Qin Chen glanced around and saw that no one responded. He said calmly, no one wants to fight. As soon as these words came out, everyone realized that someone had come to challenge them, and their eyes instantly became fierce. I'll do it. With a bang, a student rushed over without any nonsense. The moment the other party rushed in front of him, Qin Chen punched him. With a bang, the man flew backwards instantly, hit a table, and fainted. No. Qin Chen shook his head contemptuously. The faces of the others changed drastically, and they looked at each other, not daring to step forward. The student who had just taken action was in the middle stage of body refining, just like them, and was knocked unconscious by a punch. If any one of them went forward, they would also be beaten. The Dragon and Tiger Martial Arts School dominated the martial arts street in Yangcheng, and even challenged other schools in Rongcheng. Now it's like this. Qin Chen looked at everyone shrinking back and shook his head, I allow you to come together. As he spoke, he approached the crowd step by step. Let's go together, one of them couldn't help but shout. However, before he could finish his words, a fist landed on him. Bang. His body fell heavily to the ground, unable to move. The faces of the others changed drastically. Just now, they didn't even notice how Qin Chen got close to the other party. If you don't want to, I will. Qin Chen pressed forward and swung his fist. Stop, a loud shout rang out. Immediately afterwards, 3 figures walked towards this side, followed by more than a dozen students. Master Luo Wu, Master Zhang Wu, Master Zhao Wu. The students shouted hurriedly when they saw the 3 people. The 3 of them just nodded calmly, then looked at Qin Chen, you want to challenge me? Tell me your background. They are just new students who have just entered the Dragon-Slaying and Tiger-Slaying Martial Arts School. Qin Chen looked at the 3 people, his eyes always as calm as water. Kill Dragon and kill Tiger Martial Arts School. The 3 martial artists looked grim. In their impression, there is no such martial arts school at all, and this name is obviously directed at the Longhu Martial Arts School. Martial Master, I saw before that Shen Gang was changing his sign, and his name is Tiger Slayer Martial Arts School, a student whispered. Huh. The three martial arts masters looked at Qin Chen, and one of them said coldly, "Are you Shen Gang's new student?" "That's right." Qin Chen nodded. "Very well, you came here on your own initiative to save us from going. If you want to compete in the gym, then come to the martial arts field." After saying that, the three martial arts masters turned around and walked towards the martial arts hall. In the Longhu martial arts arena, Qin Chen stood alone on one side, while dozens of people had gathered on the other side. However, his expression did not change and he stood there relaxedly. "Are you going up one by one, or together?" His voice was calm. Arrogant. Everyone was furious, and Master Luo Wu shouted even louder. His figure instantly disappeared from the spot and he took the lead in attacking Qin Chen. He took continuous steps and at the same time, he stretched out a palm and waved it in the air. Everyone could even clearly hear the sound of the air being fanned. "I'm going to see today how a little kid dares to challenge me." As he spoke, Master Luo Wu had already approached Qin Chen and instantly slapped his palm towards Qin Chen. Qin Chen stared at the opponent's attack, and the moment it came, his body flashed and disappeared on the spot. Master Luo Wu's pupils shrank, and then a voice came from his side, "You are too slow. Shoot." A slap landed on him, making his head buzz. Master Luo Wu staggered backwards and finally fell down with a thud. At this time, the faces of the people on the opposite side changed completely, especially the two martial artists, who knew that Qin Chen was not as simple as he seemed. "Are you Qin Chen?" Master Zhao Wu suddenly asked in surprise. Some students may not know about Tianhu's affairs, but they, the martial arts masters, know it very well. At such a young age, yet with such strength, and coming here specifically to challenge, I'm afraid the only one who can do this is Qin Chen. It seems you are not stupid. Do you continue to accept my challenge, or call the person in charge? Qin Chen said calmly while looking at the remaining two martial artists. No need for them to shout. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Everyone turned around and saw two people approaching in the distance. Director Long, Director Tiger. As the two approached, the students of the Dragon and Tiger Martial Arts School and the two martial artists all shouted respectfully. Tian Long and Tianhu just nodded and looked at Qin Chen. There was hatred in Tianhu's eyes, while Tian Long looked very interested. "I didn't expect you to actually come." Qin Chen's appearance really surprised him. Since the last time at the station, he thought that Qin Chen was taken away by the military and would never come again. He was also prepared to swallow this loss. After all, people from the military had shown up. If he took action again, he might offend the military. Unexpectedly, Qin Chen showed up himself and came to challenge him. In this way, when he took action, the military would ignore him and not bother him. "If you don't come, I'm afraid you won't dare to show up next time you hear my name," Qin Chen said casually. Seeing that Qin Chen was still calm until now, Tianhu, who was standing with Tian Long, couldn't help but speak. "Qin Chen, you are a genius, a terrifying genius, but it is precisely because of your talent that you have become so arrogant. Have you ever thought that if you dare to come here as a martial arts student, you will never be able to leave again?" Tianhu's eyes showed cruelty. It is normal for people to die occasionally in personnel challenges between martial arts schools. It's just that usually, people don't take things to the extreme. However, if Qin Chen dared to come, they would dare to keep him here forever. Even if Qin Chen is valued by the military will not do anything to them at that time. The military has its own rules, and the martial arts school has its own rules. The rules of the military were set by the martial saint, but the rules of the martial arts school were also set by the martial saint. In Longhua, all martial arts schools belong to Chongqing Martial Arts School, and the founder of Chongqing Martial Arts School is a martial saint just like the founder of the military. For a private martial arts school, as long as the director becomes a 4-star warrior, the school can apply to become a member of Chongqing Martial Arts School. Even though they have not yet become 4-star warriors, they are still reserve members of Chongqing Martial Arts School. Therefore, it is impossible for the military to break the rules of their martial arts school just for Qin Chen. "So, how do you want to fight?" Qin Chen became interested. "It's very simple." Tian Hu said coldly, it determines who is better, and it also determines life and death. Just what I want. Superior. Tian Hu didn't say anything and waved his hand, ordering dozens of students to take action. He was not prepared to fight Qin Chen in a one-on-one fight. He would rather gang up on him than fight him one-on-one. Dozens of students' faces changed when they heard Tian Hu's words. One of the students gritted his teeth and rushed out first. Qin Chen took a step forward and punched out. Bang. The man's body was bent over by the blow and his face turned pale instantly. Puff. A mouthful of blood spurted out, his eyes bulged out, revealing fear and unwillingness, and he slowly fell down and died. The other students were about to rush out, but when they saw the men dead, their faces changed drastically and they stopped instantly. Qin Chen stared at him coldly, since this is a life-and-death battle, be prepared to die. Now, whoever takes a step forward will be my opponent in this fight to the death. After hearing this, the students didn't dare to step forward and some even started to retreat. They just came here to learn martial arts and paid the tuition. If they died here, it would not be worth it at all, and they have no responsibility to sacrifice themselves for the Dragon and Tiger Martial Arts School. A bunch of rubbish. Tian Long snorted coldly and took action himself. His feet kept flashing and he approached Qin Chen quickly. Tian Hu, you come too. After he finished shouting, his palms actually began to turn red at this moment, as if they had turned into two pieces of red-hot iron. Qin Chen, I will let you die under my innate skill, Blood Iron Palm. Buzz. Tian Long slapped his palms, and the air exploded. When Tian Hu saw Tian Long directly use his innate skills, he was slightly surprised and quickly took action. Innate skills can be awakened after becoming a warrior, and Tian Long awakened them when he became a 3-star warrior. However, as long as you use your innate skills, your combat power will be improved. Unlike martial arts, which only increase explosive power instantly and consume a lot of energy if used continuously, innate skills will always maintain a terrifying combat state. So, when Tian Long used his innate skills, Tian Hu knew that he was preparing to kill Qin Chen with one blow. He did not hold back at all, went around to Qin Chen's side, and attacked with all his strength. Qin Chen stared at the palm that was coming towards him. In his eyes, the palm kept breaking through the air and kept getting bigger. It was several times bigger than a normal palm. He could feel the terrifying power coming from it, and even a hint of pressure, but only a hint. Boom. He clenched his fists, and countless flames appeared in everyone's eyes. He looked like a blazing sun, with terrifying power about to erupt. At this moment, his fighting power soared wildly. The moment the palm arrived, the fist punched out. The next second, the fist and the palm collided with each other. Qin Chen's body shook slightly, but his fist was as steady as a rock. Tian Long's expression suddenly changed, and cracks appeared on his bloody, iron-like palm. Bang. Suddenly, the huge palm shattered like glass. Ah! Tian Long screamed, and he was horrified to see that his palm had disappeared. Qin Chen then dodged Tian Hu's attack and came to his side. You are too slow. After he finished speaking, Qin Chen grabbed him and with a click, Tian Hu's neck was broken without him having any power to resist. After throwing it away, he looked at Tian Long, who looked as pale as death. Quiet. Deathly silence. Seeing Tian Long with a pale face and missing hand, everyone was trembling in their hearts. Just by looking at him, they felt pain and could not bear it. When they looked at Qin Chen again, they seemed to see a devil, such a young devil. Qin Chen walked towards Tian Long step by step with a calm expression. Tian Long was trembling all over at this time. Qin Chen, spare me. However, Qin Chen shook his head. It's a matter of both winning and losing, and a matter of life and death. This is what you decided. I don't like people who go back on their word. After saying that, he raised a finger and gently tapped it on the other person's forehead. Tian Long's eyes widened instantly, and an extreme chill made his whole body cold. The chill penetrated into his body in an instant, covering his internal organs with a layer of frost. You are ice. Tian Long widened his eyes. At this moment, he finally understood why Qin Chen was so strong. Before, he had investigated Qin Chen, a dual-element genius, but the two elements were fire and wind. However, now that Qin Chen used ice martial arts to kill him, he realized that Qin Chen also had ice martial arts. However, there was not only fear in his eyes, but also confusion. Why would people from 3 departments appear? Bang. Before he could figure it out, he fell down and died completely. Ice Finger, kill the dragon with 1 finger. Looking at the bodies of Tian Long and Tian Hu, there was still no fluctuation in his eyes, and he turned and walked towards the outside of the martial arts hall. After taking a few steps, he suddenly stopped again, turned around and said, "You guys deal with it." "Yes, yes, yes." The students in the martial arts hall trembled and nodded quickly. At the same time, in the tiger-killing martial arts hall, Shengang did not see Qin Chen come back after waiting for so long. He was afraid that Qin Chen would not find a place to make the sign, so he walked out of the martial arts hall. When he walked out of the martial arts gym, he immediately saw Qin Chen walking out of the Longhu martial arts gym and then heading in another direction. He hurriedly ran forward, wanting to stop Qin Chen and tell him that the place where the sign was made was not in that direction. But soon, he discovered something unusual in the Longhu martial arts school. He came to the gate of Longhu martial arts school in surprise and saw the students inside in a panic. Immediately afterwards, he saw students carrying the body out. When he took a closer look, his expression suddenly changed. Looking at Qin Chen who had walked away again, he thought of what the other party said. Kill the dragon and destroy the tiger. He really killed the dragon and destroyed the tiger. Shengang took a deep breath, then turned around, and soon came to a shop that made signs. And the sign this time is to kill the dragon and the tiger. It didn't sound domineering, and it even sounded a bit mediocre, but he still used this sign resolutely. What he didn't know was that it was this sign that would bring him a booming business in the future, and even make him famous in the martial arts world. After Qin Chen left the martial arts hall street, he went to the energy mall and bought 3 earth-type top-grade beast crystals before returning to his residence. In the room. After Qin Chen swallowed the 3 beast crystals, as the energy of the beast crystals was digested, his earth-type cultivation continued to increase. Soon, the earth element realm was directly elevated to the peak of body refining. Unfortunately, it takes time to condense the mark. There is an earth element training room in Yangcheng, but I may not have enough time, and I don't have the money to go. Qin Chen shook his head. In the fire element training room, it took him 12 hours to completely condense the mark. And the fire element had already been cultivated at that time. Therefore, it would take at least 12 hours to condense the earth element mark. Now, Yang Shui asked him to be on standby at all times, and he might set off to participate in the final selection of generals in the next second. The most important thing is that practicing in the elemental training room is too expensive. It is not like a training camp which is free. The money he spends on one visit is enough for him to buy a level 1 monster crystal. The next day. Early in the morning, Qin Chen heard a roar. He walked out the door and a military vehicle appeared in front of him. "Come up." A head popped out, looked at Qin Chen, and shouted loudly. "Yang Shui is not here?" Qin Chen asked in surprise. The person in front of him was an instructor from another province. "She is a colonel, so she left first," the man said. "A high-ranking official is a powerful person." Qin Chen nodded. The man glanced at Qin Chen and said, "Call me Yan Jie, Yan Xian, and Jie Xian Jie." Qin Chen looked at him in confusion. This man must be a chatterbox. Yan Jie continued, "The alien beast riot on the front line may start earlier than expected, so we have to speed up this time." After saying that, he stepped on the accelerator hard. Qin Chen was shocked. Is there any new development in the monster riot? It was said before that it would be advanced because of the monster riot, but there is still some time. But now it is advanced again, it is obvious that the riot is not far away. Yan Jie nodded, "If nothing unexpected happens, it will be in the next few days, so we must hold your selection first." "Can I go and see it then?" Qin Chen asked tentatively. If possible, he would like to kill some exotic beasts to improve his strength. "Of course not." Yan Jie glanced at Qin Chen, "Don't say you are not yet an adult. Even if you are really allowed to go, you will first learn in the recruit camp. There is no precedent for going directly to the battlefield. Don't even think about it. Yan Jie knew that the other party was not asking casually, but must have an idea in mind, so his attitude was very firm. Qin Chen nodded helplessly. Okay, I'm just asking casually. Yan Jie smiled and did not continue the topic. Instead, he said, this time we are going to the 9th district. You will take the final test there. In addition, if you can get into the top 3, you will receive extremely generous rewards. Even I am tempted. And if you win first place, you will receive the highest reward, and you will also be named the first star general of the Western Theater Command. You will officially join the military and be a major general, leading tens of millions of soldiers. At this point, he looked at Qin Chen. Are you excited? I'm quite excited. Qin Chen nodded. Yan Jie was speechless for a moment. She really couldn't see any sign of Qin Chen being moved. He shook his head and said, forget it, let me tell you about my opponent this time. This time, there are a total of 18 people participating in the selection. Each of them is a warrior, and some of them are 2-star warriors. Even I don't know their specific combat capabilities. After he finished speaking, he carefully observed Qin Chen's expression, and found that Qin Chen's expression did not change at all, and even his eyes did not fluctuate at all. Don't be careless. I know that both of your systems have reached the 1-star level, and your strength has reached the 3-star threshold. However, those who came this time are all geniuses, especially those warriors who have entered the 2-star level. Their strength is probably almost reaching the 3-star threshold. He reminded seriously. In this world, not only Qin Chen is a genius, but according to her understanding, there are people who have already entered the 2-star level for some time. The strength of this kind of genius is definitely close to that of 3 stars. I know, I will take it very seriously. Qin Chen nodded. Yan Jie felt helpless seeing how casual he was, but in the end he was too lazy to say anything more. Which sub-war zone are we going to this time? Qin Chen suddenly asked. After the great changes in heaven and earth, void cracks appeared all over the world, and they appeared in the 4 directions of Dragon Country. So the front line that people often talk about is not the border of Dragon Country, but the places where void cracks appear. In the Western Theater, a total of 9 cracks appeared in different cities. So, at the beginning, the Western Theater Command was divided into 9 divisions. However, after so many years of fighting, 2 of the cracks have been completely cleared out by humans, so now the Western Theater has become 7 divisions. However, for the sake of insurance, some soldiers are still stationed at the 2 locations where the cracks were cleared. Because the cracks cannot be repaired, no one knows whether there will be any accidents. But the good thing is that over the years, no abnormalities have been found. This time, we are going to Bin City. Yan Jie said when he saw that Qin Chen was interested in the destination. What's the point of testing there? Qin Chen was a little disappointed. One of the 2 cracks that were cleared out was in Bin City. You'll know when you get there. I can't tell you in detail. Anyway, this assessment must be related to the strange beasts. Otherwise, there would be no need for you to go to Bin City. Yan Jie gave a slight reminder. Qin Chen nodded. This made sense. Although the cracks in Bin City had been cleared, it was at least a battlefield in the past. At least it allowed these geniuses to experience it in advance. After an unknown amount of time, the car began to slowly approach Bincheng, and he took a look. The city has high walls that are hundreds of meters high and extremely thick. There are many buildings inside and outside the city. Looking carefully through the gate, the buildings in the city are also extremely heavy. It is obvious that the city and the buildings inside are built with special materials. Those outside the city are more ordinary, but much more solid than the tall buildings in the rear. How about it, isn't it impressive? Yan Jie also looked down and said calmly. It's really impressive. Qin Chen nodded. This was the first time he saw the military district, and it was completely different from what he had imagined. Do you see the crack in the city? Yan Jie pointed to a place in the center of the city. Qin Chen looked carefully and found that there was indeed a huge crack there. In terms of length alone, it was at least hundreds of meters. But this crack is almost the same color as the space, and if you don't look carefully, you can't see it at all. How can it be so big? Qin Chen asked in surprise. There was no specific description of the void crack in the cultural courses. He had always thought that a crack was just a gap. Now he realized that this was not a crack at all, it could be called a void cave. What do you think? Otherwise, we can just guard the crack and kill as many monsters as possible. Yan Jie shook his head. Qin Chen finally reacted. If the crack is small, the strange beasts will only appear one by one. Even if several of them come out, the human strongmen guarding outside the crack can kill all the strange beasts little by little. But now, with such a big crack, thousands of people came out at once, making it difficult to guard the entrance. This city was built at a huge cost. There are 40 such cities in the entire Dragon Country, and there are 9 in the Western Theater. The purpose of its construction is to trap the strange beasts and prevent them from entering the city behind. Over the years, we have successfully stopped the strange beasts in the city. Do you see those buildings? Those buildings are where the soldiers usually rest. Yan Jie kept introducing them to Qin Chen. As talkative as he is, Yang Shui probably arranged it this way because she was afraid that he would be bored. Soon, the car drove into the city. The car door opened and 2 people got out of the car. At this time, Luo Bin also walked towards this side with a smile. You are finally here. The others are all here. Luo Bin looked directly at Qin Chen. Without waiting for him to speak, he continued, this time, 3 major generals, 2 lieutenant generals, and a general will come to watch the assessment. Are you confident? I can't explain it clearly. Qin Chen shook his head. So humble? Luo Bin asked in surprise. Yang Shui told about Qin Chen's performance in Yangcheng. With such strength, he still said that he couldn't explain it clearly. What if there is a hidden BOS? So, I think I can't be 100% sure. Qin Chen shook his head. Luo Bin's eyes widened immediately, feeling that he had been fooled. If it was less than 100%, then it was very close, and the only thing left was the final result of the competition. Forget it. Talking to you will make me angry to death. Luo Bin said helplessly, I'll take you to a resting place. Soon, Luo Bin took Qin Chen towards a resting place in the city. Hey, Lieutenant Colonel Luo, is this the genius from Jiang province this time? As the 2 were walking, a man also wearing a lieutenant colonel's uniform came towards them with a young boy. Song de Peo, your voice is still as loud and sarcastic as ever. Luo Bin looked at the men and said bluntly. Song Li smiled nonchalantly and said, having a loud voice is in line with the temperament of a soldier. He looked at Qin Chen again, this time the genius from Jiang province is quite good. He looks weak and gentle, like a scholar. Hearing this, Luo Bin's face darkened, but he quickly recovered and looked at the young man behind him. This is the genius from your Chongshan province. It seems that he is not that great. Luo Bin also fought back. The young man looked indifferent and not very tall, and there was nothing special about him. Song Li did not refute, but just looked at the boy, Luo, come on, show our Lieutenant Colonel Luo your abilities. After hearing this, the young man stepped forward and stretched out his hands. Boom. Boom. On his 2 palms, flames appeared in one instant and a flash of lightning appeared in the other instant. Seeing this, Luo Bin's pupils shrank. After the young man withdrew his hands, he said with an unpleasant expression, Song de Peo, are you playing dirty? The information of the talented people who participated in the selection from various provinces in the Western Theater Command was submitted here and shared with each other. So, everyone has seen each other's genius information. He had naturally seen the genius from Chongshan province, but the other party did not say that he was a dual-system genius. Haha, who is playing dirty? The information I reported said that Yulu is a 1-star warrior, so he is a 1-star. Song Li laughed out loud, then took Song Li away. Luo Bin's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Qin Chen also turned his head and looked at Yuli's back in surprise. It turned out that the other party had dual systems and both had broken through to 1-star. This kind of talent was already terrifying. Interesting. Interesting. Luo Bin widened his eyes. According to the information he obtained from Yang Shui, Qin Chen's dual systems had also broken through to 1-star. However, there are still big differences between the 2. Not to mention the fire element, everyone is the same, but Yulu is a thunder element, which is also a strong offensive element, and its attack is even stronger than that of the fire element. Qin Chen's is of the wind type and is agile. In terms of real combat power, he is inferior to the opponent. Now, how confident are you? Luo Bin asked curiously. It's still less than 100%. Qin Chen smiled. Dual system. As long as the examiner dared to fight one by one, he would knock him unconscious with one punch. Forget it, you should pay more attention to him then. Besides, there is another 2-star player named Zhang Chang. He is the strongest one among the 2-star players this time. I heard that he has just entered the genius training camp for a few days, but he has already defeated the others. Luo Bin continued to remind. As they were talking, the two came to a building. This is the room you are going to rest in, get ready. After saying this, he turned around and left in a hurry, obviously preparing to tell Yang Shui what had just happened. Qin Chen observed the room carefully. He saw countless claw marks on the wall. These were caused by strange beasts that came out and attacked when the cracks were not cleared yet. After entering the room, he saw several bunk beds, a table, a cabinet divided into several compartments, and nothing else. He walked to the side of a wall and punched it, but the wall was not damaged at all, not even a bit of skin was peeled off. Based on the solidity of this room, Qin Chen estimated that it could withstand the attack of a level 6 alien beast. Although the room was sturdy, he could imagine that the soldiers must have been uneasy when they slept in it. After looking around, he randomly found a bed and lay down. Boom. 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 As soon as I lay down, there was a knock on the door. After getting up and opening the door, he saw a young man who was about the same age as him and looked very energetic. Hello, the instructor told me to rest in this room. Li Yun looked at Qin Chen and said embarrassedly. He didn't understand either. There were obviously many rooms here, enough for everyone to have one room, but they were still divided into 2 people per room. Come in. Qin Chen turned around. Li Yun hurriedly stepped into the room and looked at Qin Chen. He asked nervously, classmate, my name is Li Yun, what's your name? He saw that Qin Chen was a little aloof, and he inexplicably felt a sense of pressure from Qin Chen, and he couldn't help feeling nervous. Qin Chen. Qin Chen said casually. Qin Chen. Li Yun thought for a moment, you are ranked 11th. Qin Chen turned his head and looked puzzled. Li Yun explained, this time, all of our instructors submitted their information for the assessment. Based on this information, they made an initial ranking for the 18 of us. I just checked, your name seems to be on the 11th place, and mine is on the 16th. 11th, not bad. Qin Chen nodded. Yes, it's not bad. You are a 1-star warrior, right? Among the 18 people this time, 9 are 2-star warriors, all ranked in the top 9. The 10th one is a man named Yulo. I heard that he is a thunder warrior. You are ranked 11th, which makes you the 2nd strongest 1-star warrior. Li Yun looked at Qin Chen with some admiration in his eyes. He is also a 1-star warrior, and the strongest in their province, with strength close to that of a 2-star warrior. I originally thought that I was invincible among 1-star warriors. Unexpectedly, after coming here, he was only ranked 16th, and there were 6 1-star players ahead of him who were stronger than him. Who is the first place? Qin Chen asked curiously. Li Yun did not answer directly, but took out his mobile phone, flipped through the photo album, found a photo, and smiled. I took a photo of the ranking, take a look. Qin Chen took the phone and looked at the ranking on the photo. First place, Zhang Chang, Fire Element, 2-star warrior. Second place, Bai Tao, Ice Element, 2-star warrior. Qin Chen took a rough look and found that his ranking was indeed 11th, Fire Element, 1-star warrior. Very accurate. Qin Chen returned the phone to Li Yun and nodded. Yeah, I think it's accurate too. I even made some inquiries about this Zhang Chang. I heard that he is about to break through to 3 stars. His strength is infinitely close to 3 stars. With martial arts, this person's combat power has definitely broken the 3-star threshold. Li Yun was shocked when he said this. 3 stars. He is really abnormal. He will definitely be able to break through before entering university. By then, he will be 3 stars as soon as he enters. Even some sophomores cannot compare to him. It's indeed very strong. Qin Chen nodded. Hey, don't be discouraged. Zhang Chang is strong, but we are not bad either. At least we are the most talented in the province. Li Yun comforted Qin Chen. Qin Chen smiled and lay down to rest. Li Yun shook his head and began to rest. Time soon came to 1:30 in the afternoon. Qin Chen and Li Yun walked out of the room. 10 minutes later, they arrived in front of the huge crack. Qin Chen looked at the crack in front of him with a serious expression. Only when he got here did he realize how shocking this crack was. The crack was pitch black, as if there was a black gas surrounding it, and one look at it made one's heart hang in the air. A sense of fear of the unknown arises spontaneously. When all 18 people arrived, everyone was looking at each other. There was only one person, wearing white clothes, standing in the front of the crowd. He had a calm face and just looked up at the crack in the void. He had no interest in looking at everyone at all. This person is Zhang Chang. Li Yun said beside Qin Chen. Just then, a female officer in military uniform came over. She came to the front of the crowd with a list in her hand and glanced at them. Let me tell you the rules of this assessment. For this test, you need to enter the crack. There are strange beasts inside. The test time limit is 3 hours. Also, after entering, if you feel that you are no match for your opponent, run back. This way you can save your life. Next, those whose names I read will step forward and enter the crack. Once you enter, your assessment will officially begin. The female officer looked down at the list in her hand and was about to speak when a cadet raised his hand and spoke loudly. Instructor, I have a question. Why don't we enter together? If we enter one by one, won't the first one to enter start the assessment first? In this way, the later the people enter, the more disadvantaged they will be. The student spoke very seriously. The others also nodded secretly. Although the time between entering the crack might be short, the first person to enter and the last person to enter might only be a few minutes apart. However, for these geniuses, perhaps a few minutes would determine their ranking. Although only the top 3 will receive rewards this time, even if the people behind do not receive any rewards, they still want to compete with each other. After hearing this, the female officer nodded and said, I'm glad you thought of this issue. However, you don't have to worry. This void crack has been modified by the Lord God of War. Although you entered the same crack, you will not meet each other. Everyone has their own assessment space. Finally, your final scores will be discussed by us and the final ranking will be given. In addition, if anyone is dissatisfied with the ranking at the end, they can raise it. After hearing the last sentence, everyone no longer had any questions. Okay, now, I'll read your name and enter the rift. Zhang Chang. The young man in white who was standing in front of the line immediately walked towards the crack. Without any hesitation, he stepped directly into the crack. The process was quick and smooth. At the same time, in a huge command room of the military base, there are 4 screens, 1 large screen and 3 small screens. At this moment, the large screen was showing the scene in the crack. What are the security measures this time? A man sitting at the front with 3 stars on his shoulders asked softly. Commander, safety is not a big problem. If anyone is in danger, just run back and get out of the current space. The monsters will not chase them anymore. In addition, we have also prepared personnel who will enter the crack immediately if any abnormality occurs and minimize casualties, a lieutenant colonel said quickly. The men nodded. Just then, Zhang Chang appeared in the picture and everyone fell silent. As soon as Qin Chen came into the crack, he saw 3 strange beasts at the peak of body refining in front of him. However, the 3 strange beasts did not rush towards him immediately, but looked at Qin Chen vigilantly. Qin Chen, on the other hand, didn't pay any attention to them at all. Instead, he observed his surroundings. He found that this was a completely small space. Originally, the space crack was a space channel. He guessed that at the other end of the channel should be another unknown world. The strange beasts came from another world through this channel and came to their world. But now, this space channel seems to be divided into different small spaces. After he came in, he didn't see anyone else. Apparently, the female officer had asked them to enter one by one so that they would be in different small spaces after entering. At the same time, what surprised him was that the powerful martial saint could actually transform the channel in the space crack. If that military god of the military did not master the element of space, Qin Chen could not imagine how powerful the martial saint was. Roar. At this moment, three strange beasts saw Qin Chen in a daze and rushed over directly. Qin Chen just smiled slightly, and instead of retreating, he took a few steps forward and punched out with both fists at the same time. Almost in an instant, the three strange beasts were lying on the ground. He checked the body of the strange beast and found no beast crystal. Then he walked towards the space wall in front of him. When he reached the wall, he bumped into it directly, but his figure disappeared in a flash. When he appeared again, he found that he had come to another small space. I wonder how many sections this space channel is divided into by Xiananshan. If I go through all of them, can I see the world on the other side? Qin Chen was a little curious. Of course, he didn't hold out hope. After all, this was an assessment, not a suicide mission. 3 at the peak of body refinement, and 1 first-level demon beast. Qin Chen was slightly surprised when he looked at the 4 strange beasts in the second level of space. On the second floor, a first-level demon beast and 3 body-refining beasts appeared, and ordinary 1-star warriors could not pass through them. When the 4 strange beasts saw Qin Chen appear, they quickly rushed over together. Qin Chen's face was calm. In less than a minute, the 4 strange beasts had fallen at his feet. In the command room, many officers were looking carefully at the large screen in front of them. The screen is divided into 18 split screens, corresponding to the images of 18 students taking the assessment. The 3 small screens next to it had no images and were still black. Suddenly, a split screen disappeared on the big screen, and then one of the 3 small screens next to it lit up. The split screen that disappeared appeared above. Someone has passed through the 3rd level of space. Once someone passes the 3rd level, the images will automatically appear on the 3 small screens next to it. This is reserved for the top 3. It is also so that they can better observe the performance of the top 3 students. General Su, this is Zhang Chang, a 2-star warrior who is not far from 3-star. His strength has completely reached the 3-star threshold. He is one of the best students I have ever taught. One of the lieutenant colonels spoke up. He was the instructor of the genius training camp where Zhang Chang was. Fire element, and his attack is very clean and powerful, not bad. Su Pengfei nodded. At this moment, another split screen disappeared and the small screen lit up. Everyone looked and saw a young man dressed in black, slapping his hands non-stop. Every time he slapped the beast's body would become stiff in an instant as if frozen. The young man took advantage of this opportunity and delivered a powerful punch, completely killing the beast. Bai Tao from Dongning province is a 2-star ice warrior. His cultivation is close to 3 stars. Another lieutenant colonel spoke up. And he is the instructor of the genius training camp in Dongning province. Su Pengfei paused on Bai Tao and nodded. Suddenly, before everyone had taken their eyes off Bai Tao, a figure appeared on the 3rd small screen. He used fire attack with one hand and thunder attack with the other, instantly attracting everyone's attention. A dual system 1-star warrior. Seeing Yuli's move, many people were immediately surprised. Both systems have broken through to 1 star. Such talent is no worse than that of Zhang Chang and Bai Tao. Haha. Song DePeo suddenly laughed, this is my student. I didn't expect that this guy is a dual system expert. I was fooled by him. After hearing this, everyone showed contemptuous expressions. It would be strange if you believed it. Song DePeo must have concealed the information. Not bad. Su Pengfei nodded and said. Song DePeo said proudly, Commander, the top 3 this time should be these 3. Next, it depends on who can get the title of General Star. Su Pengfei nodded, and most of the crowd's attention was focused on the 3 small screens. At this time, numbers appeared in the upper right corner of the small screen. The number on Zhang Chang's screen was 1, Bai Tao's was 2, and Yuli's was 3. This also represents the clearance progress ranking of the 3 people. Although the 3 of them are now in the 4th level space, they were given specific rankings after big data analysis. Next, 1 minute passed, and the 3 people on the 3 small screens passed through the 4th level of space and arrived at the 5th level. Suddenly, the number representing the ranking in the picture where Yulu was located became 2, while Baitao's directly became 3. Yuli's fire attack is stronger than his lightning attack. Is he going to break through to 2 stars? Someone asked in surprise. Both fire and thunder are pure attacks, but under normal circumstances, thunder attacks are stronger. However, now, Yuli's fire is stronger than thunder. The only explanation is that the fire element is about to make a breakthrough. And because of this, his strength is even stronger than Baitao. This boy is good. If he can become a general, the military can focus on cultivating his dual systems. Even if he cannot become a general, as long as he joins the military, we can try our best to provide him with resources, said a lieutenant general. The power of the dual system is best illustrated by the god of war. Therefore, they want to train another military god, so that the military will be truly powerful. Even though the military is very strong now, it does not have a martial saint. Although God Xia has the strength of a martial saint now, no one knows how strong he is exactly. The military has always wanted to train a true martial saint, so that it doesn't have to worry about being inferior to other forces. However, becoming a martial saint is too difficult, as the last step is simply an insurmountable chasm. But for becoming a double system 9-star, as long as there are enough resources, the time can be shortened. After all, becoming a 9-star, whether single or double system, is nothing more than a matter of time. And above the 9 stars, it is a realm that can only be encountered by chance but not sought after. The others nodded, and one of the lieutenant generals spoke. Indeed, of these 2 people, although Zhang Chang is stronger, he has no chance of becoming a martial saint based on his current performance, while Yulu has the potential to become a double 9. Suddenly, before he could finish his words, the screen where Baitao was located flashed, and the figure suddenly disappeared, replaced by the figure of another young man. The young man was seen being surrounded by strange beasts in the 5th level of space, but he was not panicked at all, and his figure moved freely among the beasts. During this time, he kept punching out, and each time, a strange beast fell down. He would never punch the same beast a second time, no matter whether it was a body-refining beast or a demon beast. Who is this? Su Pengfei looked over. He was moved by the young man's domineering punches and wonderful body movements. Who is this? Not only Su Pengfei was confused, but everyone else also asked in confusion. They have read the information, but they are most concerned about the top few. Yuli's sudden appearance surprised them, and now there is another one. Moreover, the boy's attack in the picture was so sharp that they couldn't help but be surprised. This movement is so subtle, a lieutenant general said in amazement. Only someone with extremely high level of body skills dares to move so freely among these strange beasts. Not only that, this boy's body movements have integrated the element of wind, and his attacks, did you see, are also fire-based, but much stronger. Another lieutenant general stared at the boy's moves and analyzed carefully. Everyone looked at him and couldn't help but compare him with Yulo. Obviously, Qin Chen's fire attack was stronger, and although he also did not use martial arts, the power was completely different. A 2-star fire warrior. Su Pengfei said suddenly, his tone also filled with surprise. He could clearly see that the boy's wind element had already broken through to 1 star, and his fire element had even reached 2 stars. They are both dual system, but his realm is higher than Yuli's. 2-star fire warrior. Even Yang Shui was surprised. Wasn't he only 1 star when he was in Yangqing before? Song DePeo turned his head and looked at Luobin next to him. Fuck you, you also hid the student's information, and you hid so much, he cursed. Qin Chen's information was only 1 star, but it turned out to be not only 2 stars, but also dual stars. This was even more exaggerated than the information he had about Yulo. Luobin was also confused at this time, but he quickly reacted, haha, you are the only one allowed to hide it, but I am not allowed to hide it. He looked at Su Pengfei again, Commander, this man is from Rongqing, and is also a student of Instructor Yang and me. His name is Qin Chen. He quickly added, after he became a 1-star warrior, he was certified as a 2-star warrior the next day. Everyone stared at Qin Chen on the screen, and were surprised when they heard Luobin's words. At this moment, Qin Chen's screen changed again, and the number became 2, and immediately afterwards, the number on Yuli's screen became 3. In the picture, Zhang Chang and Qin Chen both entered the 6th level space. What they were facing were 5 people at the peak of body refinement, 3 level 1 monsters, and 1 level 2 monster. When facing these monsters, Zhang Chang became more cautious in his attacks and no longer attacked with such force as before. This Zhang Chang is still very smart. Zhang Chang's instructor said. However, no one answered him, because at this moment, everyone was staring at the picture of Qin Chen. Qin Chen still looked calm, as if the monsters facing him were no different from the previous ones. He walked forward neither hurriedly nor slowly, letting them rush towards him. Bang! Bang! It was still that domineering fist, one punch after another. Even at the end, when the 2nd level monster rushed towards him, he did not change his attack at all. Buzz! The scene changed, and Qin Chen's ranking became 1st, and he continued to move towards the next level of space. At this time, Zhang Chang had just killed a demon beast at the peak of body refining. Tear. In the command room, there were sounds of people gasping for air. It was too fast. Qin Chen killed the monster as if he was crushing an ant. The 2nd level monster had no ability to resist at all. Is the fire element really that strong after breaking through the 2-star level? Someone raised his question. Yulu also has dual elements. Although he has not broken through to 2 stars, he is a dual attack element, and his fire element is also close to 2 stars. However, the gap is too big. Su Pengfei frowned. He couldn't make a specific judgment, but his thoughts were different from those of the old instructor before. He is now an 8-star warrior and knows how difficult it is to advance to the next level of cultivation. He is also aware that the increase in strength with each level advancement is extremely terrifying. Therefore, he felt that it was possible for 2 9-stars to be on par with a martial saint, but he thought that it was unlikely for 2 1-stars to be on par with 3 stars. Could it be that the wind element is also 2 stars? He guessed secretly in his heart, looking at Qin Chen's picture more carefully. At this time, everyone's eyes were on Qin Chen, while Yulu and Zhang Chang were completely ignored. In the crack space. After Qin Chen entered the 7th level space, 3 level 1 monsters, 2 level 2 monsters, and 1 level 3 monster appeared in front of him. The 7th level is a huge threshold. For this assessment, the examiner should stop all participants here. What a pity, he suddenly smiled. The level 2 monster in the 6th space has reached level 2 strength. Ordinary 2-star warriors have no way of killing it. Moreover, with the addition of a 1st-level demon beast and several people at the peak of body refining, even for Zhang Chang, he felt that it would be extremely difficult to pass the test. But he did it very easily and killed instantly without using any martial arts. But this 7th level is a huge gap, and it is impossible to succeed without martial arts. The faint aura emanating from the body of the 3rd-level monster opposite made it at least a relatively powerful existence among the 3 levels. In terms of combat power, it was probably over 5,000. Looking at the vicious beasts in front of him, he suddenly looked up and smiled at the special surveillance camera. Now, my real battle has just begun. At this moment, he no longer planned to hide his 3rd element, the ice element. He had given Yang Shui the wind before, just for this moment. He wanted to let the people in the military truly know his value, so that he could ask for more rewards after obtaining the rank of general. There is no other way. Multiple systems are too difficult. Even if he has a system, he feels that time is not enough. Since he cannot go directly to the front line, now is the best opportunity to ask the military for more beast crystals. Next, let you witness some history. At this moment, Qin Chen seemed like a different person, and his aura was never the same before. In the command room, everyone's expressions froze when they saw Qin Chen looking up. Especially Yang Shui, she had never seen Qin Chen so serious before. Boom. Suddenly, on the small screen, a layer of flames appeared on Qin Chen's body, and outside the flames, there was a gust of wind surrounding him. Then, something happened that shocked everyone. Gradually, frost appeared on the outer layer of the wind. Whether it is fire, wind, or ice, they are not the kind of material that we usually see, but appear in an elemental state visible to the naked eye. However, this is the symbol of a warrior. Fire represents a fire warrior, and ice represents an ice warrior. 3 series. In the command room, officers stood up one after another and looked at Qin Chen on the screen in disbelief. Even Su Pengfei's body straightened in an instant, and his hands clenched involuntarily. 3 series, how can it be 3 series? Or 3 series and 1 star? He spoke slowly. Commander, do you want to stop the assessment immediately? A major general asked immediately. What are you stopping for? Forget about the matters concerning the 3 departments now and continue with the assessment. Su Pengfei shouted. Everyone looked serious and no one had any objection. At this moment, Qin Chen in the picture moved. He rushed forward first like a beast. Afterwards, he used the fiery sun fist, and with just one punch, he killed the 3 level 1 monsters in the front. Then everyone saw that Qin Chen raised one hand high and pointed a finger, as if telling everyone that he really had 3 systems. Then, his fingers turned into ice and instantly pointed left and right, directly hitting the bodies of 2 level 2 monsters. Accompanied by 2 screams, the 2 level 2 monsters trembled all over and fell down. Suddenly, in the entire scene, there was only 1 man and 1 beast confronting each other. There are all kinds of exotic beasts, and there are more than tens of millions of types. But in terms of abilities, they are divided into several categories, such as offensive, defensive, and agile, just like humans. The 3rd level monster facing Qin Chen had black hair all over its body, bloodshot eyes, and strong limbs. It was a relatively famous black shadow leopard among the monsters, and its attack and agility were extremely terrifying. Also at level 3, ordinary human warriors would be in extreme trouble if they encountered this strange beast, and would be torn to pieces if they were not careful. However, at this moment, the black shadow leopard looked at Qin Chen with ferocity in its eyes, but it did not rush over immediately, and even its body retreated instinctively. This 3rd level demon beast has developed a hint of intelligence and knows how terrifying I am. Qin Chen said calmly. Suddenly, he took a step forward, and the black shadow leopard retreated instantly. Just like that, 1 man and 1 beast, 1 moving forward and 1 moving backward. After retreating a certain distance, the black shadow leopard had nowhere to retreat. It could not pass through the space wall. It knew that it had to kill the person in front of it in order to survive, so it could only rush towards Qin Chen. However, at this moment, the speed that it was proud of did not allow it to succeed, and Qin Chen easily dodged it. What's even more terrifying is that the young man actually dared to confront it head-on. Its invincible claws collided with the boy's attack, but were unable to cause any damage to him. Now that you have a general idea of the strength of a level 3 demon beast, I will send you to the west. At this moment, Qin Chen used the fiery sun fist. Boom. The fist hit the black shadow leopard's claws directly, sending it flying. Before the black shadow leopard's body fell, he took a few steps forward and pointed his finger at its abdomen. Puff. A stream of ice rushed into his body, making it stiff and instantly freezing his internal organs completely. Bang. The body fell. Qin Chen squatted down calmly and began to examine the corpse of the strange beast. In the command room, there was complete silence. Is this the 3rd system? Everyone was shocked to see Qin Chen killing all the strange beasts almost instantly. Some officers even looked so horrified that they could not recover for a long time. Yang Shui looked at Qin Chen, who was examining the corpse of the strange beast, and her body couldn't help but tremble slightly. My master's research direction is 3 systems. She thought of Qin Chen's words, and now she finally understood why Qin Chen was so strong and why he was so confident about this assessment. She had been thinking wrong all along. Qin Chen was not a dual system person, but a triple system person. At the same time, all 3 systems have entered the warrior stage, and the fire system has even reached 2 stars. Is he a monster? A major general finally couldn't help but speak out his true feelings. All 3 systems have achieved breakthroughs as warriors, and there is still 1 2-star level. The key point is that this happened to a person who is not yet 18 years old. He couldn't understand it. The time for training was simply not enough. Oh! Suddenly, a sigh sounded and Luo Bin spoke. You have no idea how hard this guy works. During the training camp, I could say that I watched him practice. In addition to practicing in the practice room, he never rested in the lounge. Apart from eating and resting his mind, I'm afraid he didn't waste any time. Genius is also the result of his hard work. After hearing what Luo Bin said, everyone was silent for a while. Luo Bin looked at everyone's expressions, felt relieved, and looked at the screen. Kid, I can only help you up to this point. He didn't know how Qin Chen practiced, but this was the only explanation. The reason why he said it was that he didn't want some people to think too much, which might be detrimental to Qin Chen. Even if the people in the military are united and will not have any intention towards Qin Chen, they are afraid that someone will be overwhelmed with curiosity and ask Qin Chen for answers, which will also affect Qin Chen's practice. Our military has decided on this boy. No matter how high the price, we must let him join. Su Pengfei finally said. Dual system cultivation is difficult, and triple system cultivation is even more difficult, but so what? If Qin Chen could become a 3 Series 9-star, the military would surely become number 1 in Dragon Country. Hearing Su Pengfei's words, Yang Shui and Luo Bin both laughed, while Song Depeo looked dejected. He looked at Yulo on the screen again and suddenly felt that this boy was so ordinary. In screen number 2. Zhang Chang finally killed the second-level monster. At this time, there were several wounds on his body, but it still could not affect his excitement. Who can snatch the Star General from me this time, he thought proudly. Being able to kill a level 2 monster under the interference of 3 peak body refining beasts and 2 level 1 monsters is simply impossible without the strength of 3 stars. Even the explosive power must directly exceed the 3-star threshold. In screen number 3. With a fire fist in one hand and lightning in the other, Yulo finally killed the last level 2 monster completely. His face was pale, and the injuries on his body were more serious than Zhang Chang's. His body was even shaking as he stood. However, he was still very satisfied with his performance. Although it was a bit difficult to pass this level, I finally passed it. Based on his ability, Zhang Chang has a chance to pass. As for Bai Tao, as long as he is careful, he may pass. However, even if he passes, he will lose half his life. Anyway, I have the best chance of being first. Even if I am worse off, I will still be second. Thinking of this, he looked up at the special surveillance camera and smiled slightly. On the big screen, all the strange beasts in front of Bai Tao were killed by him, but he himself was half kneeling on the ground, his face pale, and blood was still flowing from his body. Although I passed the level, I can no longer proceed to the next level. He looked at the space wall in front of him with some regret, but he had to endure the injury and turned to walk towards the crack. He must seek treatment as soon as possible, otherwise he will die here. However, he was also very satisfied with his performance. This time, first of all, I might try to fight for it, and secondly, it's very stable. Every person taking the assessment has his or her own thoughts. Those at the top all want to be in the top 3 or even first. Those who were originally at the back are thinking about their own ranking and want to move forward a little bit. They don't want to be ranked behind others. But in the command room, no one was interested in watching their performance. Instead, they stared at the screen where Qin Chen was, fearing that they would miss anything. It's the 7th level of space. It seems like there's nothing here. People saw that after Qin Chen entered the 7th level of space, there was nothing where he was but himself. No, there's a painting there. Someone suddenly pointed to a corner of the picture. Everyone immediately saw that there was indeed a painting floating in the air in the picture, but the painting was very strange and looming. If you didn't look carefully, you couldn't see it clearly. This is the last level specially set by the Lord God of War. Su Pengfei looked at the painting and said slowly. Set up by the God of War. Everyone was surprised when they heard it. The God of War has not appeared for a long time and rarely takes care of military affairs. The last time he took action was several decades ago when the 10th level alien beasts rioted. Unexpectedly, a selection of a general star would allow him to set up checkpoints personally. This last level is a test, but also an opportunity. Su Pengfei looked at the vague painting and said, originally, Lord Military God set up this level just on a whim. If someone can really reach this level in the future selection of generals, it might be a chance. But I didn't expect that a pervert would appear in the first session. The selection of star generals is actually the intention of the God of War. However, just being the first in the assessment and becoming a star general does not necessarily mean that you are a star general in the eyes of the god of war. Even if you pass the 6th level, it is not enough. To become a general recognized by the god of war, you have to enter the 7th level and truly obtain the opportunity left by the god of war. Su Pengfei looked at the picture of Qin Chen with anticipation. If you have the ability to obtain that opportunity, you will leave a mark in the heart of the god of war. In the crack. After Qin Chen entered the 7th floor, he of course saw the floating painting. Is this the god of war? He approached step by step. In the painting, there was an old man in military uniform. He had a solemn expression. Even from the portrait alone, one could see the spirit in his eyes, as if he were alive. Buzz. Suddenly, streams of air shot out from the painting and headed straight towards Qin Chen. His face changed and he suddenly attacked. Bang. A breath of air made his body retreat continuously. A 3-star strong attack. Qin Chen was shocked. Just a breath of air was more powerful than the power of his punch. At this moment, several other auras arrived in an instant, and Qin Chen's fiery sun fist was also used instantly, bombarding continuously. Bang. Bang. With punch after punch, the aura was constantly dispersed. When everything calmed down, his body retreated to the wall of space. He was only 2 steps away from completely retreating. But at this time, the painting fell into silence and did not launch any more attacks. At this moment, the old man in the painting seemed to move. Qin Chen looked carefully, and suddenly, he found that his consciousness seemed to have entered another space. In front of him, there was a shadow of a young man. The young man was dressed casually and looked cynical, but Qin Chen actually felt a trace of pressure from him. This is the military god in his youth. Qin Chen looked at the young man and found that he looked very similar to the god of war, except that he looked more childish and less reserved. Swish. Suddenly, the young military god rushed towards Qin Chen and came in front of Qin Chen in an instant, and at the same time, he punched him. Qin Chen's figure flashed, and at the same time, he pointed his finger. Bang. The 2 men stepped back at the same time, and the young man looked at Qin Chen with surprise. He swung his hands, as if to throw out the cold ice that had penetrated into his body. Qin Chen also looked at the other party in surprise. 3 stars. This is the phantom of a young military god who is a 3-star warrior, and he does not have 2 elements, but only 3 stars in the fire element. How powerful is Shuang Jiuxing? Or, how powerful is Wusheng? He could actually leave his youthful shadow here. Qin Chen once again gained a new understanding of the power of the martial saint. Moreover, the other party only left a fire-type phantom here, and the other one was not there. Boom. At this moment, the young man's shadow rushed over again. Qin Chen did not retreat at all and also stepped forward. He wanted to see how strong a single-line military god was when he was at 3 stars. Just when the 2 sides were within 2 meters of each other, Qin Chen suddenly felt the surroundings filled with explosive fire elements. His whole body seemed to be bathed in flames, and these fire elements were madly eroding his body. Field. Qin Chen's face changed. The young military god actually comprehended the realm of fire when he was at 3 stars. At this moment, Qin Chen finally understood why this god of war could become a dual-system 9-star. This kind of talent is probably extremely rare in the entire human race. The realm of fire is something you will begin to comprehend when you break through to 4 stars. This is also the reason why there is such a big gap between 4-star and 3-star. 4 stars represent the realm of elements, while 7 stars represent the true meaning of elements. 3 stars comprehended the elemental realm, which surprised Qin Chen. Boom. Qin Chen threw a punch. The young military god waved his hand, and countless invisible fire elements attacked Qin Chen frantically, making his body feel uncomfortable and his fist paused slightly. In my domain, I am invincible. The young military god spoke for the first time without any emotion, just like a procedure. Invincible, have you asked me? Qin Chen smiled and shouted softly, Ice. The ice element in his body seemed to be activated instantly, and collided with the opponent's fire element. Wind. At the same time, the wind element also began to riot. At this moment, Qin Chen's body, which was being ravaged by the fire element, suddenly felt a lot more relaxed. Today, I will defeat the young military god. Qin Chen approached the opponent fiercely. Although the young military god is 3 stars, there is only one system here, while he is now a 4 system, and his fire system has broken through to 2 stars. It is hard to say who has the advantage between the two. The two figures collided with each other in an instant. Command room. Everyone only saw Qin Chen standing in the 7th level space, motionless. "What is he doing?" an officer asked puzzledly. No one answered him, because no one knew what had happened to Qin Chen, nor did they know what the situation was at this level. Even Su Pengfei frowned. Before, when he saw Qin Chen resisting, he thought that Qin Chen had passed the test of the god of war. But now, I can't understand some of it. Zhang Chang and Yulu both failed. At this time, in the other 2 pictures, Zhang Chang and Yulu were completely knocked out of the 7th level of space and retreated to the 6th level at the first strike when the painting emitted a powerful aura. Moreover, when they wanted to go back to the 7th floor again, they found that they could not get in at all, so they had to end the assessment. Outside the crack, Zhang Chang and Yulu came out almost at the same time. They looked at each other and Zhang Chang smiled. Yuli's expression changed slightly. The other party's injuries were obviously lighter than his. This proved that the other party was very likely to be more relaxed than him in the 6th level space. "Are everyone out?" Zhang Chang looked at the people in front of him. He looked at Bai Tao carefully and found that he was pale and the wounds on his body had been treated, so it was obvious that he was seriously injured. He shook his head secretly. Before, he thought that the only person who could put some pressure on him was the other party. But now, he knew that Bai Tao was a little far away from him. On the contrary, Yulu was something he had not expected. However, the other party was still not as good as himself. Soon, he was standing in front of everyone and lined up. Yulu also saw Bai Tao's situation, and there was both regret and joy in his eyes. He was happy because he was sure that he was stronger than Bai Tao. Unfortunately, he might have missed the chance to become a general this time. In the 7th space, Qin Chen had a fire fist in one hand and an ice finger in the other. At the same time, his body kept flashing under the influence of the wind element. Boom. Puff. He punched the young military god and pointed a finger at his forehead. The young military god was ultimately no match for Qin Chen and slowly disappeared. And just as he disappeared, suddenly, the phantom seemed to turn into a stream of air and poured into Qin Chen's body. This is... Qin Chen was suddenly shocked. This is not airflow at all, but some information, huge amount of information. He quickly sat down cross-legged, and as he digested this information, he gradually began to accelerate his comprehension of the element of fire. Strictly speaking, this so-called information was actually the god of war's understanding of the element of fire when he was a 3-star warrior. One of the military gods is the fire god. And these insights should be opportunities given to him. They are precious cultivation experiences. And now, these experiences have been obtained by Qin Chen in this magical way. It's just like the transmission of skills in martial arts movies, except that it's a transmission of skills, and this one is about experience, the military god's understanding of fire when he was a 3-star warrior. Field of fire. Qin Chen was surprised. The most important piece of information is the realm of fire that the god of war comprehended when he was a 3-star warrior. Does this mean that I can comprehend the realm of fire when I'm only at the 2-star level? Qin Chen was a little excited. With these experiences, he can quickly comprehend the realm of fire. And once he possesses a domain, his strength will reach a new level. He quickly began to digest this information attentively. Outside the crack, everyone has lined up, waiting for the next ranking to be announced. The selection and ranking of the generals will be announced soon, so everyone is very excited and nervous. At this time, Bai Tao in the crowd was secretly looking at Zhang Chang and Yulo. When he noticed the state of the two people, his face became a little gloomy. The injuries of the two were obviously lighter than his, especially Zhang Chang, whose original ranking was higher than his, and now he had a crack later than him, so naturally he had passed the 6th level. This time, he may not be the general anymore. 2nd place, or 3rd place. He began to guess his own ranking. Yulo, he couldn't be sure whether the other party had passed the 6th level or dropped out halfway through the 6th level. After all, Yuli's original ranking was too low. Just then, the female officer came from the direction of the command room. Everyone saw that she was holding a new list in her hand. Here it comes, here it comes. I'm afraid the ranking has come out. This time, it is the ranking given by several generals. In their eyes, this ranking is our true strength. Who is strong and who is weak has been determined. Guess who is the star general? Someone suddenly asked in a low voice. No one answered him, because many people had no hope of becoming a general, but instead cared more about their own ranking and whether it was higher than before. The female officer came to the front of the crowd and took a quick look. Now, the rankings have come out and are in my hands. In general, your performances are good and worthy of your genius status. So, I hope that no matter what your ranking is, don't be proud or discouraged. Now, I will announce your rankings for this assessment. Everyone fell silent, their expressions somewhat nervous. Even Zhang Chang, although he was sure that he was number 1, could not completely calm down. Report. Suddenly, a voice sounded. The tension in the crowd was suddenly dampened by this voice, and they all turned their heads to look over unfriendly. Li Yun felt that everyone was looking at him and his face turned red. Speak. The female officer also looked over. Commander, there is still one person who has not come out. Li Yun replied. After hearing this, everyone was stunned. They then secretly counted the number of people and found that there was indeed one person missing. There were only 17 people. Who is it? Everyone looked surprised. Although there is still a lot of time left before the assessment deadline, if you can really pass it, you have already passed it, and those who cannot pass it will almost certainly withdraw on their own initiative. Isn't this guy going to bring the same set of documents he used for the written exam? Someone said dissatisfiedly. For the written test, you can spend the full time doing the questions. After all, for some questions, you can keep thinking about them and maybe you will remember them all of a sudden. You can also check your answers after you finish the questions. But the martial arts exam is different. If you can't win, you can't win. There is no such thing as taking it again. Zhang Chang, Yulu, and Bai Tao felt nervous. It seems to be a person named Qin Chen who is ranked 11th. Suddenly someone spoke. Ranked 11th. What is he doing? Is he dead in there? When they heard that he was ranked 11th, no one took it seriously. Zhang Chang and his friends also breathed a sigh of relief. 11th place was not a threat. Li Yun was a little worried. He remembered that he had encouraged Qin Chen before and said that Qin Chen had the possibility of entering the top 10. Could I really die in there just for the top 10? Li Yun looked at the crack and suddenly felt guilty. Quiet. The female officer yelled. Now, the ranking has been determined. There is still one person left. There is no need to wait. It will not affect the ranking. Number 18, Li Liang. 17th, Wang Chun. The female officers read out very quickly. After hearing their own rankings, some were happy while others were worried. The closer people get to the end, the more nervous they look. 4th, Bai Tao. Boom. As soon as Bai Tao's name came out, everyone was surprised and turned to look at Bai Tao almost at the same time. Bai Tao's already pale face suddenly turned completely bloodless. How is this possible? How could I be 4th? He couldn't understand. His lowest expectation was 3rd or 4th, which he had never thought about. Even Yulu and Zhang Chang's pupils shrank. Bai Tao is 4th. Who else is in the top 3? Could it be? Suddenly, everyone realized that there was still one person who had not come out. Impossible. This was the thought that popped into everyone's mind instantly. 3rd. At this moment, the female officer's voice was like a spell, startling everyone, especially Yulu and Zhang Chang, who trembled all over. Yulo. Buzz. Yuli's mind suddenly went blank. 2nd, Zhang Chang. Zhang Chang's face changed drastically in an instant. Impossible, impossible, he kept muttering. Quiet, the female officer said coldly. This is the ranking given by several leaders in the command room. If anyone has any questions, please wait until the last person comes out before asking your question. The female officer's words made everyone quiet down. Zhang Chang, Yu Luo, and Bai Tao all showed dissatisfaction on their faces. As for Li Yun, he was still at a loss. He thought Qin Chen died in there just to get into the top 10, but in the end, he directly took first place. Why haven't you come out yet? The test time is almost up. At the beginning, everyone was still looking forward to what had happened to Qin Chen and why he was still inside. But as time went on, everyone became a little impatient. It had been going on for too long. The 3-hour assessment time has already passed for more than 2 hours. Is the other party really clearing the level? Zhang Chang kept staring at the crack with a serious expression. He should have been a star general, but now, he only got second place. He wanted to see what kind of ability this person who suppressed him had. At this moment, a figure appeared at the crack. The moment they saw him, everyone's expression changed, even the female officer's eyes suddenly froze. He seems like a ball of fire, someone whispered in disbelief. Qin Chen was clearly a human figure, and at this moment, just like them, there was nothing special about him. However, when they looked at it, they inexplicably felt as if they were facing a ball of blazing fire, as if it was a burning sun. After Qin Chen came out, he saw that everyone was there, and he walked towards the crowd step by step. Zhang Chang, who was standing in the first row, kept staring at him, watching him getting closer and closer. He was just about to step forward to see whether the man number 1 was as powerful as him. However, at this moment, Qin Chen was already within 2 meters of him. Zhang Chang's face changed instantly. Countless fire elements attacked him and completely enveloped him in the blink of an eye, making him feel uncomfortable. The next second, he felt that he could not bear it and retreated involuntarily. It was not until he was 2 meters away from Qin Chen that the terrible fire element disappeared. Zhang Chang is retreating. The people behind were surprised when they saw Zhang Chang retreating and Qin Chen approaching step by step. In the eyes of others, Zhang Chang was secretly competing with Qin Chen at this time, but for every step Qin Chen took, Zhang Chang took a step back. The battle hadn't even begun, but it seemed as if Zhang Chang had already lost. Field. When the female officer saw this situation, her heart was deeply shocked. Zhang Chang was unable to get within 2 meters of Qin Chen, and the only explanation was the domain. Now, Qin Chen has invisibly opened the field of fire, forming a 2-meter restricted area. The field is very useful against these people. Qin Chen suddenly retracted his domain. After he digested the young military god's insights, he relied on his vast experience to comprehend the realm of fire in the cracks. Just now, he was verifying the specialness of this field, and it did not disappoint him. Even Zhang Chang, the strong one among the 2 stars, could not bear it. After Qin Chen put away his domain, he walked directly into the crowd. When he walked past Zhang Chang, the other party did not react at all. Qin Chen stopped when he came to Li Yun's side. Qin Chen, are you number 1? Li Yun looked at Qin Chen and asked puzzledly. If I'm not mistaken, it should be. You shouldn't be able to snatch it away. Qin Chen nodded calmly. You were 11 before. Did you hide your strength on purpose? Li Yun asked. Qin Chen shook his head. It's not intentional, it's just the instructor's behavior. With these people, it's not worth it for me to hide my strength and catch them off guard, right? Li Yun's body shook instantly. He was one of these people. This sentence was simply a critical hit, killing people and breaking their hearts. The female officer spoke loudly only after she saw Qin Chen stop. The first one is also from the military, the first general star, Qin Chen. After the female officer finished the announcement, she looked at everyone and found that no one spoke. Everyone stood there and fell into silence for a moment. If anyone has any questions, please raise them now, she asked loudly. Still no one spoke. Some people looked at Zhang Chang secretly, especially Yu Lu and Bai Tao, expecting the other party to say something. However, they were disappointed. Zhang Chang just stood there without any reaction. They are not fools. Zhang Chang's performance just now was too weird. Since the other party had no problem, they naturally would not raise it. Anyway, the star of general is not theirs. Since there is none, then disband. Someone will arrange your rewards later. The female officer waved her hand. Although it was said this time that only the top 3 would receive rewards, there are still some consolation prizes for the rest. Everyone dispersed, and the female officer came directly to Qin Chen and said, "Come with me, the commander wants to see you." Soon, Qin Chen followed the other party to a room, and the female officer left quickly. Qin Chen pushed open the door and saw Su Pengfei sitting inside. Su Pengfei saw Qin Chen and waved, "Find a place to sit." After Qin Chen sat down, he got straight to the point, "Are you from the 3rd department?" Qin Chen nodded, "Yes." "How did you do that?" "I have a master." Before he finished speaking, Su Pengfei raised his hand to interrupt him. "Yang Shui told me about your master. Did your master succeed?" After hearing this, Qin Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Yang Shui was indeed a good person. He was afraid that the other party would not believe it, but now it seems that after Yang Shui said it, the other party did not doubt it. Yes, but also no. Without waiting for Su Pengfei to ask, he continued, "The medicine developed by my master was only successful on me. He also found many other people and they all failed. So he is still researching it." Su Pengfei nodded, "Since we have succeeded before, I believe we are not far from producing real results." "Maybe." Qin Chen could only nod. "3rd series, you are the first one, very good, you must seize this opportunity," Su Pengfei suddenly said seriously. Qin Chen asked doubtfully, "Don't you think that the 3 systems will be a waste of time, Chief?" When studying in high school, if you are choosing a double major, the teacher will suggest that you study one major first, and when you reach a bottleneck and cannot break through, you can study the other major. However, Su Pengfei did just the opposite. Su Pengfei smiled, "What a waste of time. You have dual element talents, or even triple element talents like you. Why do you want to give up cultivation? Isn't this a waste of talent?" Those who ask people to temporarily give up one of their disciplines are either stupid or evil. The path of a warrior is to overcome all obstacles. Moreover, having multiple disciplines is not an obstacle, but an opportunity. People in our military never consider multiple departments to be a burden. His words were spoken with great earnestness and solemnity, which made Qin Chen have a new understanding of the military. "Okay, you don't need to think too much about this matter." Su Pengfei waved his hand and continued, "You are the Star General this time, and you have passed the test of the 7th level military god. Therefore, in addition to the original reward given to the Star General, I can also agree to one of your requests. Tell me, what do you need?" Qin Chen was delighted. He had not expected that there would be an extra reward. He quickly asked, "Commander, I would like to know first, what is the star reward this time?" He must understand, otherwise, if the request he makes overlaps with the reward, he will suffer a great loss. Su Pengfei laughed and said, "Dragon blood." Dragon blood. Qin Chen didn't know what the dragon blood the other party was talking about. His first reaction was the dragon's blood in mythology and legends, but that was obviously impossible. However, just the name itself indicates that this dragon blood must be extraordinary. It's not the dragon that people imagine, but the blood of a 9th level peak demon beast, the Black Earth Dragon. Su Pengfei explained. Peak of level 9. Qin Chen was suddenly shocked. You should know that the most precious thing for every exotic beast is its beast crystal. Su Pengfei looked at Qin Chen. Qin Chen nodded. Beast crystals have so many uses. They can be used to make various weapons and equipment, and can also be used for research. Some of the current martial arts are inspired by beast crystals. The research on beast crystals can also change the way humans practice. For example, some people can become dual system practitioners. But not every demon beast has beast crystals, so they are precious. The blood of demon beasts is actually equally precious. Of course, the demon beasts mentioned here are those above level 4. Those below level 4 are not very valuable. But you have to know that every monster has blood. The greatest function of monster blood is to make a warrior's body stronger. Qin Chen nodded. He could understand this point. The biggest advantage of monsters is their physical strength. They are stronger than human warriors. The most important thing for human warriors is to learn bodybuilding martial arts. However, this kind of martial arts is not only rare, but also extremely difficult to practice. Qin Chen has obtained the star body refining technique for some time, but now, his progress is not very great. Chief, there shouldn't be much blood of 9th level peak monsters, but how come you took it out this time? Qin Chen asked curiously. The extent of the bleeding in the military this time can be described as a river of blood. How many 9-star warriors are there in the entire Dragon Kingdom? There are also not many monsters, otherwise, humans would have been defeated long ago. The blood of the 9th level peak monster beast is indeed rare, and the blood of a black dragon like this one is even rarer. It can be said that the military and even the entire dragon country now only have the blood of one. And let me tell you, the blood of the Earth Black Dragon is one of the most effective bloods of all monsters. Su Pengfei said seriously. Qin Chen was even more surprised. If that was the case, why would it be given out as a reward this time? Su Pengfei saw his doubts and said, because this is the first time the military is selecting generals. Also, if you hadn't shown up this time and Zhang Chang had won first place, then the reward would have been only a small amount of dragon blood. And now, I can tell you that you can absorb as much as you can. So good. Qin Chen was surprised. The difference in treatment was too great. This is what the God of War meant. You have obtained the opportunity he left behind, so why not let you get a greater opportunity? Su Pengfei looked at Qin Chen, and he even felt a little envious. You know, he is now an 8-star warrior, but he can't get the opportunity given by the God of War. You are very lucky, or rather, your talent has given you such a treatment. You should know that the dragon blood this time is not an ordinary black earth dragon. It is a monster beast that is about to break through to the level of a martial saint. At the beginning, it was the Lord of War who spent a great deal of money to kill him, so I hope that you can still join the military in the future and live up to the Lord of War's appreciation. To be honest, Su Pengfei felt a little sad to give away such a great opportunity. If he could make the decision, he would definitely not do this. After all, Qin Chen has not yet entered the military, and no one can tell what choice he will make in the future. I'll think about it carefully. Qin Chen nodded, but did not express his attitude directly. Yeah. Su Pengfei nodded. By the way, I just said that I would agree to one of your requests. Tell me, what do you want? The so-called requirements are naturally also rewards. I want beast crystals. The more the better. Qin Chen spoke directly. You are so arrogant and not polite at all. Su Pengfei said with a smile, is it because of your master's research? He also heard from Yang Shui that Qin Chen's mysterious master had always needed beast crystals, so there was nothing strange about it. However, Qin Chen always considers his master, which makes him feel relieved. At least he is not an ungrateful person. Even if Qin Chen does not join the military in the future, the favor will still remain. Yes, my master is very important to me. Without him, I wouldn't be who I am today. So, I also pay a lot of attention to his research. Qin Chen said without blushing or beating his heart. Tell me, what kind of beast crystal do you need? Su Pengfei didn't waste any words. Qin Chen was delighted and quickly took out a list that he had prepared long ago. After Su Pengfei took the list and took a look at it, his eyes suddenly widened. The list is written very simply. Earth, wind, ice, and fire beast crystals, the more the better. How is it? Not difficult, right? Qin Chen said with a smile. Not embarrassed. Do you think beast crystal is cabbage? Su Pengfei was speechless when he heard Qin Chen's words. The military does have the most beast crystals among all the forces in Dragon Country, but it also consumes the most. Many beast crystals have been used to make various equipment. There is some stock, but it is not the case that we have as much as you want. Well, the condition I can agree to is 50 million in reward money. This is the highest reward the Western Theater can give you. You can convert it into beast crystals. For first-level beast crystals, no matter what type, I'll give you a price of 500,000 each, second-level beast crystals 1 million, and third-level beast crystals 2 million. You can write a specific list based on these prices. As for the beast crystals above level 3, I cannot give them to you for the time being, because this requires a process, and it takes quite a while to go through it. If you are willing to wait, that's fine. Su Pengfei explained to Qin Chen. Qin Chen nodded and began to write a list. He silently calculated his needs. After a few minutes, he made a specific list. As for the beast crystals above level 3, he did not write them on them. A level 3 coin costs 2 million, and a level 4 coin would probably cost double that. It's totally unnecessary. He doesn't have enough skills now to use it. Su Pengfei picked up the list and took a look at it. Just these 4 departments. The beast crystals on the list are all fire, wind, ice and earth, with no other elemental systems. Qin Chen nodded, that's all. The main thing is only 50 million, and my master asked me to become a 3 series, and his main direction now is wind, fire, ice, and earth. He said that he can try to study it occasionally, so I want some too. Su Pengfei didn't think much about it. After all, he didn't understand research. Okay, I'll get everything ready as soon as possible. In addition, he took out a medal from his body and said, this is the star medal. With it, you will be a star general in the military, which is equivalent to the rank of major general. If you officially join the military in the future, your rank will be major general. Qin Chen took the medal. Ding, you have completed the 3rd stage of the Star General mission. Ding, your reward has been issued. Complete all the Star General tasks and receive an additional martial arts reward. After Su Pengfei left, Qin Chen looked at the system rewards this time. He first took out the 3 earth element mark fragments and then swallowed them in one gulp. The elemental mark began to be digested quickly. Ding, swallowing the earth element mark fragment successfully. Your earth mark has reached perfection. Boom. At this moment, Qin Chen clearly felt that his body had become much stronger under the effect of the earth element. And at this moment, his combat power directly broke through the 6,000 mark, and he was one step closer to the 4-star threshold. Name, Qin Chen. Fire Realm, 2 stars, progress of the 3rd divine rune 10%. Wind Realm, 1 star, progress of the 2nd divine rune 0. Ice Realm, 1 star, progress of the 2nd divine rune 0. Earth Realm, 1 star, progress of the 2nd divine rune 0. Power, 6,300. Then he looked at the extra reward. I don't know, what kind of martial arts is this? His mind moved, and soon, the martial arts information was received and flooded into his mind. Martial Arts Introduction, Earth Spirit Armor, a 7th grade martial art, only usable by Earth warriors. He quickly digested a piece of information, which turned out to be another 7th grade martial art. This martial art is a defensive one. Once mastered, it can instantly form a layer of hard earth armor on the surface of the body. The star body refining technique, plus the earth spirit armor, I feel like I'm a pervert. Qin Chen couldn't help but think to himself. There is really no way to keep a low profile. The starry body refining technique is a 9th grade martial art that can strengthen one's body. The earth spirit armor forms a defense outside the body. With the double defense, even a true 4-star warrior would not be able to break his defense. Next, there's Dragon Blood. Qin Chen was looking forward to it. Dragon Blood also increases the strength of the body and complements the star body refining technique. According to his guess, absorbing Dragon Blood should speed up the progress of the star body refining technique. In the first volume of the star body refining art, the star body is divided into star skin, star bones and star blood, but now, he has not even fully perfected the star skin. Therefore, he was looking forward to the Dragon Blood bringing him great effects. That night, Qin Chen did not practice, but fell asleep. The next morning, he came to the command room under the guidance of a soldier. At this time, 3 major generals, 2 lieutenant generals, and Su Pengfei were in the command room. In addition, there are 3 instructors, one of whom is Yang Shui. After Qin Chen came and stood between Yulu and Zhang Chang, Su Pengfei spoke, this time, your rewards are all blood from exotic animals. You all knew what kind of blood it was yesterday. Now, your instructor will take you to soak it. How much you can absorb is up to you. After saying this, the 3 major generals each took out a small bottle from their bodies. This bottle contains the blood of an alien beast. You can just pour it out and use it. The small bottles were given to Yang Shui and the other 2. Qin Chen stared at the small bottle with surprise. This should be a magical space bottle. It looks very small, but the space inside may be several cubic meters. Qin Chen had learned about this bottle in his cultural studies class. It was something that humans had been studying for a long time. It was called a space bottle, and there were also other names like space bag. It is the latest research achievement of mankind. However, up to now, the largest one is only 5 cubic meters. Of course, the Martial Saint has his own space for storing items, which are for the warriors below the Martial Saint to use. Let's go. After getting the dragon blood, Yang Shui said to Qin Chen, then turned and walked out of the command room. Seeing this, Qin Chen hurriedly followed. Soon, the two came to a room with a wooden barrel that had been prepared in advance. Yang Shui walked directly to the wooden barrel, opened the vial, and poured the dragon blood into it. Qin Chen saw that the dragon blood kept pouring into the wooden barrel. When 1/3 of it was filled, Yang Shui put the small bottle away. "Don't be stingy, fill it up," Qin Chen said when he saw that it was only 1/3 full. "Fill it up, do you think it's boiling water?" Yang Shui said unhappily. "This is the blood of a level 9 alien beast. There is a lot of blood from one beast, but this wooden barrel can only be filled to the brim." "That's fine. The commander said that I can absorb as much as I can. Fill it up." "No problem." Qin Chen reached out to grab the vial. Yang Shui quickly took 2 steps back. "Absorb it first. The blood of this level 9 alien beast is very violent. If you are not careful, it can burst your body. And there is too much. It would be a waste if you can't absorb it all." Seeing Yang Shui so stubborn, Qin Chen felt helpless. His eyes suddenly widened. "I now order you to fill it up." Now he is a general with the rank of Major General, while Yang Shui is only a colonel. However, Yang Shui just rolled her eyes at him, then turned and left. Qin Chen shook his head helplessly, then walked to the wooden barrel and reached out to grab it. The system has no response. It seems that even if I swallow the dragon blood, it will have no effect. After realizing that swallowing was useless, he took off his clothes and entered the barrel. As soon as he came in, Qin Chen felt a stream of energy drilling through the pores all over his body. What magical, such pure energy! Qin Chen was a little shocked. At this time, he also understood why many human researchers are now studying the beast crystals of exotic beasts. The blood of exotic beasts is so magical, then the beast crystals are of course the most valuable research items. As Qin Chen soaked in the blood for longer and longer, he felt that his body was getting stronger and stronger. But when it reached its limit, suddenly, the star body refining technique began to operate on its own. The energy in the blood began to frantically strengthen his skin. In just a few minutes, his skin changed again and again. He couldn't help but try to touch it, as if he was touching a layer of iron. Soon, the blood in the barrel had less and less energy, and soon it was completely consumed. And his skin was stronger than he had ever imagined before. Star Body Refining Art, Volume 1, Star Skin, still a little short. He was a little shocked. This star body refining technique was so terrifying. Such a strong skin, the star skin, had not yet been fully developed. "Instructor Yang!" Qin Chen shouted. "What are you doing?" Yang Shui pushed open the door and asked impatiently. "Add dragon blood. Whatever you add, absorb it first. No more." Qin Chen spread his hands. Yang Shui frowned, but still walked to the wooden barrel. Only then did she realize that the dragon blood had completely changed and there was no trace of spirituality in it. Is it really used up? She was shocked. This was too fast, just a few minutes. Before, Su Pengfei told her that this dragon blood was very powerful. If it was an ordinary warrior, such as Zhang Chang, adding dragon blood would only require applying some on the body. Qin Chen was special, but he only let her pour out 1/3. Su Pengfei felt that 1/3 was enough for Qin Chen to soak for a few hours, and was enough for him to improve his body to its current limit. But now she suspected that Su Pengfei was saving dragon blood. Wait a moment. Yang Shui turned and left. She had no choice. Su Pengfei asked her to use only 1/3 of it, and she dared not do anything else. If she used it without permission, she would not be able to afford the compensation. Command room. What did you say? It's used up. Su Peng stood up suddenly. Yes, it's used up. Yang Shui nodded. Then add him. I think he is very fierce. Su Pengfei said fiercely. There was no way. He had already made a boast before that Qin Chen would absorb as much as he could. Now, I can still absorb it, and there is still dragon blood, so I can't regret it. Good. After getting Su Pengfei's consent, Yang Shui nodded. Wait, let me go and take a look. I don't believe that he can absorb so much. Su Pengfei said. The two of them soon arrived at Qin Chen's room. Yang Shui didn't waste any time and started to drain the blood that had lost its spirituality from the barrel. Instructor Yang, why don't we let Commander Su come? Qin Chen lowered his head, glanced at his body, and said in a low voice. I'm not afraid, so what are you afraid of? Yang Shui said unhappily. However, her heart was also pounding at this moment. This was the first time she looked at a man like this. However, in order to show her dignity, she appeared to be indifferent. Qin Chen had no choice but to shut up. Soon, the dragon blood that had absorbed the energy was released, and Yang Shui took out the small bottle and poured out the dragon blood again. This time, it's still 1/3. Qin Chen didn't say anything else and started absorbing again. Boom. When half of the dragon blood energy was absorbed, he felt that his skin had reached its limit. The star body refining technique began to operate frantically, and this time, it directed the remaining energy to his bones and continued to temper them. A few minutes later, the energy of the dragon blood in the barrel was completely absorbed again. Instructor Yang, continue. Qin Chen shouted again. At this time, Su Pengfei couldn't help it, and came directly to the wooden barrel. Looking at the dragon blood that had completely lost its spirituality, his face instantly turned dark. Are you a money-eating beast? He said unhappily. Just the dragon blood that Qin Chen just absorbed, its value alone is at least in the billions. Moreover, it is in short supply and this thing is unique in the country. Even if there is blood of other exotic animals of the same value, the effects may be different. The leader won't go back on his word, will he? Qin Chen said quickly. There was no way. Now, he realized how terrifying the value of this dragon blood was. In just the past 10 minutes, I don't know how much time he could save in cultivation. The starry body refining technique is difficult to cultivate, extremely difficult. If he cultivates slowly by himself and reaches the starry bone, it will take an unknown amount of time. Now, he naturally doesn't want to miss it. Since it's still available, he must make the best of it. Next time, there won't be such a good opportunity. Repent, am I, Su Pengfei, a person who regrets? Su Pengfei felt a sharp pain in his heart, but he still said, Boy, if you don't join the military in the future, I will show you how I will deal with you. After saying that, he took the small bottle from Yang Shui's hand and poured it out in one breath. Go ahead and suck it. I'll suck you to death. Hee hee. Qin Chen smiled and continued to absorb. At the same time, in another room, Zhang Chang was also absorbing the blood of exotic beasts, but his was the blood of 7th-grade exotic beasts. At this moment, Zhang Chang in the wooden barrel was enduring the terrible pain brought by the blood, and his physical strength was constantly increasing. Bang! Suddenly, the wooden barrel exploded, and the blood that had lost its spirituality splattered everywhere. Zhang Chang put on his clothes, with surprise evident in his eyes. Although I haven't broken through to 3 stars, my current strength is more than 2,000 combat power with a normal punch. At this moment, with great confidence, he couldn't help but think of Qin Chen. Now, am I his match? Soon, he shook his head. When he had this thought, he already knew in his heart that he was still no match for Qin Chen. Thinking again of the strong sense of oppression that Qin Chen brought to him when he approached him before, he couldn't help but feel a little despair. Instructor. Zhang Chang looked at Song Li. Qin Chen, which room is he in? Song Li looked at him, knowing that he still wanted to compete with Qin Chen secretly, and said, It's next door. Zhang Chang nodded, then walked out of the room and came to the door of Qin Chen's room. At this time, Yula was also here, and they all looked at Qin Chen in the room. Boom. At this moment, Qin Chen had absorbed the last of the dragon blood energy. He stood up from the wooden barrel, and the barrel exploded on its own. Unfortunately, the star bone is still a little short of perfection. He felt a little regretful in his heart, but after thinking about it, he realized that star bones are more difficult to cultivate than star skins, and being able to reach this level is already very good. After putting on his clothes, he looked up at Yang Shui. "Instructor Yang, take my punch." After saying that, he punched Yang Shui like a human Tyrannosaurus Rex. The fist was emitting terrible flames, as if it was beating out a sun. Yang Shui's face changed slightly, and she immediately threw a punch. Bang! The huge force collided with each other, and Qin Chen's body kept retreating. Yang Shui was still standing there, but her face showed unprecedented surprise. "Instructor Yang, you are really amazing," Qin Chen said after stabilizing his body. "Awesome. You're just a pervert." Yang Shui couldn't help but speak. "Huh?" Su Pengfei on the side asked in confusion. He only made a rough assessment of the two people's actions just now, but the details were best known to the parties involved. "Commander, the punch he just threw has already reached the 4-star threshold," Yang Shui explained. "What?" Zhang Chang and Yu Luo, who were standing at the door, exclaimed. "The 4-star threshold is 10,000 combat power." Zhang Chang was just wondering whether he was a match for Qin Chen, but now he felt how naive his thoughts were. As for Yu Luo, he didn't know how terrifying Qin Chen was before. It was only after seeing Zhang Chang's attitude that he became curious and wanted to know. Now his whole body was trembling. 4-star threshold. Even Su Pengfei was shocked. He could see that Qin Chen had not made any breakthrough in his cultivation, and his fire element was still at 2 stars. Even if it was a 3 series, he could understand that the combat power broke through 3 stars. Or, if Qin Chen's fire element broke through 3 stars and his combat power broke through 4 stars, he would understand, but it was still incredible that he broke through the 4-star threshold at 2 stars. After all, there is a huge gap between 3 stars and 4 stars, not to mention the jump from 2 stars to 2 levels. "It's worthy of my whole bottle of dragon blood." Su Pengfei finally nodded. "He has left us far behind," Zhang Chang murmured. Yu Luo nodded in agreement. Not only the lights behind him, but he could hardly see the tail lights. They are also geniuses in the province, but compared with Qin Chen, it makes people despair just thinking about it. "Did you hear it just now?" The commander said he absorbed a whole bottle of blood. Yu Luo whispered. Zhang Chang nodded. "Everyone has the chance. Although our exotic beast blood is not as good as his, what's more infuriating is that we haven't absorbed as much as he has." The two people made a sad discovery. It was already hopeless, but what was even more hopeless was that when the opportunity was right in front of them, others could grasp it in its entirety, but they only grasped half of it. After Qin Chen returned to the dormitory, he saw Li Yun and quickly sat up from the bed. "You seem very afraid of me." Qin Chen looked at Li Yun. "Well, I'm not afraid, I'm just a little nervous." Li Yun didn't dare to look at Qin Chen. Qin Chen smiled. The other person's personality was that of an introvert and shy person. Coupled with the terrifying appearance he had just shown, it was understandable that the other person was like this. "I'm not some terrible monster. Relax and take a rest." Qin Chen walked up to him, patted his shoulder and spoke. Li Yun breathed a sigh of relief, nodded quickly, and then fell asleep again. The assessment just now had indeed exhausted him greatly. Now they were about to rest before being taken back to their respective cities by their respective instructors. Qin Chen was also preparing to take a break when the phone rang. After picking up the phone, Su Pengfei told him that the beast crystal he wanted had arrived and asked him to go to the command room to pick it up. A few minutes later, they arrived at the command room where Su Pengfei was sitting. There was a briefcase on the table in front of him. "The beast crystals you want are all here." Su Pengfei patted the box. Qin Chen couldn't wait to come to the table. With a click, the box opened. He immediately saw that the animal crystals were neatly arranged in the box. 10 wind, ice, and earth level 1 beast crystals, each worth 15 million. 10 level 2 beast crystals, each worth 30 million. In addition, there are 9 fire type level 2 beast crystals, worth 9 million. Total value, 54 million. Boy, you're 4 million short of me. Su Pengfei looked at Qin Chen and said with a smile. This reward was given by the Western Theater Command and was worth 50 million. However, Qin Chen had told him before that he should try his best to raise that much money for him. There was no other way. He liked Qin Chen very much, so he satisfied him and paid for the money out of his own pocket. The chief is still short of this little money. Qin Chen closed the box and said with a smile. Nonsense, 4 million, do you think it's 400 yuan? Su Pengfei said unhappily. Although he is a general, 4 million is not so easy to get. The most important thing is that he has already used the beast crystals obtained from the monsters he killed in the past. The training of a warrior consumes a lot of resources. And these 4 million are almost all his family assets. Don't be so stingy, chief. Qin Chen picked up the box and turned to leave. When he reached the door, he turned around and said, "Thank you, chief." "You kid, get out of here." Su Pengfei waved his hands and scolded with a smile. When Qin Chen returned to the dormitory again, Li Yun was already snoring. Coming to the bed, Qin Chen opened the box and first picked up a first-level Wind Beast Crystal. Level 1 Wind Beast Crystal can be swallowed, only for Wind Warriors. He swallowed it without any hesitation. As the Beast Crystal was digested, he could clearly sense that the second divine pattern on the Wind Element mark was rapidly condensing. Afterwards, he picked them up one by one and devoured them. Ding, your second divine rune of the Wind Element mark has been completed. Boom. The power in the body grew madly, and throughout the dormitory, it seemed as if countless breezes were blowing, but soon everything returned to calm. Qin Chen glanced at Li Yun who was sleeping soundly and smiled. Wind Realm, 2 stars. After feeling his own enhanced strength for a bit, he continued to pick up the second-level Wind Beast Crystal. Not long after, his Wind Realm naturally broke through to 3 stars. Then he picked up the Ice Beast Crystal. Soon, the ice system broke through continuously until it reached the 2nd star, and the temperature of the entire dormitory dropped suddenly. Li Yun immediately turned over, and just when Qin Chen thought he would wake up, he heard snoring again. He slept soundly. Seeing that Li Yun did not wake up, Qin Chen did not delay and began to devour the Earth-type Beast Crystal again. Soon after, the dormitory was filled with earth elements, and a feeling of suffocation suddenly appeared. Li Yun's snoring stopped suddenly, but the feeling of suffocation soon disappeared and Li Yun continued to sleep soundly. Qin Chen shook his head. This was the first time he had seen someone sleeping so soundly. It's the second-level Fire Beast Crystal. Qin Chen picked up the Fire Beast Crystal. Then, he swallowed them one by one, and the third divine pattern on the fire mark was also condensing quickly. Boom. When the progress of the divine rune reached perfection, the temperature of the entire dormitory rose suddenly, and the oxygen in the air seemed to be burned out. A feeling of suffocation that was even stronger than the earth element before instantly came over. What's going on? Li Yun suddenly sat up from the bed and looked around in confusion. His face turned pale. Just now, he felt as if someone was strangling him by the neck and he couldn't breathe. It's okay, you're dreaming. Qin Chen instantly retracted the fire elements that were emitted when he broke through. Are you dreaming? Li Yun asked doubtfully. But he was clearly having a sweet dream, and the feeling just now was so real that he even thought he was going to die. He is still scared. You just missed witnessing the rise of a super freak. Qin Chen added. What do you mean? Li Yun asked puzzledly. Qin Chen smiled, did not speak, but looked at his system. Name, Qin Chen. Fire Realm, 3 stars, 4th Divine Rune Progress 0. Wind Realm, 3 stars, 4th Divine Rune Progress 0. Ice Realm, 3 stars, 4th Divine Rune Progress 0. Earth Realm, 3 stars, 4th Divine Rune Progress 0. Power, 83,000. Looking at his own combat power, Qin Chen himself was shocked. His combat power had directly broken the 5-star threshold. For a warrior, after reaching the 4-star level, the span of combat power is extremely large, and when it reaches the Grandmaster level, it is terrifying. Therefore, as time goes by, it becomes very difficult to fight against higher-level enemies who have just made a breakthrough. Even in a battle of the same level, it is difficult for a new breakthrougher to defeat those who have made a breakthrough a long time ago. And now, Qin Chen has just broken through to 3 stars. Not only can he skip a level, but he can skip 2 levels directly. The 4-system breakthrough, plus the effect of the star body refining technique that appeared after my cultivation breakthrough. Actually, it's not surprising that I can reach the 5-star threshold. Qin Chen thought about it. The weird thing about the starry body refining technique is that the higher your level of cultivation, the more obvious the effect will be. Now, he was thinking more about the military god. The gap between 4-star and 5-star combat power is so huge that one can imagine how terrifying the gap between 9-star and martial saint is. However, the opponent has 2 9 stars, which is equivalent to a martial saint. This is really scary. He either has a special trump card, or he has already reached the peak of 9 stars, or is even infinitely close to a martial saint. Otherwise it is impossible. Qin Chen thought firmly. Qin Chen, what's wrong with you? Li Yun saw Qin Chen in a daze and asked. Qin Chen woke up from his surprise and shook his head. It's okay. By the way, Li Yun, do you want to know my strength? Qin Chen suddenly asked. How do you know? Li Yun asked. To be honest, he was really curious about Qin Chen's strength. Although Qin Chen won first place this time, no one except those officers saw Qin Chen's specific performance. It's very simple. Come on, hit me with your strongest strength. Qin Chen said. Ah. Li Yun was confused. Bring it on. Real. Really, come on. Qin Chen nodded. Li Yun suddenly became nervous, but he still nodded. Be careful. After saying that, he suddenly rushed towards Qin Chen, aimed at his chest and punched him. Go ahead. Li Yun shouted when he saw Qin Chen standing there without moving, but it was too late for him to retract his fist. Bang. A punch hit Qin Chen's chest, and his face changed drastically, as if his punch had hit a piece of iron. Then he saw Qin Chen's body shook slightly, and his body flew out of the door in an instant. Bang. Li Yun's head tilted, with a look of fear in his eyes, and he fainted. The next day. What are you going to do next? In the helicopter, Yang Shui looked at Qin Chen and asked. What else can I do? Of course I should prepare for the college entrance examination. It's almost here. During this time, I should stay at home and spend time with my parents. Qin Chen said without thinking. The college entrance examination is approaching, and after the exam, although I have not yet decided which university to go to, it will definitely not be in Chengdu. Once I go, I'm afraid I won't be able to come back for a long time. Besides, it's time to go to the Zhao family. After killing Zhao Quan and Zhao Liang, the Zhao family seemed very quiet, but he knew that Zhao Wanshi would never give up on revenge against him, and he would not let such an opponent live. After the college entrance examination, which martial arts school are you planning to go to? Yang Shui asked curiously. With Qin Chen's current strength, he can go to any martial arts academy in Long Country. Instructor Yang, do you have any suggestions? Qin Chen asked. Yang Shui was silent for a moment. It's up to you. Let me tell you about the Dragon Country's martial arts academy. Without waiting for Qin Chen to speak, she continued, in Longhua, there are many martial arts academies of all sizes, but there are 9 top-notch ones. Qin Chen nodded. He knew this. The 9 martial arts academies in Longhua are called Holy Academies. They were founded by Su Zhen, one of the martial saints of Longhua, Su Wusheng. The names of the martial arts academies are also very simple, from the First Holy Academy to the 9th Holy Academy. According to Qin Chen's understanding, the presidents of these 9 holy academies are all 8-star Grandmaster warriors, and the chief president is Su Wusheng. Among them, the first 5 holy academies are in Kyoto, and the last 4 holy academies are in Demon City. Among these 9 holy academies, the one that enrolls the best students every year is the 9th Holy Academy. Almost half of the provincial champions go to the 9th Holy Academy. And the worst is the First Saint Academy. From what I understand, they haven't recruited a provincial champion in 10 years. The best is only a city champion. Yang Shui just gave a general introduction to the annual enrollment situation. In fact, the quality of a holy academy can be seen from its enrollment. Of course, they are all 9 holy academies, so no matter how bad they are, they can't be that bad, because every year, each holy academy only enrolls thousands of students. Therefore, the 9 holy academies recruit only about 10,000 students from the entire dragon country every year. It can be said that each one of them is an elite. If I go to the worst first holy academy, is it possible to get a reward? Qin Chen asked tentatively. It's very difficult. Yang Shui shook her head. The 9 holy academies will not actively recruit students. After all, there are only a few who are recruited every year. Even if you are the top scholar in the country, they are not surprised. You can choose to go or not. At most, you will lose a genius. You have to remember that the Holy Academy is different from our military. Our military needs geniuses, but the Holy Academy doesn't need that many. After all, the Holy Academy only teaches martial arts and educates people, so it doesn't need that many teachers. Okay. Qin Chen nodded, but he still didn't give up and was ready to give it a try. In fact, the Holy Academy, and even the entire Dragon Country Martial Academy, has a good relationship with our military. Many people in the military came from the Martial Academy. So, it doesn't matter which Saint Academy you enter. However, if you want to put some pressure on yourself, go to the 9th Saint Academy in the Magic City. There, you will find that there are many geniuses. Yang Shui still made a suggestion, but she did not force him, because Qin Chen had his own way of cultivation. Whether he chose to go to the 9th Holy Academy and feel pressured, or to go to the 1st Holy Academy and feel relaxed, it all depended on Qin Chen himself. Qin Chen nodded and immediately came up with a plan of his own. As they were talking, the helicopter arrived at the top of Mingshan Mountain. The genius training camp has not ended yet. Luo Bin returned here early. After hearing the roar, he ran out. Oh, the Star General is here too. Luo Bin said sarcastically after seeing Qin Chen. Stand at attention. Qin Chen shouted to Luo Bin after getting off the plane. Luo Bin straightened his body reflexively on the spot, but he quickly reacted and his face turned dark in an instant. It's so embarrassing. Qin Chen has the rank of Major General, but now, he has not officially entered the military camp and has no real power. It is equivalent to just a nominal military rank. Haha, Qin Chen laughed, he's a good soldier, unlike some people. He glanced at Yang Shui, only to find that she didn't react at all. At this moment, the other people in the genius training camp heard the noise and all ran over. Boss. Zhou Lei's eyes welled up with tears when he saw Qin Chen. He quickly ran over and opened his arms to hug Qin Chen. However, Qin Chen kicked him back. Everyone, long time no see. Qin Chen looked at everyone else. He could see that almost all of these people had changed, becoming darker, but also stronger. Qin Chen, congratulations. Congratulations. One by one, they came forward to say hello. In the end, only one person was left, Yu Yang. He stood in the distance, looking at Qin Chen, hesitant to speak, and finally walked up to Qin Chen. Qin Chen, can I follow you? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone looked at Yu Yang in surprise. Qin Chen frowned. He knew Yu Yang quite well. He was a very arrogant person. When Zhao Liang asked him for help, the other party refused because of the strength of the Zhao family at that time. However, now, the other party said that he wanted to follow him, and said it in public without any hesitation. This was incredible. Yu Yang, what's wrong with you? Even Luo Bin and Yang Shui looked at him in confusion. It's okay. Yu Yang shook his head and explained, Qin Chen is now a Star General. It's not shameful to follow him. His words were not understood by everyone. Even if Qin Chen was a Star General, he was still a student under the age of 18 after all. Moreover, his cultivation was only 2 stars. A genius, no matter who you are, it is impossible to compare with others. Even if he has great potential, it is difficult for others to understand him. Let's talk alone. Qin Chen asked. He felt that Yu Yang must have something else to do. Good. The two of them quickly walked towards a deserted place. The others saw it but didn't follow, but everyone was secretly guessing. Tell me, why? Qin Chen asked. At this moment, Yu Yang's expression suddenly changed, with great hatred in his eyes. He slowly said, my father is dead. Qin Chen's face changed. Do you still remember the last time Zhao Liang called me? Yu Yang asked. Qin Chen reacted instantly, Zhao family. Yu Yang nodded. That day, I reminded my father to be careful of the Zhao family. I didn't expect that something would happen. You are a warrior, your family should be safe. Qin Chen said. In order to prevent the Zhao family from taking revenge on his family, he worked hard to become a warrior. Yu Yang is also a warrior. The place where he lives may not be as safe as Qingheyuan, but it is definitely safe. It is almost impossible for the Zhao family to take action. Yu Yang shook his head. My dad and Zhao Wanshi already know each other, and he is a businessman who travels around a lot, so if Zhao Wanshi wants to deal with my dad, there will always be a chance. Qin Chen's face looked unhappy. After all, this matter was related to him. He did not ask how Yu Yang's father was murdered, but only said, does the City Lord's Mansion and the Martial Arts Association know about it? The City Lord's Mansion and the Martial Arts Association belong to the same family, and the City Lord's Mansion will definitely send someone to investigate matters like this. I've investigated and found no evidence, but I know it must have been Zhao Wanshi who did it. Yu Yang said affirmatively. Qin Chen nodded. The other party was not a person who talked nonsense, and he also believed that it was Zhao Wanshi who did it. I'll go to the Zhao family. Qin Chen patted Yu Yang's shoulder. As for following him, he did not agree. He did not need any younger brothers. Zhou Lei, that's just for fun, not real following. Yu Yang's face changed. He told Qin Chen this not to ask Qin Chen to go to the Zhao family immediately. After all, Zhao Wanshi was still a 4-star warrior, and it would be of no use for Qin Chen to go there. Besides, without evidence, even if they went there, they couldn't do anything. Killing people openly in the city would not be allowed even if Qin Chen was a star general. If you want revenge, go and prepare. I can wait for you until tomorrow and go down the mountain together. Qin Chen did not explain, but said calmly. Good. Yu Yang didn't say anything more. He also understood Qin Chen. He would not do something meaningless if he was not sure. Since he was going, even if he could not kill Zhao Wanshi, he must have other purposes. After Yu Yang went to prepare, Yang Shui found Qin Chen. Is it about the Zhao family? Qin Chen looked at her in surprise. Instructor Yang is really smart. Yang Shui knew about Zhao Liang's incident and also knew that Yu Yang was involved, but Qin Chen was still surprised that she guessed it so quickly. I know Yu Yang well. If he wants to follow you, something big must have happened. But I want to remind you that Zhao Wanshi's 4 stars are not accumulated by medicine. It is best to wait until your cultivation level improves before making plans. Yang Shui reminded. After Zhao Liang died, she investigated the Zhao family and was very familiar with Zhao Wanshi's situation. Qin Chen nodded on the surface but didn't explain anything. I don't know if I can kill the 4-star Zhao Wanshi with one punch. Early the next morning, Yu Yang directly withdrew from the genius training camp and went down the mountain with Qin Chen. You go back first, have a meal with your family and comfort them. Just tell them that, if nothing unexpected happens, Zhao Wanshi will die today. After arriving in the city, Qin Chen said to Yu Yang when he got off the taxi. Yu Yang looked at Qin Chen in shock. He didn't understand where Qin Chen's confidence came from. Originally, he thought that Qin Chen might ask the military for help to secretly kill Zhao Wanshi, but now he didn't see who Qin Chen found, but went directly to Zhao's house. Obviously, this is to kill the opponent in a fair way. However, the only fair way is to challenge as a warrior. However, Zhao Wanshi may not accept it. Besides, even if he accepts it, how will Qin Chen respond? By the way, go to Zhao's house at 12 noon, don't be late. Qin Chen reminded, then walked into Qingheyuan community. Yu Yang looked at Qin Chen's back and said, I won't be late. When Qin Chen returned home, he saw his parents sitting on the sofa watching TV. The old couple now lives a very leisurely life, but during this period of time, Qin Chen still asked them not to leave the community, and even to buy groceries for them by asking someone else to do it for them. He originally wanted to hire a nanny, but Qin Dai, a retired soldier, and Li Xiufen, who was used to a hard life, couldn't get used to it for a while, and the nanny was fired after only 2 days. Xiaochen, why are you back? Seeing Qin Chen enter the room, the couple were surprised and happy. Well, I'm back. The selection of generals has ended. I'm back to prepare for the college entrance examination. Qin Chen nodded. Is it over? What's the result? Qin Dai asked hurriedly. Qin Chen talked to them about the matter of the general star over the phone, and Qin Dai was very concerned about the outcome. Of course I was selected. Qin Chen smiled and took out the medal. Li Xiufen was about to reach out to take it, but Qin Dai quickly said, "Don't move." What for? Li Xiufen asked unhappily. Qin Dai stood up and carefully took the medal in his hand. This is the first military star medal. Although it is only symbolic, it is of great significance. When my son enters the military camp in the future, he will be a real major general with this medal. Even if I tell you this, you still won't understand. I spent so many years in the military camp, and I only saw a major general once, you know. Qin Dai was a little excited and turned the medal back and forth as if it were a priceless treasure. I don't understand, but you understand it very well. Li Xiufen said unhappily. Qin Dai ignored him and looked at Qin Chen. You want to join the military, right? What military department? Li Xiufen asked. With my son's grades, he can get a good position in the Rongqing Martial Arts Association. What do you know? If you are a man, you should join the military. Qin Dai shouted. Qin Chen quickly stopped them. It's too early to talk about this, let's talk about it after graduation. By the way, where is the evidence that the Zhao family harmed my father? Xiaochen, what do you want? Qin Dai suddenly thought of something and looked at Qin Chen in surprise. Yes, the Zhao family, it's time to pay the price completely. Over the past year, Li Xiufen often collected some evidence in order to punish the Zhao family. However, the evidence was not enough to make the Zhao family feel uncomfortable, so she kept it and did not take it out. But. Dad, no buts. I know the evidence is not sufficient. What I want is not official punishment for them, but personal punishment from me. Qin Chen interrupted him. Qin Dai and Li Xiufen are both honest people. In their opinion, even if the Zhao family pays a price, it should be the regulations of this society. However, this was not what Qin Chen wanted. After trying to kill him several times, they could only be punished by him. Okay. Qin Dai finally nodded, and he would leave this matter to Qin Chen. Qin Chen's performance during this period is enough to prove that he is not a reckless person. Li Xiufen didn't quite understand, but she knew that her son was going to take action against the Zhao family. She hated the Zhao family so much that she didn't say anything more. Soon, they took out some of the evidence they had collected over the past year. These are all simple evidences. After Qin Chen got it, he went out without delay and took out his phone. Qin Chen, why did you think of calling me? As soon as the call was connected, Su Hua's voice was heard from the other end. I'm back, Director Su. Could you please give me City Lord Zhou's phone number? I have something to discuss with him. Qin Chen stated his purpose directly without any politeness. City Lord Zhou's. Su Hua's voice was full of doubt, but he did not ask. He said, okay, remember it. After hanging up the phone, Qin Chen directly dialed the number. Hello. The voice of City Lord Zhou came directly from the other end of the phone. This was the other party's private number. City Lord Zhou, I am Qin Chen. Qin Chen said in a calm tone. Qin Chen. You're back. On the other end of the phone, Qin Chen could hear surprise in the other party's tone. As the city lord, he always pays attention to the talents in Rongqing. He knows everything about Qin Chen's time in the talent training camp and even the process of selecting stars. However, he didn't expect that Qin Chen would come back so soon. Yes, City Lord, I would like to ask you for a favor. Qin Chen said straight to the point. City Lord Zhou's smiling voice came from the phone. The first genius of Rongqing, the first general star of the military, I'm afraid no one else can ask for this favor. Tell me, as long as I can do it, I will do my best. Qin Chen smiled. City Lord Zhou was an unattainable figure in the eyes of many people in Rongqing. He was one of the few six-star masters in Rongqing. In the past, Qin Chen also seemed out of reach, but as his fame grew, he realized that such a person was not what people imagined. I want to go to Rongqing prison to find Yuan Hao. Qin Chen said.